What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 UC Chapter 91 Breakthrough. Chen's forehand and backhand, the final blow with Shinazugawa. This time he and Inosuke continue to fight. You start fighting with Inosuke, and you observe his attack habits. The fight is over. You have deduced the opponent's habits, and you begin to imitate the fight with the four-legged beast, the wild boar. You start fighting the beast, and you observe its attack habits. You start fighting with different beasts, and you observe their attack habits. Open black lens bracket U. Close black lens bracket. Chen replayed it in his mind 10,000 times again. The next moment, the boy opened his eyes. You have learned the fighting methods of all wild beasts. You have gained enlightenment and learned the breathing of beasts. You adapted the breathing of the beast and combined it with the breathing of the wind. You created a new breathing method. Think like a wild animal. Breathe. Forget your body's instincts, unleash the most primitive way of fighting, fight, kill, and breathe. The boy lowered his head and roared, all focus. At this moment, Chen suddenly jumped up. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Chen struck an extremely strange posture. Off the court, Inosuke's eyes widened. What is that? Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and the pair of big eyes in the wooden box all looked at him at the same time. What is it? Inosuke shouted, I don't know, but I think it's awesome. Column assembly point. The experienced pillars have already noticed something. Tokito Muichiru looked at the figure in the air with confused eyes, muttering. Chen, is this a new breathing method? Sound pillar Uzui Tengen. What exactly is this gorgeous attack? Kenroji Mitsuri. Come on, Master Chen. Snake pillar Iguro Obanai. Shinazugawa, come on. The rock pillar cried out to Shing Yuming, Namo Amataba. Water pillar Tomioka Giyu finally raised his eyelids. The scene changed. Chen has completed his sword moves. The markings on his neck changed again, expanding. The cloud-like patterns grew rapidly, and from beginning to end, a lifelike drawing of a creature suddenly appeared. The stripes turned into a dragon. The young man raised his lips confidently, twisted his limbs rapidly, and blurted out the name of the sword move. Dragon's breathing form. One dragon swimming in the sky. This is the breathing method that Chen summarized by combining various beast fighting techniques and all his current breathing methods. An animal breathing method that possesses the combined attributes of fire, speed, wind, and animality. Advertisement. Dragon's breath. As the first form, dragon swimming in the sky appeared, Chen's figure suddenly turned into an afterimage. Go straight to Shinazugawa. It was so fast it was almost blurry. However, Shinazugawa, whose stripes had awakened, reacted just as quickly, and took a defensive stance the moment Chen called out his move. Breathing of the wind, Form 5, Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Dragon's breathing Form 1 versus Wind's breathing Form 5. Everyone present widened their eyes, afraid to miss any second of what was going to happen next. Suddenly, Chen's body suddenly brushed past Shinazugawa's ear. A streak of blood spurted out of Shinazugawa's ear. Now, Chen can fully combine the breathing method with his own body to release physical skills. And at the same moment when Chen passed by Shinazugawa's ear, Shinazugawa knew he had fallen into a trap. Snap. After Chen landed, he did not immediately launch a finishing blow towards Shinazugawa. Instead, he ran in a completely opposite direction. Chen's purpose has never changed from the beginning to the end. In order to defeat Shinazugawa, he must take back the broken sword that fell. By the time Shinazugawa discovered Chen's intention, Chen had already grasped the broken blade in his hand. Wow! 2 gusts of wind were released at the same time and then collided violently. Dragon's breathing Form 1 dragon swimming in the sky. Chen regrouped and rushed towards Shinazugawa for the 3rd time. The broken blade stands straight. The destination was directly towards Shinazugawa's kidney. Shinazugawa was shocked when he saw this. You are so G persistent. At this moment, Shinazugawa wanted to curse. Chen turned a good fight into a battle of attack and defense. Wind breathing 5 forms Cold Autumn Mountain Wind. Due to the extremely fast speed of Chen's long hu, Shinazugawa was unable to charge up the sword move. Fortunately, he himself was very experienced in combat. The moment he made a judgment, Shinazugawa had no choice but to use the fastest move of Fury. The wind blade collided with Chen's broken blade. The broken blade flew out, but Chen didn't pick it up. Instead, he used the remaining kinetic energy of Form 1 Ryu Tensho to continue approaching Shinazugawa. Advertisement. Shinazugawa's face changed drastically. This kid has such terrifying combat experience. According to his judgment, Chen should pick up weapons first. Because that's what Chen did just now, but now Chen didn't do that. He used the information that Shinazugawa had just judged to create an information gap. Shinazugawa took 2 deep breaths. What kind of terrifying combat experience did this kid learn in this battle? What is his purpose in rushing up now? But there was no time left for him to think further. Because in just half a moment, Chen's figure had already rushed up. The next moment, Chen opened his palm. There are 3 golden knife rings on it. B breathing, 9 forms, fatal blow, break. Chen used up his last bit of strength and drove the 3 knife rings into Shinazugawa's kidneys with all his strength. Shinazugawa traded injuries for injuries. Without having time to turn the sword, he directly used the handle to smash Su Chen's back. With a bang, they both fell down together. The scene suddenly fell silent. The silent atmosphere lasted for a long, long time. Is it over? Some people in the crowd were whispering. It's hard to say. It seems like both of them fainted at the same time. Now I don't dare to say anything. If I wake someone up, whoever wakes him up will win, right? Look. Su Chen is standing up. Wow, in an instant. Countless eyes were looking towards the stage. On the dilapidated stage, a young man in blood-red white clothes slowly stood up. His body looked weak, but his face was full of determination. Su Chen was a little dazed now. Shinazugawa's last move just now hit him on the back of the neck, and his bullet field was forcibly terminated. The markings faded, and a deep feeling of tiredness washed over my body like a tide. Now he is almost at the end of his rope. It can be said that no matter who comes to Su Chen now, they will fall here. The young man stood in Taichung, facing the warm sun. Take a deep breath. At this moment, Bai Lian was beating Su Chen's body frantically. The high-energy battle that just continued was precisely because of the existence of Bai Lian, so Su Chen was able to stand firm and hold on until now. Just when Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, the audience suddenly exclaimed. Oh my god! Master Fengju has also stood up. Chapter 92 wins. Shinazugawa's persistence shocks everyone. Hearing this, Su Chen suddenly turned his head. In his sight, Shinazugawa stood up again from nowhere. At this moment, he was standing upright, standing there like a sculpture. How could that be? Su Chen opened his mouth slightly, subconsciously trying to open the bullet field, but the nerves in his head hurt so much that he couldn't get into the state at all. All the cards have been used up. If Shinazugawa still has some strength left, Su Chen will really. Wait a moment. Su Chen's whole body suddenly relaxed. He narrowed his eyes and staggered towards Shinazugawa. In the tense atmosphere with everyone's attention focused, Su Chen came in front of Shinazugawa in a very relaxed manner. The other person's face is stiff and his body is tense. The Nichiren blades in his hands were clenched as if they were welded. Shinazugawa had already fainted. Seeing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. This guy said I was persistent. Didn't he still stand up and refuse to admit defeat? It can be said that what supports Shinazugawa to stand up now is purely the inextinguishable arrogance in his bones. Su Chen shook his head in silence. Shinazugawa, you are a very respectable opponent. I recognize you. Su Chen patted the other person's shoulder, and as soon as his massage hands came out, the other person's tense body relaxed instantly. The next moment, this contemporary pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps fell down like a boneless chicken fillet. Bang! With the fall of Shinazugawa, this battle finally has its final winner. Now, can we announce the results of the competition? Su Chen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Sound Pillar Tengen Uzui. The boy's face was calm and his mind was steady. It seemed as if this incident did not bring him much achievement or excitement. You could hear a pin drop. The swordsmith, Yin, the Demon Slayer Corps members, and the three little ones all opened their mouths wide. That wind pillar actually lost. Su Chen actually defeated Shinazugawa Sanemi. Advertisement. No one could believe that this was something a 14-year-old boy who had only been holding a knife for half a month could do. The next moment, Uzui Tengen took the first step and rushed onto the stage. After checking Shinazugawa's condition, he struggled to lift Su Chen's arm. I declare. Su Chen wins. Su Chen will become the 10th pillar level of the current Demon Slayer Corps. Crash. Oh my god, did Master Fengju really faint? And Su Chen actually won? This is truly the most exciting match I have ever seen. I can't believe how exciting it is. Every move between the two is so exciting. Su Chen, oh no, it should be Master Su Chen. I will be your loyal fan from now on. Master Su Chen, please let me be your stepson. I have a lot of muscles, please accept me. Get the hell out of the way. Who was calling me Master Fengju at the beginning? Now you're looking for Master Su Chen. It's too late for me to tell you. This is my Master Su Chen. The scene suddenly became noisy, and judging from the crowd's reaction, Su Chen's strength had been recognized by everyone. Off the court, three little ones. Inosuke shouted excitedly, don't argue with me, I am now Master Zheng's eldest son. If you want to become my disciple, you must get past me first. Zenitsu. I've told you to calm down, Inosuke. Mr. Su Chen doesn't belong to you alone. And what the hell is the eldest son? Tanjiro. Mr. Su Chen is really a hard-working person. It seems that the reason why I didn't become a pillar is that I didn't work hard enough. I must catch up with Mr. Su Chen. Wooden box, Nezuko. On the other side, the column assembly point. Shaju touched his chin and said, it's so strange. What on earth is the dragon's breath that Su Chen just mentioned? Why have I never heard of the word dragon? Love Pillar showed the same expression as Tanjiro. Ah, Lord Su Chen really won. I must also continue to work hard towards Lord Su Chen's awareness. The Snake Pillar was silent. Rock Pillar, Namo Amitaba. The Water Column was in a daze. The attic of the mansion is where the Lord lives. Mrs. Amane was currently helping Yubayashiki Kagaya hurry down the stairs. Mrs. Amane was still a little dazed when she learned that Su Chen had won. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, there was actually someone who was able to become a pillar after only wielding a sword for half a month. The last time she was so surprised was when she and her two daughters went to invite Tokito Muichiru. That's because Tokito Muichiru is a descendant of the Jikoku clan and is very talented. So Mrs. Amane personally stepped in for the future of the Demon Slayer Corps and recruited this great general for the Corps. But now, a brighter new star has emerged. Advertisement. Su Chen. He was also only 14 years old, but it only took him half a month to wield a sword and become a pillar. You know, it took Tokido Muichiru 2 months. Su Chen's progress can be said to be 4 times faster than Tokido Muichiru. In the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, at least Mrs. Amane had never heard of anyone with a higher talent than Su Chen. Moreover, the initial condition for Su Chen to become a pillar was simply to gain the recognition of the Wind Pillar. As for the big words he said at the Juhi meeting, everyone just took it as a joke. But he did it, and defeated Shinazugawa in a real sense. This young man is fully qualified to become a pillar level. And he is a being whose strength may be second only to the rock pillar. Slowly, Mrs. Amane helped Yubayashiki Kagaya down the stairs. Yubayashiki Kagaya was just like at the beginning, with a smile on her face all the time. He seemed to have full confidence in Su Chen all the time. I have always fully believed in Su Chen. The two of them appeared in front of the Demon Slayer Corps together. My lord, we are waiting to welcome our lord. After everyone saluted briefly, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, My dear children, please stand up. Today is the day when the 10th pillar of our Demon Slayer Corps is born. The children are all here and have seen it, so I hope that everyone can let go of their grudges in the future. I also hope that everyone can truly regard Su Chen as a pillar. Yubayashiki Kagaya talked for a long time, and finally he asked Su Chen and the other pillars to stay. The others dispersed. Su Chen looked at the people talking and laughing, feeling extremely strange. I guess after these people go back, their reputation will be known to the entire Demon Slayer Corps in a few days, right? Su Chen, come with me. A voice as soft as jade suddenly came. It came from the Lord. After that, Yubayashiki Kagaya said to Mrs. Amane, Amane, let our daughter help Su Chen change clothes, and bring the children to the room for a meeting later. Mrs. Amane nodded and then called her 2 daughters. The Yubayashiki couple walked towards the house. The other pillars followed suit. When passing by Su Chen, all the pillars came over in tacit understanding. Chapter 93. Staying in the butterfly house. The Yubayashiki couple's doubts. Greeted Su Chen enthusiastically. Sound Pillar Uzui Tengen. Hi, Su Chen, I'm the pillar in charge of splendor in the Demon Slayer Corps. We'll be colleagues from now on. If you have anything to say, tell me. If you want to relax, I'll let my wives take you to the hot springs. Tokido Muichiru. Su Chen, can you teach me the breathing techniques you just learned? They look very powerful. Love Pillar Ganlushi was confused. Mr. Su Chen, you have to have a good rest. If you are hungry, I have cherry blossom cakes at home. How about it? Mr. Su Chen, do you want to eat it? Snake Pillar Iguro Obanai. Su Chen, I advise you to think it over carefully. The Rock Pillar cried out sadly, Namo Amitaba. Water Pillar Tomioka Giyu. Hello, are you interested in becoming a water pillar? The reactions of the pillars varied, some were very enthusiastic, some were a little indifferent, and some were even jealous. Su Chen answered each pillar's questions one by one with a smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Uzui. I will bring Sister Shinobu and the others with me when I have the chance next time. Tokido, we can spar with each other sometime when we have a chance. I'd actually like to learn more about your breathing techniques. Ms. Ganlu, thank you for your kindness, but I'm still bleeding now, so I may not be able to eat the sakura cake. I'm sorry. Iguro Obanai passed by. Namo Amitaba. Mr. Tomioka, I think the water column might be more suitable for Murata, since only you and Murata are using water breathing. Why don't you save it for Murata first? Okay, Mr. Su Chen, let's take you downstairs to change your clothes first. The words have not been finished. A pair of white-haired sisters suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen. They have a pair of big round black eyes and a red ribbon tied in their white hair, and they look very young. They are the eldest and second daughters of Yubayashiki. Yubayashiki Hinami and Yubayashiki Rika. They are also the 2 daughters who died in the explosion along with the Lord in the final ending. They held Su Chen's hand and walked into the house. When the others saw Su Chen being taken away, the other pillars simply stopped talking and walked towards their lord's room. After about an incense stick of time, advertisement. Su Chen, led by Yubayashiki Hinami and Yubayashiki Rika, came to a medical room. This is the place usually used by Yubayashiki Kagaya. As soon as Su Chen entered the door, he saw Shinazugawa already lying here. But the other party was still in a coma. It seemed that the dosage of anesthetic was indeed too much. Master Su Chen, please take a seat. The 2 little girls pulled Su Chen to sit down, and then gave him a simple bandage and disinfection. Plus Su Chen's self-rescue. Simple skin injuries can be basically treated. However, as for the problem of overusing the brain, it will probably take several days to recover. After a simple change of clothes, Su Chen followed Yubayashiki's daughters to the Lord's place. Knocked on the door. After Su Chen came in, he sat down properly. At this moment in the room, all the pillars who had spoken to him before had left. In front of Su Chen, only Yubayashiki Kagaya and Mrs. Amane were still waiting for him. Su Chen, first of all, congratulations on becoming the 10th pillar level. Yubayashiki Kagaya spoke lightly, his tone giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Thank you. Su Chen nodded. This was his true feelings, because the current lord of the Demon Slayer Corps was indeed worthy of his respect. At this time, Mrs. Amane also spoke. She said solemnly, According to the regulations, to become a Pillar Queen, you need to give yourself a title, and at the same time you will have certain powers in the Demon Slayer Corps. I have already asked the chief of the swordsmith village to forge the Nichiren blades that you lost during the battle. You should be able to get them in a few days. So Chen, from what I understand, you have a wide variety of breathing techniques. Have you decided which breathing technique to name yourself after? Hearing this, Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, at present, apart from the flower, insect, beast, fire and wind calls, he also has the King of Flowers call, bee call, flame call and dragon call. It can be said that Chen has a lot of choices. However, Chen already had a choice in mind regarding the title of Zu. Advertisement. He raised his head and said to the Yubayashiki couple, "My lord, I would like to use the dragon's breath to seal my status as a pillar." Dragon breath? Yubayashiki Kagaya touched his chin and asked, "Is it the move you used at the last moment of the game?" Chen nodded. "Yes. No problem. I think dragon's breath is very suitable for you at the moment. Although I don't know what a dragon is, since you named it yourself, maybe there is some truth to it." Then Chen, I, Yubayashiki Kagaya, hereby order you to become the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Dragon Pillar. After he finished speaking, Chen bowed slightly to show his respect. "My lord, madam, I have another request." Yubayashiki Kagaya nodded. "You say." Chen raised his head, looked at the Yubayashiki couple and said, "My lord and madam, I want to continue to stay in Butterfly House and be a doctor." Stay in the Butterfly House? Mrs. Amane was puzzled. Why? Since Chen is so talented, wouldn't it be a big shortcoming of the Demon Slayer Corps if he just stayed in the logistics department? He is only 14 years old now, but he has defeated even the strongest wind pillar in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Just when Mrs. Amane was hesitating about how to make Chen the pillar smoothly, Yubayashiki Kagaya next to him agreed immediately. Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled and said, "Chen, I have no objection. The Butterfly House is also an organization under the Demon Slayer Corps. It's okay if you want to go to the Butterfly House. Just, can you tell me why?" Chen looked at the Yubayashiki couple in front of him, and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Because I think saving lives in the Butterfly House is also important. The Butterfly House is the Demon Slayer Corps' second chance at life. Every member of the Butterfly House is constantly fighting the Grim Reaper for lives. I think the work of the Butterfly House is no easier than that of the front lines. Although I have only been in the Butterfly House for half a month, I have already developed feelings for it, so I want to spend most of my time in the Butterfly House. Of course, if the Demon Slayer Corps encounters an enemy that is difficult to deal with, I will also take action." After these words, Chen's attitude was expressed very clearly. Simply translated, although I am a pillar now, I want to continue staying in Butterfly House because food and accommodation are provided there. It's so high-sounding that people can't find any reason to refute it. Hearing this, Mrs. Amane on the side said suspiciously, "Chen, you don't want to stay in the Butterfly House because Xiaonan is there, right?" Chapter 94. Dragon Pillar. The 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. News spreads across the country. "How could that be?" Chen said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Why did Mrs. Amane say that?" Mrs. Amane paused for a moment and said meaningfully, "If you ask me, Chen, it's fine for you to continue living in Butterfly House. I'm an experienced person, and I know what you're thinking. If you're too embarrassed to ask, I can persuade Xiaonan to do something and ask her to do that to you first. But staying at the Butterfly House, Amane, stop talking." Yubayashiki Kagaya quickly silenced his wife. He was really afraid that his wife would say something that would cause misunderstanding. "There is no official announcement yet, you talk a little too fast. Besides, Chen has just joined the Demon Slayer Corps, so where he wants to go still depends on Chen's own opinion. Think of this." Yubayashiki Kagaya coughed with difficulty and gently pinched Mrs. Amane's waist with his hand to give her a signal. Mrs. Amane received the signal and shut her mouth obediently. Chen. Yubayashiki Kagaya smiled faintly. "I think what you said is very right. Being a doctor is also a very sacred job. Just do as you said. I have no objection. And since you are the pillar of the Butterfly House, then the Butterfly House area is under your jurisdiction. As for Xiaonan, I will communicate with you. You two will be responsible for management at that time. If the funds are insufficient, just tell me." However, Yubayashiki Kagaya said, and then suddenly changed the subject. "As for Kochou, she still has to continue her mission, because the evil spirits still exist in this world, and we still need her. Do you think it's okay?" Of course. Chen was a little confused at first, but then he suddenly realized. Combined with what Mrs. Amane just said, he understood this sentence. The Yubayashiki couple think they are already together with Kochou Shinobu. That's why they were worried that as Kochou Shinobu's boyfriend, they would pester Kochou Shinobu and prevent her from coming out to complete the mission. How is this possible? However, Chen was somewhat interested in another aspect of what Yubayashiki Kagaya said. Do you want to divide the jurisdiction of Butterfly House into half? Although Butterfly House was indeed founded by the Kochou sisters, the funds for related activities are actually still provided by the Yubayashiki clan. Their relationship is equivalent to the relationship between shareholders and entrepreneurs. And what Yubayashiki meant was very simple, which was to let Chen invest. Chen was happy. Doesn't this mean that as an employee of Kochou Shinobu, I have suddenly become the boss? Advertisement and they will take away half of Kochou Shinobu's assets. It's really exciting just to think about it. Chen couldn't help but have some bad thoughts. But these are all small matters. At least in this way, I can apply for activity funds reasonably in the future, and I don't have to let Kochou Shinobu pay for it himself. Thinking of this, Chen gradually withdrew his thoughts. First, I agreed to Yubayashiki's proposal. Then he explained it to the two of them clearly and neatly. Including myself and Kochou Shinobu are not in a relationship at the moment, we just have a normal working relationship, so please don't worry. From now on, the female lead of Butterfly House will be in charge of outside affairs, while the male lead will be in charge of inside affairs, and there will be no conflict between them. After Chen finished speaking, it can be seen that Mrs. Amane still had an expression of disbelief. Her fox-like beautiful eyes always looked at Chen suspiciously. It was as if he was saying, keep making it up, do you think my sister will believe it? The same thing happened to the other Yubayashiki Kagaya. Although he still had a smiling expression, Chen was still keenly aware of it. He doesn't believe it either, but who cares, the innocent are innocent, and what is not there is not there. Chen had a brief conversation with the two and finally left Yubayashiki's residence. Picking up the broken sword in his hand, the boy ran straight towards the Butterfly House. After Chen leaves, the Yubayashiki couple smiled at each other. Mrs. Amane smiled and said, Kagaya, do you believe what Chen just said? Yubayashiki Kagaya shook his head. I don't believe it, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. Mrs. Amane blinked. Why do you say that suddenly? Did Chen say anything else just now? Yubayashiki Kagaya held Mrs. Amane's hand and explained gently, I didn't say anything else, it's just that Chen is very defensive towards others, I can already sense it. But it's not a bad thing. At least I don't have to worry about him and Shinobu getting cheated when they go out. Yeah, Chen seems to be a very responsible kid. I have no problem with their relationship. Mrs. Amane finished speaking and looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya with a delicate look. The two looked at each other and smiled, after a moment. The opening line of Yubayashiki Kagaya is, Amane. Mrs. Amane nodded, I'm here. Yubayashiki Kagaya. You will draft a letter later and send it to the swordsmith village, Butterfly House, the Inui, and the teammates. Advertisement, just write in a letter that Chen will officially serve as the 10th pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps from today onwards. Let's name it after the dragon's breath, codenamed Dragon Pillar. The next morning, letters written by Mrs. Amane were sent out in all directions from the Yubayashiki residence. A large group of crows flew together, carrying Chen's exclusive message at their feet, soaring towards all directions. Some flew to the knife maker village, some flew to the Butterfly House. Some even flew to Flower Street. The news that Chen had become a pillar quickly spread to every corner of the country where the Demon Slayer Corps existed. In a mountain range, a man wearing a red mask to ward off disasters grabbed the crow and took away the creed. He lifted his red mask, revealing a gentle face that was completely different from his temperament. The man slowly opened the creed in his hand. On another hilltop, an old man with a crippled leg suddenly sat down. He naturally took the letter from under Daikro's feet and placed it in front of him. The speed of his hands was so fast that one could even see a few faint arcs of electricity in the air. He slowly opened the creed. In a red light district, there are 3 geisha shops of different styles. The 3 crows were each looking for their own master. Finally, they delivered the creed to 3 disguised female ninjas. The female ninjas opened their own creeds respectively. In the last swordsmith village, a naked muscular man just put down the Nichiren blades he was sharpening for Tanjiro. Some people couldn't wait to open the envelope before they even had time to wipe their sweaty hands. The end. Everyone's eyes lit up after seeing the contents of the creed. Dragon Pillar? It seems like the Demon Slayer Corps has gained another pillar level member? The future is really promising? Master Tengen is the host? Can a 14-year-old little brother be a pillar? Chen? What a unique name. Will he be a handsome boy? What? My Nichiren blades are disconnected again. Chapter 95. Crow. Mrs. Amane's late-night visit Titetsuka, who spoke last, stood up angrily and punched his workbench hard. Desktop tremors. As luck would have it, it hit the Nichiren blades that he had just polished. Then there was a snap. Nichiren blades broke again. Titetsuka stood there in silence for a while, then squatted down quietly and pretended nothing had happened. This hard-working knife-breaking master started a new polishing work. At this time, on the other side, the last place to receive the message was Butterfly House. The 3 little girls, Zhao King, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Saiwei, rushed to Chen's door excitedly. Boom boom boom. Knock 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 on the door. Who is it? Chen's slightly lazy voice came from behind the door. The 3 little girls immediately chirped, Brother Chen, come out and see, you have become a pillar. Squeak. The wooden door was slowly opened, and Chen's slightly lazy figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Let me see. Chen snatched the creed from Xiao Kaihui's hand. Read the above content carefully. After a while, Chen couldn't help but sigh. It's really fast. Yesterday, he dragged his bruised and battered body back to the Butterfly House. After saying hello to the last people on duty, Zhao King, Xiao Cheng and Xiao Sai, he fell into a deep sleep. Unexpectedly, the next day Yubayashiki spread the news that he was made a pillar. This efficiency is really amazing. Good. Now the Butterfly House has no shortage of pillars, 1 dragon, 1 insect, and 2 pillars for 1 door. Now let's see who dares to underestimate Butterfly House in the future. Just as Chen was thinking, suddenly a crow flew in from the window and swooped down with flapping wings. At the same time he was shouting, "Ah, ah, short-lived ghost, short-lived ghost." Advertisement, "Ah, you are a short-lived ghost, you are a short-lived ghost." The crows kept making noises and pecked directly at Su Chen's head. Su Chen was quick-witted and grabbed it with an invisible hand in an instant. The crow became obedient instantly. "Mr. Su Chen, please be gentle. This is a crow dish given to you by Mrs. Amane." "Mrs. Amane?" Su Chen was stunned. "When did she come? Did you meet her?" Xiao Cheng explained. "It's like this, Mr. Su Chen. You were so tired when you came back yesterday that you fell asleep. Not long after you rested, Mrs. Amane came over. Just then, Lord Shinobu and Sister Kanao happened to be about to go out, and Mrs. Amane took out a crow and said it was a gift for Mr. Su Chen to become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps." "Yeah," Konoe added hastily. "Shinobu-sama and Lady Amane talked for a long time yesterday. I don't know what they were talking about." Su Chen. "I think it's about moving." "Moving?" The three little girls blinked their eyes at the same time, knowing at a glance that Kochou Shinobu had not yet told them the news. "That's right, telling them about the appearance of ghosts will only increase everyone's panic, so it's better not to say anything. But I didn't expect Mrs. Amane to be so quick. I just said yesterday that I would do some ideological work on Kochou Shinobu, but I didn't expect him to come in the middle of the night. Should it be about himself becoming a pillar and investing in Butterfly House?" Su Chen thought so. At this time, Zhao King spoke again. "By the way, Mr. Su Chen, Master Fengju was here yesterday too." "He's here too? What for?" Su Chen stroked his chin, wondering why Shinazugawa came to join in the fun in the middle of the night. Xiao Qing explained. "Master Fengju said that he was a bit heavy-handed yesterday. I hope you don't mind. He also said that he came to congratulate you." Su Chen blinked. "There must be something else, right?" "Huh? Mr. Su Chen, how did you know that?" Xiao Qing said in surprise. "Master Fengju did mention something else yesterday." "Are you helping him remove the 3 copper rings from his waist?" Su Chen said calmly. Yes, Lord Fengju said that." "Mr. Su Chen, you are truly amazing." The 3 little girls looked at Su Chen with stars in their eyes. Su Chen touched his chin. "Kochou Shinobu went out yesterday and took a rest, so Shinazugawa couldn't find a primary physician. It's quite pitiful to say, but since the game is over, there is no need for Su Chen to make things difficult for Shinazugawa. Moreover, the copper ring remains in Shinazugawa's body and will gradually have a certain impact on his spine." So Su Chen said to the 3 little girls in the butterfly house, "Zhao King, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Saiwei, if Fengju comes again, remember to let him make an appointment in advance. Advertisement, remember to let him register for surgery. If he doesn't register, it will be inconvenient for Butterfly House to accept patients. Once you have registered, you can notify the doctor and your shinobi-sama and I will be able to perform the surgery on him. Do you understand?" Ching Chan 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 Chan, Zhao King, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Saiwei nodded obediently. "I understand, Mr. Su Chen." "Okay, let's get to work." "Okay, Mr. Su Chen." The 3 girls left. The next moment, Su Chen set his sights on the crow disc in his hand. "You call me short-lived ghost, right? Okay, from now on your name will be short-lived ghost." Su Chen tapped the crow's head, and the crow fluttered its feet, looking like it was extremely happy. Su Chen nodded repeatedly upon seeing this. It seems that it likes this name very much, no wonder it is so excited. Next, Su Chen simply trained his crow twice. After all, they still have to work together later, and Su Chen will have a headache if Dai Ya causes trouble for him. He remembered very clearly that in the original book, Tanjiro's crow was very willful and would often run to Tanjiro's head and poop. Su Chen doesn't want this. Therefore, in order to make the crow absolutely obey his master, he spent 10 minutes conducting a heart-touching parent-child activity with his crow named Short-Lived Ghost. The next moment, Su Chen issued more than a dozen orders in succession. As long as the crow doesn't act immediately, Su Chen will pull out one of its hairs, especially its kidney area. In a short while, Dai Ya's armpits became bald. It can be clearly seen that Dai Ya's eyes are full of fear, and even a hint of hatred and desire for revenge. But the effect is surprisingly good. Now Su Chen basically tells it to go east, and it doesn't dare to go west. After taming her own crow, Su Chen walked towards the basement. "Yesterday I sent Kanao home and told Kochou Shinobu about Murata's news. I guess Kochou Shinobu went to talk to Yubayashiki Kagaya last night." If Su Chen guessed correctly, Kochou Shinobu should not have gotten up yet. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickened his pace, walked through the basement corridor, and opened the door of the laboratory room. Squeak. Su Chen gently pushed the door handle and tiptoed in through the crack in the door. Chapter 96. Peeping into Kochou Shinobu's Diary Part 3. A faint scent of wisteria quietly permeated the air. Su Chen took a quick glance and instantly spotted Kochou Shinobu lying on the table. This girl actually fell asleep during the experiment? Kochou Shinobu was seen lying limply on the table, his purple-black hair scattered randomly, his tired face showing laziness. It looks like he didn't get enough rest. Su Chen's eyes gradually swept towards the table. On it, there is a set of neatly stacked colorful haori, an open diary and an exquisite Kochou hairpin. These things were piled up in a very messy manner, except for the colorful feather quilts which were neatly arranged. Su Chen took 2 steps forward and picked up the diary very naturally. Since the owner is here and the book is open, then it wouldn't be considered peeking. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened the first page of the diary. Monday, weather. Sunny. Sister, I haven't talked to you for a long time. Xiaonan has a lot to say to you recently. I ran into Su Chen when I got home today. I didn't want to run into that guy. As for the reason, you should know it, sister. But there is no other way. Su Chen is a boy after all, and I am Xiao Ren, your sister's gentle and kind little ninja. So Xiao Ren will go and meet him.
Wow, sister, I was wrong. I lost so badly. Su Chen is really good. Xiaonan feels like I'm about to fall in love with that annoying guy. Xiao Ren, you must stay away from Su Chen. Love is the grave of breathing in the full set. Sister, Su Chen proposed to hold a rescue competition in the butterfly house today. I agreed, you won't be angry, greater than less than hehe. Su Chen's performance today was also great. Not only did he bring a lot of revenue to Butterfly House, but he also helped me treat many patients. Thank you so much. Sister, why didn't Su Chen show up earlier? Advertisement. Oh, sister, this Shinazugawa is so annoying. He made our butterfly house a mess. It really d me off. Su Chen is injured. I won't tell you yet. I'll go take care of Su Chen. After all, Kanao has been watching him all night. Tuesday, weather, sunny. Sister, Su Chen woke up in the early morning today. He saw Xiaonan sleeping. I'm so angry. However, there is one thing that is very strange. Su Chen seems to have grown taller. I almost strangled him to death when I was dressing him. I don't know if it was my illusion. Sister, Su Chen did something wrong. He shouldn't be thinking about me. I didn't expect Su Chen to remember my Nichiren blades. To be honest, Xiaonan is very conflicted. Sister, you should know what I'm thinking, right? What should Xiaonan do? Sister, your Xiaonan opened her heart to Su Chen. To be honest, from the moment she spoke her heart out, Xiaonan never felt so relaxed. Sister, why couldn't Su Chen show up earlier? Tangled. Sister, I may not be able to live much longer. In order to avenge you, Xiaonan has injected 60 times the lethal dose of wisteria poison into my body. But Su Chen showed up. He was as warm as the sun this morning. Sister, I am such a coward. I was actually a little reluctant to die. Sister, Xiaonan is scared. Su Chen's fingers that were turning the pages of the book suddenly froze. He subconsciously glanced at the sleeping girl. Fortunately, the other person slept soundly. Looks exhausted. Su Chen smiled slightly, then rubbed his fingers and continued to turn to the next page. Tuesday. Weather, sunny. Did I fall asleep? I think I typed the wrong date. No, today is the same day, the day of Su Chen's competition. I overslept today. Sister, I won't tell you now, Shinobu, I'm going to be late for Su Chen's game. I have to hurry over. Why is Kanao back? What? A ghost appeared at the foot of our butterfly house. How is this possible? Sister, those evil spirits may have discovered our butterfly house. Fortunately, Su Chen reminded me. I will go down the mountain to explore first. Advertisement. Sister, there really is the breath of evil spirits at the foot of the mountain. I have detected it with a reagent. No, the butterfly house, as the logistics department of the Demon Slayer Corps, must be evacuated as soon as possible. I must make a detailed relocation plan for the butterfly house. I have finished writing the plan. I am really tired. See. It's getting late. Xiaokui just made me a pot of tea. And I heard from Xiaokui that Su Chen seems to be back. It is said that Su Chen achieved good results in the match with Shinazugawa. I am so happy, greater than less than. Sister, Su Chen is injured. I just went to see him, but the results surprised me. Su Chen's current physical condition is really amazing. When I was preparing to treat him, his injuries had basically healed. Humph. Damn it, I was so worried about him. Forget it, sister. I'll let Su Chen sleep a little longer. Xiao Ren really doesn't know how to face Su Chen, so Xiao Ren will be sincere for once. It's getting dark. Sister, I'll take Kanao to report the relocation of the butterfly house first. Let's go. Write the rest of the diary tomorrow. Wednesday. Weather, sunny. Sister, am I dreaming? Guess what I know. Su Chen has become the manager of our butterfly house. Oh my god, how did Su Chen do it? Sister, Xiaonan must share this with you. Last night, Mrs. Amane came and gave us a butterfly crow. Then Mrs. Amane told me that Su Chen had become a dragon pillar. I didn't have time to be happy. The next second, Mrs. Amane said that Su Chen was already the master of half of the butterfly house. This little brat, he's causing trouble just by living here. If Su Chen becomes the manager, he'll be lawless. Sister, it's not that Xiaonan doesn't want Su Chen to take over the butterfly house, but he is still too young now, and it is inevitable that he will not consider some things carefully. How about Xiaonan spend some money to buy some delicious food for Su Chen and ask the Lord to take back his order? This is still too hasty. Su Chen is only 14 years old. I think the Demon Slayer Corps is more suitable for his development. How can he be trapped in the butterfly house when he is so outstanding? I still feel a little reluctant to part with Su Chen. Wow, I really can't bear to leave Su Chen. C. Sister, Xiaonan is sleepy. Xiaonan, take a nap, we will meet in our dreams. Moi. The last page is turned. Chapter 97 Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen, why on earth do you stay in the butterfly house? Su Chen basically understood all the information. What made him happy was that after Kochou Shinobu learned the news he had conveyed, he immediately took countermeasures such as relocation. Just now, he saw the relocation plan specially drawn by the girl on the last page of the diary. Moreover, in the strokes of the last sentence, Chen could clearly see the crystal saliva flowing from the other party due to hard work. It seems that our butterfly house's master insect pillar has really been exhausted. Chen closed the diary carefully. Since Kochou Shinobu has almost planned the relocation issue, the next thing to do is to solve the problem of wisteria toxin in Kochou Shinobu's body. Chen remembered that when Kochou Shinobu was in the pillar training arc, the wisteria flower toxin in his body was 70 times the lethal dose. Now it is 60 times, and the situation doesn't seem to be much more optimistic. Chen touched his chin. A preliminary plan gradually came into my mind. Anyway, I'm recovering from an injury recently, so why not just learn some basic knowledge about pharmacology? Otherwise, if Kochou Shinobu's body accumulates too much toxins and he dies suddenly, I will be the only doctor left in this butterfly house. For a doctor, just seeing patients every day is exhausting. Chen sighed softly. My sister Shinobu, you really make me worry so much in order to prevent you from becoming a short-lived ghost. Short-lived ghost. Troublesome short-lived ghost. Suddenly, Chen didn't notice a single one. A dark figure suddenly appeared from behind the crack of the laboratory door. It is covered with beautiful feathers. There is nothing underneath the armpits. This is Chen's disc crow. It rushed in and started shouting the first thing it did. Short-lived ghost. Short-lived ghost. Short life. Bang. Chen opened his eyes wide and knocked it down from the sky immediately. What a pity. It's too late. A petite figure suddenly stood up with murderous intent. The air seemed to freeze. Chen turned his head mechanically, looked at the girl behind him, and smiled calmly. Hi. Good morning, Shinobu. No response. Kochou Shinobu first looked at the crow on the ground, and then looked at the diary under Chen's armpit. I understood everything at once. Advertisement. The hash sign on the fair forehead appeared instantly. She showed a gentle cruel smile. Yeah, Chen-jun got up so early, but you can tell me if it's convenient. What's that in your hand? Kochou Shinobu's tone was sweet, but Chen keenly heard a hint of murderous intent in it. Chen couldn't reply at all. Kochou Shinobu lowered her head, and a shadow suddenly covered the girl's forehead. The girl asked slowly and in a low voice, could it be, my diary? Gurgle. Chen's Adam's apple rolled noticeably. He knew that there was no point in explaining now, so he might as well admit it openly and then be stabbed to death by Kochou Shinobu in the kidney. No, Chen still disagrees with this plan. At this critical moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to Chen's mind. Then he said, Sister Shinobu, let me make it clear first, I am now half the manager of the butterfly house, so you can't torture me. Oh, really? Kochou Shinobu smiled suddenly. Then a figure suddenly appeared beside Chen. However, because Chen was unable to activate the bullet field due to overusing his brain, he was unable to react to the opponent's speed. A faint scent of wisteria wafts over. I saw that the girl put on the colorful haori again without knowing when. Kochou Shinobu leaned close to Chen, bit his ear, and said in a sweet voice, Chen, what do you want to do? What? Chen responded quickly, of course, I'm devoting myself to the medical work of our butterfly house until my death. Stop it. Kochou Shinobu's face suddenly turned serious. I mean, what is your purpose? What exactly is the reason for you to join the butterfly house? Without waiting for Chen to answer, Kochou Shinobu blinked and added, I advise you to answer me honestly. If you answer me, I won't tell you about you peeking at my diary. Otherwise, you'll end up like Shinazugawa did yesterday. Hearing this, Chen fell silent. Kochou Shinobu stood aside with a nervous look on his face. In fact, Kochou Shinobu was very nervous and curious. Curious about Chen's purpose and the reason why Chen joined Butterfly House. At the same time, I am also worried that Chen will leave Butterfly House. At first, she rescued Chen from Nada Spider Mountain. After the rescue, Kochou Shinobu thought Chen was just a simple orphan. But after spending so many days together, Kochou Shinobu felt that he was wrong. Because Chen's performance is totally unlike that of an ordinary person. And now through the competition, Chen has also proved his talent. He defeated the wind pillar and he has the strength of a pillar. How could such an outstanding person like to stay in the butterfly house? Advertisement. It can't be just because the reason is as simple as butterfly house provides food and accommodation, right? Or is it that Chen actually likes Kanao? Or maybe I. Bah. Kochou Shinobu immediately patted his own little face. Shinobu, oh Shinobu, how did you almost attack yourself again? Hold it in. In short, Chen is not suitable for you. Chen is not suitable to stay in the butterfly house all the time. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. It will be better for both of you if Chen leaves. You can't be too greedy, because you haven't avenged your sister yet. Thinking of this, the girl took a deep breath. His eyes widened and he immediately revealed a fierce expression, staring at Chen closely. This look made Chen feel creepy. What's wrong? Think of your own answer. Why do you have to look at me like that? Don't mention it. Kochou Shinobu always has a smiling face. Chen had never seen such a fierce expression before, but it was quite cute. Thinking of this, Chen stretched lazily. He did not directly answer Kochou Shinobu's question, but instead asked back, Shinobu, why do you think I'm staying here? Kochou Shinobu was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his head to think. She was stumped by Su Chen's question. After thinking carefully for a moment, the girl came up with what she thought was the most appropriate answer. Is it because I'm the insect pillar? Yes. Su Chen nodded, then shook his head, no. Kochou Shinobu frowned. Do you really want to be the boss of Butterfly House? This job is not suitable for you. Besides, you are now a pillar, so logically you should not look down on us, Butterfly House. Why don't you go to the Demon Slayer Corps to develop? Su Chen, go to Mr. Sorrow. I don't have much to teach you here. You can learn more from Mr. Sorrow. Hearing this, Su Chen shook his head and looked at Kochou Shinobu meaningfully. Don't you think it's your fault? Me. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. He blinked as if to reassure Su Chen. But who would have thought about the next moment? Su Chen suddenly stretched out his hand. He raised his chin very boldly. Chapter 98. The insect pillar can disregard life and death, but Kochou Shinobu cannot. Kochou Shinobu's head froze, and it felt as if an electric current ran through his chin, neck, and entire body. Burning, numbness, and stiffness. Su Chen leaned close to Kochou Shinobu's ear and said in a low voice, didn't you write it all in your diary? You like Su Chen, right, Shinobu? Pa. Kochou Shinobu turned his head and pulled the diary from under Su Chen's armpit. Give it back to me. Hate it. The girl's cheeks were red. Even through her chest, I could hear her rapid and anxious heartbeat. Could it be that Su Chen really likes me? So that's why he planned to stay. Oh my, this damn guy has read all my diaries. Doesn't that mean he knows what I'm thinking? How annoying. Stinky Su Chen. Bad Su Chen. Hateful Su Chen. Shinobu, stop injecting wisteria toxin. Su Chen looked at Kochou Shinobu, who was in a daze alone, and finally said this. After she said this, it was obvious that the girl's body was very stiff. You know everything. Kochou Shinobu's voice sounded somewhat surprised. Su Chen said softly, I know you have been working hard to kill a certain ghost. Kochou Shinobu remained silent. Su Chen continued, Shinobu, sometimes you think too much. To kill a ghost, you don't necessarily have to sacrifice yourself. And you left like this, don't you think it would be too cruel for Kanao and the others? Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's delicate body trembled. I couldn't help but shed 2 tears in my eyes. Su Chen, I have no other choice. Kochou Shinobu lowered his head, his crystal tears reflecting a helpless light. She clenched her fists and sobbed softly, this is the best solution I can think of. That ghost killed my sister, and I must make him pay the price. The girl's voice began to become low and hoarse, forming a sharp contrast with her usual sweet voice. She yelled in a state of collapse, who wants to die, Su Chen? But compared to death, I want to kill the murderer who killed my sister more. I will cut off its flesh piece by piece, and then pour the poison I carefully prepared all over its festering body. I want it to die. Advertisement. Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu's clenched hands loosened. His eyes were dazed and his thin body looked weak and helpless. His voice was low, but I can't do it. I'm too weak. Even if I work hard to develop poisons, the effects of these poisons on upper-rank demons are far from enough. Su Chen, I tried my best. Xiao Ren really tried his best. The girl raised her head, her pair of purple eyes were so watery that it was hard not to feel heartbroken. Su Chen saw a hint of pleading in Kochou Shinobu's eyes. Yes, Kochou Shinobu might have noticed it. Maybe I can find a way. Because of his performance in the Butterfly House, Kochou Shinobu has begun to rely on himself subconsciously. Su Chen said calmly, Ren, I know who was the ghost who killed your sister. When the words fell, you could hear a pin drop in the room. Su Chen felt as if Kochou Shinobu's breathing had stopped. What? Kochou Shinobu repeated himself mechanically, Su Chen, what did you say? The hatred surged like a tide, the girl's body began to tremble, and even her pupils couldn't stop shaking. Tell me Su Chen quickly. Kochou Shinobu grabbed Su Chen's collar. His whole face was flushed red with blood because of excitement and anger. Kochou Shinobu shed tears and gritted his teeth and said, Tell me Su Chen first, please, this is my lifelong request. I can't watch you die. Su Chen said calmly. No, this is my mission. Su Chen, you have to tell me. Kochou Shinobu's eyes were red, and his fair fingers were clenched red from the force. There were also dense blue veins all over his forehead. Before I knew it, the scent of wisteria in the air became stronger. Rich and pungent. Kochou Shinobu squatted down, clutching Su Chen's clothes. She said helplessly, No, I must destroy it. Su Chen, you don't understand, this is the meaning of my existence. Please Su Chen, just tell me, I can do anything. As long as I can destroy that guy, as long as I can get the news about that ghost. I can determine the stable amount of toxin. Then I can destroy that ghost. Su Chen, please, tell me. Su Chen was indifferent. His expression remained calm, even indifferent. After a while, he spoke. Advertisement. He spoke 2 sentences clearly. Kochou, stop crying. Even if you can kill the ghost, then what? Just walk away like that. It's true that the insect pillar can risk his life to kill a demon, but Kochou Shinobu can't. So stand up, insect pillar Kochou Shinobu. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu's voice suddenly stopped. She sat on the ground, feeling quite touched. After a moment, she slowly stood up and hugged Su Chen tightly. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks. Kochou Shinobu sobbed softly, biting her red lips tightly, looking extremely aggrieved. Su Chen stroked her back and comforted her softly until she had slowly digested her emotions. After seeing that Kochou Shinobu was in much better condition, Su Chen slowly said, "The demon who killed your sister was one of the upper ranks of 12 Kazuki, the second upper rank, Doma. But don't worry. I, Su Chen, am also a member of the Butterfly House and the Demon Slayer Corps. I will be responsible for solving the problem, Doma. Before then, please do not inject wisteria poison anymore." Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu nodded obediently. Then she said with some concern, "But Su Chen. It's okay, your stinky brother is very strong." Before Kochou Shinobu could finish, Su Chen interrupted him by touching his head. Kochou Shinobu's eyes flickered, and then he buried his head in Su Chen's chest and wiped away his tears. The girl's voice suddenly sounded. "Su Chen, I didn't go to watch your game yesterday, you won't be angry, right?" Su Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, I'm very angry." Ah, Kochou Shinobu immediately took his little head out of Su Chen's chest. "Why? Didn't you tell me to rest?" Su Chen said shamelessly. "Haha, I'm angry anyway." Hey, don't be angry, okay? Doesn't Mr. Su Chen like Xiao Ren the most? Isn't it okay for Xiao Ren to apologize to you? Su Chen. No, it's because someone just used my clothes to wipe his tears. Su Chen you. Kochou Shinobu almost broke through. As a girl, can't you be more humble to me? Sorry, Su Chen doesn't think that's possible. Kochou Shinobu circled Su Chen several times, and finally stood in front of Su Chen, looking straight into Su Chen's eyes. Mr. Su Chen, I noticed that you seem to be very interested in Xiaonan recently. So, what I just said, Xiaonan, can you say that Mr. Su Chen is confessing his love to me? Chapter 99. Confession. Didn't Xiaonan confess to me first? Su Chen shook his head. The next moment, he pointed at the diary in Kochou Shinobu's hand and said in a puzzled manner, "Didn't you pursue me first?" Pa, Kochou Shinobu spat. It was obviously Su Chen who pursued Xiaonan first. The girl bared her fangs fiercely and looked at Su Chen with a threatening look. "Tell me quickly, it was Su Chen who pursued Xiaonan first." Su Chen shook his head again. "No. Humph." Kochou Shinobu turned his head and said angrily, "Then I don't want it either." After saying that, Kochou Shinobu began to organize the documents on the desk. Su Chen saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" "Go find the Lord, I still have some things to tell you about the relocation of Butterfly House." Kochou Shinobu carefully tore off part of the last page of the diary and put it in his pocket. He walked to the door in 2 steps. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, I didn't see your game yesterday, you won't be angry, right?" Su Chen nodded. "Angry. Pa." Kochou Shinobu rolled his eyes and then muttered, "Okay, wait until I come back. And in your room, I equipped you with a new Nichiren blades, just make do with it for now, I'm out of money." Then with a whoosh, Kochou Shinobu disappeared from in front of Su Chen. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that her kidney was saved for today. Otherwise, with Kochou Shinobu's character, she would have to die here for peeking at her diary. The short-lived ghost is scared. Scared. Seeing Su Chen's frustrated look, his crow started jumping up and down excitedly again. Of course, the next moment, Su Chen grabbed it in his hand again. After finishing his conversation with Kochou Shinobu, Su Chen walked out of the laboratory room along the stairs. It was already very late at this moment, and the sky had already darkened without anyone noticing. In the silent night, a yellow light flickered. Su Chen walked along the corridor, turned on the light, and returned to his room. It's time to digest the breathing techniques and combat skills I've learned recently. If I organize these things a little, I might be able to comprehend something new. Advertisement. Su Chen's dragon breathing is indeed powerful, but he has only comprehended the first form so far, which is definitely far from enough, so Su Chen must sort out his own unique breathing method as soon as possible. The next moment, Su Chen got down from the ground and sat cross-legged on the bed. The Butterfly House is crowded during the day, most of whom are patients coming to see the surgery and internal medicine departments. Now that night has fallen, it seems very quiet, which gives people a feeling of discomfort. Su Chen quickly got into the state. You open the bullet field and start to take stock of your skills. The breathing methods you have mastered are flower, overlord flower, insect, bee, flame, wind, beast, dragon. The breathing technique you have mastered is full concentration, 100 refining, which is a breathing technique that can strengthen all cells in the body, stimulate the body's activity and self-healing ability. The combat amplification skills you have mastered are bullet field, super memory state. The combat auxiliary skills you master are shadowless hand, free and easy body movement, and superb ears. Your talents and skills are medical skills, massage techniques, human resource management, swordsmithing, reconnaissance, idle temperament, dubbing and ventriloquism. The shape of your markings is black auspicious cloud dragon pattern. You sorted out your breathing methods and deduced all of them. You thought that the current dragon breathing only had one form, which seemed a bit too monotonous. You began to use the breathing methods of overlord flower breathing, bee breathing, flame breathing, etc. to add new moves to dragon breathing. Closing square bracket. You start to recall, you enter the state of super memory. You borrowed the moves of Yanhu, and you gained something from it, and created Dragon's Breath, Type 2, Scorching Breath. You borrowed the moves of Flower Call and Overlord Flower Call, and you created Dragon Breathing Type 3-1 Thought Flower Blooms. You borrowed the moves of Insect Call and Bee Call, and in a flash of inspiration, you created Dragon Breathing, Form 4 Dragon Tail Swing, Dance. You borrowed the moves of Wind Call and Beast Call, and with enlightenment in your heart, you created Dragon's Breathing Form 5 Wind and Clouds Rising. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. He gained a lot from this meditation, and he incorporated all the breathing techniques he had mastered into his dragon breathing. And his dragon breath currently has 5 sword moves. Form 1 Soaring Dragon is similar to Form 1 Slash of Breathing of Wind. It is an attack and displacement skill that can have an unexpected effect. The second form, Burning Breath, is similar to all the moves of Yanhu, and mainly uses physical flames and sword moves to create a flame attack effect. Form 3, Flowers Bloom in a Thought. This move is Su Chen's final deduction of the breathing of flowers. It uses Nichiren blades to perform a sword technique that falls from the sky. It is currently Su Chen's most powerful single-target attack method. The fourth type, Dragon's Tail Swing, Dance, this move was developed by Su Chen by combining the bee's tail and the agility of insects. The move is like a dragon's tail swing and is very powerful. Advertisement. However, it is worth mentioning that this move also contains toxins, which can have an unexpected effect in battle. 5 type, Wind and Cloud Surge, 5 type is Su Chen's only interference skill, similar to Feng Hu's Land type, Black Wind and Smoke, Sha Hu's 7 type, Hazy. Form 5 Stormy Winds disrupts the opponent's vision by stirring up thick clouds and strong winds, and then coordinates with other sword moves to attack the opponent. The above is the dragon breathing that Su Chen has currently developed by combining all breathing methods. Dragon's breathing basically includes all the breathing methods that Su Chen has mastered, and it is a completely self-created breathing method. Creatures like dragons can also act as carriers of elemental breathing and animal breathing. For example, fire, strong winds, great strength, etc. are all possessed by dragons. Therefore, Su Chen's sword moves not only have the shape of a dragon, but also the spirit of a dragon. Dragon Pillar. It seems like I didn't call it wrong. Su Chen murmured with his head down. Next, Su Chen emptied his mind and began to meditate, simply relaxing his brain. The previous battle with Shinazugawa had overworked his brain, so much so that Su Chen's head hurt badly when he was doing some simple skill deductions now. After a moment, Su Chen opened his eyes again. A strange feeling suddenly spread throughout his heart. Although it was already very late at night, Shinchikui would normally come to check on the patient at this time. Why didn't you come today? Su Chen raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked outside the room. The moon in the sky had been blocked by dark clouds at some point, and a thin layer of mist rose in the air, making the moonlight in the sky look particularly turbid. The night is so quiet that it seems a little strange. Short-lived ghost. Short-lived ghost. Su Chen's crow flew up immediately and roared in a certain direction in fear. Su Chen stood up and carefully clung to the wall. At the same time, their eyes looked in the direction where the crow was roaring. Su Chen's room is close to the door of the butterfly house. If someone sneaks into the butterfly house at night, Su Chen will be able to find it first. Su Chen picked up the Nichiren blades from his room and held them tightly in his hands. Through the window, a thin figure vaguely emerged in the hazy fog in the courtyard. Chapter 100 Upper 5, Yoko. Squeak. Accompanied by the crisp sound of a door being pushed open, a blood-covered figure fell to the ground with a thud before the door could be opened. The turbid moonlight poured down, and the man raised his head. Su Chen finally recognized the identity of the person in front of him with the help of the moonlight. Demon Slayer Corps member, Murata. Su Chen took 2 steps forward and immediately helped Murata up. Murata brother, what's wrong with you? Murata took 2 breaths, grabbed Su Chen's sleeve and said, there is a powerful ghost under Butterfly House Mountain. Very powerful. Very impressive. It seems that Murata has indeed encountered a powerful enemy, but unexpectedly, the thing Su Chen was most worried about still happened. But to be honest, it is a very rare thing that Murata was able to walk back after suffering such serious injuries. Generally, there are only 3 situations when a team member acts alone on a mission. One type is those whose clothes are slightly dirty after completing a mission, one type is those who were slightly injured but can come back on their own, and the other type is those who were eaten by ghosts and cannot come back. So it's a miracle that Murata is back. Murata, stop talking, let me treat you first. Su Chen wanted to pick up Murata and walk into the house, but Murata suddenly pulled him back. Under the moonlight, Murata looked somewhat ferocious, his eyes full of fear. No, Su Chen, listen to me, there really is a very powerful enemy at the foot of the mountain. Run, let the people from Butterfly House run. Otherwise, everyone in the Butterfly House will die. At this time, Su Chen already felt that something was wrong. Murata has always been a steady person, and his abnormal behavior made Su Chen's heart suddenly fluctuate. Su Chen squatted beside Murata and asked solemnly, Murata, what exactly did you encounter? Murata panicked and said, Ghost. The ghost with numbers in its eyes must be 12 Kazuki. I am no match for him. Go get Master Kochou. Su Chen shook his head and said, Rin has gone out and is not in the Butterfly House now. Hearing this, Murata immediately showed a desperate expression, how could it be? He had come back with great difficulty just to let Zhu show up, but now Zhu was not in the butterfly house. Now everything was over. Run, Su Chen. The ghosts will be coming up the mountain road tomorrow night at the latest. Let's retreat. Advertisement. Murata, answer my question first. Since you met 12 Kazuki, how did you escape back? Su Chen asked with a serious look. This is a very serious problem. Su Chen is very clear about Murata's strength. If Murata really encounters 12 Kazuki, it would be impossible for him to come back alive. Sure enough, after hearing Su Chen's words, Murata showed a painful expression again. I ran back. I was fighting another ghost at the time, and then I accidentally found them. I remember clearly that there were numbers engraved in their eyes. I ran back immediately after seeing them. Su Chen frowned. Didn't the ghost find you? Didn't it attack you? Murata shook his head. No, it should be that I escaped faster. After all, I am better at this. After hearing this, Su Chen pulled out the Nichiren blades from his waist. I understand. Murata, you should go inside and rest first. The location of the butterfly house has been exposed. No, I looked when I came back, and no one followed us. Murata explained anxiously, but his voice became smaller and smaller. Until the end, when he calmed down, he suddenly realized a terrifying problem. No way, could it be? At the end, Murata's expression had fallen into great panic. The night is dark. The surroundings were extremely quiet, which seemed a little different from the usual quietness. Su Chen looked up and saw a full moon hanging high in the sky, but there was no moonlight. The air around them suddenly froze. A layer of inky black curtains tightly wrapped Su Chen. Su Chen was like a frog at the bottom of a well, seemingly trapped in a container. Su Chen discovered through observation of the surrounding curtain that he seemed to be trapped in a bottle. The shape was also very familiar, like a pot. Sir, now that you are here, why are you hiding so much? Su Chen's face was calm, and he had already assumed a fighting stance. Yes, there are numbers in the eyes, and the blood vampire magic has the skills of domain. Su Chen can only think of a pervert. Hehehehe. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Demon Slayer Corps who could detect my existence in the blood demon technique. The sound came before the ghost was seen. A round pot rolled out from somewhere and suddenly appeared in front of the two people. The next moment, the pot stood up strangely. The mouth of the pot was dark, and the moonlight seemed to distort the light near it. Then, a mass of white, sticky ghosts crawled out of it like liquid. It has an ugly appearance, with its eyes on its mouth and its mouth on its eyes. It has no limbs, and there are only round pots on its arms, like a human pig. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the number in the eye inside its mouth. Advertisement. 5. Upper 5. Gyoko. Murata was immediately terrified when he saw it. It's it. It's following us. Su Chen, you go first, I'll cover your back. Murata stood up with great effort and tried to stand in front of Su Chen. But he was too weak, and Su Chen gave him a gentle push, and Murata fell back again. Su Chen looked solemn and explained seriously. Murata, let me make it short. We are in each other's blood ghost art. Unless we kill each other, we can't escape. Murata. But, Su Chen shouted directly. No buts, I am Long Zhu, I now order you to stay where you are and wait for my next instruction. Dragon. Pillar. Murata was stunned. What is a dragon pillar? Is it a pillar? Why can't I see it anywhere? Su Chen turned his head, blocking Murata behind him, and focused all his attention on Gyoko. Su Chen is quite familiar with Gyoko. His weapon is a pot in his hand, which he can use to move. At the same time, the pot can summon a lot of disgusting things. The combat power of Gyoko is slightly smaller than that of the spotted pillar. Although Su Chen's mental power is not fully recovered now, it should be no problem for him to open a Gyoko with one hand. As for the opponent's blood demon arts summoning, function, Kanao shouldn't have any problems outside. The first priority now is to deal with Gyoko in front of us. This is really interesting. This is the first time I see a ghost hunter not being afraid of me. Gyoko excitedly raised the pot in his hand, as if he had found a toy that interested him, but he did not attack immediately. Something is wrong. Su Chen's keen intuition told him that the other party was stalling for time. Forced to enter the super memory state. Closing square bracket. At this moment, the previous scenes were replayed in Su Chen's mind like slides. There's a powerful ghost at the foot of Butterfly House Mountain. Very powerful. Ghost. The ghost with numbers in its eyes must be 12 Kazuki. I'm no match for him. Go get Master Kochou. Run, Su Chen. The ghosts will be coming up the mountain road tomorrow night at the latest. Let's retreat. I was running back. I was fighting another ghost and I stumbled upon them. Super memory state ends. Closing square bracket. Su Chen suddenly looked up and murmured. They. Chapter 101 Upper Moon 4, Hantangu. Ah, the short-lived ghost is going to die. Ah, the short-lived ghost is going to die. Suddenly, the crow, short-lived ghost, beside Murata flapped its wings and flew up. Its eyes were filled with panic and its mouth was screaming wildly. Ah, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside Murata, and with a scream, the black shadow directly tore open the body of the crow with its sharp claws. Almost at the same time, Su Chen quickly dragged Murata and rolled to the other side. The two sides distanced themselves again. It was at this moment that Su Chen finally saw the uninvited guest who suddenly appeared. It was wearing dark red clothes, had two ugly horns on its head, and had a big word, cowardly, written on its tongue. It held its head in its hands, hunched over, and had a cowardly expression. Ah. How scary. Upper Moon 4, Hantangu. Su Chen's expression became even more solemn. He had never expected that the butterfly house would be so lively today. 2 upper-rank masters came at once. Moreover, his own crow was dead, so it was absolutely impossible for him to get the news out. He, your aura is very strong. This is the first time I've felt such a strong aura in all my years. The 2 mouths above Gyoko's eyes opened to an exaggerated degree, as if praising, but also as if mocking. Hantangu shook his body and slowly moved towards Su Chen. She walked and cried, "Ah, do I really have to get close to him? He's so scary." Murata was so frightened that his whole body was stiff. It was the first time he saw 2 upper-rank demons, and there were only him and Su Chen here. At this moment, Su Chen's steady and powerful voice came. "Murata, your breathing is disordered." Murata was stunned. After listening to Su Chen's words, his body actually relaxed. Su Chen turned around and smiled at him. "Don't worry, with me here, no one will die here." Yeah, Murata nodded with tears in his eyes, thinking that Su Chen was comforting him. Su Chen looked back at Gyoko, put on a poker face, and responded indifferently, "Thank you for the compliment. This is the first time I've seen such an ugly person. And your aesthetic taste is so poor. Your pot seems a little asymmetrical, right?" "What did you say?" Gyoko's eyes instantly burst into blood, as if his heart had suffered 1,000 critical hits. How dare someone laugh at its art in public? Advertisement. "I want you dead. Blood demon jutsu Senbon kill fish needle. Hide behind me." Su Chen turned around and said to Murata. The next moment, Su Chen grasped the hilt of the sword with his right hand, lowered his waist, and made a power-gathering movement. Total concentration. The blade vibrated, oxygen surged in his chest, and hot breath flowed between Su Chen's lips and teeth. The knife flashed, accompanied by a sharp buzzing sound, and a heat wave with physical flames burst into life. Dragon's breath, type 2 scorching breath. Su Chen quickly threw out a tongue of fire, leaving burn marks and melting all the fish needles. It's not over yet. Su Chen tightly grasped the Nichiren blades, exerted force with both feet, and sunk his soles completely into the ground. The direction of the blade changed from vertical to horizontal, and then it began to rotate rapidly. Dragon's breath, form 5, storm rising. Hazy clouds suddenly dissipated, with Su Chen as the center, and extremely thick white smoke instantly covered the entire venue. From a distance, it looked like a cloud floating on the ground. This ghost hunter can actually create such magnificent moves with his physical body. Gyoko was amused. It narrowed its eyes and stayed where it was, allowing Su Chen to release his sword moves. The same is true for Hantangu. They are now viewing this matter in a playful manner. The story began a few days ago. The arrival of Su Chen changed the established development trajectory of the original world. Due to some coincidence, Gyoko, who was playing at the time, accidentally heard about Su Chen. The playful Gyoko immediately thought this was something fun, and he reported the matter to Musen. When the scumbag boss heard that the Demon Slayer core might have been discovered, he gave them instructions. Then Gyoko and Hantangu followed Murata's lead and found the butterfly house. Back at the scene, Su Chen's thick fog had already enveloped the entire venue. Gyoko used his little hands to support his chin and became more and more expectant. He was angry but also very curious about what kind of harm the ghost hunter could cause him this time. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen such a fantastic move. Suddenly, a sonic boom was heard. Gyoko and Hantangu immediately focused all their attention and looked around, but there was no attack coming from anywhere. After a moment, a sound like flapping wings came from the fog. Advertisement. Gyoko suddenly looked up and found a dancing figure suddenly appeared at the moon in the sky. ... What's going on? Is there still no news about Su Chen? Butterfly House, outside the venue of blood vampire magic. At this moment, Kanao and Kanzaki Aoi met, and Kanao's tone was full of anxiety. Kanzaki Aoi wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with a pale face, "I didn't see Lord Su Chen, but I seem to have detected the breath of a ghost." Ghost. Kanao's eyes suddenly widened. Why would a ghost appear in the butterfly house? This place is very hidden. Moreover, his master has gone out because of the relocation of the butterfly house. Now Kanao can only hope that the ghost that comes is not a particularly powerful one, otherwise something bad will happen tonight. Sister Kanao, something dirty is coming. It's a big fish. There's a big, deformed jar on top of it. Help. Ah. Suddenly, the voices of Kokyo, Kasumi, and Konane were heard from outside the door. After hearing it, Kanao immediately picked up the Nichiren blades and went out. The full moon was high in the sky in the night, and Kanao could still see the 3 little girls in the courtyard with the dim moonlight. At this moment, they were running towards him, and behind them was a group of ugly fish-headed monsters with 4 big feet. Moreover, these fish-headed monsters carry an extremely ugly huge pot on their backs, and the pot seems somewhat asymmetrical no matter how you look at it. Come to me. Kanao walked briskly and came to the 3 little girls in the blink of an eye. The air flowed, and the girls' arms suddenly exerted force. Flower breathing forth form red flower clothes. Since there were people around him, Kanao didn't use the overly powerful Tyrannosaurus reflex because that might hurt the 3 little girls. But the breathing of flowers was enough to deal with these small fish. With Kanao present, all these fish-headed monsters were killed on the spot without exception. Kanao sister. What is that? Zhao King pointed to a place near the edge of the courtyard and said. Kanao followed Zhao Qing's gesture and looked over there. She remembered that was where Su Chen liked to practice sword the most. It was also the place closest to Su Chen's room. Suddenly, the air shook, and a corner of the night seemed to be lifted. A figure covered in blood crawled out from inside. Chapter 102. The barrier is opened. Is it Brother Su Chen? Kanao and the three little girls rushed over immediately. Unfortunately, this person was not Su Chen, but a face that they were very familiar with, but could not remember. Are you Murata brother? Koyanagi suddenly said. She had seen Murata several times in the butterfly house before, but this time Murata was covered in blood, so she didn't recognize him at first. Murata said weakly, "Go in quickly, Su Chen. Su Chen is inside." After saying that, Murata fell to the ground with a thud. Brother Murata, what's wrong with you? Don't die. Yes, at least tell us about Mr. Su Chen's situation before you die. We will be very anxious if you tell us half of it. But no matter how the three little girls shook Murata, Murata showed no signs of waking up. Kanao looked ahead with a serious look, but apart from the strangeness just now, she could not see anything in front of her. Is it vampire magic? Kanao fell into deep thought. According to the strange man lying on the ground, Su Chen should be trapped, somewhere, here, but now he can't get out. The corner of the night sky that suddenly opened up just now was most likely caused by Su Chen. In addition, the fish-headed monster that suddenly appeared just now is also very special. Generally speaking, it is impossible for ordinary ghosts to possess such powerful blood ghost magic. It's 12 Kazuki, and judging from the time Su Chen disappeared, Su Chen should have been fighting in there for quite some time. Thinking of this, Kanao's eyebrows were almost twisted together. Su Chen is in danger. She must rescue Su Chen from inside. So, Kanao slowly took 2 steps back, his eyes sharpened, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex slashed directly at the air wall that Murata had just created. Buzz. After being slashed by Kanao, the air wall in front of him remained motionless. Immediately afterwards, ripples like water rings suddenly appeared at the position centered on the point where the sword blade landed. Kanao clearly felt a huge force coming from the front that was hindering her slash. It is indeed blood magic. Kanao's lungs bulged slightly as he used a series of sword moves with full concentration. This time, she used almost all the strength in her body, but the field in front of her was not split at all. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Kanao calmed down. She knew Su Chen must have left clues for her. Advertisement. I must not waste my energy blindly. After all, I still have to fight the ghost later. If I waste a lot of energy here, I will not only be unable to help Su Chen, but may even become a burden to Su Chen. At this moment, Kanao closed his eyes slightly. She remembered that at the moment when Murata came out, she still saw sword moves flashing. Could this be the clue left by Su Chen? Yes, yes. This must be a signal from Su Chen to himself. Think of a way, Kanao. You can definitely do it. This is a matter of life and death for Su Chen. ... Dragon's breathing. Form 3, flower blooms in a thought. This was a sword move that came down from the sky. Around Su Chen, there seemed to be flower petals lingering and falling from the sky. The tip of the sword revealed a hint of coldness, and an elegant sword flower bloomed in an instant. Phew. A horrible gap appeared on Gyoko's body again. This was the 3rd time it was hurt by Su Chen. Damn B****************, D, why are you only attacking me? Gyoko said angrily. Su Chen had been keeping his eyes on it since the beginning, and all of his sword moves were directed at himself. At this moment, it has already sacrificed its complete form, with a long tail supported behind it, and 2 huge hands instantly growing out. From a distance, it looks like an ugly human snake. But even so, Su Chen's whereabouts are still elusive. With the assistance of Dragon's breathing Form 5 storm, Su Chen frequently used butterfly dance in the mist, making his figure elusive. Suddenly, Su Chen's figure flashed and he once again avoided Hantengu's attack. Hantengu finally couldn't help it. Why don't you attack me? Su Chen asked back. Why should I attack you? Hantengu was stunned. Because I am a ghost. Don't all you ghost hunters want to kill ghosts? No. Su Chen once again distanced himself from Hantengu and shook his head decisively. I don't want to cut you. Hantengu. Why? Su Chen. Because I just don't want to. Hantengu. Hantengu was really about to collapse. It was the first time in his life that he begged a ghost hunter to chop off his head. After all, weren't all the ghost hunters before him like this? When they saw me looking like an old man, they immediately rushed over, yelling. Why are you so special? Advertisement. Hantengu didn't understand, but Su Chen knew it clearly in his heart. Su Chen had seen Demon Slayer, so of course he knew that Hantengu had not been able to kill the opponent in his previous 2 attempts. If Hantengu's neck is cut off, or if it is cut anywhere on the body, he may quickly split into 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. At this time, the conditions for Chen Potion to appear will be met. Su Chen is not sure that he can take down Chen Potion directly, so the best way is to prevent Chen Potion from coming out. So Su Chen was very smart and kept using his sword skills on Gyoko, trying to cut off Gyoko's neck, but Hantengu just let him play to his own advantage. Anyway, an old man can't catch up with me, so I just treat him as a dog walking behind me. But since Su Chen could think of this, Gyoko, as an intelligence agent among the ghosts, naturally thought of it as well. It had been annoyed by Su Chen's chopping for a long time, so it forgot that Hantengu's status was actually higher than its own. Gyoko's tone was full of impatience. Sir Hantengu, if you really can't do it, just break your own neck. This guy is obviously playing with you. Hearing this, Hantengu shook his head tremblingly. She was about to cry out loud. I can't do it. Strangling yourself by the neck, it hurts too much. Gyoko instantly turned red and warm. You don't dare, then why did the boss ask you to come here? Are you here to be a ghost bottle? I'm working diligently here, but you're just slacking off all the time. You're such a dog. If Hantengu's rank was not higher than his, Gyoko really wanted to take off Hantengu's head and carve it into a pot. Hey, ghost hunter over there, Gyoko suddenly shouted in the direction of Su Chen. What's wrong, ugly freak? Su Chen's voice came back. Quote. Gyoko said speechlessly, can you cut our dog brother twice? Su Chen blurted out in the fog. No. Gyoko was furious. Do you think you can trap us just like this? If I use the blood ghost technique, will the people outside die? Su Chen was silent. This was also what he was worried about. Although he knew Hantengu's mechanism and could deal with it, the people outside the butterfly house did not know it. If he continued to fight with the opponent in Gyoko's barrier, he would die of exhaustion sooner or later. And once Hantengu and Gyoko escape from the barrier, everything he cares about may be destroyed in an instant. You know, the current butterfly house only has one pillar, Su Chen. Therefore, Su Chen must pass on the other party's information while intercepting Gyoko and Hantengu here. Buzz. Suddenly, a sword whistled. A crack suddenly appeared behind Su Chen. The blood vampire magic was opened from the outside. Chapter 103 Kanao is seriously injured. And in that neatly cut gap, Su Chen saw Kanao's figure at the first moment. At this moment, Kanao's forehead was covered with sweat, his face was pale, and his lungs were shaking uncontrollably. But that's not important. What's important is that Kanao opened the barrier. Su Chen immediately yelled. Kanao. Go tell Shinobu that the ghosts that appear here are upper rank 4 and upper rank 5. But before Kanao could react, the opponent's Gyoko took action first. After realizing Su Chen's strength, Gyoko no longer dared to hope for the best. When it saw Kanao actually opened his vampire barrier, it immediately ran to Hantengu. The next moment, Gyoko directly violated the rules and strangled Hantengu's neck. Then, Gyoko waved his hand and tore Hantengu's body into 4 pieces. Su Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he immediately shouted, back off. At this time, on the other side, accompanied by the cowardly ghost scream, the 4 split bodies rushed out of Hantengu's body one after another. Blood Demon Art Concrete Split Empty Joy. Blood Demon Art Concrete Split Accumulate Rage. Blood Demon Art Concrete Split Sorrow. Blood Vampire Magic, Materialization, Splitting, Coke. The 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness have been split. The 4 ghosts, holding their own weapons in their hands and with different expressions on their faces, confronted Su Chen. Kongshi flapped his wings, and ultrasonic sound came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. I can finally come out. Isn't it irritating? Enraged, holding the thunder stick, his face was full of anger. No, I am not happy at all. Damn ghost hunter, I must destroy you. Aiju showed sympathy, but raised the spear in his hand high. Ah. How pitiful. I will make sure you die without any pain. Finally, Kelly laughed. Don't say that, it will scare people, he he he. The 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, some laugh, some utter harsh words, and the main character is a pervert. Su Chen's face was solemn, because the situation was beginning to get out of his control. It's not that Kanao disrupted Su Chen's plan, but he didn't expect that Gyoko would actually attack his boss. Not good. At this moment, Su Chen clearly saw Kongshi suddenly flap his wings and rush towards Kanao. Dragons breathing form one dragon swimming in the sky. Advertisement. Su Chen changed his sword moves, gathered all his strength into his legs, and with a dragon leap, he rushed towards Kanao. Your opponent is me. Right below Su Chen, a pot appeared there at some point. Then Gyoko came out, and when Su Chen saw him, his arms had transformed into 6 pots of different sizes, and the water in the pots was surging rapidly. Blood Demon Art. Blood Hell Bowl. The huge amount of accumulated water wrapped Su Chen like a prison, and Su Chen's kinetic energy was instantly offset by the buffering force of the water. Su Chen had seen this trick before. Gyoko had used it before to trap Tokido Muichiro inside, but this time the target was Su Chen. At the moment when Su Chen was trapped, Kongshi had already rushed to Kanao. Behind it, there is also Coke, who is holding a palm leaf fan and moving swiftly. There are also those who remain where they are, ready to be struck by thunder and wrath at any moment. At this moment, Kanao was stunned for a moment. From the moment Kanao saw Gyoko and Hantengu, she was stunned. The head grows from the body, and the body grows from the head. This is 12 Kazuki. The girl's pupils kept shrinking and she kept repeating this sentence. Especially when she saw the numbers in the other person's pupils, the girl's petite body couldn't stop shaking. It's the upper string of 12 Kazuki. And there are 2 of them. How could this happen? Kanao simply couldn't believe it. Was Su Chen fighting against such an opponent just now? As the girl was watching, she saw the angry ghost in a red robe who was farthest away from her suddenly raised the staff in his hand high. Kanao, move. Suddenly, a shout came from Su Chen in the dungeon in the distance. This voice was like thunder behind the dark clouds, suddenly awakening Kanao's soul. The king of flowers calling the 5th type fruitless Wang Xiao. The moment the girl overcame her fear, she immediately drew out her Nichiren blades and used 9 consecutive strikes. The trajectory of the blades was as beautiful as a blooming peony. At the moment when the sword move was unleashed, Kong Shi, who rushed over first, had his neck chopped off before he even had time to release the blood demon technique. Advertisement. At the same time, Kanao immediately changed his posture, and then used the second form of the King of Flowers to cut off Koch's neck. In an instant, thunder struck. The terrifying thunder struck like raindrops, and although Kanao dodged to the side immediately, his right leg was still wrapped by the electric current loop. The next moment, the numbness instantly spread from the legs to the whole body. Puff. Blood splattered. A ghost holding a spear took the opportunity to get behind Kanao and stab the weapon directly into Kanao's side. You are so pathetic. So sad. The last ghost of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness had been lurking at the end of the ghosts, waiting for an opportunity. And the result was just as she expected, Kanao was hit directly by it. Ji and shouted angrily. Drink. Thunder strikes again. Full of thunder directly falls on Kanao's delicate body. Kanao's entire body was instantly paralyzed, and he didn't even have the strength to hold the Nichiren blades. The Nichiren blades with flower jaws slipped from the girl's fingertips. Kanao raised his head with great effort and looked towards Su Chen's direction. Kanao's consciousness gradually became hazy. Su Chen. Su Chen. She wanted to confirm Su Chen's safety in the last moments of her life. Hey, this girl is really pretty. Gyoko came over at some point, and looked at Kanao, whose body was shaking and soaked with blood, with a playful expression. I was teased by that ghost hunter for so long just now, and I'm a little hungry. Business is more important, Gyoko. It was you who said there might be something hidden here that Lord Musen wanted. Ji-nu picked up the staff and slowly walked over. There was an expression of majesty on his face. Gyoko nodded somewhat unhappily. Yes, Mr. Hantengu, it seems that your splitting technology is really improving day by day. Ji-nu asked, where is the ghost hunter from before? At this time, Kongshi and Kelly, two funny guys, slowly put the head back. They looked at Gyoko together, with the same question in their eyes. Well, I have sealed that ghost hunter with the blood ghost technique. Maybe he has turned into a specimen now. Hearing this, the ghosts looked in the direction Gyoko pointed, and found that there was nothing there except a puddle of water. Chapter 104 Hate Amber Sky. Ji-nu was the first to react, and it immediately raised the staff in its hand. But at the moment the thunder landed, something strange happened. The air was foggy again. There seemed to be hurried footsteps in the fog, getting closer and closer. Until the end, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. Suddenly, countless afterimages flashed around. Breath of insects centipede dance centipede belly. Dragon's breath. Form 4 dragon's tail. Dance. With a whoosh. In the darkness, a figure flashed and cut off the angry man's neck with a knife. Under the moonlight, the boy's lungs swelled rapidly, and his extremely gloomy eyes were always aimed in one direction. Breathing of the wind. Form 1 dust travel wind. Slash. Breathing of flames. Form 3, 3000 flames of flames. Dragon's breathing. Form 3, flower blooms in a thought. The movements were quick and clean, and Su Chen used 3 breathing methods in an instant. The speed of the wind, the burning of the fire, and the roar of the dragon. Time seems to stand still. A Nichiren blade shining with black light seemed to cut the world apart. As it passed through the air, flames ignited, and the air was distorted by the flames, suddenly lighting up the night sky. Under the moonlight, the boy's figure danced into a dragon. The strong wind becomes his wings and the fire becomes his eyes. The dragon's roar showed its anger at this moment. Boom. Wind and fire converged, and at a certain moment, the ghosts could even feel the slight vibration on the Nichiren blades and see Su Chen's delicate expression like that of an asura. Then, the knife pierced into the neck and heart, leaving behind beautiful and neat lines of blood. A figure that was extremely fast passed by the 3 ghosts. The move worked in an instant and cut the necks of 4 ghosts in succession within 1 second before it barely stopped. The next moment, the heads of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness fell down like ripe pomegranates. Su Chen quietly walked to Kanao's side. Reach out your hand and there is a click. He crushed Aiju's spear with his bare hands. He held Kanao in his arms and placed his hands on the girl's waist, searching for the wound. After a moment, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party's aura was not very chaotic. It was not until this moment that Su Chen's tense heart relaxed a little. Advertisement. Su Chen, I'm sorry, I held you back. Kanao opened his eyes with great effort, his face full of self-blame. Those big, lively eyes were so heartbreaking from beginning to end. Don't talk about this, just have a good rest. Su Chen said gently, and then used massage techniques to make Kanao fall into a deep sleep. Hey, you ghost hunter, it really hurts me when you cut me like this. Hearing this, Su Chen turned his head with a cold expression. At this moment, the 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness behind him were trying hard to reconnect their heads. While complaining that Su Chen was using too much force, they showed Su Chen their terrifying recovery abilities from the side. Gyoko also hid himself obediently. He had just had half of his neck chopped off by Su Chen's fire knife and was almost about to receive a box lunch. So this time he learned his lesson and just hid in his pot, letting Hantengu fight first. After all, he was an intelligence officer, so it was normal for him not to directly participate in frontal combat occasionally, right? It was a dark and windy night, and Su Chen was alone against the ghosts. Behind him was a house lit with candles, and behind the ghost was a forest filled with darkness. The world seemed to be divided, and light and darkness seemed to draw a clear dividing line between humans and ghosts. Su Chen's expression was indifferent, and the Nichiren blades in his hand became hot from being squeezed by him. At the same time, his old illness was causing him pain, and coupled with the fact that he had just forcefully broken through the Gyoko blood demon technique, he was now extremely weak. It can be said that Su Chen is now almost at the end of his strength, and his remaining combat power is almost exhausted. Su Chen glanced around. Fortunately, he did not see Murata and the others. He must have been carried back home by the girls from Butterfly House. So Su Chen now has only one task, which is to keep the Butterfly House intact until dawn. The next few minutes should be my final few strikes. At this moment, Su Chen closed his eyes. 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. Bullet field is open. Super memory state activated. Beast breathing. 7th form. Spatial perception. The speed around him slowed down, and the boy's eyes were as sharp as an eagle. A bright red light flashed from the tip of the knife, and the boy's lungs bulged into an unprecedented arc. Open black lens bracket you are sensing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket you are sensing. Close black lens bracket. Your brain is overloaded, your body has issued a warning, and you think you may need to stop what you are doing. Closing square bracket. You are overloaded, your facial features begin to bleed, and your blood vessels will burst within 5 minutes of using the bullet field. Closing square bracket. Your combat power has increased. Closing square bracket. Your perception has increased. Closing square bracket. Your reaction speed has improved. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket you are on the way. Close black lens bracket. Under the moonlight, in the woods of the courtyard. Advertisement. What's going on? Accumulated anger. I have a bad feeling about this. Kong Shi grinned, and relying on his combat experience, he immediately flew towards the sky. But just as it flapped its wings, a breath faster than its own instantly locked onto it. Total concentration. Heat surged in my chest and my breath flowed between my lips and teeth. The young man used the moonlight to fix his gaze on the 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness. His brain was spinning rapidly, and in an instant an excellent beheading route appeared vividly in his mind. Boom. Dragons breathing form one dragon swimming in the sky. Su Chen put all his strength into his feet, and with extremely fast speed, he was the first to reach Kong Zai's side. Snap. Su Chen cut off Kong Zai's neck easily. The blade passed horizontally. Su Chen used Kong Zai's body to step on it, and immediately rushed to the ground again. The young man's smooth figure quickly passed by each emotional ghost, and a winding and twisting fire dragon was danced by him to come alive. Dragon's breath. Land form. Winding flame tongues. Zilla. The dead ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all lost their heads at the same time. After doing all this, Su Chen did not stop. He had already sensed the location of the cowardly ghost in advance by using spatial perception. Breathing of the wind. Form 1 dust travel wind. Slash. Su Chen started running again, his steps were so hurried that he didn't even have time to breathe. Even now, the residual gas in Su Chen's lungs could no longer support him using dragon's breath again. This time's breath of wind is the best opportunity for Su Chen to kill the cowardly ghost. The whirlwind, like a rolling knife, roughly knocked aside the trees in the courtyard. The boy's figure was as fast as the wind, and soon a tiny figure appeared in front of him. Coward. Su Chen gripped the knife handle tightly, and all the muscles in his body tensed up. But at this moment, blood demon art. 10,000 slippery fishes. Rustle. At the critical moment, Gyoko suddenly emerged from a tree trunk outside the yard. Facing Su Chen who was sprinting, there was a long-range AoE output. Jingle bells. Su Chen had no choice but to use sword moves to resist Gyoko's attack. But, who says sword moves must be performed with Nichiren blades? Chapter 105 The Whereabouts of the Blue Bana. Su Chen's eyes were as sharp as torches, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the cowardly ghost who was fleeing. He seemed to be calculating something in his mouth, and after a moment. Breath of the beast. Final move. Explosive throw and slash. In Gyoko's blind spot, Su Chen's arm veins bulged while he was breathing, and he threw the Nichiren blades in his hand directly out with force. In the darkness, a cold light cuts through the sky. The eerie silence was broken, and Nichiren blades rushed forward like a meteor. Gyoko was furious when he saw this. You idiot, you look down on me like that. If that's the case, then you better go to hell. I didn't expect that Su Chen would look down on me so much. He even dared to throw Nichiren blades when facing my attack. In that case, then just go and die. Total concentration. Su Chen closed his eyes and took another breath. He twisted his body into a strange posture, and at the same time allowed the gas absorbed into his body to flow rapidly, quickly providing activity to every muscle cell with the addition of full concentration, 100 refinements. The next moment, the boy suddenly opened his eyes and his limbs began to spin rapidly. At this moment, Su Chen's own body is the Nichiren blades. Breathing of the wind 5 swords form black rope tornado. A small tornado centered on Su Chen quickly formed, and all of Gyoko's fish were blown into the sky by Su Chen's sword moves. Su Chen turned his head, his eyes fixed on the direction of the Nichiren blades he had thrown. There's hope. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and with a ding sound, the Nichiren blades pierced through the heart of the hateful ghost that suddenly appeared, and then stung the cowardly ghost to the ground. Only one step away from cutting off the neck. As long as he takes a few more steps forward and cuts off the cowardly ghost's neck, Hantengu will die here. Su Chen moved, and he used his last bit of strength to sprint forward again. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, and an inexplicable power suddenly appeared behind Su Chen. The might was mixed with a sense of oppression, as heavy as water, and it crushed towards Su Chen like a substance. Hateful, twisted, powerful, almost relying on instinct, Su Chen immediately dodged to the side. The next moment, at the place where he had been before, a huge kinetic energy similar to that of a palm leaf fan fell down. The huge kinetic energy drove a strong wind, leaving a deep palm print. Su Chen turned back reflexively. Advertisement. He is about 1.6 meters tall, with a childlike appearance, but he has an arrogant expression that says, "I'm unhappy." He was wearing a half set of black and gold armor, with 6 drums tied to his back, and the word, hate, was written on each drum. Hate the amber sky. How could this happen? When did the abominable god come out? Could it be that the angry ghost just directly absorbed the heads of several other emotional ghosts? Su Chen's brain was thinking rapidly. But no matter what, once the zombie amber sky appeared, Su Chen was no longer able to fight with the opponent with his current physical strength. Unpleasant. Unpleasant. It's extremely unpleasant. Why would you bully a weak person? The abominable amber bared its fangs and let out a shrill cry of extreme disgust. It seemed that due to the recent fusion, his emotions were extremely unstable. The 4 attributes of scenery, light, thunder and wood were jumping frequently behind him, and it seemed that they could get out of balance at any time. Boom. Boom boom boom. There were 4 drum beats in a row, and the sound of the drums was like the roar of evil spirits coming from hell. The earth trembled, and huge dragon-headed trees emerged from the ground. Each tree seemed to be full of life, shaking its head and following behind Zhang Potion. Huge, unsolvable, and hopeless. Boom. Boom boom boom. Blood demon art. Torrent stab. Blood demon art. Roaring thunder kill. Blood demon art. The unending karma tree. Blood demon jutsu. Crazy suppression wave. Breathing of the wind. Form 1 dust traveling wind. Slash. Under the stimulation of life and death, dragon patterns appeared directly on Su Chen's neck. Su Chen uses his new powers to survive. But at the same time, because he used too much power, Su Chen's brain was instantly overloaded, and he was forced to end his bullet field state. Oh, damn ghost hunter, do you still have the energy to dodge? At this moment, Zhang Boshan's eyes were calm. Having just fired 4 shots, his emotions had gradually stabilized. Advertisement. What he didn't expect was that the ghost hunter in front of him should have no more cards to play, so why did he still look so calm? Su Chen was seen in a disheveled state. His injuries had not yet healed, and he looked exhausted after participating in high-intensity combat for a long time. He turned his head to look at Kanao and found that Gyoko, the 6th one, was sneaking over. Su Chen's face darkened, and he said to Zhang Potion, "Gen Potion, bring that urinal back." Zhang Boshan ignored it. "Musen, I know you can see this." Su Chen's next words directly set all the DNA in the amber hateful body into motion. "I know the whereabouts of the blue spider lily. Send the urinal back, I'll tell you." Boom boom boom. Zhang Potion's body uncontrollably hit the drum behind him. Then several wooden dragons joined forces to bring Gyoko back. Gyoko bared his teeth and shouted angrily, "Sir Hantengu, what are you doing?" "It's not me," Zhang Boshan murmured. It raised its hand, its expression revealing a bit of confusion. "This is Master Musen's order." "What?" Gyoko hadn't finished speaking when he felt a throbbing sensation in his body. The cells in the 2 upper strings were trembling, as if Su Chen's words just now made their cells feel excited from deep within. This abnormal scene caught the eyes of Zhang Boshan, causing him to narrow his eyes and look at Su Chen with some caution. "Why do you know about the blue-red spider lily?" Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face calm. "There is no need to know this. Anyway, I know that the boss behind you needs it, and your mission this time is more or less related to the red spider lily, right?" Zhang Boshan and Gyoko fell silent at the same time. Only at this moment did they realize that the ghost hunter in front of them seemed different from what they had imagined. Whether in terms of strength or control over intelligence, they are somewhat unable to see through each other. Zhang Potion's body was shaking constantly, and Musen's cells were continuously excited. Its boss was telling him that no matter whether it was true or false, he should not kill Su Chen first. Gyoko on the side narrowed his eyes. Interesting. This is the first time it has encountered such a situation. It cannot kill people, so what should I do with my Gyoko artwork? Thinking of this, Gyoko subconsciously turned his gaze to the butterfly house. "You can't touch the butterfly house, otherwise I won't tell you the whereabouts of the red spider lily." Su Chen saw what Gyoko was thinking and spoke directly to stop his little thoughts. He. Gyoko showed a meaningful smile. "Then why should we believe you? I have been looking for something for hundreds of years and couldn't find it. You just said you found it. Do you think we will believe it?" Zhang Amber looked at Su Chen and had the same idea. Su Chen just sat down on the spot and said with a slightly mocking smile, "Urinal pot, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. You have been looking for it in the dark for hundreds of years and still can't find it. Haven't you ever suspected that the red spider lily only blooms during the day? Chapter 106 Musen's Dream of the Ultimate Creature. As soon as these words were spoken, the place fell into complete silence. Su Chen could clearly see that Gyoko and Zhang Potion's bodies were shaking at the same time. Well, it seems that the Musen cells have climaxed again, but this also shows that Su Chen's words are effective. At least they dare not act rashly now. Zhang Potion fell into deep thought. After a long while, it raised its head and seemed to have made a decision. As long as you can help us find the blue-red spider lily, we can spare you. But, Zhang Potion changed the subject and said, you must personally lead us to find the red spider lily, otherwise I don't mind slaughtering everyone here now. Su Chen was not surprised at all when he heard this. He knew that Musen was a very servile person, so he would not be able to impress him with just a few words. So the factor of chips comes into being. Now Musen's bargaining chip is Butterfly House, while Su Chen's bargaining chip is Red Spider Lily. Although Su Chen thought it was not equal, he believed that Musen would not give him the right to bargain, so he could only find a way out in the middle. Anyway, Musen himself has never seen the Red Spider Lily, so who can tell whether the nonsense he made up is true or not? Su Chen knew that as long as Musen was sure that the information was in his hands, his life would not be in danger. So Su Chen said without any hesitation, okay, I'll go with you. After learning about Su Chen's attitude, Zhang Potion and Gyoko looked at each other, as if they were exchanging some information. The next moment, Gyoko decisively took out a fish from the pot and gently chopped Su Chen's arm. Su Chen's physical strength had already been exhausted, and he had no time to hide, nor did he think about hiding. Because he knew that Gyoko didn't dare to kill him. A moment later, a wound appeared on Su Chen's arm. The fresh wound was filled with purple toxins, which gradually invaded Su Chen's body over time. Gyoko grinned and said, Ghost Hunter, don't even think about running away. My poison has already entered your body. If I don't detoxify you on time, you won't survive the next day. Su Chen spread his hands. Whatever. He knew that this was a means of control used by Gyoko and Zhang Boshan, because the powerful fighting power Su Chen just displayed made them a little afraid. So Gyoko decisively took out the poisonous fish he had collected for many years and gave Su Chen a full poison gift bag. But what Gyoko didn't know was that the moment the poison penetrated Su Chen's body, Su Chen, who seemed calm on the surface, had already started to detoxify using full concentration, 100 refinements. Su Chen, where are you going? Advertisement. At this time, Kanao woke up at some point, but she had no strength in her body and could only lie on the ground in a mess and look at Su Chen. When she saw Su Chen kneeling in front of the ghost with blood on his face, Kanao's tears fell instantly. No, Kanao propped herself up with her hands. She would never allow Su Chen to die tragically like her sister Kanae. She must keep Su Chen. The girl tried her best to squeeze out a little strength from her body, and actually stood up shakily. Gyoko narrowed his eyes, licked his dry lips, and looked at Su Chen with interest. What should I do? How about I make your girlfriend into a brain pot, so that you can take her away with you? Su Chen looked up at it, his eyes extremely cold. If you dare to touch her, you're done. Su Chen moved his feet and walked straight in front of Kanao. During this time, Gyoko wanted to stop it, but Zhang Boshan stopped it. Su Chen walked 2 steps closer to Kanao and stopped. Under the moonlight, Su Chen's voice was extremely gentle. Kanao, you've done enough. Everything is fine. No, Su Chen, don't go. Kanao felt so wrong that he was about to cry. It was all because she was too weak and too stupid that she had caused Su Chen to be in this state. If she had been a little stronger just now, perhaps the situation would not have turned out like this. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Kanao suddenly showed a determined expression. Su Chen, I'll go with you. No, Kanao, you stay, the butterfly house still needs you. Su Chen looked back at the 2 upper strings behind him, then suddenly said, Kanao, it was you who opened the barrier just now, right? Kanao lowered his eyes, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. Yes, but Su Chen, I couldn't help you. No, Kanao, listen to me, you are great, so you have to keep practicing this sword move until you truly understand it. Also, I accidentally made a mess here. Remember to ask your master to clean it up properly. Otherwise, when the wisteria flowers bloom next year, they won't smell good. Gyoko on the side showed an impatient expression. Ghost Hunter, are you ready? If you delay any longer, it will be dawn. By then, I can't guarantee that I won't start a massacre. Okay, why are you rushing me? If you have the ability, just go find it yourself. Su Chen retorted, then turned around and walked towards Gyoko and Zhang Potion. During this time, Kanao shouted at Su Chen several times but he didn't dare to look back. For the safety of Butterfly House, he had to do this. Advertisement. The moonlight was turbid, and the boy's figure was once again submerged in the blood vampire magic. Su Chen only heard the sound of a string, and several people disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the courtyard, in front of the butterfly house, Kanao knelt on the ground in despair. She pressed her head to the ground and cried heartbreakingly. ... Dong 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 dong. Circling between the densely packed buildings, accompanied by the sound of huge objects turning, Gyoko and Hantengu were brought to the infinite city at the same time. Ding-er. The strings of the zither and the flute are played, and the girl playing the zither dances with her slender fingers, and a faint bloody melody emerges. Hantengu, good job. I heard his voice before I saw him. Musen's voice fell heavily on the hearts of the 2 upper-rank demons. A tremor from the soul came, and Gyoko and Hantengu knelt on the ground almost at the same time. The two ghosts looked up, and suddenly a woman's graceful figure entered their sight. Today, Lady Musen is wearing a black cheongsam with a grim look on her face. The hem of the cheongsam goes all the way to her thighs. With his high level of mimicry, he transformed himself into a form that neither Hantengu nor Gyoko had ever seen before. This form looked noble and elegant. But Hantengu didn't dare to appreciate the charm of its boss. It crawled on the ground timidly, and its body kept shaking. It kowtowed immediately and said, Master Musen, we have captured Chen and found out the whereabouts of the red spider lily. Please take care of it. Oh, is that so? Musen looked at Hantengu with his nose and said coldly. Yes. Gyoko interrupted, it seems that Chen really knows the whereabouts of the red spider lily. Lord Musen, if you let me take care of Chen, I will definitely be able to find the red spider lily. Musen heard this and turned around calmly. The answers of the two ghosts were all within his expectations. After all, Musen could see the vision of all ghosts, so Musen knew everything about Hantengu and Gyoko in the butterfly house at the first time. Musen was ecstatic about the discovery. Thousands of years of fruitless searching had already made Musen's heart as cold as a fish-killing knife, but Chen's answer once again ignited Musen's evil heart. Red spider lily. He actually knew the whereabouts of the blue spider lily. Immortal, perfect, ultimate creature. Is my Musen finally going to evolve into a god? Chapter 107 Kochou Shinobu returns home. Where is Chen? Musen held his face in his hands excitedly and laughed for a long time before stopping. After digesting his emotions, Musen returned to his bossy look, turned around and said to Hantengu, reward. Ding-er. After hearing Musen's instructions, Sona plucked the strings, and Hantengu's position immediately moved a little closer to Musen. A huge scarlet tentacle emerged from under Musen's cheongsam and quickly bit Hantengu's neck. Along with the gurgling sound of liquid flowing, veins on Hantengu's face bulged, his fists clenched, and he looked very painful. Gyoko was extremely jealous when he saw this. It was obvious that they had obtained the information together, but Hantengu, a ghost, had taken all the credit. Lord Musen, you also reward. Musen is happy today, so he won't be stingy. Then another tentacle quickly emerged from under the hem of her cheongsam, rushed over excitedly, and then bit the mouth of Gyoko's bottle. As the blood poured in, Gyoko was instantly satisfied. Soon, an intoxicated expression appeared on its face. Lord Musen, she actually poured blood into my pot. Gyoko gets excited just thinking about it. The two upper-rank demons called out alternately, and they were excited as they had not gained power for a long time. The expressions on their faces were as if they were rejuvenated again. Unfortunately, the blood transfusion comes quickly and goes away quickly. Until the end, the two upper-rank demons still had an expression of being unsatisfied. Gyoko kept looking at Musen's skirt, his eyes full of desire. That's enough. Today's first blood has been given to you. If you want more, go get me some blue-red spider lily. Then you can drink as much as you want. Musen said with a wave of his hand. Please let me come. Lord Musen, the ghost hunter Chen has been detained in my home. As an intelligence officer in 12 Kazuki, I, Gyoko, have no choice but to do it. Gyoko showed a perverted smile and decisively took the job. Musen stroked his chin, his expression returning to indifference. No, we must let the other upper ranks supervise. This matter cannot be sloppy. Advertisement. Musen narrowed his eyes, and with a bang, he immediately put on a good show. Gyoko's head was held by Musen with one hand, and then the boss asked his employee kindly, Gyoko, where is your home now? Gyoko nodded. Flower Street, Lord Musen, and the ghost hunter named Chen is also imprisoned there by me. After answering, Gyoko's head couldn't help but tremble. Lord Musen is touching my head. Gyoko was patted on the head right after being rewarded, and he was so excited that he didn't know where to put his head. Very good, I'll let the ghosts who can play the three-stringed instrument supervise you. They have other tasks to do in the next 2 days, so please make sure to keep an eye on the ghost hunter for me. Gyoko blushed and said, yes. Ding-er, Infinite City is closed. In the early morning on the mountain top, the butterfly house was still in a mess after being cleaned up. Everyone's mental state was not very good. Kanzaki Aoi, Kokyo, Kasumi and Kanai all had a faint layer of dark cloud on their faces. Kanao's condition is more serious. Ever since Chen was abducted last night, she has been running a high fever that has not subsided yet. Squeak. In Kanao's hospital room, Kanzaki Aoi and others were all sitting around. When they heard the door being pushed open, everyone looked up. There was Kochou Shinobu who had not returned home all night. But now Kochou Shinobu's hair is messy, her haori is covered with fallen leaves from the jungle, and no one knows where the Kochou hairpin behind her head has fallen to. The girl looked a little embarrassed, but the expression on her face was more anxious. As Chen, Kochou Shinobu's big battle, then, all that awaited her was a long silence from everyone in the room. Advertisement. In fact, Kochou Shinobu had received a crowbar message from Kanzaki Aoi on her way back, but she had already rushed back at full speed and still didn't have time to come back to protect Chen. If Chen hadn't been there last night, Butterfly House might have been slaughtered. Kochou Shinobu stood there, unable to accept the result for a moment. Her petite body seemed shaky in this huge room. But the next moment, she stood firm. She is the insect pillar, the spiritual pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. If she falls, then the butterfly house will truly fall. Kochou Shinobu tried to force a smile. Xiao Kui, go open the door of the butterfly house. When I came back just now, I saw that there were injured teammates waiting for treatment outside. Zhao King, Xiao Cheng, Xiao Saihui, you guys go too. Master Shinobu, Kanzaki Aoi looked up palely, will Mr. Su Chen? Well, didn't Su Chen say so? He's awesome. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, since Su Chen is already the dragon pillar, it means he is ready. The only thing we can do is trust him. Now we have to do our own thing. Master Shinobu, I understand. I'm just a little sad. Kanzaki Aoi lowered her head but tried hard not to shed tears. It is impossible to say that the people in the butterfly house have no feelings for Su Chen. Su Chen has lived in the butterfly house for so long that he has not only become a pillar, but also the only miracle doctor in the butterfly house besides Kochou Shinobu. Everyone has long been accustomed to living with Su Chen. But yesterday, in order to protect everyone, Su Chen was willing to go with the ghost and would rather sacrifice himself to protect everyone's safety. This spirit is truly moving. Zhao King, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Saiwei lowered their heads and walked out of the room. Kanzaki Aoi also walked out. Since Su Chen protected the butterfly house so well, they should inherit what Su Chen protected. As long as the butterfly house is here, it will always be open to the wounded of the Demon Slayer Corps. After Kanzaki Aoi and the others walked away, Kochou Shinobu stood there in a daze, looking a little numb. Just as Kochou Shinobu opened the door and tried to leave, Kanao said, Master. Kanao, what's wrong? Kochou Shinobu immediately raised his head and asked with a smile. Kanao lay on the bed and repeated the last two sentences Su Chen said last night. Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Cleaning the house. Chapter 108 Su Chen was arrested, and all the pillars were shocked. She felt that Su Chen would never say these words for no reason, so there must be some information points that she did not fully understand. The first sentence is easy to understand, which means to let Kanao practice sword well. Su Chen should have taught Kanao something special last night. But the last sentence. Suddenly, Kochou Shinobu's expression was shocked and he immediately ran towards the backyard. The girl danced gracefully, and in a few jumps, she came from the ward to the backyard of the butterfly house where she practiced. The place was still in a mess at the moment. Judging from the uneven pits on the ground and the neatly cut trees around them, it was obvious that a big battle had taken place here last night. Su Chen, what did you do while I was away? Kochou Shinobu's eyes were a little moist. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Kochou Shinobu could almost imagine what kind of brutal battle Su Chen had experienced. She was not here yesterday, and it was the butterfly house that Su Chen desperately guarded. In the past, Kochou Shinobu only cared about her sister, but now the name Su Chen has appeared in the girl's mind. Kochou Shinobu was walking on the land when suddenly she found bloodstains on the ground. The girl suddenly realized that this was the blood of an upper-rank demon. Kochou Shinobu turned his head and looked around, and found some of the demon's chopped off limbs around. Now Kochou Shinobu understood everything. Su Chen was telling him to use the blood of the upper-rank demons to develop a poison that could fight against the upper-rank demons. Su Chen had been to his research room before, and with his intelligence, he could naturally guess what his research required. But Su Chen, why do you always think about me? Kochou Shinobu could no longer hold back and shed 2 lines of tears. Ever since Kochou Kanao left, the girl has been living in the shadow of the past. Later, she met Su Chen, who was like a ray of light shining into her life. But last night another ghost took him away. Kochou Shinobu bit his lips so hard that a trace of blood flowed out from between his lips and teeth. Why? Why do you want to take Su Chen away from me? The girl clenched her fists, and at this moment her hatred for the ghost reached its peak. Wrong. Kochou Shinobu suddenly woke up. Su Chen was just taken away, but it didn't mean that Su Chen was dead. Advertisement. She still has a chance. Thinking of this, Kochou Shinobu regrouped and immediately ran towards the mansion where his lord was. The sky was gloomy, with a few scattered crows dotted beneath the turbid white clouds. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps received this news. Su Chen, in order to protect the butterfly house last night, was captured by 2 upper-rank demons who came to protect the butterfly house. All of a sudden, all the pillars became angry. Sha Zhu, who had just finished a mission and was folding paper airplanes, suddenly saw her own paper crow silver flying towards her. There was an urgent letter at his feet. After reading it, Muichiru's poker face became serious for the first time. Su Chen, who is more talented than me, fought against Shuangxian all night and was seriously injured while protecting Diwu. The water pillar who was on a mission, Tomioka Giyu, killed the demon with 1 sword, then lowered his head with an indifferent look. Su Chen, the Demon Slayer Corps needs you to become a pillar, don't die. The rock pillar who was practicing the waterfall flushing had tears in his eyes and put his hands together. Namo Amitabha. The sound pillar Uzui Tengen, who was communicating with his wife via letter, read the letter and silently wrote, to Suma, Hinazuru, and Makio, please help me find someone when you are free in the flower street. If you have any news, please be sure to inform me. Shinazugawa, who was getting familiar with the stripes, stopped what he was doing and looked serious. Su Chen, don't die. I'm still waiting to overtake you. After he finished speaking, he began to feel a dull pain in his waist. Shinazugawa estimated that he still had to take some time to go to the butterfly house to find Kochou Shinobu to cure the sequelae. Iguro Obanai, the snake pillar who was pursuing Kanroji Mitsuri. Kanroji Mitsuri. How could this happen? Master Su Chen has been captured. Mr. Obanai, is Master Su Chen in danger? Iguro Obanai frowned and replied, I don't know, but Su Chen is a tough guy. How could he die so easily? Besides, I haven't settled the score with him yet. The flame pillar had just arrived at the destination and was trying to ride the infinity train while eating. He suddenly stopped using the chopsticks in his hand, and then picked up the letter that Daiya sent to him. Advertisement. He was furious and said, You evil ghosts, as long as I, Rengoku Kyujiro, am still alive, I will kill all of you. This was a rare moment when Kyujiro became angry. What no one noticed was that at the moment his emotions changed, a flame pattern that lasted for 2 seconds suddenly appeared on the face of the flame pillar. But soon the pattern subsided again. During the mission, 3 little ones are heading to the infinite train mission. Tanjiro and Zenitsu are trying hard to control Inosuke's rampage. Inosuke. Let me go. I'm going to fight the upper demons to the death. They actually dared to capture my master, I must kill them. Master Zheng, you must wait for me. Zenitsu's ears were almost numb from the vibration. No, buddy. You are not the only one who is worried about Mr. Su Chen, and you don't even know where Mr. Su Chen is now, what are you going to do? Tanjiro tried to smooth things over. Inosuke, calm down. I think Lady Kochou and the others should have already taken action. If you do this, it will definitely disrupt everyone's plans. Nezuko, who was awakened in the wooden box, nodded in surprise. After listening to the analysis of several people, Inosuke sat on the ground dejectedly. With lifeless eyes, he said, Master, how can I live without you? Although Inosuke thought that they were not master and disciple in name, they were already master and disciple in reality. How could the disciple not be anxious when the master was arrested? After sitting on the ground and sulking for a long time, Inosuke could only say angrily, For this mission, I will kill the demon first. Then I will go find my master, and no one of you is allowed to stop me. But unexpectedly, Zenitsu and Tanjiro nodded at the same time. Even Nezuko inside the wooden box nodded her head in agreement, making a sound similar to, agree. Now it was Inosuke's turn to be confused. Won't you try to persuade me? Unexpectedly, Tanjiro and Zenitsu laughed at the same time. What are you talking about? Mr. Su Chen is the hero of our Demon Slayer Corps, of course the 3 of us have to go together to save him. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of Nezuko B********** G her head inside the wooden box became louder. Tanjiro and Zenitsu laughed at the same time. Yes. 4 people, it's 4 people. Several people looked determined and smiled tacitly. At this moment, the 3 little ones had the same goal. That is to rescue Su Chen. As for worrying about whether Su Chen can hold on until then, the answer is of course. Chapter 109 Artist. Su Chen's escape plan in its infancy. Several people seemed to see the worry in each other's eyes and said in unison. At Kanroji Mitsuri's house, the love pillar and the snake pillar said in unison. The rock pillar, mist pillar, and wind pillar, who were practicing taijutsu alone, said in unison. The sound column thinking and imagining, the water column silently worrying, and the flame column riding the train alone, all said in unison. And the insect pillar, Kochou Shinobu, is running towards the Lord's residence with an unprecedentedly determined look in his eyes. A delicate Kochou mark appeared on her body, and around the mark, there was a circle of faint wisteria flower patterns. The girl's physical strength continued to increase, and while running, she suddenly looked up. Her gaze fell on the sky, looking at the sun. The vigorous morning sun there had turned into a scorching sun, as dazzling as Su Chen's name. Kochou Shinobu opened her red lips and said in unison with everyone, Su Chen, but he is the dragon pillar of our Demon Slayer Corps. How can he die so easily? Wait for me. In the dark and damp basement, there was the sound of iron chains. Su Chen's hands and feet were tied, and his limbs were weak, so he opened his eyes with some effort. What's wrong with me? Su Chen was confused. He remembered that his complete works, 100 refinements should have decomposed the toxins in the urinal. Why was his strength so weak? Due to overuse of the brain, Su Chen's consciousness is not particularly clear now. He vaguely remembered that he had already stepped halfway into the infinite city, but Musen seemed to smell a unique scent on him. Then he let himself out. Is it wisteria? It seems so. Su Chen asked himself the question and answered it in his mind. He didn't expect that old man Musen was even more cautious than he looked. He didn't want to take even the slightest risk. However, this was also the reason why others could live for thousands of years. But it doesn't matter. Su Chen himself doesn't really want to enter the infinite city. If he doesn't have absolute strength, putting himself in danger is actually a very risky and even stupid behavior. So where is this place? Su Chen began to look around. He found that he had no idea where this place was from the original plot, let alone guess its geographical location. Su Chen's heart sank. If he couldn't return to the butterfly house in time, those girls would probably be worried, right? Advertisement. I have to find a way to go back. But the feeling of being restrained by the chains on his hands and feet constantly reminded Su Chen that it was not an easy task to save himself. Su Chen took a deep breath. He knew that the first thing he had to do was to get to know the environment, so he had to calm down first. The next moment, Su Chen began to observe the surrounding environment. First of all, this is a very crowded small space with no windows, and no light coming in from outside. Judging from the humidity of the air, Su Chen guessed that this should be a basement. Secondly, Su Chen just sniffed and found that there seemed to be a strong smell of blood floating in the air. Pungent, cold and damp. Su Chen began to observe the surrounding scene layout again. He found that there were many cabinets here, and there was a glass window in the middle of each cabinet, so Su Chen could see that the cabinets were actually filled with pots. These pots have complex patterns, large mouths, and are arranged quite neatly. From a distance, it looks like a series of neatly arranged art display cabinets. However, Su Chen felt that there was something wrong with the mouths of these pots. Su Chen focused his attention on his eyes, and soon everything in front of him became clear. The image in his eyes kept expanding, and then Su Chen discovered that on those pots with intricate patterns, there were actually distorted human heads with different faces. What's even more disgusting is that these human heads don't seem to be complete. Some of the heads and faces are of men and women, even old people and children. Some of them had their ears cut off, some had their scalps cut off, and some even had no facial features left. They were processed into twisted artworks, and the heads were made into pots of different sizes, placed on the mouths of these ceramic pots, as if they were casually arranged like flowers. These outrageous masterpieces could only remind Su Chen of a ghost. Upper 5. Urinal. For some reason, Su Chen's heart calmed down. After he traveled to this world, except for seeing a ghost at the beginning, he actually stayed in the butterfly house and got along with girls such as Kochou Shinobu and Kanao. Advertisement. As time went by, Su Chen almost forgot about the perverted behavior of the evil spirits. But today, when he saw the remains of these victims, Su Chen couldn't tell what he felt. Is it fear? Is it disgust? Or is it anger? It seems that none of them are true. All Su Chen feels is indifference. A deep-seated disgust and aversion towards ghosts, as well as a lack of understanding of the pleasure that evil ghosts get from wantonly killing people. Awake. A voice was heard from the invisible corridor. The next moment, the sudden sound of ceramic rolling was heard. With the dim candlelight in the room, Su Chen could vaguely see a huge and strange ceramic pot slowly standing in front of him. 4 defeated little hands grabbed the mouth of the pot and slowly crawled out. A disgusting stench entered Su Chen's nostrils. Now that you're awake, we should discuss the matter about the red spider lily. Gyoko smiled and stood in front of Su Chen. It stinks. Su Chen murmured. What did you say? Gyoko narrowed his eyes, emitting a dangerous light. Su Chen raised his head and said word by word. I said your place stinks, there is nothing that makes people feel happy. Gyoko's forehead was covered with veins. Damn ghost hunter, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Gyoko pointed to the porcelain pots in his collection cabinet and said, these are all works of art. Don't you have the ability to appreciate beauty? Su Chen shook his head. I don't think they are works of art, and I don't even think you are a so-called artist. Gyoko laughed and said, haha, what art do you, a ghost hunter, know? If you didn't know the secret of the red spider lily, the person who insulted my medical skills would have died long ago. Su Chen still shook his head. But suddenly, a new idea came to my mind. He remembered that Gyoko was a ghost who liked art, so could he use this to escape from the predicament? Su Chen's thoughts were flying. After a moment of silence, he said, art itself is an image. An artist is not just a sketcher, painter or sculptor. He must have ideas. Thoughts. Gyoko licked his dry lips. As his thoughts turned, he was suddenly shocked by Su Chen's words. Chapter 110 Gyoko, join me in creating amazing works of art. It suddenly turned its head and glanced at the artworks on the counter, and was suddenly stunned. The artworks inside are all filled with faces of fear, and each one has a similar expression, with no hint of novelty at all. These works are all the same, and seem to be able to express only one characteristic, fear. Over the years, Gyoko has been devoted to figure drawing, painting and sculpture, but he has not really thought much about ideas. Gyoko looked at Su Chen suspiciously. You also understand art. Su Chen knew the opportunity had come. I know a little bit. Gyoko pointed to his counter and said, so, what do you think of my artwork? They're all the same, with almost no characteristics other than creating fear. Su Chen blurted out. The text is full of criticism of Gyoko's work, without a single praise. But Gyoko was unsure, because what Su Chen said was almost the same as what it just thought. Gyoko narrowed his eyes and asked again, then how do you think the work should be made? It's not like I can really say I have any works. Although Su Chen is not an artist, it is easy for him to learn art because of his extraordinary comprehension. Su Chen tried to use his brain and body. He found that his brain was relatively clear, but there were still a lot of toxins in his body, and he was still a little hungry. Su Chen was a little happy at first, but when he thought that the reason why his brain was clear was because he had been detained here for many days, he suddenly became unhappy. I must chop Gyoko a few more times when I have the chance later. Su Chen blinked, then opened the bullet field. You open the bullet field, and you start observing the opponent's pot. Closing square bracket. You observed the patterns on the other person's pot and found that it looked like the work of a craftsman. You were lost in thought. You think, you deduce, you grow, and you suddenly realize. You understand the master level appreciation skills. Closing square bracket. You start to meditate, and you enter a state of hypermemory. You begin to recall the past scenes, you begin to observe your memories, observe some beautiful pictures of your life. You have an epiphany. Closing square bracket. You have mastered the aesthetic ability of a master. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. You start to deduce various techniques, and as practice makes perfect, you understand master-level sketching, master-level sculpture, master-level painting. Open black lens bracket. You are now a qualified artist. Close black lens bracket. You look at the other person again and you feel that his artwork is full of flaws, and even the pot is a little asymmetrical. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are thinking. Close black lens bracket. Super memory state is closed, bullet field ends. Su Chen took a deep breath. After finishing the deduction, he felt like a long time had passed in his mind, but in reality it was only a few seconds. He feels that the value of his ability development is becoming increasingly greater. But the most urgent thing is to escape from here first. Su Chen then continued, it's not about making works. I think art is just a recorder of nature. So compared to being a maker, I prefer to be a collector. Collector. Gyoko's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly as if he had heard something new. Go on. No more talking. Su Chen stopped abruptly. Gyoko was anxious. Why don't you say anything? Su Chen. I'm hungry. Gyoko. I really can't do anything about you. Gyoko thought about it and decided to find some food for Su Chen. But after searching for a long time, Gyoko couldn't find anything for Su Chen to eat. It was like waking up from a dream. This is a ghost's lair. How could there be food for human consumption? Gyoko stood there thinking for a long time, then returned to Su Chen and said with a flash of inspiration, if I turn you into a ghost, you won't be hungry anymore, right? Su Chen. God turned into a ghost. He was silent for a moment and said, that won't work. Ghosts are more likely to lose their minds when they are hungry than humans. Artists need to keep a clear mind at all times. Look, why don't you just unlock my chains and I'll go get something to eat, and then I'll be back. Gyoko was stunned, and he thought about it carefully. The ghost hunter is now poisoned by Lord Musen, and he will probably not be able to make any waves. If Lord Musen does not detoxify him in time, he will definitely die. And Gyoko just casually said that he should turn into a ghost, because the human reserves here are not enough, and Gyoko himself doesn't even have enough to eat. Advertisement. Besides, if Su Chen turns into a ghost, Gyoko will have to worry that Su Chen will eat his artwork. Gyoko chuckled and said, Ghost Hunter, you are very smart. I can loosen the chains that bind you, but you can't get out. Su Chen remained calm. Okay, then you can bring it to me, but I am very particular about food, there are 3 things I don't eat. Gyoko was stunned. What else is there to be particular about when humans eat? You know, as a ghost with artistic talent, Gyoko is usually busy and doesn't care much about food. It is common to be so absorbed in art creation that one forgets to eat. As a prisoner, you actually have to be particular about how you eat. Does this have anything to do with being an artist? It has to be said that now Gyoko subconsciously associates every word of Su Chen with the word artist, and automatically forms a mental block unconsciously. Otherwise, why would Su Chen say something inexplicably unacceptable? Gyoko was indeed tempted. The words that the ghost hunter just said were all things that Gyoko had never heard of before. As an avid art lover, Gyoko found that he could not refuse Su Chen's request at all. Finally, the upper 5th ghost asked tentatively, what 3 things do you not eat? Su Chen said, I don't eat beef, I don't eat pork, I don't eat dog meat. Gyoko. Why? Because these are all red meat, the bloody smell is too strong, which will affect an artist's thinking and thus affect the works recorded by the artist. Su Chen said earnestly, have you never thought about why all your works are horror? Gyoko shook his head. He had indeed never thought about it. No, tell me why. Su Chen said. Because you are used to killing people, and as a ghost, you can't control your thoughts at all. Think about it, if you have been creating works with murder as the theme for a long time, your works will all be the same, so I say your mind is imprisoned. Su Chen turned his head and looked at the counters with pity. I see sadness in your work. Su Chen's words were filled with regret. Don't you want to create a greater work? Great work. Gyoko murmured. Yes. Su Chen said passionately. Great work. Just like nature, it makes people fall in love with it at first sight, creating a masterpiece that can rival nature's. Amazing. Divine work. Gyoko thought for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. The next moment, its body began to tremble, and it said excitedly, it turns out that everything I did before was wrong. Chapter 111 Su Chen's artwork, The Vanishing Pot. That's right. Su Chen continued to brainwash Gyoko, it's because you've been in a killing state for a long time that your works are all the same. Gyoko said thoughtfully, so I should not eat beef like you. Su Chen shook his head. No, you don't eat human flesh. You are a ghost and you don't eat other meat. Gyoko had a struggle on his face, and seemed to be in a dilemma. Su Chen knew that now he was just one step away from success. As long as he could make Gyoko fall into the trap of the so-called artist, he would have the initiative. And he could also take the opportunity to recover his strength and break out as soon as possible. Suddenly, footsteps were heard above the basement. The sparse footsteps were getting closer and closer to the basement, until the sound of a door being pushed open was heard. Squeak. Master Gyoko, there's a message from your superiors. At the door of the basement, a faint beam of moonlight shone in, and in the moonlight, a little ghost stood there. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that it is nighttime now, and there should be more frequent ghost activities outside, but I don't know where exactly this place is. And judging from the other kid's tone, it seems that Gyoko's superior is coming. Is it Hantangu? Unimportant. Su Chen turned his head and looked at Gyoko. Gyoko, untie me, I will teach you art now. Really? Gyoko looked at Su Chen suspiciously, but thinking that Su Chen was deeply poisoned, and that he really wanted to see Su Chen's art, he loosened the chains that bound him. Su Chen stretched his stiff limbs, then found his Nichiren blades on the counter. After he picked up the Nichiren blades, he found that Gyoko did not seem to resist. That's right, from what the other party said, there is more than one upper-rank demon here, which is why Gyoko is so confident. Su Chen stared at the little ghost at the door, as if he was looking at a prey. The little ghost was frightened by Su Chen's murderous gaze and wanted to retreat from the basement immediately. But Su Chen would never give the other party this opportunity. He shouted and pulled out his Nichiren blades. Excuse me. Then, a flash of sword light appeared. Advertisement. The little ghost's neck was directly cut off by Su Chen. Gyoko on the side narrowed his eyes and did not choose to act immediately. It's just a little ghost, it will die if it dies, but its intuition tells it that Su Chen must have a reason for doing this. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chen raised the Nichiren blades in his hand high and chopped off the head of the little ghost that had just fallen. Click, crack, 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 crack. Su Chen was carving a perfect piece. Since ghosts couldn't feel pain, he put all his strength into it. At this moment, it seemed that the ghost in front of him was no longer a ghost, and the knife in his hand was no longer a Nichiren blade simply used to kill ghosts. Using the knife as the pen, blood as the ink, and the ghost as the pot, this is a perfect act of carving. Soon, a delicately carved ghost head-shaped pot was made. This pot is about 70% similar to Gyoko's urinal, and the blood spilled on the pot is still fading away, giving people a sense of beauty of slow death. As we all know, when a ghost's head is chopped off by Nichiren blades, its head and body will disintegrate at a very fast speed. Su Chen took advantage of this and created a perfect work of art that is disappearing. Su Chen walked up to Gyoko and handed the little ghost's head to Gyoko. Gyoko took it tremblingly, his eyes were confused and his expression was filled with shock beyond words. Ghosts are supposed to be renewable creatures, but Su Chen's move made ghosts non-renewable. Moreover, when he cut off the opponent's head, he also made a pot in a very short time. Combined with the attribute of defeat, after the ghost's death, he created a work of art that Gyoko had never heard of before. This is a disappearing work of art. The vanishing pot. It's a magical skill, it's simply a magical skill. This ghost hunter is such AFC king genius. I won't talk about his previous attitude, but now Gyoko completely believes that Su Chen is an artistic master. Gyoko placed the disappearing ghost head on his main cabinet as if it were a treasure, then turned around solemnly and said excitedly, "Wait. I'll find you something to eat now." After saying that, Gyoko crawled into the pot and rolled out. Advertisement. When he left, he did not forget to set up the blood ghost magic, which showed that he had some brains left. But Su Chen had no plans to leave. Firstly, the toxins in his body still needed time to decompose, and secondly, he was not sure how many enemies were nearby. The only certainty is that Su Chen can now extract intelligence from Gyoko. Gyoko, as 12 Kazuki's intelligence officer, must be able to save a lot of trouble by starting with it. Not long after, Gyoko came back with some steamed buns. Su Chen did not see any blood on the steamed buns or the other person's body, so he thought that the other person did not kill anyone, but really listened to Su Chen's words. "Did you eat people?" Su Chen asked just in case. "No," Gyoko chuckled, "isn't it because I'm afraid it will affect my creative state? I won't eat human flesh until I create a masterpiece of art." Su Chen smiled with relief. "You are a teachable kid. With your ideological awareness, you will definitely be able to create a perfect work of art in 7 days. Can I really do this?" Gyoko asked with some anticipation. "Can I create a work of art like what you just did in 7 days?" "Of course." Su Chen nodded as a matter of course. "In 7 days, I will definitely turn you into a work of art as valuable as this little devil." "Really?" Gyoko shook his body excitedly, laughing so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. Su Chen nodded. Really? He certainly didn't lie to Gyoko, because 7 days later would be the day when his injuries would be healed. Then wouldn't he just chop off Gyoko's head with a sword and make it into a urinal? The man and the ghost reached a consensus, and it seemed that they both saw what they wanted to see after 7 days. So looking forward to it. In this way, Su Chen and Gyoko began to communicate about art. It turns out that no matter whether it is a human or a ghost, time always passes quickly when they concentrate on doing something. During this time, Musen also watched the situation here through vision sharing. It found that Gyoko was learning sketching with Su Chen at that time, and the sketch was a charming flower. Red spider lily. Musen knew that this must be the red spider lily. I didn't expect Gyoko to be so dedicated. Musen thought Gyoko was just doing his stupid art again. It seems that I was wrong about it. So Musen, feeling guilty, put on a stern face and called Gyoko to collect the reward every now and then, without feeling that his employees were slacking off. Musen himself went to study the combination of potions, so that once the red spider lily was found, he could eat it immediately and become the ultimate creature that could surpass Yorichi Sugikuni. Chapter 112. Fight Gyoko. These days, the relationship between Gyoko and Su Chen can only be described as inseparable. Although the latter is pretending, it does not affect Gyoko's blind worship of Su Chen. During this period, Gyoko did not eat anyone. It was learning about art appreciation under the guidance of Su Chen. The more I learn about it, the more shocked I get. This ghost hunter has such profound knowledge in the field of art. At first Gyoko thought Su Chen was only an expert in carving, but after getting to know him, he found that Su Chen was also proficient in sketching, appreciation, and surveying. And there are some nouns that it has never even heard of and works of art that it has never seen. For example, in recent days it has been studying a new pot proposed by Su Chen. It is said that the mouth of the pot is very thick, and the mouth is not directly above the bottle. The pot has a handle and can store yellow liquid. It's simply amazing. Su Chen was also very shocked. He didn't expect Gyoko to be so obsessed with the urinal that he could even suppress his hunger instinct to study it. Gyoko has not eaten anyone these days because he is afraid that the smell of blood will affect his creative thinking. Although Gyoko had been replenished with Musen's blood again in the past few days, it still felt hungry without eating. But it endured it. The most hungry time Gyoko just went out without Su Chen's knowledge and secretly killed 2 chickens to eat. Su Chen was a little impressed by it. Su Chen has been a little tired of eating steamed buns since he hasn't eaten meat these days. Originally, I said the 3 no-eats rule in order to prevent Gyoko from eating humans, and the effect was obviously achieved, but Su Chen couldn't stand not eating meat for a week. He even drooled secretly at night. You should know that the meals we had at Butterfly House consisted of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Not only can you often eat wild game, but the magical Aoi, Kochou Shinobu, will even cook for you. How joyful it is to eat while looking at beautiful women. Damn it, I've been discussing art with a pervert in a dark and damp basement for a week straight, and I can only eat steamed buns for 3 meals a day. Su Chen was angry just thinking about it. But what can I do? I have to keep up the lie I made up even until my death. Advertisement. But after seeing that Gyoko didn't eat well, Su Chen felt better. Looking at Gyoko's focused face, Su Chen couldn't help but think that if the other party's values did not go astray, he would definitely become an art master in the future. But unfortunately, he followed the wrong boss and was destined to be killed by the mist pillar. Time flies, and another day has passed in the blink of an eye. The 7 days will soon be up. During this period, Gyoko's strength became weaker and weaker, while Su Chen's strength became stronger and stronger. After being refined through hundreds of efforts, Su Chen's poison was gradually fading, so he was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Su Chen also briefly summarized the information he got from Gyoko, starting with why he was in Gyoko's house. Originally, Musen was going to be stuffed into Hantangu, but Hantangu said it was afraid. So in the end this task fell on Gyoko. Su Chen thought about it for a while, and soon realized the many clues buried in this information. First of all, there is more than one upper-rank demon here, Gyoko, and based on what the little demon that was chopped to death by Su Chen said before, there is a high possibility that there is a second one nearby. But these are just speculations. Su Chen must pry the specific information out of Gyoko. Last day, Gyoko arrived at the basement early, and there, Su Chen was also ready. Su Chen had the Nichiren blades given to him by Kochou Shinobu slung around his waist. He stood straight and didn't look like a poisoned person at all. Gyoko walked up to Su Chen and immediately asked impatiently, Master Su, the 7 days are up. When do you think you will start making the masterpiece you promised to teach me? Should we discuss the specific implementation plan? Don't be in a hurry, Xiao Huzi, I want to ask you a question. Su Chen said mysteriously. After spending these few days together, the way Gyoko and Su Chen addressed each other changed. Gyoko calls Su Chen Master Su, because Su Chen has high attainments in certain arts, and these skills have deeply impressed Gyoko, so he calls Su Chen Master. As for the little pot, Gyoko simply wanted Su Chen to call it in a more intimate way, which was Su Chen's way of getting closer to him. Advertisement. Su Chen whispered in Gyoko's ear seriously, before the creation of this masterpiece, all preparations must be kept strictly confidential, so we must make sure there is no one else around when we start. Gyoko nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Master Su, don't worry. During this period, because I was snatching steamed buns, those people all ran away after seeing me. There will be no one. But Su Chen shook his head. Not only humans, but also ghosts. Su Chen patted Gyoko's shoulder in a friendly manner and said seriously, Xiao Hu, as an art master, you don't want your artistic behavior to be spied on, right? Gyoko perked up upon hearing this, especially when he heard the words, art master, from Su Chen's mouth, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Yes, Master Su is right. But please rest assured, there is no one around, not even a ghost. Su Chen looked at it suspiciously. Really? Gyoko nodded vigorously. Yes, even if it is a ghost sent by the boss, it only arrived today, and it doesn't live here. As long as I don't say it, no ghost will know that I am doing art here. Su Chen pursed his lips and said with a half smile, what about your boss? Your boss probably doesn't like to see you doing these things, right? Gyoko was even more disdainful after hearing this. It doesn't matter. My boss is busy with some experiment and has no time to pay attention to me. As it spoke, a puzzled expression appeared on its face. And I don't know what happened last time, it kept calling me over to reward me with blood and said I did a good job. I thought that the boss wanted to develop a side business. So Master Su, let's work hard. It has to be said that for the sake of artistic creation, Gyoko had long thrown the task given to it by Musen to the wind. And Su Chen's heart finally settled down. That's good. That's good. Su Chen nodded, and then his hand accidentally touched the handle of the Nichiren blades. Gyoko is an upper-ranked one, and although his senses have been somewhat dulled by long hours of work recently, he still has a sense of murderous intent. In just a moment, it noticed Su Chen's movements. Master Su, what are you doing? Gyoko asked in confusion. It had recently been discussing art issues with Su Chen, and was so focused that it even forgot that Su Chen was a ghost hunter. Gyoko thought Su Chen had new insights into art. But the next moment, Su Chen's Nichiren blades came towards it. Dragon's Breath, Form 5, Storm Rising. Chapter 113. All the 100 refinements, one sword cuts off the upper ranks. The raging smoke spread wildly, and Gyoko disappeared along with his pot. But Su Chen did not intend to kill Gyoko with just one move, because he knew that his strength had just recovered and it would definitely not be realistic to kill the opponent in one encounter. At the door of the basement not far away, Gyoko's voice suddenly came. It seems that we all underestimated you. The dim moonlight shines brightly, illuminating the room. At the door, Gyoko's face became increasingly ferocious. Why? Gyoko's face twisted. Why did you betray our friendship? Aren't we going to create the greatest work of art together? Su Chen remained silent and closed his eyes. Open the bullet field. Turn on super memory state. Your visual dynamics perception ability has improved, and you see more carefully. Your hearing ability is now fully operational, reaching a level where the slightest sign of trouble. Since he couldn't see clearly, Su Chen opened his eyes wider. He could also muddy the water. After a move called Wind and Clouds Rising, the room was now filled with thick fog, and the man and the ghost could not see each other clearly. Clang. In the darkness, shadows surge. Gyoko, whose move failed, quickly shrank back. The room was filled with the sound of ceramic pots grinding against the concrete floor. Gyoko looked horrified. Didn't Lord Musen inject poison into this kid's body? Gyoko thought, I used all my strength in that attack just now. Logically speaking, it should have been killed by me. Gyoko was a little panicked. In the past few days, in order to fulfill the promise made by Su Chen, it hadn't eaten or slept well, and hadn't even drunk a sip of human blood. Now its body is in a very bad condition. But why is this ghost hunter in such good shape? The more Gyoko thought about it, the weirder it felt. Didn't it just give the other party a steamed bun? How come this thing also has a detoxifying function? If he couldn't control Su Chen, Gyoko could imagine what would happen to him. In a flash, Musen's face automatically appeared in Gyoko's mind. Musen's meticulous care and condolences in the past few days might all turn into a good show today. But these are not the point. What is important is that there are people who deceive themselves in art. Advertisement. During the 7 days, I worked diligently. But Su Chen turned around and said, no more playing. You be asterisk 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 D, you really have a cruel heart. Gyoko collapsed. These past few days were very important in his life, but Su Chen never took it seriously. The upper rank 5 felt that he had been deceived. This is exactly the effect Su Chen wants. As a human being, since we don't have a physique as abnormal as that of ghosts, and we have to fight ghosts in the dark, we must be more patient than ghosts and more cunning. During these 7 days, thanks to the recovery effect of full concentration, 100 refinements, all the toxins in Su Chen's body have been eliminated. However, because he has been eating steamed buns, the fighting time cannot be controlled for too long. Gyoko, these 7 days have not been without gain for you and me. 7 days ago you brought me here, and 7 days later I will send you back to you. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes seemed to have a gleam in them. After all, I do hold grudges. The more Gyoko thought about it, the angrier he got. Then what are our 7 days worth? Su Chen closed his eyes and whispered, let's just consider it as your 7th day of mourning. Gyoko. Dragons breathing form one dragon swimming in the sky. The young man's figure was as fast as lightning and as moving as thunder. In just a moment, Su Chen locked onto the other party's position based on the sound made by Gyoko. Gyoko was shocked and immediately took out 6 porcelain pots. Blood Demon Art 1000 Killings Fish Needle. Dragon's Breath, Type 2 Scorching Breath. The blade trembled and a flash of fire suddenly flashed across the room. Bright, hot, powerful. After the flame dissolved the opponent's fishing needle, it instantly climbed up Gyoko's body, causing extensive burns to the opponent's skin. Gyoko had been hungry these past few days, and its recovery ability had dropped significantly. It hadn't fully recovered for a while, so its movements were pitifully slow in Su Chen's eyes. Breath of insects, dance of butterflies, tease. Su Chen changed his pace, and the sword in his hand harvested the opponent's last breath one by one. At this moment, he was like an elegant gentleman, slowly carving something on the art. It was a Kochou, with big, beautiful wings blooming on Gyoko's chest. Gyoko was stunned by the sight of blood-red ashes. Su Chen smiled. Gyoko, you have to watch this knife carefully. Advertisement. Gyoko seemed to have guessed something. Why? Su Chen closed his eyes again. Because after this cut, the most exquisite art will be born in the world. In the air, it seemed as if flowers were falling to the earth. The boy's figure was like a sculpture, and he slowly raised the Nichiren blades in his hand above his head. At this moment, time seems to stand still. You suddenly realize that you combined art with swordsmanship to create the dragon's breathing form 8. Closing square bracket. You suddenly realize that you combined art with swordsmanship to create the dragon's breathing 7th form. Closing square bracket. Your chest rises slightly, your swordsmanship is natural, you know what to do. Take a deep breath. Open black lens bracket, all refinements concentrated. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, draw the sword. Close black lens bracket. Base. Before Gyoko could even see clearly, a sharp cut of the knife slashed across his neck. Chen suddenly appeared on the other side. It was not until this moment that Gyoko heard the other party's voice, dragon breathing, eighth form moving lotus elegant. Bang! Gyoko's body blossomed like a flower, and the blood that sprinkled into the air seemed to blend with the clouds in the air, which was magnificent. Chen carved a flower on its body. It was a red flower from hell, carved with death and emitting a deadly breath. Red, flickering, deadly death. Because Gyoko's neck was cut, it was so excited that it couldn't speak. This sword technique and knife skills are definitely the only ones he has ever seen in his life. Unfortunately, it couldn't utter a word of praise to express its love. Chen slowly sheathed the Nichiren blades and walked towards Gyoko. His steps were brisk and graceful. At this moment, Gyoko's head had fallen to the ground, and its eyes were facing the opposite direction of its body. Chen squatted down and considerately turned Gyoko's head back. Gyoko was so moved that he was almost speechless. Is it beautiful? Chen said softly, I didn't break my promise, because I'm not a ghost, I won't lie, so I promised to create a work of art as amazing as nature with you, how could I break my promise? Now open your eyes and look, didn't we complete our work of art together? Isn't your body the best art? Chapter 114. The first 3 upper rank ones are coming. Chen is in danger. It seemed that he was so angry that he even accelerated his death in order to temporarily repair his throat. But before it could speak, Chen interrupted him. Gyoko, time is limited, take a good look at who you are. Gyoko looked at his body, his head shaking as he said, I am art. Chen. Yes, so who killed you, and who killed you? Gyoko excitedly said, I am art, and art killed me, so I killed myself. I will become art. That's right, you were about to become a work of art. Didn't we agree on that? Chen positioned Gyoko's head neatly, then drew out his Nichiren blades again. Chen has never been a person who breaks his promise. Since he promised Gyoko to complete the artwork, he must do it well. Water-breathing 7th form PNPN customs engraved. Click, crack, 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 crack. With swords flashing and sabers flying, Chen slashed hundreds of times in an instant. Regardless of whether Gyoko agreed or not, Chen directly used the other's head to carve a lifelike urinal. Under the moonlight, the urinal gradually disappeared into the air. It was the last beauty in life, but unfortunately the person involved could no longer see it. But it doesn't matter, Chen has already completed his mission. Gyoko, goodbye, you are the first ghost I killed, thank you for operating on me. Chen put away the Nichiren blades, walked to the basement door, and pushed it open with trepidation. Sometimes life is like this. When you have worked hard to complete a task, a door will always appear in front of you. Behind the door may be a surprise or a new enemy. It is full of variables. But no matter what is behind this door, it is the result of Chen's best efforts, a new opportunity. Chen clenched the Nichiren blades in his hands, breathing through the gaps in his body. He never hesitated, because no matter how powerful the enemy ahead was, he would definitely return to the butterfly house and meet Kochou Shinobu. Squeak. The moon is like this, the door is open. Advertisement. ... Night falls and the sky is filled with stars. As the lights come on, the bright lights shine from street to street corner, illuminating the entire city and turning night into day. The streets of the city that never sleeps are crowded and bustling. On the street, a black car started its engine, which is a standard feature of the rich. The driver in the driving seat stepped on the accelerator, leaving a trail of tail smoke. The shops on both sides of the street are full of various goods, and the windows display all kinds of exquisite goods, attracting people's attention. The food street is filled with aroma, and people are tasting food in front of the stalls, enjoying the delicious food. The street performers performed wonderful shows, attracting a large number of spectators to watch and cheer. The entire city that never sleeps is full of vitality and passion, making people feel the charm and infinite possibilities of the city. Here, people can forget their worries and enjoy the fun of life to the fullest. This place is called Flower Street. In the magnificent city, a young boy dressed in bright red clothes and a hat was walking alone on the street corner, watching everything around him with great interest. It has a pair of colorful rainbow eyes and hair as pure as white oak. It walks briskly, looking at the bustling life scenes on the roadside, with a strange smile always on the corner of its mouth. But this smile always makes people feel creepy, even a little hypocritical. Ding-er. The sound of a piano suddenly rang out, and the scene around the boy changed instantly. Its body suddenly grew larger and landed in the attic of a Kyogoku house. The man said expressionlessly, Alas, I still can't always maintain the same precision of mimicry as Master Musen. It turned out that the man was a ghost, and the boy's appearance just now was just a mimicry of its subsequent transformation. After exiting the mimicry, the man's pupils revealed the original numbers. Upper Moon 2. That's right, the person sent by Musen to pick up Gyoko was none other than Musen's right-hand man, Doma. Doma pursed his lips and showed a harmless smile. That was Miss Nakim's ability, right? Really, it's a rare business trip, I wanted to go out and see the scenery. Adult. Advertisement. The sudden female voice interrupted Doma's monologue. The person who came was a woman, dressed gorgeously, with skin as white and smooth as snow, as delicate as mud and fat jade. Her face is small and delicate, with a slightly upturned chin, revealing a noble temperament. Her makeup was very oppressive and her expression was defiant, but she still had to kneel down in front of Doma. Kyogokuya means brothel. The woman's identity is easy to identify. She is an Oran. Doma recognized the person immediately. Hey. Long time no see, Daki. Doma looked nostalgic. I remember the last time we met, you looked like you were burned by fire and became ugly. Now you have changed into a new skin. Girls really change a lot when they grow up. Ha ha. Daki's body trembled. Although she knew that this adult spoke casually, she still had the urge to beat him to death. It was Gyutaro in Daki's body who stopped her in time. Hey sister, don't be impulsive, you can't beat her. Daki took a deep breath, then looked up and forced a smile. Lord Doma, I wonder what you are doing here. Doma scratched his head. I don't know. I heard that the boss asked me to help look after him. Do you know where Daki is? Daki nodded. I know. Now that the news of Gyoko and Hantengu finding the blue spider lily has spread, how could Daki and his sister, who are members of the upper six, not know about it? Gyutaro had gone to see Gyoko before, and Daki was there too. The siblings still remember how Gyoko was so proud, with his eyes and mouth corners almost unable to close. But this guy actually got some news. It was said that Lord Musen learned about the situation and specially gave Gyoko some blood. This made Daki very envious. Daki thought about it and thought, Gyoko should be living a carefree life in his own home right now, right? After all, someone like Gyoko who has been favored by the boss recently and received blood rewards from Lord Musen 3 times in the past 7 days should have a much larger appetite. Maybe he will be fatter next time they meet. Then Sister Daki, please take me to see Gyoko. I just want to thank it for giving me a pot last time. It's perfect for sticking my head in. Daki nodded again, yes. Just as the two ghosts were about to leave, a pink ribbon suddenly rushed out from the ceiling and then returned to Daki's body. This pink ribbon is Daki's blood ghost art, which was left near Gyoko when it was not paying attention. Daki can forward the information obtained by the ribbon to himself. Daki's face changed when he received the information and he stopped immediately. Doma blinked, smiled, and stood there. Daki raised his head and said in a panic, Marura. Chapter 115 Su Chen came to the brothel to get information. The night city is brightly lit and the streets are busy with traffic. A young man dressed in artistic costume suddenly appeared on the street. As soon as he appeared, the women and girls around the street and even the geisha at the window of Kyogokuya all looked at him sideways. That little boy is so handsome. I really want to knock down this artistic young man. Brother, come and play, we don't charge you any money. The women around immediately burst into laughter like silver bells, and their words and actions were full of charm. But the young man in the middle of the road remained unmoved. Su Chen had a calm expression as he walked along the street while taking in the surroundings. Just now after he left the basement, he went to Gyoko's master bedroom. It was hard to imagine that Gyoko was a ghost, but there were so many clothes worn by humans in his closet. For example, the linen shirt on Su Chen was just one that he picked up at random from Gyoko's window. Then he washed his face, wiped his body, and came out in a hurry. As soon as he came out and saw the brightly lit streets, Su Chen was stunned for a long time before he realized that Gyoko had taken him to the red light district. Su Chen was filled with emotion. Before, they had been training diligently in Butterfly House to be doctors, and girls like Shinchi Kui all wore white. It was nothing like now. Su Chen glanced casually and saw kimonos and fringe-style clothes everywhere on the street, all in all the seductive styles. Everyone's clothes were colorful and made of expensive silk and brocade, making it obvious that they were very wealthy. Even the geishas at Kyogokuya dress better than Su Chen. It's been a while since I went out to a nightclub. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable for a while. The geishas from the nearby Kyogokuya also extended an invitation to Su Chen. Little brother, come and play, sister has candy. Don't trust Magelang, her candy is small and bitter, come to my sister, my candy is big, sweet and delicious. Those who speak more boldly are the geishas in Kyogoku's houses. They often solicit customers on the streets, and especially when they see handsome guys, they will even actively pull them into their houses without asking for money. Considering that Su Chen had awakened his idle temperament before, although he was wearing coarse linen clothes, the elegant temperament in his behavior could not be concealed. Moreover, Su Chen is very handsome. Which girl would not be attracted to a 1.8-meter tall guy who is second only to the reader in terms of handsomeness? Advertisement. Almost half of the women around looked at Su Chen, and he even attracted the attention of several Kyogokuya madams. What a handsome boy. The old procuress's eyes suddenly widened. I have to say that Su Chen has such a great temperament. When he walks on the street, it seems as if the colorful lights on the street are dimmed a little. The madam couldn't help but have evil thoughts. Her first thought was, since this boy is so poorly dressed, could he be brought in and trained to be a duck champion? Moreover, she noticed that many people on the street were subconsciously looking at this guy. If he was caught, it would definitely quickly improve the business efficiency of the store. At this time, the other two Kyogokuya brothels nearby also saw Su Chen. The eyes of several Kyogokuya madams met, and they all saw the same idea in each other's eyes. An old procuress was about to take action in advance, but who knew that Su Chen just stepped into the door of her Kyogokuya. The madam was stunned for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, Hey. Little brother, are you coming to play? As he spoke, he glanced at his competitors deliberately and ostentatiously, as if announcing his early victory. But Su Chen shook his head. No, I just want to ask something. Can you give me a map? Su Chen knew that in places like brothels, information usually circulated quickly, and he was in a hurry to go back, so it would be reasonable for him to ask for a map of the brothel, right? After hearing what Su Chen said, the madam rolled her eyes and said, okay. Come in first, and we can talk slowly in the room. Su Chen was stunned. Are you going to draw it on the spot? Before the madam could explain, a female voice was heard from behind her. He, little brother, you are really interesting, why don't you come to my room and I will give you a full set. In the hall, a young lady wearing a kimono with her thighs exposed walked out. The sound just now came from her. When she saw Su Chen, her eyes lit up. How about it? Are you interested, little brother? Just give me some money and I'll take you to my room. Does the map cost money? Su Chen asked doubtfully. He glanced at the madam and found that she didn't say anything. It seemed that she really wanted money. But the woman continued, it's okay if you don't have money. I don't charge you money because you look so pretty. After all, drawing takes time. Advertisement. Su Chen was silent for a moment. You want to draw it by hand? Hearing this, the woman laughed again. Oh, don't even mention hand painting, you can even paint with your mouth. The woman's voice was captivating, with a soft tone, as if she wanted to eat Su Chen whole. And Su Chen found that the other party's eyes were almost drawn when he looked at him. Now Su Chen finally understood, even if he didn't understand anymore. It turned out that the two of them were not saying the same thing. At this moment, he had no intention of staying any longer. How could these people intend to give me a map? It was obvious that they were after my body. Su Chen coughed twice, and regardless of the other party's obstruction, he ran away like the wind. It was a dark and windy night. After a cup of tea, Su Chen came to the Kyogokuya store again. Just now Su Chen went to Gyoko's house and looted it again. He used his golden finger to learn tailoring skills and made a simple mask with the remaining clothes, completely covering his face so that no one could see his features. After using his camouflage skills, Su Chen simply drew a few hideous scars on his face, making him look like someone who is not someone to be trifled with. Finally, Su Chen's idle temperament was used in reverse, and his dubbing skills were used to slightly adjust his voice. This character with a rough accent and a tough character was brought to life by Su Chen. He thought very clearly. According to what Gyoko said, there were other upper-rank beings nearby. In addition, this was a flower town, so if nothing unexpected happened, Su Chen might very likely encounter Daki's siblings. Therefore, hiding one's identity is the best option now, and he must return to the butterfly house as quickly as possible. It was still the same Kyogokuya, and the same madam. Su Chen just didn't believe it. He was sure he could get information in this store. Su Chen lifted his feet and walked in with a swagger. Name. A geisha walked over with a cold expression. Su Chen glanced and found that it was the same young lady who had seduced him just now, but this time her expression seemed much colder. That's right, the person I just met was a handsome guy, which is called a romantic encounter. Now I met Viagra, which is equivalent to going to work. Who will be in a good mental state at work? Su Chen adjusted his voice slightly and said in a hoarse voice, Shinazugawa, Shia. Chapter 116. Sound Pilar's wife, Hinazuru. Sure enough, after hearing the unique voice of Shinazugawa, the young lady's expression immediately changed. The disdain in his eyes was not concealed at all. The madam at the door immediately noticed the abnormality here. She turned her head and found that Mei Zhilang seemed to be in a bad condition, but it didn't matter because she saw the knife on Su Chen's waist at a glance. The madam rushed over and said, Boss. Please forgive me. Our geisha Mei Zhilang is a little too tired today. I am very sorry. If you need any service, please tell me. The madam's tone was gentle, and she kept winking at Mei Zhilang. Mei Zhilang crossed his arms across his chest, said nothing, and just stood there like an ice cube. Since the madam's attitude was so nice, Su Chen naturally couldn't show any displeasure. He unconsciously shook the knife at his waist, then said hoarsely, I don't want to spend money, I just came here to find out something. The madam smiled and said, Yes, Mei Zhilang, come and have a drink with the master and have a chat. Hearing this, the geisha who was entertaining Su Chen, a woman named Mei Zhilang, sat next to Su Chen reluctantly and stared at him impatiently. The madam didn't leave either, she just stood there watching. The look in the other person's eyes seemed to indicate that he was afraid that Su Chen would do something other than asking questions. Su Chen was about to speak. Excuse me. We sell our art, not our bodies. Mei Zhilang blurted out. Su Chen was shocked at the time. Did I ask? And if you are handsome, you sell your body, and if you are ugly, you sell your art, right? How come all the good things in the world are taken by you alone? Su Chen laughed and said, I didn't expect that you are ugly, but you have beautiful thoughts. Minoru. Without waiting for the other party to respond, Su Chen continued to ask, do you know how to leave? I don't know. Stop harassing me, Mei Zhilang yelled, and actually stood up and kept a safe distance from the other party. Because Mei Zhilang's voice just now was a bit too loud, other customers in the store also looked over. Advertisement. The madam at the side hurriedly smiled and said, I'm sorry, Master Ha, Mei Zhilang has had her period recently and is a bit upset. How about I change you one? Su Chen took a deep breath. He felt that pretending to be Shinazugawa was a very wrong decision. The original intention was to conceal the truth, but the key point is that Shinazugawa's hardware conditions are really not popular with women. It may take a few words for other people to chat till death, but Shinazugawa doesn't need it, because he can chat till death just by his looks. The madam continued, "Sir, even if you are gathering information, it will consume the girl's time, right? So why don't you pay the deposit first, so that the girls will be mentally prepared when they see the money?" Su Chen, "Alright, I'll give you the money first. If you don't know what I'm asking, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Su Chen imitated Shinazugawa, and said fiercely. After saying that, he started taking out money. But as he kept searching, something started to look strange on Su Chen's face. This pocket seems a little empty. After searching his pocket for a long time, Su Chen finally took out a coin. This was the token of love that Kanao had given him. The edges of the coin were polished to a shine. Majolang, who was standing nearby, took out $1 when he saw Shinazugawa, and his mouth twitched. FK. With these conditions, you still want to come and visit a PR Street Ute. And the money was almost worn out by Shinazugawa, which is enough to show how poor the other party is. Majolang almost laughed out of anger. "Mr. Shinazugawa, you are so funny. After all this time, you only paid $1. What the hell are you doing with $1? The madam at the side quickly glared at Majolang. "How stupid. Didn't you see that this guy was carrying a knife? If you want to die, don't drag me." Then the madam set her sights on Su Chen. If Su Chen really had no money, he couldn't go. After all, the girl had already ordered it for him. At this moment, Su Chen was already numb. Where on earth did he get the money from when he was brought here by two ghosts? And I didn't see much money in Gyoko's house. As an upper rank, he was pitifully poor. Oh, that's right, why would a ghost need money? If you're hungry at night, don't you just eat at a buffet? It really doesn't cost money. Su Chen was embarrassed now. He could only pretend to take money out of his pocket. His two pockets, which were flatter than his stomach, were turned out to be cleaner than his face. Then a minute passed. During this time, Su Chen glanced at the door without leaving a trace and had the idea of escaping. Advertisement. After all, he is not using his own name now. What does it have to do with Su Chen if Shinazugawa doesn't pay the geisha? But when he looked up, he saw the old procuress staring at him. "Spicy. It's okay, Madam Boss, he's my friend, I just gave him the money." Suddenly, another female voice was heard, and a gorgeously dressed woman slowly walked down from upstairs. She had a graceful demeanor, an excellent figure, and was full of aura when she walked. When Majolang downstairs saw her, he secretly cursed her as bad luck and hurried away. "Ah, it's the top courtesan of charming Kyogoku-ya, Miss Hinazaru. Why is Miss Hinazaru here? Didn't you say that Miss Hinazaru is sick and can't receive customers? Miss Hinazaru, please let me fall at your feet, let me smell your fragrance, and I will have no regrets in this life." As soon as the woman appeared, she caused cheers from the crowd. Su Chen looked up and was surprised. Isn't this Hinazaru, one of the wives of Sound Pillar Uzui Tengen, and she's said to be a female ninja? Judging from the time, Hinazaru and the other two female ninjas should not have been discovered by Daki yet, and their identities should not have been exposed yet. I really didn't expect that the other party would be the most beautiful girl here. In Su Chen's impression, Hinazaru was a female ninja wearing tights and with a dashing figure. However, the way she was dressed now was completely different from what Su Chen had imagined. In Kyogoku's house, Hinazaru was seen walking towards Su Chen with a gentle smile on her face. But before he even got there, the madam came over like the wind and started talking in the other person's ear. Su Chen has super hearing, so he can naturally hear what the other person is saying. The madam said, "Oh my dear, you are going to take a day off today. How can I explain to those officials if you come down?" But Hinazaru smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll play a song later to calm you down." The madam looked bitter. It's not that simple. "Hello, my name is Hinazaru." Without paying any attention to the madam, Hinazaru directly greeted Su Chen. "I think we should go to another place to chat." Chapter 117 Doma's way of chatting. The relationship between the upper rank is harmonious. Night. In the flower street, inside a Kyogoku house. After hearing Daki's report, Doma blinked and smiled slightly. "Ah, Gyoko is really pitiful. I saw him a few days ago, but I can't see him today. As its friend, I am really sad." Although he said so, Doma's face was full of smiles. It seems that its only way to express sadness is to smile. In Doma's words, this is the best way to pay tribute to a friend. It calls this, smiling in the grave. Daki said anxiously, "Lord Doma, the ghost hunter named Su Chen has escaped. We should catch him back as soon as possible." Daki was panicking. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her and her brother if Musen found out about this. However, Daki just couldn't understand. Gyoko was clearly an upper rank, and had received so much blood from the boss, so how did it lose? Has Gyoko always been an actor? Daki didn't understand and stopped thinking about it. What she was worried about now was that it wouldn't be long before the two siblings would suffer from Musen's wrath.
In Waji, if half of the upper strings are here and Su Chen can still escape, then there is no need for them to exist, just like the lower strings. Daki couldn't help but tremble when he thought of Musen's methods. "It's okay, sister. As long as we catch the ghost hunter, everything will be fine," Gyutaro, who had been hiding in Daki's body, said. He saw Daki's inner panic. As a qualified brother, he should encourage his sister at this time.
Then the brother and sister had a brief conversation and made a plan. The most urgent task is to make amends for the mistake first. If we ignore this matter, it will be a matter of life and death. So Daki said to Doma, Lord Doma, my brother and I will go find out the location of the ghost hunter named Chen and bring him here. Doma nodded. Oh, please stay here for now, sir. Daki said seriously, I know there are 3 women in Hanamaki who work for the Demon Slayer Corps. This Chen will definitely run to them after escaping. I will go over and capture them now, and maybe I can get some information. Doma nodded. Oh, advertisement. Since he didn't want to play with it, Doma didn't want to say anything. Anyway, when Daki found someone, he would go over and clean up the mess himself. It's not because of laziness, but Doma has already gotten used to it. It is used to prey coming to its door. Back when he was the founder of the Eternal Paradise sect, Doma would always sit there, and every day various women would come to him to pray. If they were sincere, Doma would mercifully eat them. This has become an instinct for it. Seeing that Doma didn't refuse, Daki walked towards the door. Daki's judgment just now was actually told to her by Gyutaro. Gyutaro believed that as a ghost hunter, Chen would definitely seek help from the Demon Slayer Corps as soon as he was injured. He and his sister happened to discover 3 people behaving suspiciously in Hanamaki a few days ago. According to their observations, they inferred that these 3 people had very close contacts with the Demon Slayer Corps. Chen will definitely go find them. If he rushes over now, he might be able to intercept Chen on the spot. As for the danger, Gyutaro had naturally thought about it, but it didn't believe that Chen could maintain his undefeated state after the battle with Gyoko. Who knows where he might be lingering on. This is the best time for the brother and sister to steal peaches. Daki was about to go out, but Doma immediately stopped him. Daki turned back nervously. What's wrong, sir? Doma smiled harmlessly. Nothing, it's just that Master Musen told me before he came that if this mission is not completed, all the upper and lower 3 demons will be eliminated. These light words made Daki's hair stand on end. Musen, the pursuit of the blue spider lily is crazier than they imagined. And judging from Doma's tone, could it be that Lord Musen already knows what is happening now? Daki was extremely confused. This matter suddenly involved her own life. No matter how many thoughts she had before, she didn't dare to think about it anymore at this moment. Suddenly, there was a ping-pong sound coming from the ceiling mezzanine. Soon 4 little ghosts broke the wooden board, fell from the sky, and stood neatly beside Daki. Advertisement. Sir, we have been ordered to come and assist you. The 4 little ghosts stood neatly between Daki and Doma, and their tone was extremely respectful. But Daki knew they were addressed to Doma. Daki's eyes were wandering. Ghost. Why can Doma carry ghosts? Didn't Lord Musen forbid any ghost to bring ghost followers? Daki remembered that when Gyoko imprisoned Chen, Lord Musen caught a little devil for Gyoko to help it, but heard that it was killed by the capricious Gyoko. I didn't expect that Doma could actually bring ghosts with him, and 4 of them at that. How much does Lord Musen value it? I only heard the 2 little ghosts say, Lord Upper Moon 6, please follow us. Daki stood there, looking at Doma quietly, not knowing what the other party was planning. But Doma smiled and said, Ah, Miss Daki, it's okay. I just asked you to call Mr. Hantangu. After all, it is also in the Flower Street. We should all help each other. Daki hesitated. She stood there, somewhat at a loss. Although she really wanted to steal the peaches, the boss seemed to take this matter very seriously, and even Hantangu was here. They are not united in their efforts, and there is a lot of competition behind the scenes. Although Doma had saved them before, Daki didn't think so. She had already been planning in her mind when to kill Doma and take his place. But now she can't beat him and has to endure it. Gyutaro huddled inside Daki and silently warned him, don't be reckless. Agree to it first. Daki was silent for a moment, and finally said respectfully, My lord, please don't be angry. I was overthinking just now. To apologize, we have many beauties in Wa Street. I will bring 2 more to you when the time comes, so that your grief and anger can be turned into appetite. After saying that, Daki looked up at Doma. Daki knew that Doma liked to eat women, and the red light district had no shortage of women, so Daki's beauty trick should be very effective on Doma. Doma looked puzzled. Angry. I'm not angry. After a long time, the 2 of them were chatting on different channels. Chapter 118 Killing an Upper Rank. In the end, Daki followed the leading kid. Doma lay quietly in Daki's room, squinting his eyes and laughing cheerfully. Well, I haven't seen Mr. Hantangu for a long time. Do you want to say hello before it dies? There are also Kongshi, Gina, Aiju, Kelly. Hey, it seems quite troublesome to greet so many people. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the house was suddenly opened from the outside. Advertisement. A woman in the image of an old lady suddenly appeared. It turned out that the Madam of Kyogokuya saw that her own courtesan had not come out for a long time, and heard a noise upstairs. She was worried that the other party was abusing the child upstairs, so she came up to check the situation. The madam opened the door, but she didn't see the woman, but saw a man instead. Doma licked his scarlet lips, showing his fangs, and smiled warmly like a big boy next door. Hello, Konnichiwa. ... I don't think it's good at all. Another Kyogoku house, in the attic. Chen took off her veil, sat in front of Hinazuru, and silently complained about what happened today. Hinazuru also covered her face and laughed. She didn't expect that the pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps would one day be humiliated. He came to Kyogokuya to gather information, but was actually mistaken for a PR street youth. It's fine if she solicited prostitution, but she didn't even pay. Su Chen's reputation spread quickly, including downstairs in Kyogokuya, where many customers were discussing this matter. They said that there was a man named Shinazugawa who had no money but came to order a geisha, as if he wanted to play the role of a bully. Fortunately, the geisha Hinazuru discovered it in time and stopped it. Shinazugawa's reputation was ruined, so Su Chen simply changed his username. The first thing he did after going upstairs was to take off his disguise, because this outfit had become famous and Su Chen could no longer use it. In the room, Hinazuru had taken off her disguise. She tied her hair into a single ponytail, as was familiar from anime, and was dressed neatly. Hinazuru has black hair, purple irises, and a teardrop mole under her left eye. Advertisement. She was born a ninja, and became the Ouran of Kyogokuya with her outstanding figure and unique appearance. But now, she took off the Ouran's decorations. Aren't you worried about being exposed? Su Chen couldn't help but remind her when he saw Hinazuru changing clothes casually. Hinazuru smiled and said, "It's more comfortable to wear this way so that we can move around more easily, but it's mainly to prevent any unexpected situations from happening." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but think of Hinazuru's mission in the Flower Street. He remembered that it was the sound pillar Tengen Uzui who ordered his wife to enter the Flower Street to carry out reconnaissance. In addition to Hinazuru, there are also Suma and Makio, who were both born into families that ranked fairly high after the Uzui family. Not only does she have accurate judgment, but she also has outstanding abilities in espionage and combat. She is considered an outstanding female ninja in the ninja world. Looking at the fishnet stockings that the other person was wearing, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder what it would feel like if Xiaonan wore them. Su Chen quickly adjusted his breathing. What a sin, how could he have such an idea, really? Putting aside these unrealistic fantasies, Su Chen took a quick glance at Hinazuru's room. The Oran's room was very big, and was totally different from the room she had stayed in before in the butterfly house. If I had to describe it, it would probably be one suite and the other one suite. The facilities here are all complete, which is enough to show Hinazuru's status in Kyogokuya. I just don't know if Suma and Makio also became Ouran like Hinazuru. You are not Lord Shinazugawa, are you? Hinazuru glanced at Su Chen and a smile appeared on her lips. But Su Chen said seriously, I am Shinazugawa. Hinazuru smiled. A few days ago, Master Tengen asked me to find someone. I didn't think I would see you, but I was proven wrong. Hinazuru stood in front of Su Chen and suddenly saluted respectfully. Demon Slayer Corps Hinazuru, greetings to Lord Longzhu. Oh, Su Chen shook his head and sighed, but was still recognized by Yinju's wife. I wanted to hide my identity, but Shinazugawa was not as handsome as me, so Su Chen admitted it directly. Yes, I am Longzhu, how did you recognize me? Advertisement. Hinazuru hid her face and smiled. Tengen-sama told me before that Ryuju-sama is a handsome man who is no less handsome than him, especially his temperament, so I recognized Ryuju-sama in the crowd at a glance. Su Chen was shocked. You know, he was wearing makeup. How could he be recognized with so many scars on his face? But what Hinazuru said is indeed right. It is indeed difficult to hide one's temperament. Some people are born to be the protagonist. It is hard not to recognize them just by standing there. You have a good eye. Su Chen meant it sincerely. Hinazuru said happily, Master Longzhu, we were all very worried about you. I'm glad you're okay. It can be seen that Hinazuru meant what she said. These days, Uzui Tengen and Hinazuru have been writing letters and sending messages to each other every day. Hinazuru has long known that Uzui Tengen values Su Chen. The other party even said in the letter that Su Chen will be the first pillar to kill the upper rank. At 2h at carat at plus. Then Uzui Tengen shared some other things about Su Chen with his 3 wives. Including Su Chen being a miracle doctor in the butterfly house and defeating Shinazugawa, etc. These stories sounded like legends to Suma, Hinazuru and Makio. How could a man who had never killed a ghost on the battlefield really be so powerful? But today, Hinazuru believed Su Chen the first time she saw him. It's not just the other person's temperament, which are all external things, but Hinazuru saw the same fighting spirit in Su Chen as in Lord Tengen. That is something similar to ninja. Usually, the thicker this thing is, the stronger it is. The strange thing is that although this Lord Longzhu looks very young, his fighting spirit is abnormally vigorous. And there was one thing that was very strange to Hinazuru, that was he still sensed a murderous aura from Su Chen. Didn't they say that Lord Longzhu has never killed any ghosts? Why would he have murderous intent? Hinazuru couldn't help but think of something, and she asked tentatively, Master Longzhu, did you kill the ghost and escape halfway? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Did you figure it out? Hinazuru took a look at Su Chen's outfit and nodded. Indeed, Su Chen was still wearing the clothes he had taken from Gyoko's house, which were basically linen clothes, and he looked like he had escaped from famine. This outfit was totally out of place in the prosperous Flower Street, so Hinazuru could basically tell part of Su Chen's experience just by looking at his clothes. Su Chen said lightly, it's okay. I just killed an upper rank demon on the way out. Chapter 119. Information about Hinazuru. Oh, so it's. Hinazuru blinked, and then her expression suddenly froze. Upper rank. The room suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Hinazuru's eyes widened, and even though she was a lady, she opened her mouth in disbelief. Killing the upper ranks, what a niche word. Hinazuru took a long time to calm down. Master Su Chen, do you mean to kill the upper rank and then walk out? Yes, Su Chen said as a matter of course, otherwise, should I ask them to escort me out? I came out through the main door by myself. Hinazuru was numb. Just now, when she saw Su Chen dressed so pitifully, she thought that he must have suffered a lot to escape, but it turned out that he still walked out of the gate after killing the ghost. Is this the strength of the pillar? It's so terrifying. At this moment, Hinazuru believed everything Tengen Uzui said to her. The fact that Su Chen was able to kill an upper-rank demon was enough to show his strength. Whether it's talent, strength, or his self-created breathing school, Su Chen is a unique treasure for the Demon Slayer Corps. Hinazuru must send Lord Su Chen back to the Demon Slayer Corps safely. Inside the room, looking at Hinazuru who was lost in thought, Su Chen suddenly asked, how is the situation in Butterfly House recently? Hinazuru quickly said, don't worry, Lord Longzhu, everyone in Butterfly House is alive and well. Lord Longzhu's efforts have not been in vain, and no one in Butterfly House has died. Su Chen. That's good. Hinazuru added, and I heard that thanks to Lord Longzhu, the Lord has issued a top order to move the Butterfly House quickly. What? Su Chen was stunned. Diwu has moved. Hinazuru replied. Yes, this is all thanks to Master Su Chen. As expected of Lord Longzhu, he was still concerned about the situation of his companions as soon as he escaped. It was truly touching. But what Su Chen actually thought was that it was a good thing that he met Hinazuru, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to find his way back home. Advertisement. Then do you have a route map back to the Demon Slayer Corps? I want to go back as soon as possible. Su Chen said bluntly. Hinazuru said it was no problem. I can draw the map by hand. After all, intelligence work is my specialty. Lord Longzhu, please go change your clothes first. I will give it to you when I have finished drawing it. Su Chen took a look at his clothes, which he had gotten for free from Gyoko's house. They were all very ugly in color and made of poor quality materials. They were indeed a bit sloppy. Looking at Hinazuru again, whether it is the Ouran costume or the ninja costume, not only are they made of good material and comfortable and cool to wear, they are also pleasing to the eye. Okay, then I'll change. Thank you, Miss Hinazuru. Su Chen thanked. Next, Su Chen borrowed Hinazuru's resources to take a good bath in Kyogokuya, and also had some simple treatment and bandaging for some wounds on his body. The injuries are not serious, these are new wounds from the battle with Gyoko, they will heal quickly. Combined with my own 100 refinements concentration, I can basically recover in an hour or so. Hinazuru was writing her own letter in the attic. Dear Lord Tengen, in my last letter I explained the anomaly in the flower street. I hope you can come here as soon as possible. This time I have made a new discovery. Longzhu, Master Su Chen has appeared in the flower street, but Master Su Chen looks seriously injured. I have drawn a map for Master Su Chen to go home, and I hope the Demon Slayer Corps can pick him up on his way home. Put pen to paper. Hinazuru. Hinazuru wrote a few hundred words in a very eloquent manner, and then put them into the box at Da's feet. The young crane picked up the disc crow and released the fat crow into the sky. Because the crow was too fat, it flapped its wings for a long time before it could fly. Soon, the crow spread its wings and flew high, hiding in the darkness and disappearing into the sky. Hinazuru stared blankly at the night, her chin resting on one hand, and she suddenly became absent-minded. They didn't know how long this night would last, nor when they would be able to finish the mission and enjoy their retirement life with Lord Tengen. Slowly, Hinazuru's mind became empty. She looked at the stars in the sky and felt a familiar sense of loneliness. At this moment, a crow suddenly fluttered in the distant sky, and a crow slowly flew back. What's going on? The young crane grabbed the crow's body and immediately took it back to the room. But she discovered that this crow was not the one she had just released. Advertisement. This crow is Mew shoes. Hinazuru murmured, then opened the mailbox of Disai and took out the letter inside. The content is roughly as follows. Hinazuku, Suma and I found traces of a ghost. It's at the house at the end of Hanamaki. Mew Shu and I have already gone there. I hope you can come over soon, because I'm scared. Just 2 short sentences made Hinazuru's face change immediately. What's wrong? Su Chen, holding the 5-flavor harp, pushed open the door, and as soon as he came in, he saw Hinazuru looking worried. Hinazuru stood up. Nothing. She looked a little absent-minded, thinking that since Lord Uzui Tengen was coming and Lord Su Chen was injured, she should not trouble Lord Su Chen. Hinazuru handed the map she had drawn to Su Chen. Lord Longzhu, this is the map I just drew. You just need to follow the route on it and you will be able to return to the butterfly house. Thank you. Su Chen took it, glanced at it briefly and put it in his pocket. Hinazuru took out some coins and said, Sir, take these with you. You will need them on the road. Su Chen would never take money from a woman. No way, how can I take your money? I have money on me. Hinazuru blinked, not understanding what Su Chen meant. It's not like he didn't see it when Su Chen was rummaging through bags downstairs just now. It seems that Lord Longzhu's pockets are cleaner than his face, right? Although $1 is still money, to be honest, Hinazuru doesn't think Su Chen can return to the butterfly house with just $1. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, Aren't you guys performing here for money? I just borrowed the madam's piano and played a song for a while, and I made some money. As he spoke, Su Chen slightly showed the coins in his pocket. The light emitted by the coins was so bright that Chizuru almost couldn't open her eyes. Hinazuru was shocked at the time. You know, although geishas make money by selling their arts, not all of them have such good talents, so there are so many girls in Kyogokuya who make money by selling their bodies. Besides, isn't Lord Longzu a swordsman? Can he also play the piano? Hinazuru was confused and thought she had misheard. Sir, tell me again, what were you doing just now? Chapter 120. Late at night, Su Chen leaves Kyogokuya. After Su Chen put the money in his pocket, he looked up and said, "Didn't you ask the madam to play a song just now when we were downstairs? I saw you were busy, so I helped you complete the task." Hinazuru felt a little ashamed when she heard this. She said a little embarrassedly, "Sir, you don't have to go there in person. You are the pillar. How can I trouble you to do this for me?" There is one more thing that Hinazuru didn't say, and you can't play the piano. Aren't you afraid that the madam will beat you to death? It's okay. Su Chen smiled. After all, I asked you to help me. I can't always accept favors from others without repaying them. A smile broke out on Su Chen's face, and the tenderness at the corners of his mouth was as dazzling as the warm sunshine in March. Hinazuru was stunned. She had never seen such a gentle Hashira before. This is completely different from Master Tengen. Master Tengen gave her a sense of security, while Su Chen gave her the power of friendship among companions. Lord Longzu will subconsciously think about his companions. Thinking of this, Hinazuru was convinced. No wonder Tengen-sama liked him so much. Wait, something seems wrong. Hinazuru suddenly remembered something. Sir, do you mean that you earned this money by playing the piano downstairs? Yeah, Su Chen was stunned. Any questions? This. Hinazuru didn't know what to say. She thought she had heard it wrong, but now Hinazuru understood what Su Chen meant. Su Chen meant that he came downstairs to play the piano for her and earned a bag of coins. But the problem is that I never got so much money for playing the piano myself. Seeing Hinazuru's solemn expression, Su Chen, who didn't know the situation, thought he had done something wrong. He said solemnly, "Did I ruin your plan? Or why don't you go down and play the piano?" Hinazuru sniffed in embarrassment. It seems that she will have to practice her talent more diligently in the future. She can't say that Su Chen helped in the wrong way, right? So Hinazuru smiled gently and said, "It's okay." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and the voice of the madam was heard outside. "Xiao He, are you done yet? The guests downstairs are waiting for you to play the piano." Advertisement. The two people in the room were stunned at the same time. Su Chen asked in confusion, "Didn't I just play a song? Why do I have to play again?" The madam said a little embarrassedly, "Oh, it's because my skills are too good. The guests are not satisfied with listening to me. They think that if my skills are so good, then the skills of the courtesan must be even better. That's why the guests are all waiting downstairs now." Hearing this, Hinazuru was puzzled. Then why did the guest specifically ask me to go? At this time, Su Chen answered the question for the madam. When I went to play the piano just now, I was worried that the madam didn't know that I was playing for you, so I said I was your apprentice, playing for the master. Hinazuru. Hinazuru was a little panicked. She walked to the window and looked downstairs. Wow, there are so many people, and the number of guests coming and going is endless. When did these people become so interested in listening to music? Now Hinazuru finally understood the situation. It turned out that Su Chen's talent show downstairs was so effective that the guests' interest has been completely aroused. The madam couldn't stand the pressure from the guests, so she came up now and asked him to show off his skills. But the key is how to reveal it. I am a ninja. I am good at throwing shuriken, but I am also good at playing the piano. Don't be ridiculous. Her piano playing skills are about the same as those ordinary geishas downstairs. How does she play? Su Chen walked behind Hinazuru and seemed to have noticed the problem. He said a little embarrassedly, "Miss Hinazuru, I hope it won't be too difficult for you." The corner of Hinazuru's mouth twitched. What can she say? She is also helpless. Lady Su Chen is sometimes too enthusiastic. I'm afraid Hinazuru will face the biggest challenge in her career as an Ouran for a long time to come. The Kyogokuya Ouran pursed her lips, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye twitched continuously as if it had come alive. She forced a smile. It's okay, haha. But her heart was roaring, woo woo woo. It's so hot. How many years will I have to practice piano in the future? It's hard to imagine that Su Chen accidentally made Hinazuru's personality as open as Muksu's. The madam outside urged, "Is Xiaohei ready? It's rare to have so many guests today. Would you like to go with the madam?" Advertisement. Su Chen also had the map in his pocket at this time. He ran to another window and looked at Hinazuru with concern. "Ms. Hinazuru, thank you for the map. I'm leaving now. As for helping you increase your popularity, you don't have to thank me." Hinazuru. Under Hinazuru's helpless gaze, Su Chen opened the window and glanced at Hinazuru's desk inadvertently before leaving. On it was placed the letter that Hinazuru had just received. After just one glance, Su Chen looked away. He turned his head calmly, then jumped down along the window sill with a whoosh. In the night sky, Su Chen's clothes fluttered in the wind, and his hem rustled. The figure of the young man gradually sank into the busy streets. It's late at night. Except for the city center, all other places on Waji were closed, and there seemed to be nothing left around except the chirping of cicadas. On the empty street, only a hazy moonlight remained. A figure flashed by as the shadows of the trees danced. At a narrow corner of the street, 3 coolly dressed female ninjas gathered together. They had tall and capable postures, with fishnets, black stockings, and bare legs above their thigh skin. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at each other, confirmed each other's identities, and slowly took off the black cloth on their faces. Mushu smiled cheerfully and said, "Long time no see, Suma, Hinazuru." Hinazuru said absent-mindedly, "Well, no see, Suma, Makio." Suma whispered nervously, "Hello, long time no see, Hinazuru, Hinazuru, oh no, it's Makio." Bang. Soon, Muksu slapped Suma on the head. "Really, why can you even call my name wrong, Suma?" Suma held his head in his hands with grievance, and even tears fell. "Wah, Muksu, you bullied me again, I will definitely complain to Lord Tengen." "What?" Mushu became even angrier when he heard this, but fortunately there was a good man named Hinazuru who stopped him. Hinazuru raised the thing in her hand and pressed it against Muksu's chest. "Okay Muksu, stop making trouble, business is more important." Muksu wanted to teach Suma a lesson, but she looked down at what Hinazuru was holding, and her expression became strange. "Hinazuru, why did you bring Chen from the store?"
5 UC Chapter 121 The Traces of the Upper Rank Demon and the Sudden Sound of the Piano. Hinazuru lowered her head, and was also confused when she saw the 5-flavored zither in her hand. This. Hinazuru's brain was confused. She was so devoted to practicing the piano at that time, and in order to cover up the lie that she was a good piano player, she almost went crazy. Hinazuru said somewhat embarrassedly, "I was just practicing my piano skills and forgot to put it back." "Oh, Hinazuru is so elegant," Mushu said with a smile. "Could it be that she wants to show off in front of Lord Tengen?" "No," Hinazuru explained, "it's because of Longzu-sama." Longzu-sama? At this time, Suma ran over and asked together with Makio, "Is it the Longzu-sama that Tengen-sama mentioned?" "Yes." Hinazuru then explained to Makio and Suma everything that had happened before. When they heard that Chen had come out after killing an upper rank, their eyes widened like Hinazuru before. Upper rank. Upper rank. Dragon Pillar Sama killed the upper rank. While we were still looking for the demon, others had already killed all the upper ranks. Hinazuru nodded. "Yes, it is an upper string, but I don't know which string it is." Mushu and Suma both took 2 deep breaths and said in shock, "Master Longzu's strength is so terrifying." Mushu couldn't help but look at his hands and sighed, "I'm already in my 20s, and my body has matured, but I haven't even killed a lower rank demon." Suma nodded in agreement. "Yes, Muksu has worked very hard over the years, but his strength is not even comparable to that of an ordinary ghost. It's true that comparison makes one feel nauseous." Bang. A hand hit Suma's head crisply. Suma cried loudly, "Wow, Maki is bullying me again." Hinazuru. Alright, stop messing around." Hinazuru quickly brought the topic back to the topic. "In fact, Lord Longzu's magic is more than that." The young crane continued to talk a lot. The story includes that the other party came to Kyogokua to pick up girls, then fabricated his identity, and then showed off his piano skills. Anyway, the story is quite bizarre. Advertisement. When Makio and Suma heard that the legendary Lord Longzu actually ordered girls without paying, they all looked strange. Suma blinked his eyes. Is Lord Longzu's life so difficult that he has to pretend to be a young lady? Lord Kochou must be watching her very closely. Maki raised his hand and said unhappily, "Suma, are you stupid? Lord Kochou and Lord Longzu haven't even started dating yet. Besides, can't I, Lord Longzu, enjoy myself after killing an upper rank?" No, Hinazuru was a little tired. Why couldn't these two understand what she meant? It's not a question of whether Lord Longzu chooses a girl or not, it's because. After listening to Hinazuru's explanation, the two realized that Lord Ryuju went to Kyogokua to order girls in order to go back as soon as possible. Suma was so moved that tears came out. Wow, this is so touching. It turns out that Ryuju-sama went to Kyogokuya because he missed Kochou-sama. Mushu was too lazy to hit her. She looked at Hinazuru and silently concluded, "I didn't expect that Longzu-sama is so versatile. He's quite an interesting person." Suma silently moved away from Muksu and said in the same tone, "Yes, and I heard from Lord Tengen that Lord Longzu is very strong, and his talent even exceeds Lord Shaju. I wonder if it's true?" "It should be true." Hinazuru looked strange, as if some bad memories were brought back. At least talent is really strong. "Wait." Mushu suddenly asked, "Hanahe, didn't you ask Mr. Chen to stay?" "No," Hinazuru shook her head. "Lord Longzu was injured, and he just killed an upper rank, so he needs to rest. I didn't tell Lord Longzu the news." Woo-woo, Suma sobbed and sighed quietly, but the clues that Maki discovered are related to the upper rank. If no pillar comes, we will be passive. Upper string. Hinazuru frowned. "What's going on? Didn't you send a message to Master Tengen?" Suma wiped away his tears. It was sent a few days ago. Maybe Tengen-sama is on his way. "Let me tell you." Makio interrupted Suma and said, "It all started when I sneaked into a brothel called Kyogokua today, and I found that an Oran was behaving abnormally." Suma blinked. "How abnormal is it?" Mushu. "Although she is an Oran, she doesn't even take the madam seriously in the shop, and she often bullies children." Suma interrupted, "This can't be called a ghost, after all. Mushu often bullies me. Could it be that Mushu is also a ghost?" Bang. Suma cried loudly. "Woo-woo-woo, Makio bullied me again." Advertisement. Hinazuru. Hinazuru held her forehead helplessly and gritted her teeth and said, "Go on." Mushu calmed down and said, "It's a little strange." Hinazoru narrowed her eyes. Which point? Mushu's face was solemn. "Tonight, when I went out, I found that the madam of Kyogokura there was dead." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became solemn. Hinazoru asked tentatively, "Was it that courtesan who did it?" "I don't know." Mushu shook his head, "But I took a look before I came here. Half of the old procuress's body was gone, and the wound was jagged. I knew at a glance that it was the mark of being bitten by a ghost." Mushu's tone was full of solemnity. "I guess this old procuress must have been possessed by a ghost." Hinazoru stroked his chin and also analyzed the situation. Why didn't he finish the meal? It would be easy to be discovered if he was fooling around in the red light district, right? Since he made the move, he would definitely finish the meal. Suma cried and echoed, "Woo woo woo. The ghost must have thought it wasn't tasty and ate half of it and threw it away. What a waste." Mushu glared, "Suma, don't interrupt when the adults are talking." "Wait." Hinazoru stopped Muksu, a gleam in her eyes. "I think what Suma said makes sense." Mushu stopped what he was doing. Even Suma stopped crying and looked at Hinazoru with joy. "Really?" Hinazoru analyzed, "Yes, eating half of it means that the ghost has very high standards for food selection. It is very likely that it has a picky eating habit, such as not eating old meat, not eating dry meat, and not eating uncooked meat. Then the habit of randomly discarding corpses means that this person does not take human rules seriously, which means he is very powerful." Mushu lowered his head and analyzed, "An upper-rank ghost that can't eat 3 things? Suma. It seems that this ghost is as picky about food as Mikio." Bang. Suma scored a 3rd time. "Wow, you hit me again, I'm going to complain." Ding-er, suddenly, the sound of a piano rang out. Chapter 122 Lord Longzu. Maki and Suma stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Hinazoru at the same time. "Hinazoru, what are you playing?" Hinazoru was stunned. "I didn't play it either." Makio and Suma blinked and subconsciously looked at Gomakoto in Hinazoru's arms. Ding-er, another sound of piano was heard. This time Suma and Makio saw clearly that the strings in Hinazoru's hand didn't move at all. And the sound didn't seem to come from here, but outside the alley. An invisible place. It was quiet all around. Usually at this time in the morning, all the shops outside Flower Street were closed, and it was hard to even see any pedestrians. Now, the sound of musical instruments suddenly rang out in the place that should have been silent, which was terrifying no matter how I thought about it. Suma swallowed and said nervously, "Do you think there are geishas working overtime as a side job here?" Bang. Mushu decisively gave Suma a pat on the head. "Suma. Makio I had hash% at. Stop messing around." Hinazoru stood up, her tone more serious than ever. In fact, they all knew that if there was any noise at night, it was most likely some ghosts causing trouble. Thinking of this, except for Suma, the other two immediately took out their weapons and carefully stuck to the wall. If they are in an open space, the 3 of them will stand back to back and help each other expand the searchlight's field of view. But the 3 of them were now in an alley with extremely narrow vision around them, so the wisest choice was to put their backs against the wall and leave one by one. As the wives of ghost hunters and ninjas who go on missions all year round, if they don't even have this little common sense, they would have died 800 times ago. Hinazoru held the zither and tiptoed slowly towards the direction of the music. When Maki and Suma saw Hinazoru making some moves, they followed Hinazoru, and Maki even took out the shurikens hidden on his body. The atmosphere was like an icy cellar. The closer they got to the source of the sound, the more nervous the 3 of them became. The moonlight is dim and there is no one on the street. What will appear on the street at this time? Ghost. Without a doubt. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Hinazoru was the first to react. She immediately held down Makio and Suma and fell directly to the ground. The next moment, the wall behind the 3 people shattered. Countless pink headbands emerged from the big hole in the wall. These seemingly soft fabrics were as sharp as steel knives at this moment. Makio and Suma turned their heads away in shock. If Hinazoru had not been the first to react, they might have been cut in half by now. Advertisement a sound like a silver bell came from behind the wall. You guys, is it really okay to discuss others behind their backs?" The 3 of them looked back and saw a slim female ghost waiting inside the hole for a long time. Her skin was pale all over, with 2 pink plum-shaped spots of different sizes on her face, and her back was covered with densely packed hairbands. The aura emanating from the other party made Hinazoru and the other 2 feel unprecedented solemnity. Tyrannical, cruel, and evil. This is the most intuitive feeling of the 3 people. The most important thing is that they also saw the shocking words in each other's eyes. Waxing Moon, 6th. This is an upper-rank demon from 12 Kazuki. Mushu didn't expect that he would just lament that he had never killed an upper-rank demon, but the next moment he would encounter an upper-rank demon. The moonlight shone through the dark clouds to the entrance of the alley, and slanted onto Daki's face through the cracks in the wall, illuminating half of his face. In the flickering moonlight, the 3 of them saw each other's mouth corners slightly raised, with a rather provocative expression. Disperse. Without hesitation, the 3 female ninjas took out their shurikens and quickly separated after Hinazoru gave the order. Among them, Hinazoru threw away the 5-flavored zither and took out a crossbow device similar to a mass-firing shuriken from her arms. Bang. Rustle. Hinazoru pressed the switch, and a group of shurikens flew towards Daki at high speed. Seeing such a weak attack, Daki immediately pretended to be strong. A voice like boiling water suddenly sounded. "Ha ha ha ha, Do you think you can defeat the upper-rank demons with just this? Daki had a proud face and put his hands on his hips. The hairband on her back began to roll like a wave. What do you think of the string? Bang bang bang. The pink hairband suddenly stretched out irregularly, forming a short-lived shield in front of Daki, which looked quite awesome. And the shuriken hitting the wall was indeed just as Daki said, unable to even break through the defense. There's more to it than that. In the air, Daki's hairbands stretched and retracted freely, one of them was hidden in the shadows, and suddenly rushed out. The headbands of different lengths seemed to be full of magic. While the three female ninjas were trying to dodge, they shot silently and at an incredible angle behind Suma. Suma, be careful. Seeing this, Mushu shouted and rushed over with shuriken in hand. But even though she is a ninja, she is still too slow in front of the upper ranks. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as the pink hairband changed from being smooth to being straight, and then from straight to being sharp. Advertisement: the headband that had been so smooth before suddenly revealed its most ferocious face. Suma seemed to see a bloody mouth opened in front of him, and inside was a rolling breath of death, thick and dangerous. On the other side, Hinazoru and Makio looked panicked. Before they even had time to react, was Suma about to be beheaded? Daki stood there, not even moving a step. This is the strength of the upper moon demons. Fighting is like playing. A feeling of despair rose in the hearts of several people. Makio's feeling was especially strong. When Hinazoru made her move, she had been watching Daki's movements carefully, but the whereabouts of the headband was really strange. Mushu didn't react at all. Now, because they are weak, Suma is about to be defeated. Mid-air, Suma trembled all over, and as the headband got closer and closer to her, she could even see the plum blossom pattern carved on it at one moment. Suma's tears burst out like a dam breaking. Marora. Dragons breathing form one dragon swimming in the sky. It was like a dragon roaring across the sky. The young man's figure brushed past the hazy moonlight. Following closely was a faint scent of wisteria. The next moment, with a flash of the knife, the hairband was cut in half. The person who made the move was so swift that no one present could see it. Daki looked serious. Who is it? She raised her head and stared into the air with eyes like hammered nails. There, Suma was forcibly abducted and taken to the rooftop by a sudden young figure. Suma, saved. Suma showed a smile of surviving a disaster, but tears kept flowing. She had never felt the air was so sweet. Suma originally thought that the person who attacked was Makio. After all, although Makio often bullied her, he was also the one who ran the fastest when she was in danger. But she suddenly discovered that Mushu was about 180 meters away from her. Mushu also stood there with a confused look on his face. That's right. Suma thought, how can Mutsu be so fast? Reinforcements must be coming. Could it be Lord Tengen? After Suma was put down by the young man, she looked at him with joy. Under the moonlight, the boy has an extraordinary temperament and clear eyes. But she found that except for the height, temperament and appearance, which were comparable to Master Tengen, the other aspects of the other person were not similar. This was not Master Tengen at all. The person who knew the situation best at the scene was the young crane who had just shot. The moment she recognized him, she could be heard shouting in surprise from a distance, Lord Longzhu. Chapter 123 Retrospective State. Su Chen analyzes the scene. Adult Dragon Pillar. Mushu stood there in a daze. She looked up at the figure on the roof. At this moment, this figure kept overlapping with the imagination in his mind. After a moment, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Is Lord Longzhu so young? Under the moon, on the roof. A pretty girl also exclaimed, Lord Longzhu. Suma blinked, his mind still blurry. The person who saved me is Lord Longzhu. So handsome and feels safe. But Suma changed her mind again. She remembered that Lord Tengen seemed to have asked them to help find Lord Longzhu and provide assistance to him, right? Now I am holding myself back, aren't I? Suma panicked and said incoherently, I'm sorry, Lord Longzhu, I'm not very good at fighting. Just now I was careless. I actually need you to save me. Fine. Su Chen looked calm and didn't take this little thing to heart. The boy's eyes were fixed in one direction from beginning to end. Because that's where the most ferocious prey lies. In the meantime, and her inner brother, Gyutaro. Upper 6. Su Chen murmured. Let's go back to a few hours ago. From the moment he left Hinazoru Kyogoku's house, Su Chen had already deduced everything from the other party's letter. There were only a few words on the letter, but how could he, who has awakened to an extraordinary level of enlightenment, not guess what Hinazoru was thinking? 3 female ninjas discovered something unusual in Hanamachi today, and were captured by the upper 6. This plot is so familiar to Su Chen. If Su Chen guessed correctly, several people would be defeated one by one in a day, and then silently wait for the rescue of Sound Pillar Tengen Uzui. Now Su Chen encountered the problem in advance. Since you are a pillar, you can't just sit there and do nothing. Whether it was Uzui Tengen or Hinazoru, both of them helped him to some extent. When the other party was in danger, Su Chen had no reason to sit idly by, and he couldn't just turn a blind eye to the matter. Su Chen left just now to get information about Waji. He discovered that although the Red Street now appeared peaceful on the surface, it was actually turbulent undercurrents. Advertisement: the skills of reconnaissance and super hearing allowed Su Chen to obtain some partial information. A strange old man and a young man with white oak hair have recently appeared on Flower Street. These are the conclusions Su Chen came to after screening the information. There are at least 3 upper ranks in Hanagai. On the roof, Su Chen occupied the widest view. He did not act rashly at the first moment, but began to carefully observe the situation around him. Below the boy's sight, Daki was standing there angrily. His tone was impatient. Dragon Pillar? Are you their rescuer? The only person who can cut off my hairband is the pillar. It seems that the Demon Slayer Corps didn't just send a few random soldiers to deal with me. Daki's tone was heavy and his face was cold, completely different from the calm and relaxed look he had at the beginning. As an upper rank, he is very sensitive to the strength of his opponent. Just based on Su Chen's extremely fast movement, Daki, as a veteran upper rank player, immediately saw Su Chen's strength. It is very likely that I will need to ask my brother to come out and play for me. Daki had to treat such a strong enemy with caution. But why does the shape of this so-called dragon pillar look inexplicably familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere. Suddenly, Daki's eyes lit up. She moved her lips. You are Su Chen? Oh, Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you know me? Daki was stunned for a moment, then swallowed. Of course she knew him. She had seen Su Chen when she was hanging around Gyoko's house before she got her hairband. It's just that Gyoko didn't seem to be very nice to Su Chen at that time. Su Chen's face was dirty at that time, but now he has become so handsome that I can't recognize him. But Daki clearly remembered that the opponent's strength was top-notch. Even the urinals were washed separately. How many heads does Daki have left? Thinking of this, Daki became even more nervous, but the tension on her face only lasted for a moment before she recovered abnormally. He even challenged her. So you are the Dragon Pillar. No wonder you can kill our 12 Kazuki's upper rank. Haha. But not all of us upper rank are as weak as Gyoko. I advise you. Daki kept chattering non-stop, and it was unclear whether he was trying to relieve his own tension or to deliberately stimulate Su Chen's fighting spirit. His behavior was very abnormal. Su Chen saw the other party's abnormal behavior at a glance. But what puzzled him was why the other party didn't plan to escape. Something's wrong. Su Chen murmured. You opened the bullet field. Advertisement. You have activated the hypermemory state. You are recalling the battle details on the battlefield. Open black lens bracket. Your brain activity is enhanced. Close black lens bracket. Since you often use your brain, your super memory state has transformed as practice makes perfect. You have an epiphany, and you begin to enter the retrospective state. You can infer from the details some of the things that happened before in this scene. You ponder. Detail 1. The opponent's strength is obviously different from yours, but he did not run away and instead provoked you. This is a recipe for death. Detail 2. The other party and the 3 female ninjas appeared on an empty street corner. Their purpose is still unknown, but this is incredible. Open black lens bracket. Detail. Close black lens bracket. The memories played continuously in Su Chen's mind like recorded tapes. At first, what appeared in Su Chen's mind were clues, followed by details, and then frames of images. All the images were connected, projecting a film in Su Chen's eyes like an old-fashioned projector. Su Chen is like a movie viewer, watching the exquisitely packaged frames flash before his eyes and then processing them. Keep what is useful and discard what is useless. Open black lens bracket. Your efficiency has improved. Close black lens bracket. You traced back the battle process of this battlefield through the traces on the battlefield. You've heard the enemy dress up to recall the last thing Daki did before going out. You recalled the harsh words the other party had said through the 3 large bumps on Suma's head. You used the sound you heard when you arrived to recall the number of piano sounds you heard before. 2 piano sounds. When Su Chen read out this sentence, he keenly noticed that Daki's expression had changed slightly. Su Chen's heart suddenly sank. Let's go. Su Chen shouted. Hinazoru, take Muksu and Suma and leave here. Several female ninjas were stunned, not knowing why Su Chen suddenly said this. Originally, when Yu Shu saw Su Chen coming, he thought that they were about to sound the clarion call for a counterattack. I've already pulled out my shuriken and you're asking me to run? Suma was even more confused when he was next to Su Chen. When she heard Su Chen's order, her first reaction was whether Lord Longzhu was injured, and then she felt that she could not defeat him, so she planned to retreat. Otherwise, why let them run? But this voice was full of energy, and it didn't seem like he was hurt. Only Hinazoru reacted immediately and ran to Makio and pulled him away. At this time, Suma saw Makio and Hinazoru running away and she panicked instantly. I don't know why, but the right thing to do is to run. Chapter 124. Who asked you to chase me? Although Suma is not good at fighting, she is good at running away. Hinazoru, Makio, wait for me. Woo-woo-woo. A crystal teardrop fell in the air, and Suma fled without looking back. His speed even surpassed that of Hinazoru and Makio. Daki's face turned cold, but she pretended to be calm. Haha, Dragon Pillar is just like this. I thought you were so capable, but you still want to run away. In the end, Su Chen didn't listen to her chattering, but ran to the back without looking back. Su Chen knew very well that the 2 sounds represented the 2 upper strings. One is Daki and Gyutaro, so what about the other one? You know, the remaining ones are the first 4 of the waxing moon. Now with the 3 wives of the sound column, Su Chen dare not be careless, because he must not cause any casualties. Daki's place. He figured it out. Gyutaro, who was hiding in Daki's body, said with gloomy eyes and a hoarse voice. Daki showed an unwilling expression. So what if I can see it? Can't you see that he is already scared? Since you won't let me kill Su Chen, I will kill those 3 women and eat them now. Bang. Daki's hairband bloomed like a waterfall, as if countless tentacles stretched out from hell, staring at the backs of Hinazaru and the other two and biting them. But at this moment, in the night sky, a bright sound of swords being drawn was heard. Then, in the cold wind, a flame suddenly lit up. Dragon's breath, second form, scorching breath. The raging flames flickered in the dark night. Daki, who was far away, only heard a sound of fire, and then his headband was out of control. The flames were extinguished in the cold wind. Daki suddenly felt that the hairband she had stretched out seemed to be pulled by someone and could not be retracted. Immediately afterwards, an eye-popping scene appeared. Su Chen's eyes were as big as copper bells, his feet were stepping on a thick pile of hairbands, and he slashed with a knife, and the fire reappeared. The embers of the fire illuminated the boy's face, and Su Chen's movements were smooth and flowing. This knife is colder than the wind. Daki felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and quickly sent more headbands towards Su Chen. But the young man's figure was like a ghost, and every attack of his fell into the air, not even touching the opponent. This was the first time in Daki's battle that he couldn't even touch the enemy. On the other side, the boy chopped off the headbands in the air and rushed towards Daki in an extremely strange route. Hot breath flows from the mouth, dragon's breath, form 8, moving lotus, elegant. Advertisement. The boy's movements were full of elegance. He avoided Daki's attack route perfectly with a few moves, and after landing the last blow, he easily leaned close to the opponent's ear. Who asked you to chase? Just a few words, and the sense of oppression exploded. Daki felt like he was in an ice cellar. The previous calmness and lofty ambitions are gone, and all that is left in my heart is fear spreading like a tide. Oppressive, powerful, and as powerful as a sharp edge. All kinds of auras rushed towards her, as if cutting her into pieces. Daki's face turned pale, the tip of her nose turned red, and she was so scared that she cried out, yin. The sound of boiling water suddenly rang out, and the air suddenly became noisy. Su Chen looked unhappy and raised the knife in his hand again. If you cry again, I will chop off your head. Daki's crying stopped abruptly. Then I won't cry anymore. Can you please not chop off my head? Okay. Su Chen put down the Nichiren blades in his hand. Daki also slowly stopped crying, but who knew that Su Chen would immediately pick up the knife again and smiled. I was kidding you. The knife flashed, and the rolling blade light passed through Daki's eyes, cutting through the opponent's hairband and reaching the neck. The bone-chilling coldness flowed through all the blood vessels in his neck. When Daki looked at Su Chen again, he was already upside down. Daki didn't respond. Her neck didn't respond. The next moment, she hugged her head and broke down her defenses. Liar. Oh, Oni-chan. The scorching cries were like boiling water, one wave after another, which was really irritating to the ears. Su Chen achieved his purpose of delaying time. After chopping off Daki's head, Su Chen started again without waiting for Gyutaro to come out for revenge. He used the first form of dragon's breathing, dragon swimming skies soaring to escape from the scene at the speed of light. The only sound left at the scene was Daki's solitary crying. After seeing Su Chen escape, Gyutaro did not come out for safety reasons. He was inside Daki, comforting her. It's okay, Xiaomei, it's just a broken head, it will be fine once you put it back. Think about it, who can survive without losing their head? Don't you think that surviving without losing their head is a very impressive thing? Hearing this, Daki cried even louder. She has never suffered such injustice since she became the upper string. She cried and said, I am very powerful, advertisement. Damn Su Chen, I will tear him into pieces. Daki just cried like that for several minutes. Finally, I was still so angry that I just yelled at a corner. Brother Go, why don't you come out? In the dark and damp corner, Hantengu was hiding in a wretched manner. It covered its mouth tightly, tears streaming down its face, its expression ferocious and desperate. Ah! Daki blushed instantly. Mute, cutie. Although Hantengu covered his ears and didn't hear what Daki said. But the girl's blushing face says it all. In this dark night, in this cold wind. Hantengu's words, I'm afraid, made Daki feel that they were colder than the knife Su Chen used to cut him. Butterfly House, experimental room. Zhao King placed a few brightly colored, plump rice balls in front of Kochou Shinobu. Master Shinobu, you should eat something. The room fell silent. Kochou Shinobu was walking around in the laboratory, carefully preparing for the development of poison for ghosts, and he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time. Seeing her sister Shinobu so haggard, Zhao King cried out of distress. Please, Master Shinobu, you haven't eaten for 3 days, aren't you hungry? I'm fine. Kochou Shinobu held his head and stopped walking. As she stopped, her hands started to stiffen and she felt a sudden tingling sensation in her head. That is the proof of loss. The girl's eyes were red, and she looked like she had been crying often. She could only numb herself by doing endless experiments. After all, this was the only thing Su Chen left for her. I'm fine. Kochou Shinobu pursed his lips and gave a haggard smile. Although she tries hard to maintain her daily, sister persona, her much thinner figure cannot deceive people. This girl's body has already reached its limit. As if not wanting to get himself into pain, Kochou Shinobu diverted attention and changed the subject. Is Kanao feeling better? Zhao King shook her head in frustration. Sister Kanao also said she wasn't hungry, and she didn't eat. Now she's thinner than Lady Shinobu. Kochou Shinobu was stunned, then pushed the rice ball back. Give it to her, I'm not thin, if she doesn't eat it, I won't eat it either. Chapter 125. Upon learning the news about Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu sets off. Zhao King. Zhao King held the meal, blinked, and dared not speak. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Shen Qikui suddenly rushed in from upstairs. There is news about Master Su Chen. Snap. Kochou Shinobu snatched the rice ball from Zhao King's hand and started to eat it immediately. In just a moment, she had finished a thick and large rice ball. Kochou Shinobu wolfed down his food while looking at Kanzaki Aoi fiercely. Keep talking. Kanzaki Aoi was stunned for a moment, then said, "Oh, Murata just said that in the ward. It is said that the crows on Lord Sound Pilar's side received the news. They said they knew where Lord Su Chen was. I just heard that Lord Shinazugawa has already left." Kochou Shinobu choked up. Does Kanao know? Kanzaki Aoi shook her head. I don't know. At this time, Zhao King handed over a cup of tea, and Kochou Shinobu's throat felt better after drinking it. The petite girl ate all 3 rice balls, and a little energy slowly surged in her body. Kochou Shinobu said solemnly, "Don't tell Kanao, just say her master is out on a mission, don't let this girl worry." At this time, Xiao Cheng rushed in again from outside the laboratory. Excitedly, Sister Kanao has started eating too. Upon hearing this, Kochou Shinobu ran out in a hurry without even washing his face.
Zhao King blinked. I always feel that Lord Kochou is weird, but I can't tell what's wrong with him. Xiao Cheng nodded. I agree. Inside the room, Kanzaki Aoi silently watched Kochou Shinobu's leaving back, and her eyes suddenly widened. With a panicked expression, Master Shinobu. Don't be so anxious. I haven't told you where it is yet. ... Ubuyashiki residence. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was weak and lying sick in bed. Next to her is Mrs. Amane who takes care of her. At some point, Ubuyashiki Kagaya suddenly said, Amane, I have a feeling that I may not be able to hold on for much longer. Mrs. Amane listened silently without saying a word. Advertisement. Ubuyashiki Kagaya closed his eyes and said, the rest is up to you. We must get Su Chen back. Thank you for your hard work. Mrs. Amane nodded slowly, replaced a warm handkerchief on Ubuyashiki Kagaya's forehead and went out. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Murata running towards me with an excited look on his face. He spoke very quickly. Greetings, Madam Amane. I have something to ask the Lord. Mrs. Amane first looked back reflexively, her lips hummed slightly, and tears seemed to flash in her eyes. But she quickly adjusted her mood and said calmly, the Lord's condition is getting worse now, so I will temporarily take over the business of the Demon Slayer Corps. Murata was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much about it, because he really had something important to report. Mrs. Amane, today Lord Amane's crow has returned, and the message he brought back contains news about Lord Longzhu. Mrs. Amane was startled for a moment, then realized the importance of the matter. Let's talk inside. The two came to the meeting hall, and on the way Murata gave a brief explanation of the current situation. The news came from the home of Sound Pillar Uzui Tengen, but the Sound Pillar left home a few days ago and no one knew where he went. This news was accidentally discovered by a servant who was cleaning the sound column room today. Coincidentally, this servant is a good friend of Murata. When he saw the news about the Dragon Pillar, he knew that this matter was related to the Demon Slayer Corps, so he immediately told Murata, who was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Then Murata, who was recuperating in the butterfly house, learned about this. As soon as he heard the news, he limped over in a hurry. To be honest, Murata still admires Su Chen very much. From the very first time they met at the foot of Diwu Mountain, Su Chen gave him an unfathomable feeling. Although the other party is very young, Murata does not think that Su Chen's mind is as shallow as his age. Look, the subsequent village chief incident and the butterfly house incident, which one was not solved by Su Chen? When Murata learned that Su Chen was the pillar, he was shocked. He ran to someone and said he was going to ask the pillar to deal with the situation, but he didn't know that there was a big boss in front of him. This made Murata company dead for several days. Murata was even more shocked when he learned that when he and Su Chen first met, the other party was not yet a pillar. Kanzaki Aoi told him that Su Chen was not even a regular member of the team during the rescue match, and only became a pillar a few days later. Murata became emo after hearing this. He was in the same class as Giyu Tomioka, but he ended up being promoted to the pillar class while he was still a Jang-level teammate. Then, his juniors Tanjiro and his two juniors, who were obviously a grade younger than him, quickly surpassed him, which made Murata doubt his own talent for a time. Advertisement. Later, Su Chen appeared and surpassed him in an absolutely crushing manner. Isn't it that Murata is jealous of others, and he feels that he has been slacking off? Otherwise, how do you explain their rapid progress? It must be that I have poor talent. Later, Murata killed Su Chen and brought 2 upper-rank demons to Su Chen. That's right, Murata learned this from Kanzaki Aoi. I actually brought back 2 upper-rank demons that night. Murata thinks he deserves to die. Su Chen was his good friend, but he had harmed his friend. So after getting the news about Su Chen this time, Murata was determined to do something. So I decided to come over and deliver some news. In the meeting room, Mrs. Amane fell into deep thought after learning the situation. Murata said that the message stated that Su Chen appeared in Waji, and she vaguely remembered that Tengen seemed to be in charge of this area. But now that Uzui Tengen is nowhere to be seen, and he did not report to the Demon Slayer Corps before setting off, this must be an urgent matter. For now, Mrs. Amane can only send other team members. After thinking for a while, Mrs. Amane looked at Murata, which pillars are currently idle. Murata knew that Mrs. Amane had just taken over and was not very familiar with the team members' attendance. But it doesn't matter, Murata has done his homework, only the wind pillar. Mrs. Amane nodded. Then let Shimi go to the flower street first. Murata. Master Shinazugawa has gone. Mrs. Amane nodded again. Okay, when there are free pillars, let them go to the flower street immediately. We must take Su Chen back. Murata nodded. Understood. Suddenly, Mrs. Amane added, by the way, don't tell her about Kochou. Worrying too much will cause confusion. Don't tell her before ensuring Su Chen's safety. Murata was a little embarrassed when he heard this. Well, Mrs. Amane, Lord Kochou has also gone. Mrs. Amane was stunned. How did she know? Murata stopped talking. Because to be honest, she was so excited that she declared amnesty in the butterfly house the moment she heard the news, she didn't think about it so much. Chapter 126 Doma's Hidden Mission. However, Mrs. Amane did not intend to force it. Since she had gone, she could only pray for the safety of all those who set out. After the two chatted briefly for a few more minutes, Murata slowly withdrew from the Ubuyashiki residence. Currently, Murata still has the task of waiting for the return of each pillar to pass on the message, so he plans to immediately guard the route that all the pillars must take to return home. This is the highest efficiency. Under the blue sky, Murata, who was limping along the road, suddenly looked up. Looking at the sun, he suddenly remembered the scene of Su Chen fighting ghosts in the dark. At that time, Su Chen had an unusually majestic figure, and didn't look like a younger brother who was much younger than him at all. At that time, Murata was hiding behind Su Chen, and was touched when he saw the other party covered in scars but still fighting silently. He sighed and said, Lord Longzhu, you must survive, otherwise I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Flower Street, Gyoko's home. The three upper-rank demons gathered together, each with a different expression on their faces. Hantengu was crying and Daki was angry. Doma, on the other hand, wandered around Gyoko's house as if he were on a tour. Lord Doma, you have to make the decision for me. I've been fighting outside for a long time and Lord Dog didn't even come out to take a look. Daki was crying and complaining, while Hantengu was also hanging her legs and crying, it's not my fault, it's my leg's fault, I couldn't get out because my legs were weak. Daki was furious on the spot. You can't poop, so you blame the toilet, right? As an upper rank, you only know how to make excuses. What do you think of an upper rank? Okay, sister. Gyutaro in Daki's body hurriedly tried to stop the fight, because he was worried that Daki would chop off Hantengu's head in anger, which would be troublesome. Then, Hoden will accuse Gyutaro of bullying the weak. Listening to the two people's excuses, Doma almost fell asleep. After a while, he smiled and said, I'm hungry. The air suddenly became quiet for a moment. Daki didn't react for a moment. He remembered that Doma had just had a buffet at his Kyogoku-ya. Is this food digested so quickly? Advertisement. But isn't the point wrong? Doma continued, you guys, there's no point in complaining to me. It's not me who will die anyway, it's you 4, 5, 6, etc. After these words came out, Daki and Hantengu's faces froze at the same time. Doma is really a simple-minded person, he just speaks his mind. And Doma was right, this really had nothing to do with him. In Doma's eyes, although Daki and Hantengu are also his friends, he has no shortage of friends. Doma is still very confident in his ability to make friends. After all, Lord Akaza is still here, and they have a very strong relationship. Everyone will die, but he and Akaza will not die. Because they are Lord Musen's right-hand men, killing them would be like cutting off one's own arm. After a moment, Daki's face slowly returned to its cold state. Since she couldn't morally blackmail Doma, there was no need for her to continue pretending. Doma suddenly smiled and said, Ms. Daki, Mr. Hantengu, it has been confirmed that Su Chen has not escaped from Flower Street, so I will guard the exit of Flower Street. When the time comes, you and Mr. Hantengu will search for him in Flower Street together. But we don't know where they are. Daki's tone sounded aggrieved. She had already realized how terrifying her opponent was in yesterday's battle, but today she had to take action again. She really doesn't want to fight with Su Chen. Hantengu also covered his mouth tightly, looking helpless. Why do you all force me, woo-woo-woo? Doma said nonchalantly, it's very simple, you just need to find those 3 women. After all, don't ghost hunters like to pay attention to something called emotion? After hearing Doma's words, Daki's face turned cold. She was the first one to find the 3 female ninjas yesterday, and she did indeed lure Su Chen out, but you didn't even mention the fact that she was almost hacked to death by them. Looking at Doma's lazy appearance, it is obvious that he is just thinking about continuing to slack off, and he has no intention of completing the task given by Lord Musen. Daki couldn't help but clench his fists. Damn Doma, he actually let me go to the front line. Moreover, his teammate is still a dog. As an upper rank 4, he doesn't even dare to show his face in a fight. It seems that 12 Kazuki is rotten inside. Every employee wants to slack off and push the work to people who are lower than themselves. Advertisement. Then if the mission fails, he will be beheaded. It's too frustrating to be an upper rank. But Daki just couldn't say anything because she was at the bottom of the upper rank. The leader had already spoken, so did she dare to let the leader go first? Finally, all the words he had to say turned into a single, swallowed voice, and came out of Daki's mouth. Yes. Doma clapped his hands and said, great, that's settled. You and Lord Hantengu go find someone. I have other tasks to do. Other tasks. Daki suddenly remembered something. She remembered that Nakime only teleported herself and Hantengu, but Doma did not. In fact, as long as Doma showed up to fight, I'm afraid Su Chen would have captured him on the spot, right? So Doma didn't set out because of other tasks. In Daki's sight, Doma was rummaging through the drawers in Gyoko's house, seemingly looking for something. A moment later, he pulled out a colorful painting from under the rubble. This is it. Doma looked at the masterpiece of painting with an innocent smile, the flowers on it are so beautiful. Daki followed Doma's gaze. There, the clean yellow paper was already covered with a little dust, but the marks on it were still relatively intact. You can vaguely see a light blue swaying flower painted on it. Daki is the Oran of Kyogokuya. She has seen many kinds of flowers since she was a child, but the flowers painted in this picture are ones she has never seen before. Moreover, the brushstrokes in the painting appear to be smooth and pleasing to the eye, and it is definitely a painting by a master painter. Is this someone's fantasy? Daki thought. But the next moment, her heart suddenly palpitated. This is the excitement that comes from deep within the cells, they are trembling, screaming, and expressing joy. A strange image flashed through Daki's mind. There is a kind-looking doctor in the film. He said a few words to himself, promised to cure his illness, and then said that he still lacked a medicinal ingredient. And this medicinal herb is none other than the blue spider lily. This is the blue spider lily. Daki screamed. She didn't expect that there would be a drawing of the blue spider lily in Gyoko's house. No wonder she had never seen it before. Advertisement Chapter 127. 1 upper string. 3 upper strings. At this moment, everything became clear. It turned out that Gyoko knew about the situation but did not report it, so he ended up dying and unable to be reborn. What are you thinking about, Daki? Doma turned his head and said to her with a smile, how could Lord Gyoko have the ability to draw this painting? This was drawn by a man named Su Chen. Su Chen. No wonder Lord Musen tried so hard to arrest Su Chen. It turns out it was because of the blue spider lily. Now Daki can understand why Musen would kill upper rank 4, 5, and 6 out of anger because of Su Chen's escape. Su Chen's value is greater than the sum of all the upper strings. Suddenly, a big, broad hand was placed on Daki's shoulder. The pressure from this palm instantly soaked Daki's clothes. Gyutaro wanted to rush out to protect his sister, but was also pinned down by this palm and could not move. Ah, Lord Musen gave me a death order. If I can't find this blueprint, I will be in trouble. Fortunately, I am fine now. The voice was like a devilish sound, and the tone was apparently very gentle, yet it revealed the cruelest meaning. Doma leaned in and whispered, so Daki, have you completed your mission? Quote. Got it. Daki buried his head tightly and said, got it, we'll go when it gets dark. That's good. Doma smiled, turned around and ignored the two ghosts. Gradually, it got dark. After Daki and Hantengu left, Doma picked up the drawing and couldn't help but stare at the red spider lily painted by Su Chen. You should run away when you hear the piano. Inside a Kyogoku house in Hanamaki, several people were quietly hiding in Hinazuru's boudoir and reviewing the previous battle. Outside the window, the sun sets and the full moon rises, and a day has passed without me noticing. During this day, Su Chen and the 3 female ninjas did nothing but listen to Maki, Suma and Hinazuru discussing non-stop. I never thought that we would meet the upper-rank demons in Flower Street, and also meet Lord Ryahu. After talking for a whole day, Suma still inadvertently recalled the exhilarating battle of yesterday. And they actually found an upper-rank demon. Advertisement. At this time, Hinazuru pushed open the door with 4 cups of hot tea in her hand. He walked up to Su Chen and took a cup. I'm sorry, Lord Longzhu. You were about to leave, but I still had to bother asking you to come back and save us. Hinazuru's tone was sincere and heartfelt, because if Su Chen had not come back earlier under that situation, Suma would have really been doomed. It's okay. Su Chen said calmly, I just happened to find that you were in danger, so I just did it. But Lord Longzhu, you are really amazing. Suma drank the hot tea, moistened his throat, and immediately said. When I was flying in the air before, I only heard a swish and then I was saved. Your speed is almost as fast as Master Tengen. Mu Shu agreed. That's right, I thought that Suma would die suddenly at that time, but fortunately, the evil will last for 1,000 years and will not die. Hinazuru took out some gold jewelry from her closet and handed it to Su Chen. Lord Longzhu, you saved us, we really can't repay you, these things are all my assets. What do you mean? Su Chen frowned. I'm an upright ghost hunter, please don't test me with this. That's not what I meant. Hinazuru thought Su Chen had misunderstood. This is to thank Lord Longzhu for the money. Okay. Su Chen pushed back, don't keep throwing money at me. Half of the butterfly house is mine. Do you think I'm short of money? No matter how Chizuru stuffed it to Su Chen just refused to take it. Finally, Su Chen had no choice but to say, wouldn't it be better for you to keep the money? You'll need it on your way out later. Why do you keep forcing it on me? Do I really look that poor? No. Mu Shu stood up. We don't plan to go back. Not going back. Are you planning to stay? Su Chen was stunned. Since you found out there are upper-rank demons in the Flower Street, you should report to the Demon Slayer Corps and leave as soon as possible. But who knew that Hinazuru and the other two just shook their heads? Even Suma, who was always the most timid, said with a firm face, we are also members of the Demon Slayer Corps. If we leave, who will monitor the movements of the upper ranks? Mu Shu. Now that we have discovered the existence of an upper-rank demon here, it is even more impossible for us to leave. Hinazuru. This is the mission given to us by Master Tengen. We cannot escape without permission before it is completed. Finally, the three of them said in unison, although we may die in the process, this is our responsibility. We must support the sound pillar and rush here to kill the casualties caused by the upper string in the cradle. Looking at the faces of the female ninjas in front of him, Chen was quite touched. To be honest, he came back just to save Hinazuru, because he had a friendship with Sound Pillar and Hinazuru, and he couldn't bear to see Hinazuru being killed by Daki. Advertisement. But what he didn't expect was that after experiencing such a dangerous thing, the other party would actually choose to stay. This was something Chen had not expected. But if you think about it carefully, isn't the Demon Slayer Corps always like this? Chen hesitated. When Chen was silent, Hinazuru and the other two looked at each other with tragic expressions. Do you want to die? Suma cried loudly. Woo woo woo, who wants to die when they can live? Mushu smiled. You crybaby, go ahead and cry. Try to cry until your tears dry up. Then maybe I won't hear you crying anymore in the future. Hinazuru. I am so lucky to have you. If anything unexpected happens, I will be Tengen-sama's wife in my next life. The three of them looked so tragic, and Chen felt a little uncomfortable watching them. Tengen Uzui is really a damn thing. I didn't think so before, but after listening to Hinazuru's amazing speech, Chen is really envious of this guy. 3 wives, all ninjas. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, black fishnet stockings and bare legs. I can only say that Uzui Tengen is the pillar who knows how to enjoy himself the most in the Demon Slayer Corps. Alright. Chen interrupted forcefully, why are you monitoring them? Just kill them all. Suma said stupidly, but we can't do it. Chen tilted his head, then couldn't help laughing. This is easy, I'll help you kill them, and then ask your husband to teach me some ninjutsu. Hearing this, the three of them were all stunned. It took me 2 full minutes to recover. Oh yes, the person in front of you is Lord Longzhu. This guy is a ruthless man who has killed an upper-rank god alone. There is no reason for them to be anxious or sad now. Hinazuru said with some concern, but Lord Longzhu, your injury. Do I look injured to you? Chen said seriously, and I have to correct one thing, there is not just one upper string as you see, but 3. Chapter 128 Take the initiative and kill Daki. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly became quiet and fell into a long dead silence. Mushu stammered, 3. Hinazuru. It seems we still think too simply. Suma raised his hand weakly. Can I take back what I said? Bang. Soon, a slap hit Suma on the head. Suma's eyes were red from crying. Makino, silence, hate you so much. But who knew that Mushu had a stern face? Lord Longzhu is talking. Suma, don't interrupt. Hinazuru frowned and looked at Chen. Lord Longzhu, what should we do next? Chen thought for a moment and said, it's very simple. We just need to defeat them one by one. However, it's not realistic to kill 3 upper ranks, so we should just eliminate the upper ranks that have been living in Flower Street for a long time. Suma blinked. What do you mean? Chen smiled mysteriously. What I mean is, this time we will do it once and run. As long as this upper string dies, there will be no deaths in Wa Street for a long time. Mushu asked. Which one is that? Chen suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Last night, he had locked onto a certain place using retrospective status. The main target is upper 6, Daki. ... At night, it gets a little cool. The biting cold wind was like a heavy whip, lashing my face and causing severe pain. On Flower Street, passers-by bought a few more pieces of clothing and walked onto the street as usual, becoming part of this lively scene. There are geishas stationed on the side of the street. Some of them look handsome and some will boldly tease the customers on the street. There are Ouran performing in every Kyogoku house, but there are a few exceptions. Inside Kyogoku's house, a timid little girl pushed open the door. With her face half covered, the door hid the faint scar on her face, and she said with a little fear. The new brothel owner wants you to get off. Daki turned his head impatiently, then tell that old woman that I'm in a bad mood today and can't go down. If the courtesan Warabihime doesn't come down, I won't have any food to eat tonight. The little girl's voice became smaller and smaller, and she didn't even dare to look up at Daki. Daki's forehead veins throbbed. Oh, that has nothing to do with me. Don't you understand me? I said I can't go down. Advertisement. But, the little girl opened her mouth and immediately closed it again. Because she saw that the Ouran Warabihime was angry, and it was common sense not to make the Ouran Warabihime angry in Kyogoku's house. Just as the little girl was about to leave, Daki suddenly called her. Wait. The little girl stopped and turned stiffly. What's wrong? Daki Oran. The only response she got was 2 cold words. Come in. The little girl hesitated for a while, but finally walked in. Daki also stood up and stood at the door at the first moment, and pinched the other person's ear as soon as he saw the other person enter the room. Pull it as long as possible. Ah. The girl screamed, but was immediately slapped by Daki. Shut up. Hearing this, the little girl immediately shut her mouth. Daki said with resentment. What an ugly, disgusting thing, it's better to die early. Yes, Daki saw the scar on the little girl's face, it was so ugly. In addition, Daki needed a way to release her anger tonight, and she could only bully the children. Brooklyn Princess, what are you doing? Suddenly, the madam rushed out and saw that Ji was making trouble again. She immediately spoke to stop her. Let her go. This child wouldn't have come if she hadn't been desperate. Daki turned his head calmly and looked at the madam. You are the one who asked me to go down. The madam smiled coldly. She had inquired before coming here and had heard that the Oran of Kyogokuya was arrogant and conceited, and even looked down on the previous brothel owner. But she just didn't believe that a mere courtesan would dare to contradict her own madam. So when Kyogokuya approached her to be a brothel owner, she agreed on the spot because she had a unique habit of conquering every Oran. Then he called her again. Fern Princess. He has a clean face, a distinguished temperament, and a smile on his face that is as warm as the spring breeze in March. Daki paused, almost laughing out of anger. What? I told you to get lost, but you got lost, right? No need, I'm already here. I only heard her say coldly. Next time, don't let me see you again. But now that we are here, there is no reason to retreat. The madam thought that things were not as simple as she had imagined. Advertisement. But before the madam could breathe a sigh of relief, Daki came over and grabbed her ears. The new madam gritted her teeth and said, yes, you haven't been downstairs for more than a week. The customers are very resentful. Please don't make things difficult for us. Hearing this, the madam trembled and said, no, there is a customer looking for you. He said he can't wait any longer. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not just by looking at it. This is a tough guy. I will help you kill him later. Don't make too much noise now. We should find Su Chen first and calm Lord Musen's anger. But at this moment, the madam turned back halfway. From the scene where Princess Fern pulled my ear. Today she must teach Princess Fern a good lesson. There was a hint of resentment in the madam's tone, because Daki's long period of slacking off had seriously affected her interests. Daki exerted slight force with his fingers, his face cold, and held the brothel owner in his hands until she was almost out of breath before he let her go. The madam actually saw the shadow of her colleague in the courtesan Warabi. But on the first day she found out she was wrong, because she couldn't see any trace of the courtesan Warabihime. The madam also got angry. As an Oran, you should be working for Kyogokuya. Do I need to tell you about this? Daki was silent for a moment, murderous intent already rising in his heart. This courtesan named Fern had cold eyes and was ruthless in her attacks. She was completely different from the spoiled courtesans he usually saw. Oh, Daki grinned, then put the child in front of him down. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. The brothel owner was already scared at this point, and she rolled and crawled towards the stairs. Daki also turned around and wanted to go back to his room. Roll. Who do you think you are? Daki said jokingly, how dare you, a middle-aged woman like you, order me around? Su Chen. Daki exclaimed inwardly. Fortunately, Gyutaro inside her body consoled her. It's okay, Xiaomei, she's just an old woman who won't die. After a few days, I couldn't even see him. I sleep during the day and feel bad at night. I just received instructions from Hantangu. It will come to find us later. It is said that it has discovered Su Chen's whereabouts. At this moment, a young man in white clothes climbed onto the attic at some point in time. The new madam. Chapter 129. On the eve of the war, Su Chen's test. Gyutaro quickly stopped her. Calm down, Mei, you are in a mimic state now, he shouldn't be able to recognize you. Mimicry. Only powerful demons in 12 Kazuki can use this skill. Like Daki, who has been hiding in the red light district and completely concealing his ghost-telling status, he can blend into human society. Similarly, Doma's child state when he first came, Boss Shaw's women's clothing state, and child state are all extremely precise mimicry. Unless a ghost hunter has abilities like Tanjiro's sense of smell, Zenitsu's hearing, or Zuzu's perception, it is difficult to detect that a ghost that has entered a mimicry state is actually a ghost. But unfortunately, Su Chen has 100 ways to recognize the other person's true identity. As soon as he entered the room, he used his super hearing to determine that the other person's heart rate was very different from that of ordinary people, and thus saw through the other person's mimicry. Don't mention it, Daki is still a bit beautiful, but it's a pity that it has a mouth that can be used to eat and scold, and most importantly, it can also be used to boil water. Both sides were silent for 2 seconds, and no one spoke immediately. The person who suffered the most was the new madam of Kyogokuya. Originally, she came here with great confidence and wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but not only did she get scolded, but she was also seen by Su Chen. Now that Daki hadn't said anything, she couldn't stay or leave, and could only stand there and act stupid. Su Chen smiled slightly when he saw this. Auntie madam, please go first. I want to talk to Miss Fern alone. Okay. The madam quickly agreed and left without looking back. When the other party went downstairs, Su Chen heard the other party's relieved voice. FK. What a mess. I'm going to run out now. Whoever wants to come to this damn place can come. Su Chen looked at the Fern Princess in front of him and smiled slightly. It seems that Miss Fern Princess is not very popular. After talking to Gyutaro, Daki also laughed. No, it's mainly because he's a bit of a loner and can't get along with the madam. Daki stared into Su Chen's eyes while speaking, and was slightly relieved when he found that the other party didn't seem to discover his identity. Just now, Gyutaro and Daki said that they should calm Su Chen down first and wait for Hantangu to come over. Then cut off the connection with Doma. By then, Doma will also notice the situation here and then complete the encirclement of Su Chen. Gyutaro thought clearly. Su Chen has killed an upper-rank demon before, and he is very powerful, so you have to be careful too. And now Su Chen happens to appear here, his motives are unclear, so we must first see what the other party's intentions are. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Advertisement. The hall of Kyogokuya was bustling with people. Occasionally, when they met acquaintances, they would order 1 or 2 geishas to have some fun. Soon the small house in this city that never sleeps became bustling. While drinking, Su Chen could still hear someone asking about the courtesan Warabi, asking why she hadn't come downstairs to perform her talent today. But what they don't know is that the madam of this Kyogokuya has just run away. Su Chen touched his nose and said in a relaxed tone, "It seems that the Ouran Princess Warbler is busy, so I won't bother you." "Don't bother." Daki suddenly said, "We have a distinguished guest here, how can Princess Fern ruin his fun?" "Oh," Su Chen smiled. "Isn't the courtesan Princess Warbler in a bad mood? Why does it feel like that's not the case?" Su Chen took 2 steps forward and said, "Can I come into the room and tell you the story?" Daki opened the door and made room for Su Chen, of course. The two entered the room and sat opposite each other. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, he had been testing her all along. From the very beginning when he went upstairs, he used Breath of the Beast, Form 7, Spatial Perception, and his superb hearing to monitor the movements around him. Fortunately, Su Chen did not hear any strange sounds. Entering the house now is also Su Chen's purpose. After all, he has never fought with a stronger enemy and does not know the opponent's ability, so Su Chen must ensure his own safety. We should first investigate the situation nearby and not rashly drag Hinazuru and the others into danger. Hinazuru turned around and met her eyes, nodding heavily. Afraid that I would die. Such a beautiful scene, how could it be destroyed in the hands of ghosts? Looking at the exquisite and tidy room, Su Chen looked calm but hesitant. Ms. Fernji, can I ask you a question? This was Mu Shu's voice, firm and full of trust. In the dark night, this group of the cutest people are determined, and their determination to kill ghosts is growing vigorously. He didn't think at all how shocking what he said was. Hinazuru, Makio, and Suma were guarding Kyogokuya. These thoughts came to Hinazuru like a tide in the dark night, as if to drown her, until a white hand was placed on her shoulder. Advertisement. Su Chen suddenly asked, "Are you still afraid of fire?" Not only did the dragon pillar kill the upper moons, but he was also very friendly to these ordinary teammates with weak strength. It can be said that Lord Dragon Pillar is simply a gift from heaven for the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing this, Hinazuru clenched the weapon in his hand even tighter. On the side of the street, a child took the candied haws in his hand and a bright smile broke out on his face. Everything is under his control. Before deciding to take action, Su Chen decided to ask the other party a question first. Daki smiled and said, "Excuse me." They dressed simply and hid in the dark in order to prevent unexpected situations from happening and also to serve as a message. He was afraid that he was too weak and would end up holding Su Chen back. Fortunately, Su Chen also didn't hear the heartbeats of other ghosts. She subconsciously looked at the boy standing opposite her, only to find that this boy, who was nearly 10 years younger than her, had a calm expression on his face. According to Su Chen's plan, in order to eradicate the cancer of Flower Street, Upper Six must be killed here. Hinazuru's thoughts couldn't help but go back to the time before day. I was afraid that I would never see Tengen-sama again. At that time, when Su Chen talked about killing the upper rank, Hinazuru found it difficult to calm down. If the Demon Slayer Corps knew about this, they would definitely go crazy, right? But behind this lively scene, who would have imagined that the most vicious and evil ghosts in the world exist here? The same was true for Makio and Suma. Although they pretended to be calm, after having been together for many years, Hinazuru could not tell that the other was nervous. Young Crane is actually very scared. There were endless pedestrians around, with smiles on their faces, and the whole street looked prosperous. The lights are on and the flower streets are brightly lit. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps hasn't killed an upper-rank demon for a long time. Don't be afraid, Master Longzu will succeed. At this time, outside Kyogokuya. To be honest, Hinazuru was worried that the Demon Slayer Corps would lose this gift because of her. Chapter 130 I'm scared. After the words fell, Daki's face froze, and then his whole body trembled uncontrollably. His lips moved. What do you mean? Nothing. Su Chen's eyes were as calm as water. I just feel that human desires are sometimes like fire, absorbing nutrients from firewood and growing wantonly. But at the end of the burning, the wood will slowly carbonize and eventually turn into embers. Hearing this, Daki's heart trembled. Su Chen's face was frosty and his demeanor was as calm as water. He was actually leisurely drinking the tea on the table. Behind the calm, there is a hidden storm. As if in a trance, Daki saw a huge monster he had never seen before behind the other person calmly. Su Chen's voice continued to sound. You know, fate is a strange thing. They say ghosts are the enemy of humans. You were bullied to death by humans. I don't blame you for becoming a ghost. You got the chance to become a ghost, and I can't blame you. You killed people and indulged your desires. I shouldn't be the one to punish you. But you should never, ever accept Doma's blood. This is also the second reason why Su Chen wants to kill Daki. Everything related to Doma deserves death. Daki's eyes instantly showed the number of the string, but it was too late. With a snap, she and her head were separated. The dragon got angry and blood splattered 5 steps away. When Su Chen's second knife fell towards Daki's body at an extremely fast speed, Gyutaro finally couldn't help but get out of his sister's body. Blood demon art. Jumping and domineering. Blood sickles were flying all over the sky, but Su Chen's sword seemed to have eyes. After avoiding the AoE attacks, it still accurately slashed in front of Gyutaro. What a powerful swordsmanship, Gyutaro exclaimed. It had just revealed half of its body when, the next moment, it was cut in half by Su Chen. But Gyutaro didn't have time to think too much. If he hadn't suddenly twisted his body, he would have died from this knife. Blood demon art. Blood splatter scythe. Gyutaro wailed after being cut in half, and at the critical moment, he immediately launched his second blood demon art. This time it learned its lesson and retreated while releasing its vampire magic. Only then was he able to put some distance between himself and Su Chen, and used his powerful self-healing ability to regenerate his limbs. Boast. A new set of lower body grew out, and Gyutaro stood firmly on the ground. Su Chen and Gyutaro looked at each other. This was the first time that Su Chen truly saw the upper moon. Advertisement. The other party had thick iron handcuffs on his hands, waist and neck. These handcuffs twisted Gyutaro's body, which looked quite scary. Gyutaro is different from Gyoko. Gyoko was murdered by Su Chen through trickery. Gyoko didn't even have a full meal until his death, so Su Chen took advantage of him. And now Su Chen is facing Gyutaro, who is in his prime. The previously tidy room was now in a mess, with Daki's blood everywhere. Gyutaro stared at Su Chen in front of him with gloomy eyes. Hey, how did you know I was inside your body? Gyutaro scratched his face, and the flesh and blood suddenly became a blur on his hands, but he seemed to feel no pain and scratched hard. He had doubts in his heart, but he could never figure it out. Su Chen smiled and told him the answer, because you are too noisy. After saying that, he immediately turned around and chopped off Daki's head that had just been attached. Daki was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she encountered a situation where her brother came out and the other party focused on her. After a moment, deep grievance burst out from Daki's boiling water cavity. You bully me when my brother isn't here, and you also bully me when my brother is here. Then it would be a waste of my brother's visit. Ying ying ying. Don't bully Xiaomei. Seeing his sister crying and holding her head, Gyutaro became anxious and immediately rushed over with two scythes. This is exactly the effect Su Chen wants. Bullet field expansion. Super memory state expansion. Open black lens bracket full collection. Draw the sword. Close black lens bracket. Dragon's breathing. Form 3. Flower blooms in a thought. Rub. The sword flashed and blood flew. In a breath, Su Chen's knife fell before Gyutaro's sickle. The sound of metal cutting was heard. At the moment when the weapons of both parties collided, Gyutaro could even see the vibration frequency on the tip of Su Chen's knife. It seems that all we need to do in today's battle is to let Daki keep connecting. Danger. As he was speaking, a person suddenly turned into the alley where he was. Although he was indeed anxious just now, his strength was still there. He never expected that his head would be chopped off by the opponent in one move. Advertisement. Since they are twin ghosts, if it is impossible to chop off the heads of both turtles at the same time, then just make sure Daki's head is always in a falling state. It was so fast that Su Chen only had time to make one move before the opponent took the head back and then linked Gyutaro's head. If it wasn't for my sister's intervention just now, the game might have been over. At the same time, on the other side, Su Chen still underestimated this pair of ghost siblings. I just used the strongest single target attack in Dragon's Breath, which could have taken the opponent by surprise, but Daki's connection speed was too fast. This sword has the power to cut through steel. Normally this alley is deserted and few people come in. But it was too late. Gyutaro's head had already healed. When Suma saw the other person's red robes and hunched figure, he thought he was an old man who had taken the wrong road. Su Chen's eyes flashed, and he immediately chopped off Daki's head again. Suma's actions were extremely pious, and it seemed that he was praying from the bottom of his heart. The iron handcuffs on Gyutaro's neck were neatly cut, and along with them, Gyutaro's neck was also cut off. Aiya, can you protect me? I'm scared. Clang. Then, the headband immediately pierced the other person's head and body. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and then chopped off the head of Daki beside him. Upon hearing the word, danger, the hunched figure started crying just like Suma did before. Su Chen chopped off Daki's head with two swords and immediately rushed towards Gyutaro. At this moment, Gyutaro's heart was also extremely shocked. Oddly enough, Gyutaro survived. Su Chen dodged, but the hairpin flew towards Gyutaro without even looking back. However, before Gyutaro's head flew out completely, a hairband suddenly hit Su Chen. Su Chen's idea coincides with Gyutaro's. The moment it pierced through Gyutaro's flesh and blood, it immediately turned into flesh and blood, connecting the opponent's head and body together. The head of this upper six was firmly pressed against the opponent's body. Suma wiped away his tears and took a few steps forward. Old man, you are going the wrong way. This place is very dangerous. Suma, who was guarding the outskirts of the flower street, was praying fearfully. Lord Longzhu, please keep me safe. Lord Tengen, please keep me safe. ... The first thing that came to my mind was not how strong Su Chen was, but that it was a good thing that I let my sister reattach my head herself. Chapter 131 Sound Pillar, Uzui Tengen. Afraid. Suma comforted. It's okay, old man, I will protect you. Do you need my help? Ah, is it okay? The old man in the monk's robe grinned and said with tears in his eyes, I'm hungry, help me fill my stomach. After saying this, 2 small horns grew on its forehead, and its eyes turned scarlet and scary. Ghost. Suma's pupils shrank. How could there be a ghost here? She wanted to scream, but Hantengu covered her mouth. Hantengu bared his teeth, trembling between his teeth, and said, Don't talk, or I'll be scared. Suma's whole body tensed up at this moment, and fear suddenly surrounded his body like a tide. He had never felt that death was so close to him. The hazy moonlight cast a thin layer of moonlight, and with the help of a little light leaking in from outside the alley, she was finally able to see the numbers in the other person's eyes. Upper Moon 4. This is actually a more powerful ghost than the one I encountered before. Suma's tears immediately flowed down. What bad luck have I got? Last time, he was almost killed by the top 6, but this time he was captured by the top 4. What the hell is this a trap for me? Every upper rank 1 actually came to find her. Originally, she, Hinazuru, and Makio were guarding outside because they were unable to defeat Yusuroku. What happened is that an upper rank 4 came while I was waiting. This luck is absolutely amazing. Suma was suddenly filled with grief, and felt that his entire life had lost its luster. He thought that he should have switched places with Maki. Just like that, Suma and Hantengu shed tears at the same time. Suma. Suddenly, the sound of a mechanism was heard. On both sides of the street, Mushu and Hinazuru appeared at the same time, each holding a launcher in their hands, with anxious expressions on their faces. Don't be afraid, you will be saved. The next moment, the Rinfa shuriken was shot at Hantengu. Suma screamed in his heart. What are you doing? I'm still here, Muksu, even if you want to bully me, at least save me. Suma closed her eyes in despair. She could even imagine the scene of her own flesh and blood flying everywhere. Advertisement. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. Are you giving up so soon? That's not like you, Suma. Suma suddenly opened his eyes, only to see a pair of swords passing through his sight and slashing towards Hantengu. This tall and straight figure, this muscular man. Sound column, Uzui Tengen. My husband came to the rescue. With a clang, double swords slash quickly, double sound with one strike. Uzui Tengen cut off Hantengu's arm with a sword and saved Suma. And at the same moment, the black ball was thrown out and cut off at an extremely fast speed, which created the effect of double impact. Smoke filled the air instantly, and with the long-range shooting of Hinazuru and Makio, Uzui Tengen brought Suma back to Hinazuru. Suma burst into tears on the spot and said in a spoiled tone, Master Tengen, why did you come just now? Uzui Tengen patted Suma's head lovingly, it's okay, right? The day before yesterday I saw a letter from Hinazuru saying that something unusual was found here, so I came here. Fortunately it's not too late. No wonder. Hinazuru nodded, then remembered something and asked, then Lord Tengen, do you know that we have found Lord Longzu? Dragon Pillar. Uzui Tengen was stunned. Did you find Su Chen? Hinazuru thought to herself that as expected, Lord Tengen came here because he saw his previous letter, and he did not receive the subsequent letters. In other words, it is very likely that the Demon Slayer Corps did not send reinforcements. According to Lord Longzu, if there really are 3 upper rank ones here, then at least 4 to 5 pillars will be needed to come for support. Hinazuru's face darkened. Looking at Hinazuru's worried expression, Uzui Tengen probably guessed what the other person was thinking. As a result, his 3 wives all shook their heads. No. Master Tengen, you don't know, they are very strong, you need us. He actually beat the upper demon to tears. Ding 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 ding. Mushu shook his head. No, although the one in front is also an enemy, Master Su Chen is still fighting another ghost upstairs. Suma on the side added tearfully, and Lord Tengen, I just saw the number in that old man's ghost eyes, it was C. Stepping on the 6th Gyutaro, Nichiren blades are raised high, and murderous intent is revealed in every move. Good opportunity. Advertisement. Hantengu. Aiya, don't kill me, I surrender. Flames shot up into the sky, and taking advantage of the moment when the upper rank demons were distracted, Uzui Tengen dodged and took the opportunity to cut off the necks of the 2 upper rank demons. As a ninja, Tengen was very sensitive to the timing of entering the battlefield. Seeing this scene, he immediately took out his double swords. With a flash of sword light, Uzui Tengen swung his 2 swords, and suddenly a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers were made. Uzui Tengen scattered several small black balls that exploded, and then rushed towards the battlefield in midair. Uzui Tengen drew his 2 swords. You guys step back, leave this to me. It's okay. I'm here now, right? Everything will be fine. Uzui Tengen. It seems I'm early. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from Kyogokuya above. Uzui Tengen waved his hand. Lower Moon 4. No problem, it's easy. Mushu realized it later. No. Upper rank 4 is here to help upper rank 6, Master Su Chen is in danger. And is this really a very strong upper rank demon as Mushu said? It looks very weak. Su Chen is so fierce. Uzui Tengen said confidently, Makio, tell me, who is the enemy now? It can't be just the old ghost in front, right? Uzui Tengen said sternly, I said stand down. The Dragon Pillar and I are just facing 2 upper rank warriors. This kind of battle is no longer something you can participate in. His clothes fluttered, like a white lotus that was untainted by the world. Behind them, there was only a young man's figure that stood out. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the place where the smoke had just appeared, and indeed, they did not find any trace of Hantangu. One person and 3 ghosts performed slow motion in the air. All the ghosts were flying in the air with expressions of fear on their faces. This scene was so explosive that even Tengen Uzui was stunned.
Mu Shu at the side added, and according to what Lord Longzhu said, there are probably 3 upper-rank demons here, and one of them is in the top 3 of the upper-rank demons. Daki. Ah, Oni-chan chopped my head off again. At this time, Hinazaru said, Master Tengen, the smoke has cleared and upper rank 4 is gone. Suma said anxiously. It's the upper string. On the other hand, the upper ranks are one who is a king of connections, one who is crying cowardly, and one who is furious and impotent. Gyutaro. You're done, Ghost Hunter. I'll chop your head off and use it as a urinal for my sister. Inside the house, Daki, Gyutaro and Hantengu who had just climbed halfway were kicked out together. Su Chen followed closely behind. Chapter 132. The crowd is in commotion. Is that the courtesan Princess Warabi? One was from Daki, the other from Hantengu. It was so easy to kill them that Tengen Uzui even felt like he was fighting a robot. This couldn't help but boost Uzui Tengen's self-confidence. It seems that the upper ranks are just like this. Gyutaro in the air saw his sister turn around again and instantly flew into a rage. Sister, you be asterisk 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 d. How dare you chop off my sister's head? I'll kill you. Gyutaro immediately vented all his anger on Uzui Tengen. In midair he twisted his waist forcefully and rushed towards Uzui Tengen in an extremely strange posture. Flower Street. What is that? Oh my god, that's Kyogokua, what on earth is going on in there? At this moment, people on the street gathered together, looking at Kyogokua in front of them with panic expressions. On the roadside, passers-by who wanted to have some fun also stopped in their tracks. Because there was an explosion on the rooftop, they didn't know what happened inside and didn't dare to go in for a while. Look, there's someone there, someone in the crowd shouted. Then everyone looked in that direction. There, a big hole suddenly appeared in the attic on the second floor of Kyogokuya. Some people vaguely remembered that the place where the big hole appeared seemed to be the room of the courtesan Warabihime. This could not help but cause great shock to some men who liked the courtesan Warabihime. They looked grief-stricken and worried about the courtesan Warabihime's personal safety. Then, the next moment. But then I saw a young man holding a knife with a fierce look, bullying a woman, an old man and a disabled person in midair. The woman who was crying and holding her head in her hands was none other than their beloved courtesan Fern. It's the Aran Warabihime. Oh my god, my little Gigi, who could be so cruel? I've seen that guy before, the guy who just went up to the second floor. What is he doing? The onlookers who didn't know what was going on immediately started talking and pointing at Su Chen in the sky. The matter has not yet been discussed to a conclusion. As a result, the next moment, another powerful man joined the battle. A gorgeously dressed handsome man suddenly threw out several hidden weapons, then jumped 10 meters high and rushed towards the goddess in their hearts, the Aran Fern. There was a sudden flash of fire, and then several figures collided with each other, followed by an explosion, and disappeared. Advertisement. After the explosion, 2 heads fell down from above. There was a woman's head among them. The people on the parade were terrified and ran in other directions. Murder, murder. The people on the street were suddenly in chaos, but there were always a few brave people who went against the current. For example, the loyal bootlicker of the courtesan Warabihime and a professional reporter, they all rushed forward against the crowd. An incident of abuse actually occurred in Kyogokua. A person who looked like a reporter began to speak out. Flower Street is one of the most prosperous and important places in our country. How could such an incident happen? I must investigate the truth. Then, the reporter and some brave people went straight up and wanted to check the condition of the deceased first. Those who were walking in the front were the bootlickers. If they had not seen the head of the courtesan Fernahime with their own eyes, there was no way they would believe that their goddess would die. But when they walked in front of the Aran Warabihime, they were stunned. The good news is that no one died. The bad news is that only the head is left and he is not dead yet. The bootlickers suddenly discovered that their goddess Fern was not only not dead, but also in very good spirits. At this moment, Daki stared with a fierce expression on his face. Ying, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful upper rank girl with her head chopped off? If you look at me again, I'll eat you all. Such a scene directly shattered the 3 views of everyone in front of it. The reporter took 2 pictures immediately. He had a feeling that this would be big news. Then he turned around and looked in the direction of the other old man's head. The reporter found that the old man's head was even more peculiar. After a moment, his head actually grew a body and wings directly from under his neck, and then rushed directly towards him. Hey, I'm out again. This scene shocked the people who came forward to watch. The reporter who was in charge of recording couldn't help but think of some legends told to him by the elders. According to folk legend, there are evil ghosts that eat people. The reporter immediately yelled, "Ghost! It's a ghost! Let's run!" This voice instantly brought a large number of onlookers back to reality. They were all shocked when they saw Hantengu's body begin to split apart. But this did not delay their escape, and the crowd dispersed in just a moment. But because the reporter was at the front of the crowd, he was unable to run away immediately. Advertisement. Kong Shi, who split out from Hantengu's body, hadn't eaten for a long time, so how could he let him go at this moment? Don't run, Hong Xiaoro. Kong Shi grinned, flapped his wings, and rushed towards the fleeing reporter in 2 strokes. Dragons breathing form 1 dragon flying in the sky. At this moment, under the moonlight, a figure faster than Kong Shi suddenly appeared. The knife in his hand was steaming, and in an instant he swung it towards the opponent's neck. Kong Zai's pupils shrank as he recognized the person in front of him. The ghost hunter who had chopped off his own head before. Is it him? Why is he here? But Kong Shi didn't have time to think too much, because in his sight, a dazzling sword light was infinitely magnified in his eyes. Dragon's breath, type 2 scorching breath. It seemed as if a huge monster was sweeping through the forest, and in an instant, a burning sensation spread throughout Kong Zai's body. A flame suddenly ignited in the night sky. Time seemed to stand still. With a slash of the knife, hot blood spurted out, and his neck was broken. But Kong Shishi didn't just sit there and wait for death. After his head fell off, he continued to split. His lower body began to transform into coke, while his head contained a mouthful of shockwaves. He actually took advantage of Su Chen's changing strength to inflict heavy damage on the opponent. Blood Demon Jutsu. Crazy Suppression Wave. This is Kong Zai's unique Blood Demon technique. Even if it is a pillar, if it takes this blow head-on, it will be seriously injured if not killed. But Su Chen just glanced at him indifferently, the next moment. He took out his invisible hand and pinched the other person's mouth with lightning speed. That's right, pinch it. The energy storage of the opponent's shockwave suddenly stopped, and an unreleased energy began to run wild in his brain. With a bang, Kong Zai's head melted. Su Chen threw it neatly, and then took 2 steps to the side as if he were a prophet. The next moment, a huge fan mark was left in the original place. Open black lens bracket. Your bullet field is in action. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 133. Daki. Don't come over here. At this moment, countless battlefield details began to emerge in Su Chen's mind. While thinking, she moved her feet backwards again. Drink. Immediately afterwards, thunder roared in front of Su Chen. The young man's figure flashed slightly and he easily avoided it again. At the same time, he quickly looked around. As expected, the 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness all gathered around him. In order to facilitate the fusion, they dare not keep too much distance between each other. But Su Chen was puzzled. But why is there no sign of the last upper moon? Open black lens bracket. Backtracking status is enabled. Close black lens bracket. You start to look back. I see. Su Chen muttered inexplicably. It turns out it's not here. At first Su Chen was optimistic, but now he is not. At first he was worried that he would be distracted by protecting Hinazoru and the other 2, but now it seems that he was just worrying too much. With the arrival of the sound column, Su Chen's pressure was reduced a lot. And through the retracing process just now, Su Chen learned more information. Through the control of the details of the battlefield in the previous conversation with Daki, Su Chen discovered that the last powerful upper rank was not in Kyogokyu at the moment. Moreover, the other party seemed to be fearless, thinking that Hantengu and Daki were enough to deal with them. Su Chen smiled slightly. Since he was pretending like that, Su Chen might as well not hide it. Hantengu, the last matter has not been resolved yet. This time I will take your life. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. After a moment, a dragon-shaped pattern with auspicious clouds spread from his neck. For some reason, Ji Nu felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw this. A creepy feeling spread throughout my body. In the last battle at the Butterfly House, he remembered that after this thing appeared, the opponent's physical fitness was abnormally improved. So Ji Nu was very worried. After all, the last time it saw this thing, all of its brothers lost their heads. Advertisement. Now he was alone and helpless facing Su Chen, and even with all his anger, he was not sure if he could kill Su Chen. In fact, Su Chen's guess was correct. Doma was already at home waiting for good news from the 2 of them. After all, Musen doesn't like too many upper-ranked demons gathering together to do things. He is afraid that the upper-ranked demons will gather together and eventually disobey his wishes. So Doma is currently at home waiting for good news from Hantengu and Gyutaro. Now I feel so angry that I want to curse my mother. Gyoko is an upper rank 5 after all, so how come after imprisoning Su Chen for a while, he seems to have gained weight? And it was still in its heyday. Just look at the move he made against Kong Shi just now. Ji Nu was sure that if he went into battle, he would also be strangled to death by Su Chen. I really can't do anything to you, Ji Nu shouted. 4 ghosts of joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, listen to my command and combine. Get out of here. On the other side, Daki, with only his head left, was about to collapse. Because a group of humans were gathered in front of her. Moreover, Daki knew these people. They were the men who came to Kyogoku's house every day, and they were his loyal dogs. For some reason, Daki actually noticed a glimmer of curiosity and excitement in their eyes. Daki admitted that she was a little panicked. She was used to being domineering and would kill anyone who was blind, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. The main reason was that she only had a head left. She couldn't use her blood vampire magic to kill the people in front of her. Daki tried to control his body, but found that his body seemed to be tied up by someone. Not far away, Hinazoru, Makio and Suma were tying up Daki's lower body tightly, and in order to prevent her from breaking free, they even tied dozens of knots. After Maki tied the last Kochou knot on Daki, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his face. This should be fine, right? Hinazoru nodded. No problem, but I think for the duration of the insurance, we should still use the shuriken to nail her hand down. Suma said with some reluctance. Isn't that too cruel? Muksu slapped Suma on the head and said, do as I say. It's rare to see the courtesan Princess Warabi, but I didn't expect it to be in this way. With one strike of the sword, two sounds rang out, smoke filled the air, and Uzui Tengen suddenly appeared in the firelight and chopped off his way to save his sister with one strike of the sword. I usually eat people, so how could I be bullied by a few minions today? Don't come over here. In this way, in order to prevent Daki from breaking free, several people even cut off all of Daki's headbands. Advertisement Tengen Uzui made a gorgeous gesture and said coolly, "Where are you going? Ugly B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* smiling in front of her. How can we play when there's only a head left? Then I tied Daki up tightly with Daki's hairband. For some reason, Lady Warabi looks even more charming now, hee. Gyutaro, who was not far away, was horrified and was about to rush over when he heard his sister's cry. Daki was silent, and she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. No, but he was stopped by Uzui Tengen's horizontal sword. I'm a ghost, and I'm an upper-rank demon. What the hell do you think of an upper-rank demon? Directly came to a self-production and self-sales. Sound breathing type 1 boom, hee. What's wrong with ghosts? It's not like I haven't played this before. Daki was really panicked now. He never thought that he would be bullied by a dog in such a desperate situation. Eat us? The Warabahime Aran has a really big appetite, I want to eat you too. Then Daki yelled. Wow, you just know how to bully me, Suma said crying. Now Daki was in a miserable state. She was left alone on the street, screaming wildly, like a little girl abandoned in the wind. This premonition even made her stop crying. What are you doing? I'm a ghost. If you come any closer, I'll eat you. But these licking dogs did not retreat at all. They did not succumb to her tyranny at all. Xiaomei. Then the next moment, as if to vent his anger, Suma stabbed the shuriken into Daki's body. Daki screamed in the distance, and Mu Shu finally nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this is effective, otherwise it would not allow us to do evil here even if it hurts so much. Is this the courtesan Daki? A dog said, how come only the head is left, and what's with your newly grown fangs? Daki. Brother, you are still short-sighted. Your brain is not impossible. Daki finally shouted in horror. Oni-chan, Daki shouted, trying to drive them away. Daki. Huh? Chapter 134 Sound Pillar. Su-Chen is the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. Gyutaro said angrily. You be **************** D, you really are haunting me. From the moment he fell from the building, Gyutaro wanted to kill this guy right away. But he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the strength of the sound pillar. 10 minutes passed, and there was really nothing I could do with the sound column. However, the opponent has been poisoned by his poison. As long as Gyutaro can hold on for 10 minutes, victory will belong to him. But, my sister is still there waiting for me to save her. Although he didn't know what happened over there, Gyutaro felt that it was definitely not a good thing. Breathing of sounds. Form 5, String Duplication. Taking advantage of Gyutaro's inattention, the gorgeous Uzui Tengen launched another attack. He charges forward and attacks while spinning his two swords at high speed, and each spinning attack is accompanied by a gorgeous explosion. At this moment, Uzui Tengen's desire to attack suddenly increased. It seemed that this was the first time he met such a powerful opponent, so he was particularly serious in dealing with him. Damn ghost hunter. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Gyutaro couldn't help it, since he wouldn't lose his head and his sister wouldn't die, he had to kill the pillar in front of him. Thinking of this, Gyutaro immediately used all his strength. The two of them were at loggerheads, and then Uzui Tengen actually found himself unable to defeat the other. Fueled by hatred, Gyutaro was like a god of war, and he defeated Tengen Uzui step by step. But Uzui Tengen is also a veteran on the battlefield. Every time he can't keep up with the opponent's sickle attack, he will set off a firecracker to relieve the pressure. In this way, the two of them fought back and forth. After about dozens of rounds, Uzui Tengen was secretly shocked. Did I pick the strongest one? Since he became the upper pillar, he has never fought against such a powerful opponent. Is this the strength of an upper rank? He was able to force himself to retreat. Thinking of this, Uzui Tengen actually laughed out loud. As expected of you, your strength is still magnificent. It seems that the enemy I, Uzui Tengen, shows is so powerful. Gyutaro said disdainfully, gorgeous. Then he took a closer look at Uzui Tengen's attire. Advertisement: he is a tall, handsome man, and he is also very handsomely dressed. What a handsome man. Seeing this, Gyutaro became even angrier, and used a flying blood sickle to directly knock Tengen Uzui away. Gyutaro said irritably, it seems you are very handsome. You must have a lot of girls who like you because you are so handsome, right? Isn't it interesting? Hey, are you angry? Uzui Tengen was not angry. He looked at Gyutaro and began to mock him. You look so ugly, I guess you must have never been chased by a girl, right? Uzui Tengen. After all, I have 3 wives. I don't quite understand your idea. Gyutaro. Huh? 3 wives. Then the two sides argued for a long time about the issue of polygamy. Finally, Gyutaro showed a disgusted expression. Tisk, this is really unpleasant. He's so handsome, he married 3 wives, and he keeps showing off. You are different from them, and different from the pillars I killed before. You are different from birth, right? Gyutaro's tone gradually became more vinegary, and his voice became hoarse. You really are that talented person, I'm so jealous. I really want you to die soon. But who would have thought that after hearing this, Uzui Tengen smiled and shook his head. Talent? Haha. You think I'm gifted? Uzui Tengen suddenly asked inexplicably. If you think I'm gifted, then you're living a very happy life. Gyutaro gave a puzzled look. What do you mean? Tengen Uzui continued. It seems that even if you have lived for hundreds of years, you have always been bored here. No wonder you are so ignorant. Gyutaro. Oh, you know a lot? If my strength can only be described as talent? But Uzui Tengen never gave up. There are also people who, after holding the sword for half a month, directly surpassed the veteran pillars and became the new hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. Uzui Tengen looked at Gyutaro with pity in his eyes. The difference between humans and ghosts is not talent. Because he still believes that mankind can win. Oh, talent. What about his teammates who died before? Advertisement. When they were at their weakest, others sacrificed themselves to protect them. Don't they have talents? This is something that countless peers who share the same beliefs have paid for with their blood and lives. Uzui Tengen did not consider himself a gifted person, nor did he ever admit it. Uzui Tengen seemed to be talking to Gyutaro, but also seemed to be talking to himself. I am gifted? Nonsense. Ever since he first met Chen, Uzui Tengen seemed to see hope in the other person's calm aura and the unknown markings. Whether the other party was a doctor or member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Chen accomplished one feat after another. It is hard to imagine that one person's energy can accomplish so many things. Do you know how much effort our Demon Slayer Corps put in when you were killing humans? Uzui Tengen said coldly. You may not know this yet, but in the Demon Slayer Corps, some people are simply unpredictable, while some people only took 2 months from the first time they held a sword to becoming a pillar. Unexpectedly, Uzui Tengen's tone suddenly became very sure. I understand very well. That's hope. Do you know how many people have died in vain before my eyes? Not because of anything else, because of Chen. He looked at Gyutaro in front of him, as if he was seeing his own tragic past, which made him full of hatred at this moment. He also does not have the same extraordinary talents as the Rock Pillar and the Mist Pillar. He's just a gorgeous regular guy. Because the Demon Slayer Corps has been working hard from the very beginning until today, how can it be simply summarized by the word, talent? Although the opponent is an upper-ranked being and has lived for hundreds of years, he is still not as knowledgeable as humans. Later on, all the pillars witnessed Chen's growth, and he did not disappoint Tengen Uzui's expectations. It only took the opponent half a month to become the new Dragon Pillar, and the speed of his progress was terrifying. Chen's growth potential gave Uzui Tengen an extremely strong shock at that time. True, he can't be as perfect as Rengoku. It's due to many factors including body, recovery, experience, etc. There, the night was deep, but there was the brightest light of the Demon Slayer Corps. You definitely don't know, this country is huge, there are powerful people everywhere, some of them are simply unpredictable. All of this made Uzui Tengen see Chen's terrifying learning talent. The words of the sound column were filled with anger. Uzui Tengen silently looked in the direction where Chen was fighting, giving a symbolic look. Chapter 135 Hantengu, it's time to pay back the debt you owe. And the most terrifying thing is the breathing method that Uzui Tengen saw Chen practicing. As long as Chen had seen the breathing method, he could deduce it at a glance. Uzui Tengen had never seen such a powerful person. For powerful people, character is often very important, but he discovered that Chen's character was also impeccable. Therefore, Uzui Tengen regarded Chen as the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. When he learned that Chen was captured by 2 upper-rank spirits and left the Butterfly House, he was more anxious than anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have written to Hinazuru and the other 2, asking them to help find Chen during the mission. When he arrived here, he was very excited to hear that Chen was safe and sound. This made him see that the illusory hope had become solid again. Now that the light is right in front of me, how can I not grab it? Chen is still alive, so now it's time to win. At this moment, no one noticed. A black line like a vibrato suddenly bloomed beside Tengen Uzui's eyes. But Gyutaro didn't see it. Tisk. You're really annoying. Who allowed you to have such a determined expression? Gyutaro said disdainfully, I don't know why you can resist my poison, but judging from your panting state, I'm sure you won't be able to hold on for much longer. You will die. Gyutaro kindly reminded, aren't you afraid? So what? Tengen Uzui was so excited that he didn't take Gyutaro's words into consideration. I am witnessing a miracle. Oh, hearing this, Gyutaro actually burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that her slender waist seemed to break. The next second, the upper 6 smiled cruelly. You don't really think Chen can defeat Hantengu? Don't you know the strength of the upper ranks? That lord. Gyutaro said with madness and admiration, that sir is the most powerful one among us upper rank 3. Don't you think that defeating me is the end? And you can't do it. The more Gyutaro spoke, the more his body trembled, as if he was witnessing the birth of a miracle. Look. Listen. I heard the sound of the adults merging just now. Gyutaro raised his hands high in the air. Ha ha ha. Listen. That's the sound you thought was gorgeous. Uzui Tengen pricked up his ears. Don't come over here. Advertisement at this moment, after the fusion, Zhang Boshan was looking at Chen who was slowly walking towards him with hatred and fear on his face. To be specific, there are 2 Chens. The story begins 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Ji knew. Ha, joy, anger, sorrow and happiness combined. After seeing this, Chen did not try to stop it, but watched the scene with interest. Although he knew that to kill Hantengu he had to kill the coward, but Chen's ambition was more than just killing Hantengu. He wants to learn more talents. Daki's twins and Hantengu's joy, anger, sorrow, hatred and cowardice are all very powerful means, and also a powerful source of skill learning. Su Chen knew very well that if he wanted to continue moving forward, powerful skills were essential. I have to defeat the hateful Opotion head-on. Maybe this is not just for the sake of learning skills. After all, the grudge between the two of them started back in the butterfly house. Hantengu offended someone who should not be offended. Until now, Su Chen can still recall the blood bursting out of the girl's body in that dark night. Bright red, tragic and moving. Looking back on what happened, Su Chen actually felt that there was no need for Kanao to rescue him. Because Kanao's strength was not enough, calling for help was actually the best option at that time. But who can tell clearly about human beings? Just like Su Chen now, he should have gone back as soon as possible, but he still chose to stay and fight the evil spirits with Hinazoru and others. Is it for ninjutsu? Su Chen doesn't think so. Just like Kanao at that moment was only thinking about saving himself. The girl only has Su Chen in her heart, so no matter what is inside the vampire magic barrier, no matter how many times she is given to choose, she will resolutely choose to save Su Chen. This is stupid, but so is bravery. It was Kanao's actions at that time that buried something else deep in Su Chen's heart. Under the moonlight, the boy looked determined as he slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades from the scabbard. The backtracking state is fully enabled. His hands were steady. Unlike his previous quick sword drawing, Su Chen was exceptionally calm this time. Zhang Potion thought doubtfully. Advertisement at this moment, Su Chen's strength was no longer reserved, and his aura in his prime burst out. The aura was like a wave, rushing towards Hantengu like the scorching sun. For some reason, his body began to tremble. Open black lens bracket, draw the sword, close black lens bracket. The next moment. Open black lens bracket, complete collection, 100 refinements, close black lens bracket. Kanao, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if your injury has improved. Is it fear? Su Chen muttered to himself, his thoughts seeming to be pulled back to the past, but it doesn't matter, I will be back soon, and I will kill the dog next to Musen with my own hands and report to you. Your stripes are burning, you feel angry, your muscles are swelling rapidly, and your lungs are desperately trying to accumulate oxygen. This emotion was even brought into the body of Zhang Potion after the fusion was completed. The young man not far away suddenly raised the sword in his hand and stood there proudly. Because this battle is of great significance to him. A deep, deep anger, but see the next moment. What dominates the young man's heart now is the monstrous power that seems to be real. This emotion had been there since leaving the butterfly house, and it burst out when Su Chen saw Hantengu. At the last moment of the fusion of accumulated anger, he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Night. Open black lens bracket, Xiaoyao body skill has been activated, close black lens bracket. What did I see earlier? Why did I have such strong emotions? The corners of his mouth were like knives. Hantengu, you should pay back the debt you owe. There is warmth and also hatred. Zhang Potion slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he was puzzled by the inexplicable emotions in his heart. Dragon's breathing type 3-1 thought and the flower blooms, close black lens bracket. Zhang Potion touched his chest, and his heart, which had not beaten violently for decades, suddenly started beating. What a terrifying talent, the boy closed his eyes. He murmured, am I scared? The bullet field is fully deployed. The waning moon is like a hook. Chapter 136, A Battle on a Moonlit Night. The moonlight is like a hook, and the boy's eyes are as bright as torches. The steady breathing was like the rhythmic drumbeat, ringing the death knell from hell. Call, suck open black lens bracket, you start breathing. Close black lens bracket, your fighting spirit is unprecedentedly high. You charge towards Hantengu, Blood Demon Art, Torrent Stab. Blood Demon Art. Roaring Thunderkill, Blood Demon Art, the Unending Karma Tree. Blood Demon Jutsu. Crazy Suppression Wave. This was the second time that Zhang Boshan and Su Chen fought, and both were in their prime. During the fight, all the surrounding houses were destroyed, and countless rebels were obliterated by Su Chen's sword moves and Zhang Po Tian's blood ghost magic. This is a battle between the top fighters of the Demon Slayer Corps and the top upper ranks, and both sides are using all their strength. So awesome. In a corner of Kyogoku House, Mushu couldn't help but exclaim as he watched Su Chen's actions. The two fought from the sky to the ground, from the streets to the end of the street. This kind of battle was something Mushu and the other two had never seen before. It seems that what Tengen-sama said is indeed correct. Hinazoru said sincerely, at first I thought that Tengen-sama was praising Ryuju-sama's talent, but that's not the case. It turns out that Lord Longzhu's strength is already at the top of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yeah. Suma stared with wide eyes, afraid to miss any move of Su Chen. Because it is really so spectacular. They had been with the sound column before and had seen many of his fancy moves. But Su Chen is different, his behavior is full of a unique temperament, different from Lord Tengen. If Lord Tengen is gorgeous, then Su Chen is elegant. In the eyes of the three, Su Chen's steps were as fast as lotus, and each dodge seemed random, but he was able to avoid the attack of the upper string just in time. Moreover, Su Chen seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Every time the Zhang Amber Tian attacked, Su Chen could not only dodge but also save the residents who were not able to arrive in time. This scene is simply breathtaking. Suma. Ryuju-sama is truly the most powerful person I have ever seen. Even Tengen-sama is not as fast as him. Makio. Alright, Let's give some encouragement to Lord Tengen too. He's fighting the upper ranks too. Advertisement Hinazoru nodded. Okay, they said so, but no one moved. The three of them actually knew that the truly crucial battle was on Su Chen's side, and the battle on the sound column side could only be considered a delay. After all, they are still clear about their husband's abilities. Center of the battlefield. After Su Chen made a sword move, he successfully closed the distance by relying on the Dragon Call 3 form. Zhang Potian was shocked. The last time they fought, Zhang Boshan defeated Su Chen with almost no pressure. But what he didn't know was that Su Chen was actually injured last time, and he was facing two upper-ranked demons at that time, and the battle was in the Butterfly House, which made Su Chen have many concerns. But now is Su Chen's real heyday. Xiaoyao body skills are used for dodging, the full concentration, Balian breathing skills are used for endurance, and the stripes are used to apply strengthening buffs. Combined with various breathing techniques, Su Chen now has no weaknesses and can fight anyone on equal terms. Therefore, in Zhang Poshan's eyes, the current Su Chen is completely different from before. Zhang Poshan kept beating the drum and controlling the wooden dragon to attack Su Chen, but Su Chen was able to avoid it every time. The opponent's physical fitness, agility, strength and other attributes seem to have all been improved. Why? This is the biggest question in Zhang Boshan's mind. Then, he saw a lifelike black dragon pattern on Su Chen's neck. Black streaks? Zhang Boshan showed a puzzled look. Is this the same pattern as a ghost? How could the other party awaken such a thing? Zhang Boshan was certain that the other party's body changes were related to these black lines, but he didn't know what these black lines were. In fact, the markings were something unique to the era of Yoriichi Sugakuni. Hantengu had not been an upper rank for as long as Kokushibu, so naturally he had never heard of the markings. However, Hantengu remembered clearly that Kokushibu also had the same pattern on his body. And the lines on the body cover the entire body. Is it possible that the reason why Kokushibu is so powerful is because of the black lines on his body? Hantengu suddenly understood something. It seems that this ghost hunter named Su Chen has awakened a powerful power just like Kokushibu. But it's better this way. Since the opponent is so powerful, the corresponding meat should be very delicious. After I eat the other person, I should be strong enough to compete with the one above me, right? Advertisement. It can be said that as one of the Hantengu, the idea of Zhang Boshan is good, but the actual operation is different. As the fight went on, his wooden dragon could no longer reach the opponent. At first, he was able to force the opponent back, but now this ghost hunter named Su Chen seemed to have an extremely strong fighting talent. He actually slowly discovered his own offensive pattern during the battle. After Su Chen's simple attempt, it became increasingly difficult for the Senboshan's wooden dragon to reach the opponent. Instead, it made him faster and faster. This is a strange body movement. Blood Demon Jutsu. Crazy Suppression Wave. Zhang Boshan no longer held back and once again invoked Koch's Blood Ghost technique to attack Su Chen, but this time he didn't even touch Su Chen's shadow. Blood Demon Art. Torrent Stab. Blood Demon Art. Roaring Thunderkill. Blood Demon Art. The Unending Karma Tree. Blood Demon Jutsu. Crazy Suppression Wave. Thunder, strong winds, trees, shockwaves. This time the hateful Amber Angel used all his tricks to completely block the opponent's route of advance. But Su Chen seemed like a loach, always able to find a blind spot in his attack route and then continue to move forward in an extremely incredible manner. This is totally inconsistent with Zhang Potian's understanding of physics. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer, Zhang Poshan's expression showed a rare trace of panic. In the night sky, the boy was trapped in the gap between the wooden dragons. His eyes were like knives and his breathing was even. At this moment, the dragon pillar remained silent for a moment. Then he suddenly drew his sword. Dragon's breath, land-type, winding flame tongues. Su Chen connected the previously moving trajectories into one piece, and after a moment, a winding and rugged rainbow of flames suddenly lit up the night sky. The distance between humans and ghosts is getting closer and closer. Time seemed to stand still. You used dragon's breath. Time slows down in your eyes, you can clearly see the movement of all objects around you, and you draw a pattern in your mind. Streets, houses, wooden dragons, enemies, turned into chassis, used as parameters. The elements of thunder, fire, wind, and shockwaves are transformed into ink as the finishing touch. Time slows down in your eyes, and your pictures move. Chapter 137 Bullet Field, Upgrade, New Field Skills. You can see the movement trajectory of each wooden dragon. You can see the bricks and tiles of every house fluttering. You can see the dust floating in the air. You saw the thunder shattering the darkness, the flames lighting up the sky, the strong winds rolling up the dark clouds, and the sound of waves resounding through the night sky. The world stops, your vision improves, the sky full of pictures stays in your eyes, and you slowly come into contact with a special realm. The flow of time continues to slow down. You begin to be bound by the long flow of time, but you quickly break free and discover the tip of the iceberg of the supreme realm. You suddenly realize that you saw a transparent world. Your consciousness has awakened, and you have covered the bullet field with a transparent world. Your skills have evolved. You have awakened to a transparent world. You develop your brain, apply what you have learned, integrate knowledge and action, and start to deduce in your mind. You gradually integrated the bullet domain in the transparent world perfectly, and suddenly you realize that you developed the transparent domain based on the transparent world in the bullet domain. Open black lens bracket. Your eyesight has improved. Close black lens bracket. Your aura has changed. Your fighting spirit is infinitely elevated. Your ability to control your body has undergone a radical change. Open black lens bracket. You stare. Close black lens bracket. You look through the group of wooden dragons and saw the enemy hiding behind them. You see the hands of the Senboshin, which are beating the drum rhythmically, but the movements are too slow for you. You saw the mouth of the hateful amber sky. It was preparing to attack, but its intention was too naive for you. You see that Zhang Boshin is panicking and his body is shaking. Its pressure is palpable. You know, it's scared. You see through the other person's chest and see his heart. You can't see any of his emotions, only hatred, and an inexplicable fear.
Now is a good time to take action. Closing square bracket. Dragon's Breath, Form 5, Storm Rising. Su Chen swung his sword, and clouds and mist swirled. As the wooden dragons collided, a rolling cloud of white smoke began to spread rapidly, then enveloped the entire battlefield. In Hantengu's sight, a scorching but bright tongue of fire was stepping across the night sky and coming through the fog. This knife pierced through the boy's persistence. This knife pierced through the girl's hope. This knife cuts through 7 days and 7 nights of longing. At this moment, it is crossing thousands of meters, converging into a line, carrying the faith of every person in the butterfly house, burning wildly. He, Su Chen, will definitely take revenge for his blood debt. Advertisement. Zhang Boshin was scared. He was really scared. Although Hantengu divided the emotions into 7 parts and placed them on different ghosts. But at this moment, Zhang Po Tian actually felt the emotion of cowardice in his heart. He actually began to understand why the coward was always so timid. You know, this has never happened before. In the long night, the young man in the distance was like the god of death. He raised a bonfire that illuminated the night sky, danced a sickle in the air, and then infinitely narrowed the distance between the two. Fear, cowardice, and even a hint of unwillingness. All kinds of emotions flooded into Zhang Boshin's heart. He hates it. Hate myself for being weak at this moment. Zhang Boshin said hoarsely. I have worked so hard to get to the position of upper rank 4, and I have gained eternal life with great difficulty. How can you destroy it? Boom, 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 boom. Zhang Boshin beat his drum again, and all kinds of blood ghost magic attacked Su Chen like a tide. He is crazy. Zhang Po Tian had never wanted to kill someone so much. But he didn't dare to admit that he was actually afraid, so he wanted to avoid this fear through hatred. However, there was an oversight in his movements after all, and he couldn't even touch Su Chen. Su Chen had completely seen through Hantengu's movements. With the help of the transparent field and the retrospective state, Su Chen could even memorize the drumbeat sequence on Hantengu's back. Su Chen even has confidence that if he were to play the drum, he might even be better than the apothecary. Those who fear before the battle have already lost. Su Chen is only one step away from chopping off his head. Under the night sky, Su Chen looked up suddenly. There was nothing in front of his eyes, and all the scenery seemed dim in his eyes. A line of gap suddenly appeared in front of him. Except for the white line, the whole world was dark, and it seemed that this was all that was left in the boy's eyes. One on his own Nichiren blades. There is another one at Zhang Boshin's neck. Call. Suck. Total concentration. Advertisement. Dragon's Breath. Land type. Winding flame tongues. Snap. Su Chen completed the last 10 meters in one step. The Nichiren blades glowed red in his hands, became hot, and suddenly caught fire. The young man is full of vigor and vitality. The boy's momentum is unstoppable. The markings on the neck had spread to the cheeks and chest at some point, and they looked as lifelike as the scythe of the god of death. As the tip of the knife got closer, Zhang Boshin could even feel the heat flowing between the boy's lips and teeth. Burning knife. He Dao. What is this terrifying power? There was a flash of confusion in Zhang Boshin's eyes. Deep inside the cells of his body, it seemed as if they were resisting and trembling, as if they were very afraid of this fire. A thought appeared in Zhang Boshin's mind. This is Master Musen's memory. But there was no time for Zhang Boshin to think carefully, because the tip of the knife had already cut his neck. It's not the biting cold, but the burning belief. This sword directly shattered the upper rank dream of Zhang Boshin. The head of Zhang Boshin rolled to the ground with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Judging from the expression on his face, he had not even reacted yet. And when Zhang Boshin looked up at Su Chen blankly. But I found that the boy had put away the Nichiren blades in his hand, stood there, looked up at the night sky, and seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of the moment. Zhang Boshin. Rampant. Su Chen let Zhang Boshin connect his head without any defense or interference. After Zhang Boshin connected his head, he did not attack Su Chen again. Because Zhang Boshin was sobered up by Su Chen. In the battle of momentum, Su Chen has won. What followed was only the defeat of Zhang Boshin and the escape of Hantengu. A hint of paleness gradually appeared on the horizon. Before I knew it, it was almost dawn. Su Chen's heart suddenly calmed down. As long as the day breaks, the last upper moon will not come out. But Su Chen still had one thing left to accomplish. It seems that I don't have much time left. I will have some fun with you in the next period of time, Hantengu. I hope you won't let me down. Su Chen closed his eyes and murmured, let's start. Open black lens bracket backtracking status is enabled. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 138. Learning Blood Demon Art. Dragon's Breathing. 9 forms. Joy. Anger. Sadness. Happiness. Hate. Fear. You are amazed at Hantengu's abilities, and you are observing. You recall the structure of the ghost bodies of Daki and his sister, 2 ghosts in one body, and you are studying. Your body temperature is rising, your blood circulation is speeding up, and you feel an unprecedented feeling. Closing square bracket. What is this? Su Chen suddenly cried out in his heart. The sudden change of his body was out of Su Chen's control. This is the first time Su Chen has encountered such a thing. Total concentration. The violent breathing allowed Su Chen to calm down briefly, because Su Chen's intuition told him that the body still belonged to him, and it should not be the result of the other party's conspiracy. The next moment, Su Chen's facial expression changed subtly. He felt the blood in his body seem to boil. Suddenly, I felt a tingling sensation in my body, and my whole body made an inexplicable sound like popping beans. Su Chen found that his body seemed to become stronger, and he grew taller. What's going on? Su Chen was confused. Then he suddenly remembered an experience he had in the butterfly house. I got hurt at that time, and Kochou Shinobu took care of myself all night. When Su Chen woke up, Kochou Shinobu told him that Shinazugawa donated blood to Su Chen. Almost instantly, Su Chen thought of another person. Shinazugawa Sanemi's younger brother, Shinazugawa Genya. There is another identity of this person. Ghost Eater. Shinazugawa Genya and Shinazugawa Sanemi have the same physique, both have the physique to become demon eaters, so Su Chen now seriously suspects that the other party's blood has begun to affect himself. But Su Chen is not from the Shinazugawa family. Why do I have this strange feeling? Could it be that the reason for Su Chen's physical mutation is related to the physical constitution of the Shinazugawa clan? For some reason, Su Chen's intuition told him. Yes. Like Uzui Tengen's ninja family, Rengoku's elder brother's Rengoku family, and Tokido Muichiru's ancestors, the lineage that inherited the country. These races all have unique things that have been passed down, including but not limited to swordsmanship, physique, and even talent. The situation of Shinazugawa should be the same as these families, but the Shinazugawa clan did not discover it before Genya turned into a ghost. Advertisement. But what does this have to do with Su Chen? At this time, Su Chen remembered another sentence of Kochou Shinobu. Mr. Su Chen's physique is also very special. You were bleeding heavily at the time. We were all planning to give you a transfusion of Inosuke's blood. But strangely, Mr. Su Chen's body had a rejection reaction. Then Kanao and I also tried, but it still didn't work. In the end, only Shinazugawa's blood was compatible. Quote. Su Chen touched his head. Do I have a special physique? Of course, Su Chen would not be so foolish as to think that he is Shinazugawa's long-lost brother, because if Shinazugawa is his brother, then the relationship would be too confusing. Not far away, Zhang Potion stared at Su Chen blankly. Then he saw the sky in the distance getting brighter and suddenly he wanted to run away. On the other side, Suma, who discovered something unusual, immediately shouted anxiously, Master Longzhu, the ghost is trying to escape. Mu Shu. On the left side, Lord Longzhu, don't worry, I'll watch him. Don't run. In the end, Hinazuru took out her shuriken and shot it towards the direction of Zanbokuden. Although no damage was done, Zhongpo Tian felt as if he had been humiliated. It set its sights on Hinazuru and the other two. Shut up, you be asterisk. The only person in this world who can stop me and give me orders is that one adult. I have to say that although Zhang Boshan had been killed once by Su Chen, he was still particularly tough in front of women. When Mu Shu heard the word, shrew, he exploded. Mu Shu. You, silence, what are you talking about? You be asterisk D born by a mother but not raised by one. All you can say is shit, right? Makio was so excited that even Suma and Hinazuru around him couldn't stop him. But then he saw Zhongpo Tian laughing again. When Hinazuru thought the other party was about to attack, Zhang Boshan suddenly said, you exhibitionists, you have no shame in dressing like this. Of course, it also successfully aroused the anger of Zhongpo Tian. The next moment, Su Chen reopened the transparent field that had just been disconnected. Open black lens bracket. You calmed down through the entire collection. Close black lens bracket. He still has new goals to complete, and now he is only one step away from acquiring new skills. How could Su Chen give up so easily? Zhang Boshan. It looks like the original Hantangu, but a mini version. Advertisement. Your heart beats faster and your self-healing ability is fully improved. Closing square bracket. It was okay before, I might be able to make the other party behave himself with just one hit. But now the roles have been reversed. I've said it myself, I can't beat him. It has lived for hundreds of years, but it still can't win an argument with others. But Su Chen was not in a hurry to act. You use breathing techniques to cleverly maintain the balance of your body. Closing square bracket. But before Zhang Potion could take any countermeasures, he found that Su Chen not far away suddenly took out a little man from his hand. Su Chen blinked. Don't say that about yourself. The bared teeth of the Sen Boshan instantly closed. Now Zhang Boshan is no longer a threat. In Su Chen's eyes, isn't he just a soft persimmon? Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. You recalled Hantangu's ability, and you imitated it. It seems that I have lived like a dog for hundreds of years. I can't even scold people. What? You asked where the hateful ghost was. Well, this has ignited the anger of all three female ninjas. The three of them started cursing. You only look like a child, but you are an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years. I guess you have been an orphan for hundreds of years, right? You are really good at talking. You are such a fool and you are worrying about a woman's clothes. Damn it. Open black lens bracket. You are looking back. Close black lens bracket. The residual Musen toxins in your body are quietly decomposed in the blood circulation, your muscle fibers are thickened, endorphins are secreted in large quantities, and your body emerges with stronger strength. Closing square bracket. For some reason, a strange feeling emerges in your heart, and you feel as if you have touched another strange power. It turned out that when Su Chen was dodging the attack from the Zhongbo Tian, he put the cowardly ghost into his pocket. You suddenly realized that you understood the dragon's breathing, the ninth form, dragon shadow clone. Closing square bracket. But Su Chen was right. Zhong Potion was a little overwhelmed. Among the three, Mu Shu cursed the harshest. It's okay, Su Chen can just kill it with one stroke. Zhong Potion suddenly felt a toothache and was extremely angry. Put it down, you bully the weak and afraid of the strong. Woo woo woo. You evil upper rank demon, even if I become a demon, I will not let you go. Advertisement chapter 139 is complete, let's win. There's a chance. When Zhong Potion saw Su Chen standing there, he couldn't help but feel a little, empty joy, in his heart. Then he opened his mouth wide and a shock wave burst out instantly. The three Suma shouted nervously, Master Longzhu, be careful. Mu Shu. There's an old dog trying to sneak attack. Lord Longzhu, don't get ambushed. Hinazuru took out a group shuriken, loaded the bullets, and the sound of the mechanism was heard instantly. Quote. The other side. Zhong Boshan's attack hit Su Chen hard, but the owner of the attack did not feel the hit. The next moment, Zhong Potion was stunned. I saw that at the place where Su Chen had originally stood, his figure slowly disappeared. Zhong Potion rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken, but it suddenly disappeared. Have you had enough fun? Su Chen's voice suddenly appeared behind Zhong Potion. Zhong Boshan was shocked and immediately used the wooden dragon to defend himself, and immediately distanced himself from Su Chen. Fortunately, Zhong Potion's attack actually hit Su Chen again. This feeling could not be wrong. Zhong Boshan could clearly feel that his wooden dragon had bitten through the opponent's shoulder. But something even stranger happened. Su Chen's shoulder, which was bleeding profusely in the last second, had quietly healed in the next moment. Zhong Boshan's pupils shrank and he suddenly understood something. Combined with the anomalies he had discovered before, he was sure that this was not something that could be produced by just a few sword moves. This is vampire magic. Zhong Potion suddenly felt a little depressed. Did I fight for such a long time and the other party turned out to be a ghost? Then these people who are fighting are all family members. Su Chen also understood the changes in himself. He was also thinking and slowly trying to control this power. He probably hasn't become a ghost, but he doesn't know why he can use some powers like blood vampire magic. For example, the dragon's breathing ninth form dragon shadow clone just now, how could this be done with sword moves alone? It should be closely related to the blood Shinazugawa gave him. The next moment, Su Chen moved. Advertisement. He moved forward tentatively, trying to use the sword move he had just learned. Immediately afterwards, a shadow exactly like Su Chen appeared beside him. Zhong Boshan was immediately frightened. Then the scene at the beginning appeared. Don't come over here. Su Chen blinked and really didn't come over. It's not that he didn't want to, but because the blood in his body was rushing too fast, his limbs suddenly felt numb. Neither of them moved, and the situation remained in an odd stalemate. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Right next to Kyogoku's house, the sound pillar Tengen Uzui and Gyutaro rolled over at the same time. At this moment, the gorgeous clothes on Uzui Tengen were covered with dust, and his body was covered with countless scars. But he was full of fighting spirit. Come on. I have completely analyzed your dirty song. Humans are still humans after all. No matter how strong they become in battle, they are still just pitiful creatures. Gyutaro laughed disdainfully. What's the point of being so handsome? You're going to die miserably at my hands today. The two of them were at loggerheads, and the battle between an upper 6-level player actually showed the momentum of an upper 1. Suma said in surprise, "Ah, it's Master Tengen. Master Tengen is still alive. That's great." Then a slap hit Suma hard on the head. Muksu said irritably, "Suma, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Stop talking now. I'm afraid you will affect Master Tengen's performance." Hinazuru silently took out a group of shurikens and fired them, ready to support both sides at any time. Although her support may not be of any use. At this moment, the sound pillar Tengen Uzui is fighting fiercely with Gyutaro. However, due to the fact that Tengen Uzui had awakened his markings, he was now extremely powerful in fighting, and his endurance even shocked his opponents at one point. But where do we end here? At this moment, sound pillar Tengen Uzui was thinking, the battle on Su Chen's side must be more intense, right? After all, it was troublesome enough for him to deal with an upper 6, and the opponent Su Chen faced was 2 levels higher than him. English. He remembered very clearly that just now Su Chen swung his sword with a knife, and there was a unique sound effect of chopping off a head. Thinking of this, Uzui Tengen took the opportunity to look in the direction of Su Chen. Uzui Tengen looked at his disheveled self, then looked at the gorgeous Su Chen. However, Uzui Tengen also knew that the other party must have experienced battles, after all, he heard the noise over here just now. Advertisement. That's not right. The two of them just watched quietly. At this moment, my appearance was completely awful, I looked as miserable as I could be, and I was also poisoned. At this moment, Uzui Tengen's eyes seemed to be still. He is a gorgeous sound column and is extremely sensitive to sound. Facing the blood sickles in the sky, he said frantically, the score is complete, let's go and win. At this moment, the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps reached an unprecedented high. At this time, FK, Uzui Tengen cursed with a smile, don't even bother to give me some face. The sound pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps rushed towards Gyutaro regardless of the blood on his forehead and the extremely spreading poison. He looked up at Zhang Boshan, who was also looking at him with bared teeth. On the contrary, the fight on Uzui Tengen's side was in full swing. Even the numbness in Su Chen's body was alleviated a lot. A steady and powerful heartbeat sounded. Su Chen not only looked at it, but even Hantengu in his palm looked at Uzui Tengen with curiosity. Zhang Boshan was speechless, but he did not dare to offend this gentleman, because the other party still held his lifeline in his hands. Considering Su Chen's current condition, Uzui Tengen had only 2 words in his mind: stable. Plus, the ugly B*********** D Gyutaro has been praising that half-dog, so Su Chen must be having a hard time fighting either. Ever since he heard the sound of Su Chen swinging the knife, he knew that his days of comfort were about to end. This comparison comes out. Those who know you would think you are here to fight, and those who don't would think you are here to negotiate. He looked relaxed and contented, with clean sleeves, but his clothes were only slightly dirty. It's on fire. Next, it's time to reap the fruits of victory. Uzui Tengen smiled for some unknown reason. But what about Su Chen? Su Chen laughed sarcastically, it seems that ghosts are more dead than us humans. Then he saw Su Chen standing across from him, playing with a little man in his hand, staring at him with a pair of piercing eyes. There was no need for him to have any inexplicable conflict with Su Chen over such a small matter. Then Su Chen put the knife on the coward's neck, and the other party immediately became obedient. Chapter 140 Kill Hantengu and Gyutaro. Fight from the beginning to the end of the street. There were sparks and lightning, as well as powerful roars and moves. After a dazzling attack with explosive special effects, half of Waji was successfully destroyed. Hinazuru and others were cheering on the side. Mu Shu. Come on, husband. Cut off their heads like Lord Longzhu did. We will soon be able to catch up with Lord Longzhu's achievements. Suma. Wow, Master Tengen did his best after all. Hinazuru mentioned the group messaging mobile phone sword and did it. Although it can't help much, its main purpose is to provide companionship and emotional value. Due to the fierce battle between the two, the terrain of Waji was almost deformed. The reporter who came before originally wanted to come over and record the truth, but after seeing the special effects exploding in front of him, he was eventually dissuaded. Where are you going? Hantengu, who was about to escape, was discovered by Su Chen and was horrified. Well, please let me go. This is all the fault of the Senboshan. Go chop it up and leave me alone. Hantengu said tearfully, and now he was actually planning to sell Zhang Boshan. I have to say that Hantengu's wishful thinking was quite good. After all, Zhang Boshan would not die if his neck was cut off, but if he died, he would be really dead. So Hantengu started crying, hoping that the other party would let him go out of pity for him. It's not my fault. How could I be such a coward that I would come here to kill you? Woo woo woo. Su Chen said coldly. Then how do you explain it in the butterfly house before? It was all the fault of Ji-Nu before. It was Ji-Nu who ordered Kong Shi, Aiju and Kayla to do it, not me. I was so kind at the time. In order to avoid seeing such a bloody scene, I ran away quickly. Su Chen. Oh, what about this time? Why did you come again? Why did you threaten us, the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing this, Hantengu cried even more sadly. Woo woo woo, it's unfair. It's not my wish to come here, it's my boss's fault. Su Chen. But you still came. Hantengu. That's the leg's fault. Su Chen chuckled. It seemed that ghosts not only had no sense of pain, but also no logic. Ghosts don't think that what they do is wrong at all. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly smiled. Go away, I won't kill you. Really? Hantengu stopped crying immediately, seeming a little bit unbelievable. Of course, go ahead. Su Chen said naturally. Advertisement. The Zhang Boshan on the opposite side frowned. Although he didn't know what Su Chen was planning, as long as the cowardly ghost left Su Chen, he would kill the opponent with one blow. Hantengu was also very active, as if he was afraid that Su Chen would go back on his word, and he immediately jumped out of Su Chen's hand. And at the moment Hantengu jumped, a flaming knife suddenly appeared. Cut Hantengu's neck without any pressure. Only by attacking the enemy at the moment when they let their guard down can you achieve your goal at a lower cost. That's right, everything Su Chen did before was just to prevent Hantengu's dying counterattack. Although his strength is already very strong, for the sake of safety, Su Chen cannot be careless at all. The beheaded Hantengu lay quietly on the ground, looking at Su Chen with an incredible look. Why? You or not? Unexpectedly, Su Chen said, Nichiren Blades cut you. This is Nichiren Blades' fault. What does it have to do with me, Su Chen? Hantengu was stunned. Then he started crying madly. Ha ha ha, woo woo woo, it's all Nichiren Blades' fault, it's all Nichiren Blades' fault. At this point, 12 Kazuki has reduced its winding speed by 1. There is a bright light in the sky. The night is passing and the dawn is coming. Gyutaro, who was fighting Uzui Tengen, was beginning to panic. He didn't understand why this opponent who couldn't beat him at the beginning suddenly became so powerful. It's almost dawn now, and I must take my sister back to Kyogoku's house or basement. Gyutaro looked around for traces of his sister. But he found that a group of men were surrounding his sister Xiaomei and doing something. Gyutaro was furious. Xiaomei. In an instant, Gyutaro's blood expanded, and he gained strength from nowhere. He actually repelled the sound column that had opened the score, and then rushed towards his sister. Gyutaro yelled, "Damn it! Don't underestimate the bond between Mei and I." Boom. Suddenly, there was a fire coming. A sense of oppression that seems to be real comes over me. Gyutaro turned his head reflexively and found a handsome face in front of him, Su Chen. Why does Su Chen appear here? Advertisement. Gyutaro panicked and subconsciously looked in the direction of Hantangu. But there was no Hantangu there, only a pile of disappearing corpses. Gyutaro was disappointed. After learning of Hantangu's death, he suddenly began to revolve around. A hot touch spread to his neck, and Gyutaro took one last look at Su Chen. There was no anger, no resentment, or even a trace of emotion in this look. For some reason, Gyutaro had a hunch. Su Chen, do you really know the existence of blue-red spider lily? Or did the other party do this on purpose? Because now Gyutaro really believes that the other party has the strength of the top 3 upper ranks. Now that such a genius has appeared in the Demon Slayer Corps, 12 Kazuki's good days may be over. This feeling was so strong that when the opponent's Nichiren blade slashed into his neck, Gyutaro felt the opponent's hatred for demons in this knife. Dragon's breath, type 2 scorching breath. It was only at this moment that Su Chen's voice reached Gyutaro's ears. At dawn, the distant sky was dyed golden and cast warm light. This knife cuts through the darkness until dawn. It's like cutting off cause and effect and getting rid of obsession. It was also as if he was fulfilling a promise to someone, and Su Chen's mood suddenly became elevated. Su Chen looked at the corpse disappearing in front of him without feeling any regret. He knew very well that being gentle to the enemy was a taboo, just like before in the butterfly house. If Su Chen took a wrong step, the people in the butterfly house would most likely suffer casualties. Gentleness is reserved for those in need. At this moment, Su Chen may have found the path he is about to take. Guard. Protect everything you care about, and hope that everything you cherish will be treated with kindness. Perhaps this is Su Chen's greatest wish. Su Chen turned around and found traces of a little ghost in a shadow. Countless thoughts suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. Ghost, can you bring subordinates? Su Chen knew that in order to control the whereabouts of ghosts more easily, Musen would not allow ghosts to gather together. Because once ghosts gather together, they will become rebellious, which will be detrimental to Musen's rule and development in the long run. But Su Chen's intuition told him that this little ghost was a subordinate brought by the upper ranks. Chapter 141 I am a doctor. Considering the 3 upper ranks that he has already killed, this little devil should be the subordinate brought by the last upper rank. Is it a place? Is it a place? These 3 upper rank demons are very powerful, and the gap in strength between them and the upper rank 4 is almost like a cliff. No matter which one it is, Su Chen doesn't want to fight with it at the moment. Fighting at this moment would only increase the casualties of the Demon Slayer Corps. Base. With a flash of the knife, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of the little ghost. The little ghost was instantly scared. Don't kill me. Su Chen put the knife on the man's neck. I ask, you answer. The kid nodded. Su Chen. Who is the other upper rank one this time? The kid shook his head. Su Chen's knife was halfway into the kid's neck and he said, I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. I don't know. I really don't know. I only know that the gentleman was carrying a fan. Fan. Su Chen's eyes darkened, and he understood. Seeing Su Chen in a daze, the little ghost asked tentatively, can I leave? Okay. Su Chen said, and cut off the man's neck. This will make it easier for you to leave. You're welcome. After saying that, the little ghost died under Su Chen's Nichiren blades. I thought Su Chen would just leave like this, but he suddenly turned around and said abruptly, go back and tell your upper rank that I have a message for him. You have no emotions, why are you pretending to be your mother? After Su Chen finished speaking, a shadow a few hundred meters away from Su Chen trembled slightly. This is a ghost with blood vampire magic. It found that Su Chen seemed to have discovered it, so it immediately fled away. Su Chen put away the Nichiren blades in his hand and did not pursue. After awakening from the retrospective state, Su Chen now knew that there was something more important waiting for him to do. So, the next moment. Just as Su Chen put away his knife, Uzui Tengen rushed up from behind him. Just now he was knocked into Kyogoku's house by Gyutaru's attack. After rushing out, he found that Su Chen had already chopped off the ghost's head in advance. Then they chased all the way here and found Su Chen. Uzui Tengen walked up to Su Chen breathlessly. Su Chen, you are so mean, at least give me some face. Advertisement. Having said that, Yinju was actually smiling. After all, he managed to pass the upper level alive, which would be enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. But at this time Su Chen suddenly looked at him. Don't move, you are poisoned, the poison will spread. Toxin. Unexpectedly, Tengen Uzui waved his hand nonchalantly. Su Chen, you don't know yet, right? I come from a ninja family, this little bit of poison can't hold me back. Then the next moment, Uzui Tengen fainted. Tengen adults. Adult Dragon Pillar. At this time, Hinazuru and the other 2 also ran over, and just as they arrived, they saw Uzui Tengen lying on the ground. Suma immediately burst into tears. Wow. Lord Tengen really died in the battle. Then a violent blow hit Suma on the head, and Muksu said angrily, Suma, don't interrupt me when I'm not allowed to speak. Lord Tengen is just poisoned. Hinazaru quickly squatted down and checked on Uzui Tengen. A large area of Uzui Tengen's cheek was purple and black, and his blood vessels were swollen. It was obvious that the poison had penetrated deep into his veins, and his life could be in danger at any time. Mushu noticed the tension in Hinazaru's expression, and she asked with some concern, Hinazaru, how are you? Are you okay? Hinazaru said nothing. The atmosphere seemed very depressing. At this time, Uzui Tengen slowly opened his eyes, and seeing Hinazaru and the other two, he couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so depressed? We won the battle, didn't we? Hinazaru said with tears in her eyes, feeling guilty. It's all my fault, Master Tengen. I didn't help at all. Suma also looked tearful. Even Mushu, who has always been the strongest, felt a little sad at this moment. Just as Uzui Tengen was about to leave his last words, Suma started arguing with Makio. Then Uzui Tengen showed a typical speechless expression. Really? You really can't leave a last word. At this time, Su Chen came up. But Suma stopped Su Chen and said, Lord Longzhu, please let Lord Tengen go quietly. The sound pillar opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mushu. Master Tengen, you are too badly injured, you'd better not talk. He knew that Su Chen had never let him down. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a mess. You know, the Demon Slayer Corps hasn't killed an upper-rank demon for a long time, but Su Chen and himself created a miracle in the Demon Slayer Corps in hundreds of years. But it's useless. You have already tried the Chalcedony Tengen just now. This kind of toxin unique to the upper strings is not a situation that can be solved by fully concentrating on it. Advertisement. The next moment, Hinazaru looked at Uzui Tengen's resentful eyes and couldn't help but burst out laughing. A transparent world appears before your eyes. No, no. Su Chen was so amused that he said, what nonsense are you talking about? Have you forgotten that I came from the butterfly house? Uzui Tengen was anxious, but the poison still spread to his throat and he couldn't speak at all. They are both so awesome. As soon as the words fell, several people woke up as if from a dream. Uzui Tengen was shocked. Once excited, Uzui Tengen's poison spread even more violently. Yes, you peered into Uzui Tengen's body. Closing square bracket. Remember this feeling. Su Chen suddenly said, this breathing technique is developed by me. Long-term use of it can stimulate the activity of cells in the body and allow the body to repair itself to a certain extent. Sure enough, his feeling has never been wrong. Su Chen closed his eyes slightly. English. Su Chen is the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it turned out to be right to place my hopes on him. This is. Uzui Tengen couldn't help but wonder, is it the full set Changjong? As he was thinking about it, Uzui Tengen suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. As he said that, Su Chen gently placed his hand on Uzui Tengen's chest. Seeing that they were still in a daze, Su Chen directly revealed his cards. I'm a doctor. Su Chen looked at Uzui Tengen and said, stop dreaming about splendor and try to use breathing techniques to stop the spread of the poison. Transparent field opens. Lord Longzhu is the legendary doctor of Butterfly House, but they were so anxious that they forgot about it. This is not the breathing technique in the whole concentration Changjong at all. Uzui Tengen felt a warm current flowing through his body, and then his heartbeat began to beat rapidly. He suddenly found that the poison in his body seemed to have stopped. Uzui Tengen looked at Su Chen quietly. Uzui Tengen nodded. Chapter 142 Su Chen tries blood vampire magic for the first time. You find that the other person's body is very strong, and every muscle is very well proportioned, but it is still far behind you because you are still young and you will surpass him in a few years. Well, you don't really care if the other person has a better figure than you, really. Closing square bracket. You don't care that others have 3 wives, after all, you are not bad either. Closing square bracket. You don't envy his wife's black stockings, fishnets, and bare legs. After all, it's too vulgar for a girl to wear these, really. Closing square bracket. Su Chen, Su Chen, there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Closing square bracket. You comfort yourself like this. Closing square bracket. You suddenly feel much better. You begin to refocus. You made a distinction between transparency. You have made Uzui Tengen completely transparent in your eyes. Closing square bracket. You discovered the mistake, and you started to modify it. You restored the color of the other person's bones. You notice something is wrong, you turn the table over and start over. You restored the color of the opponent's nerve network. You start comparing and analyzing from a medical perspective. You found that Uzui Tengen was deeply poisoned. Due to the high-intensity battle, his whole body was paralyzed and he could no longer speak. Closing square bracket. You start thinking. You find that you seem to have no solution, so you start to deduce in your mind. You deduce once, 10 times, 100 times. Open black lens bracket. You finally find that there is only one way to try. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You are in a dilemma. Close black lens bracket. What's wrong, Lord Longzhu? Are you in any trouble? Hinazaru standing by looked nervous, and she felt very flustered when she saw Su Chen's gloomy face. Suma said something even more shocking. Woo woo woo, Master Tengen is going to die after all. Bang. Makio hit Suma on the head with a slap. Can't you just look forward to Master Tengen a little bit? Ah. Seeing this, Uzui Tengen finally closed his eyes silently. As expected, I still can't even leave a last word. Stop arguing. Su Chen said this lightly, and everyone suddenly fell silent. Then he looked at him breathlessly. Su Chen said, "You are already deeply poisoned. It's too late to buy medicine. First, try to stop the injury using the breathing method I just taught you. I'll figure out the rest." Uzui Tengen nodded. To be honest, ever since he became a pillar, he has become indifferent to life and death. But it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. If you can survive and enjoy your old age, who would want to die? And what will happen to his 3 wives in the future? Advertisement. Uzui Tengen is still a little reluctant. Don't move, Su Chen said suddenly. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly lowered his head. You recalled Nezuko's blood demon art. Open black lens bracket, you start to deduce and try. Close black lens bracket. That's right, Su Chen's method is to use Nezuko's method in the original story to help Uzui Tengen expel the toxin. But this is vampire magic, and it is the first time that Su Chen has tried to create moves related to vampire magic, so he is still a little nervous. You only have one chance. Su Chen took a deep breath, knowing that the other person's life was in his hands and he must not make any mistakes. You start to deduce. You tried to use your own blood to merge with the flame of the vibration sword. You wanted to create the blood ghost art flame, but failed. You start your second attempt. You start your third attempt. Open black lens bracket, you start your nth attempt. Close black lens bracket. You failed. The toxins in the opponent's body have spread to his chest. You don't have much time left. Open black lens bracket, you start your last attempt. Close black lens bracket. A trace of sweat ran down Su Chen's cheek, and his face began to feel slightly hot due to nervousness. No one present dared to disturb him, for fear of disturbing Su Chen's condition. Uzui Tengen lay quietly on the ground, ready to die. He didn't blame Su Chen, he only blamed himself for holding back. After all, the battle with the upper moons was so dangerous. He has surpassed many predecessors by being able to do this. To be honest, Tengen Uzui does not feel any regrets. In the sky, a sun slowly rises. The bright morning sun shines down. At the same time, Su Chen suddenly drew his sword and slashed through the air at lightning speed. The blade vibrated, and a brilliant flame was created by the friction with the air. Then, the tip of the knife suddenly slashed towards Su Chen's arm at an extremely strange angle. A streak of blood bloomed from Su Chen's elbow. Then Su Chen suddenly closed his eyes. Open black lens bracket, you feel it. Close black lens bracket. You recalled the principle of the move, Dragon's Breath 9th form Dragon Shadow Clone. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket, your blood starts to boil. Close black lens bracket. Wow. As the sun shone on everyone's heads, a gorgeous pink blood flower suddenly burned on Tengen Uzui's body. Suma immediately shouted, "Hey! Lord Tengen is not dead yet. Don't rush to cremate him." Bang. Advertisement. Then he said to Su Chen in a comfortable tone, "Lord Longzhu, don't mind it. This is how Suma speaks. I will deal with him when I get back. I really miss it, Hinazuru." So Uzui Tengen carried Su Chen on his back himself. The flame began to get smaller until it was completely extinguished. You think, maybe it would be more appropriate to describe it as blood vampire magic. You used blood and fire to create a perfect blend, and you had an epiphany. Closing square bracket. Cluster. The flames gradually grew stronger. Su Chen's mental state is very bad at the moment. Due to excessive use of blood, he is now a little anemic. Great dragon, great dragon. Uzui Tengen shook his head. It's okay, I owe Su Chen this. I already owe him my life. Mushu put away his fist. Shut up. Boom. Also, Uzui Tengen suddenly turned around and said solemnly, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Su Chen. Before Uzui Tengen could speak, Maki immediately covered Suma's mouth. He closed his eyes and actually began to enjoy himself at this moment. Hinazuru looked worried, but she bit her lip and chose to believe Su Chen. Then he suddenly saw his mother, who was holding him and singing a beautiful song to him. Suma was about to speak, but Mushu covered his mouth tightly. You have created a new sword move, Dragon's Breath pickup form Dragon Burning Blood. Closing square bracket. Now he is full of energy and can even walk. It's amazing. Suma said with tears in his eyes, Lord Longzhu is so amazing. I thought I was going to be a widow. And what about the person involved, Uzui Tengen? After recovering, Uzui Tengen carefully assessed Su Chen's condition and found that he had just fainted due to anemia. He had clearly been out of the cradle for more than 20 years, but today he actually felt the motherly love from Su Chen. For some reason, Uzui Tengen suddenly felt like he was back in his childhood. Such a warm and soft feeling. English. Su Chen did not respond. Perhaps Uzui Tengen himself didn't even know why he felt this way. Then Mushu saw Su Chen fainted. Let's look back at Uzui Tengen. Hinazuru said worriedly, Master Tengen, please let me do it. Your body. Chapter 143 Lord Doma, are you pretending to be your mother? He already felt it. When Su Chen treated his injuries just now, the method used by Uzui Tengen was something he had never heard of before. This is not how doctors treat illnesses, right? Uzui Tengen was no fool, he figured it out quickly. What Su Chen used just now was blood ghost magic. Blood magic is only used by ghosts, but Su Chen is not doing anything serious in the sun now. So Uzui Tengen couldn't understand what was going on for a moment. However, there is no doubt that Su Chen saved him. So Uzui Tengen didn't want Su Chen to get into any trouble, so he had to have a good discussion with Su Chen next. Hinazuru and the other two naturally understood what Uzui Tengen meant, and they nodded immediately, expressing their position and attitude. Hinazuru said, "So, Master Tengen, where are we going next?" It was already morning in Waji, and pedestrians began to appear on the road one after another. If I don't leave now, I might become the center of discussion and I won't be able to leave. Uzui Tengen said, "Let's go to Hinazuru's place. We'll stay here for a while to recover and then leave." Report. At Gyoko's home, Doma, who was meditating in his bedroom, slowly raised his head. In front of it was a little ghost that it had brought out earlier. The little boy looked panicked and said timidly, "Master Doma, something terrible has happened." Doma narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Oh, what's the big deal?" The little ghost did not directly answer Doma's question, but asked first, "Lord Doma, you are not angry, right?" Doma smiled sweetly. "How could that be? Just say it boldly." The kid was relieved to hear this. Lord Hantengu died in battle. Hearing this, Doma showed an expression of expectedness. "Ah, I didn't expect that the last time I met with Mr. Hantengu, it would be a farewell forever. What a pity. Why should I be so angry about this? I thought it was a big deal." Seeing Doma so calm, the kid felt relieved, and Gyutaro-sama also died in the battle. "Oh, what a pity. I was the one who brought him in." Doma tried to look sad. Did Miss Daki die in the battle as well? The kid choked. Well, the cause of Daki's death is a bit strange. Doma was stunned. What's weird about this? Little ghost. Maybe it won't pass the review. Advertisement. Oh my god. Doma suddenly burst into tears and said sadly, "I know, that girl has been trying so hard. She tried so hard, but in the end she was still killed. What a pity." The kid thought about it and agreed. After all, Daki-sama was indeed killed in a battle. And, seeing Lord Doma crying so sadly, the little ghost couldn't help but be moved. He sighed in his heart. Doma-sama is truly the most sentimental of the 12 Kazuki-samas. Look how sadly he is crying. That damn Su Chen said that Lord Doma was pretending, and he even said bad things about Lord Doma behind his back. I think he was just talking nonsense. When the little ghost thought about how he had spoken timidly before, he felt that he had done something wrong. This is obviously a wrong accusation against Lord Doma. So the little ghost continued, "Lord Doma, there is actually one thing I haven't told you." Doma wiped her tears and said, "You say. Kid. Daki-sama said he would bring a woman to Doma-sama, but now that the Sama is dead, there is no woman left. Doma. Go on, little ghost. It's daybreak outside, my lord, you may be hungry today. Doma. Go on, little ghost. After Lord Hantengu and Lord Daki died, they didn't catch Su Chen, so Su Chen may have run away." Doma held his chin in his hand. Really? It's true, it turns out that they committed suicide out of guilt for not catching Su Chen. The kid shook his head. No, they are. Before he could finish his words, Doma suddenly appeared in front of him. Then a gentle hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. The kid turned his head and saw Doma staring at him with a cold face. The kid was stunned. "Master Doma, didn't you say you were not angry?" Puff. In an instant, a huge force hit the little ghost's shoulder. The kid's arm was squeezed and burst in Doma's hand like a balloon filled with water. In the shadows, Doma's eyes showed a dark and dangerous light. "Know what? Do you know my friend better than I do?" Doma then laughed. "I forgive you, tell me what other news you have." Doma didn't expect that he was just admiring the blue spider lily drawing that Su Chen drew at home, and then waiting for the takeaway that Daki mentioned to be delivered. Doma smiled and said, "So, tell me, am I the best friend of Mr. Hantengu and Mr. Gyutaro?" Advertisement. Snap. Doma's face was gloomy. Nonsense. Because they are telling the truth, and it is not convenient to tell the truth. But Doma didn't intend to let him go. He grabbed the kid by the neck with one hand and said, "Don't you have any news about Su Chen that you haven't told me?" With the wrath of Upper Moon too, most of the demons in Hanamaki are now dead. Looking at the smiling Doma, the little ghost had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "It's gone, it's really gone, sir." The kid didn't dare to delay too long. Seeing that Doma was about to take action again, he quickly said, "No, no." The little ghost's face was pale and he didn't dare to breathe. In the bedroom, Doma was seen smiling and slightly lifting the kid's chin. As he spoke, Doma quietly pinched the kid's other arm, exerting a little force. "It's okay, don't worry." At this moment, the fear in its heart had surpassed the pain, so it didn't even dare to cry out. The little ghost nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes. Yes. At the same time, in its heart, Su Chen has been elevated to the status of a prophet. As a result, he became a lone commander overnight. Come on, why don't you say anything? Am I that scary? Originally, the little kid wanted to report Su Chen because he was talking bad about adults behind their backs. Lord Doma is indeed moody, and it turns out that he didn't say a word of nonsense. The kid's voice was hoarse, and he could hardly breathe because his neck was being held. He had finally come back from the brink of death, and he didn't know whether he should say the next words or not. Originally, the Flower Street where 3 upper-ranked celestial beings gathered yesterday was the most dangerous place in the world. But today, a huge change has taken place. The kid sweated profusely at that moment. I dare not. Su Chen. Doma's eyes narrowed, with a dangerous light in his colorful pupils. He is really an interesting person. Are you mocking me for not understanding the thoughts of my own friends? In the face of life and death crisis, he still said what Su Chen said before. Su Chen said, Lord Doma, are you pretending to be your mother? As a result, he regretted it now. It is just as Su Chen said, ghosts cannot feel pain under certain conditions. Its other arm was crushed. Snap. The kid's head was crushed in an instant. Perhaps Musen did not expect that the elite soldiers and generals he sent would die so hastily overnight. The kid hesitated. Chapter 144 Brother will give you a helping hand. When Su Chen woke up, it was almost night. His injuries have fully recovered, and with the bonus of the complete set, 100 refinements, Su Chen's hematopoietic function is also excellent. Su Chen recovered almost completely in one day. In a bedroom that was neither too big nor too small, Su Chen got up and sat on the bed, his mind still a little fuzzy. He was thinking about what happened this morning. What Su Chen cares most about is the changes in his body. Ghost Eater. This special identity. Does it belong to humans or ghosts? This was also the first time that Su Chen came into contact with the realm of ghost eaters, and also the first time he came into contact with something like blood vampire magic. To be honest, Su Chen thinks that the future of developing blood ghost arts is much better than ordinary sword skills. But if I keep using vampire magic, am I still a human being? Su Chen stopped thinking about it. Thinking about it now would only add to his troubles. If he had the chance, he could talk to Shinazugawa's younger brother, Shinazugawa Genya. However, Su Chen decided that this kind of blood magic should be used less frequently. First, it wastes blood. Second, the success rate is relatively low. When Su Chen used blood demon magic to save Tengen Uzui this morning, he replayed it in his mind tens of thousands of times before he finally succeeded once. So Su Chen decided not to use it unless it was an emergency in the future. Wow, looks like Su Chen woke up gorgeous. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open and a loud voice was heard. The person who came was none other than the most gorgeous man in the Demon Slayer Corps, Tengen Uzui. Behind him, there were Hinazuru, Makio and Suma. Hinazuru and the other two looked very fresh and it seemed that they did not suffer any injuries yesterday. It can be said that Su Chen was the absolute main C yesterday, thanks to Su Chen who attracted most of the firepower of the ghosts, otherwise 2 people would have been injured if not killed. Inside the room, the arrival of 4 people made the room seem a lot more crowded. The leader, Tengen Uzui, is full of energy after a day of recovery. As soon as Uzui Tengen saw Su Chen wake up, he came over and asked, Su Chen, how are you recovering? Can you move? Advertisement. Su Chen nodded. Okay, thank you brother Tengen for your concern. Uzui Tengen waved his hands. That's not the case. If it weren't for you today, whether I could survive is another matter. Then Uzui Tengen pulled Su Chen and wanted to go out. Su Chen asked, where are we going? Let's go and have some fun. Uzui Tengen showed a gorgeous expression. As far as I know, brother Su Chen has never been in a relationship, right? As far as I know, there are many beautiful women in Kyogokuya that Hinazuru is in charge of. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Am I not old enough? If you do this, I will sue you for inducing underage prostitution. Uzui Tengen laughed. What are you talking about, brother Su Chen, be a man. Although the members of the Demon Slayer Corps must concentrate on training to kill demons, it's okay to indulge once in a while. Today your brother Tengen will take you to indulge yourself. I have already ordered the geisha for you. Su Chen suddenly retracted his hand. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Alright. Hinazuru stepped forward and couldn't help but whip Uzui Tengen's arm with a whip. Lord Tengen, stop teasing Lord Ryujura. That's right. Mushu also spoke up. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps knows that Ryuju-sama's standard partner is Shinobu. Lord Tengen, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Shinobu if you do this? Suma. Makio is right. It's fine. Uzui Tengen still didn't give up. He continued to persuade Su Chen. Su Chen, no one will know what happened today. You know that ninjas are very good at keeping secrets. Besides, Shaonan isn't here yet. What are you afraid of? Su Chen shook his head like a rattle and said firmly, no. Su Chen's attitude is already very clear. I won't go. I won't go. Ha ha ha. After hearing Su Chen's answer, Uzui Tengen laughed heartily. I knew it. As a god in charge of splendor, how could I not know this? I was just testing Su Chen's attitude towards our Demon Slayer team's flower. It seems that it's just as I expected. Brother Su Chen, do you already have someone in your heart? Su Chen held his forehead, he knew. Tengen Uzui continued, what a pity. We have quite a few girls in the Demon Slayer Corps. If they knew this news, they wouldn't be able to sleep well, right? Advertisement. You know, the last time the girls of the Demon Slayer Corps were obsessed with me, the gorgeous sound pillar. Brother Su Chen is really worthy of being my favorite. Su Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. He said a little speechlessly, thank you so much, brother Tengen. How can a pillar like you be interested in these love things? The 3 members of Hinazuru beside them nodded in unison, that's right. Why? As a result, Uzui Tengen was not happy. Su Chen, look at you, you are such a grown-up, why don't you pay attention to your lifelong affairs? That was just a small test of mine. The test results are obvious. I see that you care about Kochou too, otherwise why would you reject the geisha from Kyogokuya for Kochou? Su Chen still refused to admit it. Please. Is there a possibility that I am only 14 years old and I don't have any needs in this regard? Oh, Uzui Tengen laughed. Don't lie to me, little brother. When I was with Hinazuru and the others, I was not much older than you. Uzui Tengen looked at Su Chen from head to toe. Height, weight, muscle, speed, and even temperament, all are top-notch. You tell me he's 14 years old. He is almost as tall as me. He is such a hot-tempered guy, and you tell me he doesn't have this need. How is that possible? Uzui Tengen showed an expression that all men understand. Brother Su Chen, I understand everything. Although you are only 14 years old, you still have needs after all. Besides, you know the average age of the Demon Slayer Corps, so I think you should decide on this matter as soon as possible. But it's okay. You're sorry, brother will give you a hand. The next moment, Uzui Tengen suddenly hugged his 3 wives. He said in a smug tone, before you go back today, I will give you a magic weapon to promote relationships. Magic weapon, Su Chen muttered silently. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. Only to see the next moment. Hinazuru and Makio suddenly took out some things from the cabinet in the room, and then walked over slowly. When Su Chen saw what they were holding, his pupils shrank. What is this? Really, Su Chen was shocked at that time. He definitely didn't expect it to be this. Chapter 145 Fully loaded. Su Chen returns home. 2 pieces of clothing. It's kind of cooler. That's right, Uzui Tengen said proudly. This is the clothes I prepared for brother Su Chen. This is the same kawaii ninja costume as Hinazuru and Makio. How is it? Hinazuru Makio and I bought this at the Hanamaki store. When Hinazuru and Maki first wore these, I, your big brother Tengen, was so excited. Su Chen. To be honest, it would definitely be fake if there wasn't even a hint of that in mind. But, are these fishnet stockings and black stockings serious? No wonder Suma didn't come over, because Suma's legs were bare, and there was nothing on his legs, so he couldn't show it. Looking at the black silk and fishnet in front of him, Su Chen thought about how Shinobu and Kanao looked when they wore them, and he swallowed subconsciously. The transparent area is unfolding. Open black lens bracket. Your thoughts are clear. Close black lens bracket. Remind yourself that if you don't have a woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Closing square bracket. You start to use the full concentration breathing method to imagine black stockings. Closing square bracket. No, you realize you were wrong, and you start to use the full concentration breathing method to imagine fishnet stockings. Closing square bracket. Forget it, you have exited the transparent field. Broken. Su Chen was really panicking. He failed for the first time in his life when opening a new field. The reason turned out to be the leftovers from 2 plain pieces of clothing. How about it? Uzui Tengen crossed his arms and said confidently, if Shinobu wears this, how will brother Su Chen deal with it? Su Chen sneered. I have my own way to deal with it, so don't worry about it, brother Tengen. What a joke. Su Chen remembered clearly that when the Kochou sisters joined the Demon Slayer Corps, a perverted tailor made clothes for Kochou Shinobu. The one she made is the same low-cut dress that Koizu is wearing now. But how did our little Shinobu deal with it? He just set it on fire in front of the tailor. That's right, this is how our Shounen would deal with it. The main focus is on being domineering, no matter it is a cold summer or a hot winter, the main focus is to wrap yourself tightly. Su Chen really wants to say that the girls in our butterfly house are very conservative, please don't bring such vulgar things to contaminate butterfly house. Advertisement. Otherwise, with Kochou Shinobu's personality, she might really kill Su Chen. But, I can't resist Tengen Uzui's kindness. Su Chen was alone, but Uzui Tengen had 4 people. After Su Chen's debate with many people and some reluctance, he finally accepted it. But Su Chen swears, he definitely had no intention of letting Kanao and Kochou Shinobu wear it. Absolutely not. Su Chen can open the transparent field to prove himself. He also planned to find someone who was destined to be with him along the way. Xiaonan was not there at the moment, so he still had room to keep her. Fine. Finally, Su Chen's left pocket contained the copper coins he earned the day before. On the right side are some dry food prepared by Hinazuru and others. Inside the backpack on the back were pieces of black silk stockings and fishing nets. They set off in a grand manner. Since Yinju and Hinazuru had some follow-up issues to deal with, Yinju did not travel with Su Chen. However, the sound pillar used Hinazuru's crow disc to send a message to the Demon Slayer Corps, and I believe that the headquarters will receive the message soon. But it wasn't a message from Su Chen, because Hinazuru had already sent a message before. This time the news is about killing the upper moon. Uzui Tengen could almost foresee what a sensation this news would cause when it reached the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The letter was very long, describing the process and results of the battle in great detail. Tengen Uzui also focused on beautifying his own gorgeous image, emphasizing what preparations he had made for Su Chen to kill upper 6. Then the letter ends with, the 2 of us are really awesome. Tengen Uzui was already looking forward to the other pillars seeing this letter and saying to themselves, oh my god. As expected of the god who controls splendor, this is too splendor. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. This is the moment that Uzui Tengen has been waiting for. Then, Su Chen and Uzui Tengen shook hands symbolically. The 2 of them parted ways. Before leaving, Hinazuru gave Su Chen a train ticket and many boat tickets along the way. Su Chen felt a little emotional when he took it. Advertisement. Hinazuru and the other two also knew that Su Chen's original intention was to return to Butterfly House, but he was stranded because of the sudden incident in Flower Street. In addition, Su Chen saved Uzui Tengen's life, so Hinazuru took this matter very seriously. Early in the morning, she and Uzui Tengen went to help buy the return train and boat tickets. The purpose is to make Su Chen's return trip smoother. Su Chen naturally didn't act pretentiously. Isn't it good to have a car to ride in? So he left some copper coins and a 5-flavored zither in Hinazuru's room and left. Why keep the Wuaken? Because ever since his last performance, Su Chen felt that Hinazuru seemed to have a special liking for the Gomi Kodo, and he must be very fond of it. So as a matter of reciprocity, Su Chen also gave back to others. It feels really good to be helpful. This is the essence of mutual assistance among the Demon Slayer Corps. After Su Chen sighed, he set off. The Flower Street is particularly lively at night, with the lights coming on, illuminating the entire avenue. There are many vehicles coming and going. If you look up, you can often see some successful people in suits and ties having talks on the vehicles, looking relaxed. There are a lot of snacks and children on the roadside, and the atmosphere is very lively. Su Chen was inspired by the scene in front of him. I have to say, the Demon Slayer Corps is waiting for a reason. At least that's what Su Chen thought now when he saw such a peaceful scene. The battle with Hantengu yesterday resulted in several kilometers of destruction. Su Chen actually felt very sorry about it. Although 90% of the destroyed streets were caused by Uzui Tengen and Gyutaro, Su Chen still bears a certain degree of joint responsibility. After all, he was at the scene at that time, but due to some other reasons, he was delayed in killing Gyutaro, so Hanaji was injured. Su Chen found the corresponding vehicle according to the ticket information given by Hinazuru, and then put down the large and small bags of things. Comfortable. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. The driver in front couldn't help but say when he saw Su Chen's big backpack, "Young man, are you going to have a picnic? Why are you carrying so many things?" Su Chen hissed. He didn't expect that the driver's guess was quite accurate in some aspects. "It's okay, drive your car," Su Chen said nonchalantly. After the vehicle started, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. Your reflections after the battle. Open black lens bracket concluding remarks, close black lens bracket. Su Chen certainly wasn't idle last night, as he had already taken the time to learn it when he was confronting Hantengu. Inside the car, the boy slowly opened his eyes. A strong breath of carbon dioxide came out from his mouth. Is this the breathing of sound? Chapter 146 Unexpected Situation. Sound breathing, Type 1 boom. Breathing of sound, Type 4 slashing without breaking. Breathing of sounds, 5 shapes, string overlap. Quote. Su Chen deduced in his mind and soon reproduced all the moves that Uzui Tengen used last night. In his mind, Su Chen could even replay Uzui Tengen's previous actions without the slightest deviation. Soon, he copied all the moves of sound breathing. Breathing of sound, Type 1 boom. This move is performed by Uzui Tengen releasing both swords and slashing from top to bottom, which will produce a roaring explosion. In the Yukuo arc, Uzui Tengen used this move to dig through Daki's granary. But when Uzui Tengen used this move, it was used in conjunction with explosives. If Su Chen wanted to use this move, he would have to take the time to learn the skill of making bombs. Breathing of sound Type 4 ringing slash. It manifests as Uzui Tengen swinging his 2 swords to slash, creating a huge explosion space, causing damage to the wide area in front. This move was used in the final battle against Upper 6 Gyutaro, and laid the foundation for victory with all his might. Breathing of sound, 5-stringed accompaniment. An attack performed by charging forward while spinning both blades at high speed. Each spinning attack is accompanied by a gorgeous explosion. This is probably Uzui Tengen's most gorgeous move. And now, all these skills belong to Su Chen. I have to say, Uzui Tengen is simply a genius. Sound breathing is a derivative breathing method of thunder breathing. To use sound breathing well, the user is mainly required to have extremely sensitive hearing. For example, Agatsuma Zenitsu's super hearing is a natural advantage that makes him suitable for thunder breathing. Su Chen has super hearing, which is very convenient when combined with thunder breathing. But Uzui Tengen does not have this advantage, but he has his own way. That is to use his inherent advantages as a ninja, combined with bombs, shuriken and other ninjutsu moves, and then created the skill of Banden. And yesterday Su Chen also discovered that the markings on Uzui Tengen's eyes had awakened. According to the music score and patterns, if Gyutaro had not been stimulated by his sister's humiliation, Tengen Uzui might have really killed Gyutaro in the end. Yesterday, Su Chen took a good look at the opponent's music map, skills. He summarized it briefly. When Uzui Tengen fights an enemy, he memorizes all of the enemy's attack movements, habits, and pre-swings by turning them into sounds. Advertisement. Then when he has memorized them all, the sound column will enter the profit state, and he can distinguish the opponent's next move through the sound of each move. This is different from Su Chen's previous bullet field. Su Chen's bullet field is to amplify his senses, thereby achieving the effect of slowing down the surrounding speed. However, Uzui Tengen judges the pre-attack swing based on the various subtle sounds made by the opponent's body. This opened up a whole new route for Su Chen. Without further ado, Su Chen entered into a learning state again. The transparent field begins. Closing square bracket. You have an epiphany. Closing square bracket. The transparent area ends. Closing square bracket. Call. After working hard for 2 seconds, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and sighed inwardly. Is this the music score? It is indeed difficult to learn. Fortunately, I have learned it. In the past 2 seconds, Su Chen had to deduce it in his mind hundreds of times before he learned it. He didn't know how many of his brain cells died. Su Chen sighed. This time it actually took 2 seconds. It seems that my skills have regressed. If Uzui Tengen saw his dissatisfied expression, the sound pillar would probably commit suicide by seppuku. I worked hard for several years to cultivate the music, but Su Chen learned it from a photo. How can I justify this? But, Su Chen felt that the sound breathing was not particularly suitable for him. If there is a chance, Su Chen still plans to learn Agatsuma Zenitsu's breathing of thunder. Regarding the 5 basic breathing methods, Su Chen has only mastered the wind and fire breathing methods. Su Chen has not yet come into contact with the water, thunder, and rock breathing methods. The dragon's breath that he created was actually mainly derived from the wind and fire breathing methods. Then the driver turned the steering wheel to the left. At this time, Su Chen had already set off on the way to the train. The quietness in front of him and the lively scene behind him had formed 2 different worlds. Left. Su Chen suddenly spoke, but the car finally stopped. Previously, Su Chen could use his super hearing ability to hear people talking at a long distance, as well as some subtle details that people had never noticed. He also cannot judge the enemy's movements by sound like Uzui Tengen can. Su Chen has an idea. Advertisement. The next moment, he began to judge the driver's actions through these subtle changes in sound. The driver was stunned. Huh. Su Chen then realized that he had arrived at the edge of Flower Street and the area around him was quite sparsely populated. Su Chen spent several minutes memorizing all these sounds of the human body. The sounds around suddenly changed. Right. But Su Chen thought that if he could learn the remaining 3 breathing methods, his breathing method would improve significantly. For example, Uzui Tengen's score. This is actually an ability created by Uzui Tengen combining his own abilities. The full moon hangs high in the sky, and the hazy moonlight shines on the street, making the road look quite quiet. The last part is the elemental breathing method of each pillar. It is the sound of water turning into ice crystals, and it is very crisp. But now he is okay. Master, please go back. Su Chen suddenly spoke. Parking. It is not a sound unique to Hanamaki, but a unique timbre related to the changes of some elements. Su Chen heard some strange noises. The next moment, Su Chen suddenly lowered his head. This breathing method is the most common and has a high upper limit, but the means of attack is actually very simple. Then the driver turned the steering wheel to the right. The ossicles in Su Chen's ears began to tremble constantly. He could clearly feel the heartbeat of the driver in front of him, the sound of his muscles stretching and contracting, and the sound of his joints rubbing against each other. For example, Su Chen's own dragon breathing is an animal-based breathing method. Its advantage is its wide versatility and the ability to use a variety of elements in combination to attack. Maybe I can develop a new breathing method. Elemental, animal, and superhuman. Based on the types of breathing techniques he has come into contact with so far, he can currently divide the schools of breathing techniques into 3 categories. But Su Chen couldn't judge a person's character by voice like Zenitsu could. However, breathing techniques like sound breathing and flower breathing are actually more like superhuman breathing techniques, and their greatest highlights are actually their various unique abilities. The driver was immediately shocked. FK, little brother, you are awesome. Chapter 147 found you. The driver was confused. What's going on? Did I drive unsteadily and make you carsick? After all, I saw you close your eyes as soon as you got on the car. You must have felt very uncomfortable. Don't worry, master, I have some motion sickness medicine. No, Su Chen waved his hand. I think we'll be there soon. I'll change to another mode of transportation. I want to walk by myself. The chef refused. How can that be possible? It is our mission to serve every customer. Su Chen, I'll give you money. Master. Okay. Then the driver drove away without looking back, as if he was afraid that Su Chen would change his mind, and he took the small road when he left. Su Chen looked up, looked at the hazy moonlight, and slowly closed his eyes. He remembered that the last time he looked at the moon was with Kanao. But this time I'm alone. It seems that what Uzui Tengen said is indeed right, it is inevitable for a person to be lonely. Fortunately, after Su Chen traveled to this world, he met a group of lovely people in the butterfly house, which made Su Chen cherish this relationship very much, so he must go back. Transparent area unfolds. Closing square bracket. You closed your eyes, opened your ears, and used your skills. Closing square bracket. You heard the laughter of children on the streets of Waji. Closing square bracket. You heard the charming voice of the geisha soliciting customers in Kyogoku's house. Closing square bracket. You think the distance is not far enough, so you expand your perception range. Closing square bracket. Your hearing has improved. You heard the sound of water freezing into ice. Closing square bracket. Su Chen opened his eyes and grabbed the backpack on his back tightly. Oxygen began to circulate rapidly in his lungs, and the boy whispered, "Dragon's breath." ... The full moon is high in the sky. On the edge of the Flower Street city, Doma was walking around bored. It has been lurking here since the beginning. Originally, Doma planned to wait for Daki and Hantengu to complete their tasks, after all, that way he could slack off. But the good times didn't last long, and it lost 2 more subordinates. This way, Doma only has Akaza as his subordinate. Doma said she was very sad. Stimulated by the death of a good friend, it decisively chose to give up. Doma was walking and playing on the ice while admiring the moonlight, and then it suddenly heard the roar of a car. Ah, it looks like the prey has come to us. Doma smiled and then walked towards the source of the sound. As the distance got closer, the roar of the car suddenly stopped. Advertisement. Oh, did you find me? Doma smiled slightly, but it doesn't matter. Since they can find my presence, they must be very delicious. I am really looking forward to it just thinking about it. Su Chen's eyes suddenly opened, and the Nichiren blades were unsheathed in the blink of an eye. The flames rose, illuminating a shadow in the woods. Under the moonlight, Su Chen had already walked into a forest. As long as he passes through this forest, Su Chen can board the train and head home. But Su Chen knew it wouldn't be that smooth. The next moment, a breath of icy air suddenly became strong. The transparent area is opened. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Through the darkness, you saw a fan, and you saw a figure. Closing square bracket. Your breathing has been disturbed, and the transparent field has been terminated. Su Chen's breath was choked. His whole face seemed to have lost all its color. As this blood vampire magic, Su Chen found that he seemed to have inhaled something into his lungs. His actions began to be hindered. Su Chen's pupils shrank. What a terrifying blood ghost technique. As the distance was still quite far, Su Chen was almost certain that the other party had not noticed him. Moreover, this blood magic is not activated against anyone. It is a skill in a similar field of the other party. Releases a skill similar to ice fog in the surrounding area, and anyone who gets close will be harmed as long as they breathe. The current damage to Su Chen's lungs is proof of this. He knew who the other party was. A ghost that Su Chen hates very much, a very hypocritical ghost, a ghost that bullies the weak. Doma. There was deathly silence all around. The silence spread like a tide, and the atmosphere seemed to be frozen. The boy glanced back. Through a small path, he could still vaguely catch a glimpse of light in the distance. That is the most prosperous light in the darkness. Behind him, there is a whole bustling street. In the distance, there are cars passing by. In the distance, children are walking around, and people are pushing food carts onto the streets to do business, selling the tenderness and beauty of this world. Advertisement. Su Chen could even imagine Kochou Shinobu's pain at that time. Lung injuries are the natural enemy of breathing swordsmen, because once the lungs are injured, the swordsman of the Demon Slayer Corps will not be able to use any breathing sword techniques. Blood Demon Art. Frozen Cloud. I finally understood Doma's hatred from the same perspective. In an instant, the forest entered the Cambrian world. I don't know how Kochou Shinobu endured it. Sometimes, Su Chen would lament the fragility of human beings. And in front of him is the most ferocious thing in the world. If the enemy does not retreat, it is easy to inhale the ice crystals into the lungs. The colorful pupils emitted a dangerous light, and the iron fan suddenly straightened in Doma's hand. I think I've discovered you. Doma blinked with a smile on his face. He just discovered that one of his blood magic had been absorbed. But neither will ghosts. You hold your breath for a moment, you start running, you do intense anaerobic exercise. Closing square bracket. I found you. But Su Chen would also admire the greatness of human beings. Su Chen has been tricked. Because a small wound takes a long time for humans to heal, but it takes a ghost a long time. Moreover, this blood magic also has certain restrictive capabilities, which will affect the enemy's speed. They will not grow old, nor will they become fragile with the passage of time. Instead, they will become more tenacious. This is Doma's move. The effect of this move is to create numerous lotus leaves that can scatter ice crystals in the air. But even though her lungs were riddled with holes, Kochou Shinobu still managed to stand up. No one knew how an 18-year-old girl did it. Even if their limbs are cut off, ghosts will not feel pain and can even grow new limbs instantly. Life has weight because it is finite. It is precisely because of the limited life that people have the thing of inheritance. This vampire magic is a range attack that can emit ice crystals in the form of mist. The battle between humans and ghosts is not fair. Blood Demon Art. Lotus Leaf Ice. You start using the all-in 100 refinements to perform group repairs. Closing square bracket. In the Infinite Castle in the original story, Kochou Shinobu had his lungs cut off by Doma. At the same time, people will age as they age, their physical strength will decline, and their physical activity will plummet. Humans are vulnerable in front of ghosts. Doma waved the iron fan and sprayed ice mist. As long as the enemy inhales it into his mouth, his lungs will be attacked. Doma usually uses this technique to consume the enemy. And this weight is just the sharp blade that can cut off the evil ghost's neck. Chapter 148 Su Chen, Graduate. Found me. Su Chen used the fire knife to clear a path, and after burning all the ice crystals in front of him, he muttered to himself. He suddenly raised his head and looked around. Fortunately, no enemy appeared. But Su Chen did hear Doma's voice just now. Swish. The cold air disappeared in the air, and a shocking stream of blood spurted into the air. A moment later, two halves of a rabbit frozen into an ice sculpture fell to the ground one after another. Doma blinked, stared at the rabbit and murmured, "Huh, why is it a rabbit?" It raised its head and sensed again, only to find that the distance between itself and the target had widened again. Doma curled the corners of his mouth and suddenly exhaled a breath of cold air forward. Blood demon art. Crystallization of the child. As soon as the words fell, the cold light in the sky turned into ice crystals. Suddenly, two clones that looked exactly like Doma appeared at the same place. Doma's blood ghost technique can create an ice crystal clone, which is equivalent to a substitute. They can use the blood vampire magic that Doma used, so their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, these clones of Doma can be mass-produced. If Doma has enough energy, he is almost equivalent to an army. Go, my friends, go and capture the target. The Domus nodded, and then shot out in all directions, chasing after Doma's original blood demon technique, the density range changes of lotus leaf ice and frozen cloud. Soon, they locked onto a direction. ... There are only a few hundred meters ahead before we exit the forest. Su Chen walked along the forest path illuminated by the moonlight. After walking a kilometer, he finally saw the end of the road again. Over there is the train waiting station. As long as Su Chen gets on the train, he can leave this place. It would be unwise to fight Doma at this time. Yesterday, Su Chen confirmed that there were only 2 upper-rank demons who took action, and Doma did not show up. After Doma showed up, Su Chen found it difficult to ensure that Musen would continue to send other upper ranks to intercept him. If I fight here, even if I can defeat Doma, the flower street behind will become Doma's refuge. Moreover, the most important point is that Su Chen wants to leave Doma to Kochou Shinobu, and the 2 pillars of the butterfly house, Long Chong, will work together to kill this damn devil. Su Chen looked up and began to use the retrospective state to deduce the arrival time of the train. Advertisement. Then when he moved his feet, a strange noise suddenly came from the forest. I found you. Amid the shadows of the trees, a Doma clone with white oak hair and an iron fan lurked out from the shadows. It made excited calls, as if it had discovered prey. Ha ha ha, little Su Chen, let's play together. Suddenly, the sound came again from the opposite direction of Su Chen. Swish. Colorful pupils came into view, and another clone formed by Doma's ice crystals rushed out. Su Chen was attacked from both sides and suddenly drew his sword. Blood demon art. White princess of cold fierceness. At the critical moment, a third voice suddenly sounded. This time, it came from the back of Su Chen. Su Chen's pupils shrank instantly when he heard the name of the move. Blood demon art. White princess of the frost. This blood demon art is mainly used to restrict the enemy's actions. The Beiji it created can spray white mist from its mouth, creating an effect similar to freezing mist without Doma's help. In an instant, as Su Chen drew his sword, Doma's cold air was already blowing in his face. However, due to the sudden drop in air temperature and the fact that Su Chen's limbs became stiff due to the cold, Su Chen's knife did not produce any sparks. The strong cold air corroded Su Chen's body, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. This was the first time Su Chen failed in reaction speed. At the same time, it also indirectly reflects the true strength of upper rank 2. The gap in strength between each upper rank is as huge as a chasm. Su Chen, defeated. Doma put away the iron fan and once again showed his signature smile. Oh my, what's wrong with friend Su Chen? I treat you as a friend. Doma put on an innocent smile. I really liked the blue spider lily you painted at that time, and I was thinking of asking you to paint one for me. I didn't expect that. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too violent. Doma suddenly started crying again. Why are you so weak? You don't know how unjustly Mr. Hantengu and Miss Daki died. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Doma is like a performer, expressing his emotions vividly. It seemed to be a strange mockery of Su Chen's previous ridicule. Advertisement. But little did people know that its actions were actually a disguised proof that as a ghost, it did not have human emotions. But Doma really likes Su Chen, and it is not lying about this. Because Su Chen was the first person to teach it what anger is. Doma feels amazing. Although it doesn't like the feeling of anger, it does feel the emotion. So Doma's interest in Su Chen increased again. Hey, how about Su Chen become a ghost? Then we can be companions, right? Doma thought he had come up with a very good idea. He looked at Su Chen excitedly and felt that it was more feasible. Doesn't the boss want the blue spider lily? If Su Chen turns into a ghost, not only can the boss get information about the blue spider lily, but he can also have an extra close friend. Doma doesn't know why the boss doesn't turn Su Chen into a ghost, but who cares? The boss is not as important as his own friends. Doma ran to Su Chen like an excited child, picked at the ice sculpture in front of him, and murmured, Su Chen, when you become a ghost, we will be good friends. If we're good friends, we'll always be together. I can share my food with you. I have many beautiful and fair women there. I'm sure you will like them very much. What do you think? Su Chen, why don't you speak? Are you quiet, or do you not consider me as a friend at all? Doma looked at the extremely handsome face inside the ice sculpture. Frozen into an ice sculpture, Su Chen could not hear Doma's words, and he had lost his perception and was not conscious at all. But the expression on his face was still visible. At this moment, the expression on Su Chen's face can only be described as disdain. His eyes were just facing Doma, and with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, the expression on his face was like a mockery, as if he was rejecting every word Doma said. As that's so, Doma's eyes dimmed, as if he thought Su Chen didn't consider him a friend. He once again experienced the emotion called anger and rage, and this emotion was really not pleasant.
Doma raised his hands calmly, hit the ice sculpture hard. Bang! The ice sculpture broke. Chapter 149 Kochou Shinobu arrives at Hanamachi. But no blood flowed out of the ice sculpture. Moreover, even Su Chen's body was gone. Doma was stunned. Suddenly, the unique whistle of a train came from the distance. But Doma didn't care. It squatted down, looked at Su Chen, slowly disappearing in the ice sculpture, then reached out and grabbed a wisp of the other's residue. Smell it. Doma smiled suddenly. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Doma was as happy as a fool, and it looked as if it had discovered some shocking secret. It exclaimed loudly. So Su Chen, you are already my companion. No wonder, ha ha ha, so you are a ghost too. Su Chen. In the woods, Doma's laughter became increasingly violent. At the same time, 1 kilometer away, Su Chen, who had just gotten on the bus, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, attracting the attention of people around him. Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said calmly, "Sorry, I've been a little bloody lately. I feel much better after vomiting." Passengers. After saying that, without paying attention to the looks from the people around him, Su Chen first bought a new ticket and then found an empty seat and sat down. Looking tired, Su Chen suddenly had an extra memory in his mind. That's right, when Su Chen predicted Doma's appearance, he had already made preparations. Dragon's Breathing Ninth Form Dragon Shadow Clone. A sword move that is similar to blood magic. Su Chen developed a new use for this trick. He can create a clone that is exactly like himself, but it is extremely difficult to create a clone and it can only last for 1 minute. The difficulty is not a problem, Su Chen can solve it by opening a transparent field. But time is a big issue. Although Su Chen discovered Doma's location in advance, even if he released his clone in advance, 1 minute was not enough for him to create distance. But who knew that this silly kid Doma would freeze Su Chen directly? Now, Su Chen can't disappear even if he wants to. Advertisement. Su Chen was still wondering when he was halfway there. He had deliberately walked around outside the station, but he didn't see Doma catching up with him. Then Su Chen started to rewind and he determined that there was no cold air around, which meant that Doma really hadn't caught up with him. Then Su Chen ran to wait for a minute for the bus. In the end, I got on the car before my clone died. At this point we have to mention the second function of the Dragon Shadow Clone. Just like the shadow clones in a certain shadow world, after Su Chen's clone dies, Su Chen can obtain the clone's related memories. But there are side effects. That is, you will also bear all the damage suffered by the clone, but fortunately these damages have been weakened. Su Chen roughly calculated that the damage was about half. It's okay, at least I won't die of pain. Su Chen closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy. Bai Lian caused the blood in his body to circulate at a rapid rate. After a short while, Su Chen's body temperature rose. He is recovering rapidly from his injuries. During the recovery process, Su Chen began to analyze his memories. Then he was disgusted. This guy Doma is really a psychopath. Now Su Chen finally understood why Doma had never caught up with him. It turns out that this sunny boy has started to express his feelings. He just kept humming and talking sweet words under his own ice sculpture for a long time. Su Chen just felt disgusted, but, to be honest, Doma's strength was indeed far beyond Su Chen's expectations. Although Su Chen's clone can only exist for 1 minute, except for the transparent field in the retrospective state, his clone has all his skills. But even so, his clone died the first time he met her. This forced Su Chen to re-examine Doma's strength. To be honest, Su Chen is a little arrogant. He just killed 3 upper ranks of 12 Kazuki. Although his record was impressive, he was not the main force of Musen after all. You know, the upper shamisen is Musen's treasure, so killing a ghost of Handengu's level will not cause any serious harm to Musen. Hiss. Su Chen suddenly woke up. A chill suddenly swept over his whole body. He looked out the window calmly and suddenly thought of Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen rummaged through his backpack. Then I suddenly realized that in such an emergency, I actually left my black silk stockings and fishing nets behind. Advertisement Entertainment District. The lights are turned on and the night is bright. The damage caused by Uzui Tengen has been quietly repaired, and this flower street has returned to its former prosperity. Down the street, 2 new guests arrived. A man in white clothes, with most of his chest exposed, and a ferocious look on his face. There is also a petite girl wearing a colorful haori with a smiling face. Just before Su Chen left, the Wind Pillar and the Insect Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived here at the same time. But it is worth mentioning. The message carried by the crow released by Hinazoru earlier had not yet arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, so Kochou Shinobu had not received any news about Su Chen's return. This time the two sides had a perfect miss. At the entrance of the flower street, Kochou Shinobu looked at Shinazugawa with a smile on his face and a dagger hidden in his words. "Hey, Mr. Shinazugawa, what are you doing in the flower street?" "Me?" Shinazugawa said confidently, "Of course I'm here to save Su Chen." "Really?" Kochou Shinobu looked suspicious and said eagerly, "But Shinobu feels that you have other ideas?" Shinazugawa. Before he could finish his words, Shinazugawa choked. He did have other ideas, which was that he had awakened the markings, but found that he was not as good at using them as Su Chen. Then he planned to find Su Chen and ask for advice again. But Shinazugawa remembered that he hid it very well. How was Kochou Shinobu discovered? Shinazugawa blinked guiltily, not daring to turn around and look at Kochou Shinobu. And he clearly remembered that he was the first to receive the message. Then he was the first one to set off, but was still caught up by Kochou Shinobu. It seems that Kochou Shinobu's Kochou footwork is really amazing. And it seems that she cares about Su Chen more than herself. Seeing Kochou Shinobu staring at him silently, Shinazugawa touched his nose and said, I really came to save Su Chen. Although I lost to him before, I don't know if I don't have this much tolerance. Humph. Kochou Shinobu threatened with a smile, I hope so. Mr. Shinazugawa is a key focus of our butterfly house. Shinazugawa shuddered all over. How does this get to the butterfly house again? I really came here to save Su Chen. Shinazugawa is really a bit emo. It's okay to let him kill ghosts, but asking him to deal with women is really like he has the will but not the strength. It's too difficult. Okay, Mr. Shinazugawa. Kochou Shinobu finally turned his head back and said calmly, from now on, you have to listen to my instructions. Shinazugawa nodded helplessly. Yeah. Kochou Shinobu continued, next, our first stop is Ms. Hinazoru's Kyogokua, as mentioned in Mr. Uzui's intelligence. Set off. Chapter 150 Shinazugawa. Did I PR Street ****** myself? Flower Street, Kyogokua. When Shinazugawa and Kochou Shinobu walked into the house, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in Kyogoku's house. There is no need to talk about Kochou Shinobu, she is naturally beautiful, and most of the men who look at her are grown men. Shinazugawa's appearance is too outstanding. His face full of scars is enough to make people feel scared at a glance. The madam of Kyogokua walked cautiously in front of the two people and asked, excuse me, what are you two here for? Kochou Shinobu spoke directly. We're here to look for someone. Is the Aran here? Aran? The madam was surprised. May I ask who you two are? Kochou Shinobu, Insect Pillar. Shinazugawa, Wind Pillar. Seeing the madam's hesitant expression, Kochou Shinobu smiled steadily and said, old lady, just tell the Aran that we are waiting for her downstairs. The madam looked at Kochou Shinobu in front of her and found that he was not only good looking, but also had a very sweet voice. If the other party could come to his Kyogoku-ya to be an Oran, wouldn't she be able to directly become the top courtesan in the red light district? However, the madam had this idea but did not dare to ask. Because Shinazugawa on the side looked so scary, just like a violent debt collector, brothel owners would usually be wary of such people. Because there have been incidents in the red light district in the past where someone violently collected debts and then killed someone, the brothel owner would be extremely careful with people like this. So when the two said they wanted to find the courtesan, the madam still planned to ask clearly. Excuse me, could you please reveal your real names? The madam said, it's mainly because something happened in the Red Street before, and we need. Shinazugawa was a little impatient. Why is it so troublesome? Just tell us what these two Arans mean. We are her friends. Kochou Shinobu blinked. The clever girl immediately understood what the madam meant. She glanced at the terrified look in the madam's eyes, then looked at Shinazugawa and immediately understood what she meant. Kochou Shinobu tilted his head and smiled, old lady, his name is Shinazugawa, he is not a bad person, don't worry. After saying this, Kochou Shinobu thought the matter was over. Although Shinazugawa's personality is a bit straightforward, he is definitely not a bad person, so all he needs to do is say Shinazugawa's name. It should be fine. It's impossible that Shinazugawa has a criminal record in the red light district, right? Kochou Shinobu thought so, but at this moment, advertisement. A sharp voice suddenly rang out in the room. Shinazugawa, the one who paid $1 for whoring? Upon hearing this, the two pillars of wind and insect were both stunned. Kochou Shinobu frowned and looked at Shinazugawa beside him. His expression was strange. Did you solicit prostitution? Shinazugawa was also stunned. I solicited prostitution. How come I didn't know? I saw a seductively dressed geisha walking out of Kyogoku's house slowly, twisting her waist. This person was none other than Mei Jilong, who had previously had a conflict with Su Chen. She looked very disgusted, especially after seeing Shinazugawa's face. Haha, no wonder you had to cover your face with a piece of cloth when you came here. It turns out you were too ugly to be seen in public. As soon as the words fell, everyone in Kyogoku turned their heads to look at Shinazugawa. The incident between Su Chen and Mei Jilong also caused a lot of controversy. After all, there is a large population flow in the red light district, and Kyogoku has the top Oran in it, so people are very clear about what happens here. After hearing what Mei Jilong, the person involved, said, everyone reacted. So it was him. I remember him. He was wearing a face cloth when he came that day. Yes, now that you mention it I remember it now. It's the coin guy who used a coin to pick a girl. Who doesn't know him? Hey, it turns out that you can't judge a person by his appearance. This is the first time I've seen someone who looks so scary. Oh, what a pity for the girl next to him. Such a beautiful girl actually knows this kind of person. Emotions such as murderous intent, coldness, and numbness are everywhere. Before, I was resentful and said a few harsh words to Shinazugawa because he ruined my business. Mishiro noticed that the madam looked frightened and was puzzled, but when she met Shinazugawa's eyes again, she was shocked. After all, it would be better for Shinazugawa to bear this social demise alone. It would be beyond her ability as a little girl to deal with these rumors. Kochou Shinobu actually still believes in Shinazugawa because she sees that Shinazugawa is also confused at the moment. Shinazugawa choked. I'm here, but I'm not going. Shinazugawa coughed twice. Ahem, how could Kanao do such a thing? Faced with such sharp comments, Shinazugawa remained unmoved. How could a Sigma man like him do such a thing as soliciting prostitution? But there is one feeling that is not wrong, that is, the guy in front of him has killed someone. Advertisement at this time, Kochou Shinobu's expression began to look strange. No wonder the madam was so alert and kept asking them their names. It turns out that Shinazugawa had such a story in Kyogoku-ya. But after discovering that the other party seemed to have killed someone, she didn't dare to jump anymore. What kind of eyes are those? Kochou Shinobu blinked and looked at Shinazugawa with a smile. Mr. Shinazugawa, it seems that you are very popular here. She silently distanced herself from Shinazugawa by 2 steps. Kochou Shinobu smiled. Then Mr. Shinazugawa is old enough? Kochou Shinobu's eyes narrowed into slits. Hey, Mr. Shinazugawa, are you blushing? Just as I was thinking about it, suddenly, the madam's voice came. Sorry for the long wait, the courtesan is coming down. Is it because of Su Chen? Maizilong stopped talking. After saying that, Shinazugawa secretly glanced at Kochou Shinobu again. Shinazugawa choked again. Shinazugawa looked at Maizilong and said in a cold tone, Ugly, what did you say? The audience's comments were very sharp, revealing all the ugly things Su Chen had done to Shinazugawa. Maizilong wanted to continue complaining about the other party, but the madam suddenly came over and covered his mouth. Kochou Shinobu. Oh, what if it's my sister? Kochou Shinobu's mind is very active. He found that the other person was smiling and didn't seem to mind making fun of his sister. Shinazugawa. That's impossible, that kid is not old enough. Kochou Shinobu seemed to be more lively, and the smile on his face became more genuine. Kochou Shinobu. Is that your brother? Shinazugawa is a straight man, and if he really did such a thing he would not deny it, so looking at his current reaction it should be confirmed that Shinazugawa was framed. And Kochou Shinobu also noticed it at this time. I don't know who has the guts to impersonate the Demon Slayer core. Shinazugawa. This is not me. 6 UC Chapter 151 Hinazoru's Revelations. At the stairs under the attic, the figure of the young crane suddenly appeared. Shinazugawa's eyes jumped. I know you, you are. Hinazoru quickly said, Mr. Shinazugawa, let's go upstairs and talk. Kochou Shinobu nodded. Yes, Aran-san. After saying that, Kochou Shinobu poked Shinazugawa with the handle of the Nichiren blades, signaling him to speak properly. The two followed Hinazoru to each other's boudoirs. As soon as he entered the door, Kochou Shinobu smelled a faint scent of wisteria. Almost instantly, Kochou Shinobu reacted. Su Chen. Kochou Shinobu's expression changed. This was Su Chen's smell. Has Su Chen been here before? Hinazoru looked surprised. She hadn't said anything yet, so how did Lord Insect Pillar guess it? Shinazugawa also asked, Excuse me, have you met Su Chen? Upon hearing this, Hinazoru couldn't help but sigh that Lord Su Chen was really popular and she hadn't even opened her mouth yet. As a result, one after another, the other party rushed to ask about Lord Su Chen's whereabouts. It seems that Lord Su Chen's charisma is indeed very high. Hinazoru smiled and said, Yes, Lord Insect Pillar, Lord Wind Pillar, and Lord Dragon Pillar have been here before, and... Before he could finish his words, he was immediately interrupted by Kochou Shinobu. Where is Su Chen now? Kochou Shinobu asked anxiously. She couldn't keep the smile on her face. Although she guessed Su Chen should be safe, she was too worried. Before hearing the news about Su Chen, Kochou Shinobu's heart was always in knots. Hinazoru slowed down her tone and continued, Master Insect Pillar, please rest assured that Master Dragon Pillar is safe for now. And Lord Longzhu has already left. Left? Kochou Shinobu frowned and clenched her fists. Where did you go? Hinazoru followed Kochou Shinobu's words and said, Tengen-sama and I bought boat and bus tickets for Su Chen-sama to return to Butterfly House. He should be on his way home now, right? Kochou Shinobu was stunned. Going home? I came all the way here to find him, but Su Chen has already gone home? That's good. That's good. As long as Su Chen is safe, I will feel relieved. At this time, Shinazugawa said, Uzui Tengen? It seems that he got here faster than me. Advertisement. But there is one thing I'm curious about. Shinazugawa looked at Hinazoru. Didn't they say there were upper-ranked demons here? Why can't I see Tengen Uzui? This is my second point. Hinazoru looked a little excited. She was always happy when talking about Lord Longzhu's feats, because she was present during the battle. She, Maki, Suma, Lord Tengen, and Lord Ryuhu, 5 people, defeated 3 upper-ranked demons. The 5 of them are really amazing. At least Hinazoru and Uzui Tengen are very involved. Hinazoru said with a little excitement, all the upper-ranked demons are dead. Dead? Shinazugawa frowned upon hearing this. You should be more careful with your words recently. This is a serious matter, don't fool me. Hinazoru shook her head repeatedly. It's true, it was done by Ryuju-sama and Tengen-sama. The upper ranks 4, 5 and 6 were all killed here. The intelligence letter about killing the ghost may still be on the way. Anyway, we have reported the news, and the headquarters may receive the news in a few days. The 6th epic. Upper rank 5, Gyoko. Upper rank 4, Hantengu. All of the above, they were all killed by our Demon Slayer Corps members. Among them, Lord Longzhu fought 2 alone. He escaped from the hands of the upper rank 5 and killed him alone. Hinazoru's tone was high and exciting, inspiring. Her face flushed, and she always felt very excited no matter how many times she said it. After hearing what Hinazoru said, Shinazugawa and Kochou Shinobu also became paralyzed. The news was too explosive and they needed time to digest it. Shinazugawa's eyes suddenly widened, and even bloodshot came out of his eyeballs. Su Chen. it's you again, Chen. Shinazugawa smiled, but his smile was quite creepy. It seems that I did not choose the wrong opponent after all, you are really strong. Kochou Shinobu had a different reaction. What? Kochou Shinobu raised her head again, the smile returning to her face. The girl raised her lips slightly, smiling with a dagger hidden in her heart. Ms. Hinazuru, what you mean is that Chen came to visit the brothel. It's all my fault for being too weak, but this time is different from the previous ones, because this smile is real and brilliant. Shinazugawa continued to act stupidly, and Chen is only 14 years old, as far as I can remember. He actually has that need at this age. It seems that Chen is really precocious. Advertisement, but she was interrupted by Shinazugawa. Chen has the energy to visit a brothel. Doesn't that prove that he's still quite energetic? Shouldn't you be happy? Kochou Shinobu said with a hint of pride. I knew Chen could do it. Ah, did the scene change so suddenly? Chen once said that he is unique and he cannot keep denying himself. Lord Longzhu said that he came to Kyogokua to gather information. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but clench his Nichiren blades again. Shinazugawa looked at the two of them in confusion. What's going on? Why don't you guys talk? Chen was indeed imprisoned by a ghost. I heard from Hinazuru before that Chen's goal was to return to the butterfly house, so how much effort did Chen put in to achieve this goal? So how much suffering did Chen endure during his detention? Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Chen suffer so much. She knew that Chen and Lord Insectpillar were a couple, but she hadn't finished her words yet. Kochou Shinobu looked at Hinazuru, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. How much effort does it take to kill an upper rank? Kochou Shinobu's face darkened even more. If I had stayed that day, if my poison was stronger, if I had helped Chen more, I would have been able to grow taller and stronger. Kochou Shinobu clenched her fists again. Chen ordered a girl? Kochou Shinobu loosened his grip again. He said, what's wrong, Kochou? You look uncomfortable. When Shinazugawa finished speaking, the air suddenly became quiet. Before Hinazuru could open her mouth, Shinazugawa spoke first. Thinking of this, Hinazuru quickly said, that's not the case. Order girl? Kochou Shinobu's expression changed instantly. Later, Hinazuru said mysteriously, after Lord Chen escaped, he came to my Kyogokua and ordered a. At this time, Hinazuru already felt something was wrong. Her expression was first happy, then excited, and finally filled with deep worry. Shinazugawa then asked Hinazuru, what happened next? What happened next? Shinazugawa. No need to explain, I understand. After all, some members of the Demon Slayer Corps do like this. Chen is not a saint, I can understand. Chapter 152 Shinazugawa. What the hell does it have to do with me? Kochou Shinobu lowered her head and buried her pretty face in the shadows. Her tone was as cold as frost. Shut up. Huh? Shinazugawa didn't hear clearly and asked again, Kochou, what did you say? Rub. Kochou Shinobu drew his sword and chopped it straight down. With a clang sound, at the critical moment, Shinazugawa decisively drew his sword to block. The two Nichiren blades collided and sparks flew. Shinazugawa was shocked. What happened? Why did you suddenly draw your sword? Kochou Shinobu said nothing. Hinazuru didn't say anything either. Suddenly someone spoke outside the house. Boom boom boom. First there was a knock on the door, and then the old procuress's voice came out. Hinazuru, are you okay? I think I heard the sound of swords? It's okay, Hinazuru said quickly. My friends are practicing the piano inside. Practicing the piano? The madam asked through the door in a puzzled tone. What kind of piano can make the sound of iron colliding? Yes, in a hurry. Hinazuru subconsciously glanced at Shinazugawa, and then said inexplicably, Iron Bones and Jengjun Shin. Madam. With a bang, the madam pushed open Hinazuru's door. Although she knew that they were discussing something inside, the madam was always worried that Shinazugawa would do something ill-intentioned. So the madam was actually guarding outside the door the whole time. But she was confused as soon as she came in, because as soon as she came in, she saw Kochou Shinobu beating Shinazugawa. Madam. The madam was stunned. Is this the wrong script? Is this girl so fierce? A petite girl next door, holding a broken sword, slashed at the scarred man. I even wanted to develop her into the Oran of Kyogoku's house. When the madam entered the room, the solemn atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Kochou Shinobu put down the sword in his hand. Asked the madam, old lady, has a person named Chen been here before? Chen? The madam blinked. I've never heard of him. Kochou Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. But the madam suddenly said, there is only one called Shinazugawa. Kochou Shinobu's face tightened again. Chen? Shinazugawa? For some reason, Kochou Shinobu suddenly understood something. She looked at Hinazuru, only to see Hinazuru nodded subconsciously. Kochou Shinobu asked the madam again. What did the Shinazugawa do after he came here? Did he order? The madam shook her head. How could that be? She only had $1 at that time. How could she get the money to hire a geisha? Kochou Shinobu breathed a sigh of relief, but the madam said again, but. Kochou Shinobu's face tensed again. The madam recalled, I remember Shinazugawa was very shy. When he saw our courtesan, he followed her obediently. He couldn't even walk, he. The vein on Kochou Shinobu's forehead throbbed. What else? Madam. What else? Yes. He also brought down a guitar and played a song. It was quite nice. Kochou Shinobu paused for a moment. He has this kind of talent? The madam was amused. Of course not. He said that it was because it was too tiring for my courtesan to go downstairs and play the piano, so he helped her negotiate. It seems that I earned a lot of tips, because I gave them all to my courtesan. The madam called her own courtesan, the most beautiful courtesan, all the time, almost praising her own courtesan to the sky. The conversation also tells the story of how Su Chen willingly helped his courtesan, and then willingly became a bootlicker in the end. At this time, Shinazugawa, Hinazoru, and our little Shinobu all looked strange. Shinazugawa glared at her. I am a gentle licker? Hinazoru. I feel like something is weird. Kochou Shinobu almost couldn't help but draw his sword. Nonsense, my Su Chen is not someone that kind of coquettish ***ch can think about. The girl's body trembled, and she said excitedly, my Su Chen would never do such a thing. Hinazoru nodded repeatedly, but she always felt something was strange. Thinking carefully, it seems that the person being scolded is actually me. Hinazoru looked at Kochou Shinobu calmly. She noticed that Kochou Shinobu's face was flushed and his body was trembling a little. It can be seen that Lord Insect Pillar is indeed very angry, otherwise how could an 18-year-old girl say such a vile word like ***t? Aside, after hearing what Kochou Shinobu said, the madam curled her lips. She had no idea what Kochou Shinobu was angry about. So the madam's tone became impatient. Young girl, are you trying to have fun with me? What does Su Chen do or not have to do with Shinazugawa? Yeah. Shinazugawa was a little anxious. What the hell does this have to do with me? What the hell are you talking about? Advertisement. Kochou Shinobu drew his sword again and pointed it at Shinazugawa. His voice, which was originally soft, was now stern. Shut up. Shinazugawa finished. This is the bloodline suppression of the Shinazugawa clan by the Kochou clan. Kochou Shinobu couldn't laugh anymore. She was really going to explode. A strong sense of crisis arose in the girl's heart. What on earth did Su Chen do? She actually did this behind my back. Kochou Shinobu couldn't help but make up his mind. If Su Chen really did such a thing, then as the head of Butterfly House, it is necessary for Kochou Shinobu to rid the people of this evil. The atmosphere gradually became tense. Finally, a sigh. Hey, Hinazoru sighed. Let me tell you. After saying that, Hinazoru asked the madam to leave the room. Before leaving, the madam looked into the room several times. And he repeatedly told Hinazoru to be careful of Shinazugawa because he looked too fierce. Then the madam's eyes turned to the back of Kochou Shinobu. After a moment's hesitation, be careful, Hinazoru nodded heavily. Then the madam was sent out of the room. Bang! The door closed and Hinazoru came in front of Kochou Shinobu. That's right, Insect Pillar-sama. I think you have misunderstood Dragon Pillar-sama. Kochou Shinobu didn't say anything, but started sharpening his knife for no apparent reason. The girl said sweetly, ha ha, I'm so happy. I wonder how many pieces this knife can cut into Su Chen's heart. Hinazoru. Hinazoru swallowed subconsciously. Lord Insect Pillar, it is like this. Lord Dragon Pillar, I am only here for information, is. Then Hinazoru recounted the cause, process, and result of the incident. Kochou Shinobu finally realized, so that's how it is. Kochou Shinobu understood everything immediately and understood the whole story. It turned out that Su Chen had planned to go back, so he came to Kyogokura to gather information, and then when he was leaving, Hinazoru and the other two encountered danger and turned back. After completing the mission, Su Chen boarded the ship back home. He. Xiaonin felt sweet in her heart. I told you, how could Su Chen be that kind of person? Chapter 153 Kochou Shinobu. Su Chen, I miss you. Kochou Shinobu's face was blossoming. Hinazoru also breathed a sigh of relief. And she had to make it clear, otherwise she felt her heart would be broken into pieces. Shinazugawa was the only one who was out of touch with the situation. So, what does all this have to do with me, Shinazugawa? Kochou Shinobu patted Shinazugawa's shoulder with a smile and comforted him with a smile. It's okay, Mr. Shinazugawa, you are a good person. Shinazugawa tilted his head. Thank you, but I always feel like you're hiding something from me. Kochou Shinobu covered his mouth and laughed. Is there? Yes. Shinazugawa said, your face is full of hidden stories. But our Feng Zhu said that he really didn't understand the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the story told by Hinazoru, I was also confused. So what happened? Who exactly came to Kyogokura? Is that Su Chen or am I Shinazugawa? Soichi, I feel like I need to grow a brain. Shinazugawa thought he couldn't just let it go, then he thought about it again, and then decided to just let it go. If you can't figure it out, just forget about it. Will not being able to figure it out delay my killing of ghosts? Then why do you want to understand it so clearly? Shinazugawa comforted himself in this way, but he always saw Kochou Shinobu looking at him with a half-smile, which made Shinazugawa a little unconfident. Okay, let's get back to the point. Hinazoru spoke again, Lord Insect Pillar, Lord Wind Pillar, I have written about Lord Dragon Pillar in the letter. But you have been traveling so long that you probably don't know the contents of the letter, so I will explain it again. Then Hinazoru carefully recounted the whole story of Su Chen killing the ghost. This time Shinazugawa understood. Are you kidding? He knows everything about killing ghosts. You mean, after Su Chen killed upper rank 5, he and Uzui Tengen assisted in killing upper rank 6 and upper rank 4? Shinazugawa's tone was full of doubt, he really doesn't believe it. He came all the way to support and save Chen, and you told me it was all over. Go back. Otherwise you won't be able to buy a ticket. Kochou Shinobu. Is Chen injured? Hinazoru shook her head. There were some scars when I first fought upper rank 5, but there were no scars when I fought upper rank 4 afterwards. Advertisement, no scars? Shinazugawa said with a twitch in his mouth. What a joke, every time he fights a ghost, he is covered in wounds and has to unlock the health lock and fight the opponent. Is Chen starting to clear the level without taking any damage now? Kill upper string 5 first, then kill upper string 4, and then kill upper string 6. Is this all Chen's current strength? Ever since Shinazugawa lost to Chen last time, he has been thinking about challenging Chen again, and he always compares himself with Chen in his mind. But now he is still being left further and further behind by Chen, which makes Shinazugawa a little frustrated. He secretly made up his mind that he must choose a stronger upper rank to fight next time. Only in this way can I become more powerful than Chen. Shinazugawa suddenly asked Hinazoru, where's Uzui Tengen? Have you completed your mission? Aren't you going back? Hinazoru smiled and said, Tengen-sama has been on another mission and left, and Maki, Suma and I will just hand over the final work at Hanamachi and leave. If you two adults come later, you may not be able to see me. Yeah. Shinazugawa nodded, okay, I get it, that's it, we're going back too. Hinazoru tried to persuade him to stay. Why don't you stay and play for a while? The flower street is very famous. Shinazugawa paused and said, forget it, after all, here. Kochou Shinobu smiled and said, after all, Shinazugawa doesn't like this place very much, especially Kyogokura, right? Shinazugawa said nothing and walked out on his own. Kochou Shinobu simply said hello to Hinazoru and prepared to leave. It's not that I don't want to stay and play, but because the time of the Demon Slayer core pillars is very precious. No matter where they go, they will be extremely valuable fighting forces. This is the only way to minimize the casualties among the Demon Slayer Corps and the civilian population. Before leaving, Kochou Shinobu asked Hinazoru for the same route home and some receipts. Kochou Shinobu planned to take the same route as Chen. Maybe I can meet Chen. Finally, Kochou Shinobu still reminded Hinazoru, Sister Hinazoru, tell Mr. Tianyu not to drag Chen to places like Kyogokura anymore, thank you. Hinazoru nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, I understand. Master Insect Pillar, take care. The three of them said goodbye. The two pillars went downstairs and blended into the city, facing the bright lights of Flower Street. Kochou Shinobu suddenly felt dazed for a moment. Kochou Shinobu doesn't blame Chen. If he were Chen, he would make the same choice as Chen. Chen did it, and his feat today will surely bring fear to the upper-rank demons. He was too tired. Fighting with 4 upper-rank gods in a row would tire even a god. Killing all the ghosts would be the same as protecting the butterfly house. Advertisement, in fact, Chen had realized it a long time ago. My body should have almost recovered, so how come I caught a cold? So Chen has been working towards this goal. Even if he was stupid, he knew the relationship between Kochou Shinobu and Chen. But the boy was not happy. No one is willing to give up their human identity, and Chen is no exception, so Chen decided not to use vampire magic in the future. As he was thinking, Chen slowly fell asleep. At first, Chen practiced swordsmanship in order to survive in this insidious and cunning world. So he didn't break the beauty in Kochou Shinobu's heart. Under the moonlight, next to the lights, the girl's eyes were already sparkling. He wanted to survive as a human being. He has been struggling with whether or not to use vampire magic frequently. Shinazugawa walked in front, looking at Kochou Shinobu, but did not go up to disturb her. All those who bear the title of pillar are enlightened people. After thinking for a while, Chen asked the flight attendant for a blanket, and then fell into a deep sleep. Because the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps represent responsibility. Blood magic is stronger than breathing magic, but if I use vampire magic, am I still human? So Chen made a decision in his heart, but now it's different. He picked up the guardian blade and just wanted to protect the butterfly house. Chen, I miss you. She looked far into the distance, her lips curved. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Chen, who was sitting on a speeding train, couldn't help but sneeze. Kochou Shinobu stopped on the street full of lights and looked up at the moon. It turns out that the world is so beautiful. If Chen was not here at that time, perhaps the scene here would no longer exist. If Chen wants to kill Doma, his current strength is far from enough. He was suddenly surprised. The only regret is that I felt the gap between me and Doma tonight. Chapter 154. The news was brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps and everyone was shocked. Dazzling in daylight. A crow flew across the distant sky. It spread its wings, soared for a while, and finally flew into Yubayashiki's room. From then on, an explosive piece of news instantly shocked the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Mrs. Amane first spread the news, and then slowly sat down next to Yubayashiki Kagaya. Tell him the good news. Yubayashiki Kagaya coughed up blood excitedly, then half-supported himself and sat up. Great. Chen. He is indeed the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps, because the situation that has never changed in the past 1,000 years has changed now. No one has ever killed an upper rank in 1,000 years, and Chen did it. Tengen is not bad either, he even helped Chen resist the upper rank. 1, 2, 3, 3 upper ranks. This is a great achievement of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yubayashiki Kagaya spoke a lot of words, while Mrs. Amane supported him on the side. Mrs. Amane understood very well. After all, Yubayashiki Kagaya, or not just Kagaya, but the entire Yubayashiki clan hated demons in their bones. What Su Chen did gave Kagaya hope. This is also the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. No one knew that the young man who joined at the beginning has now grown into an eagle. He killed 3 upper ranks in succession, and with his absolute strength, he broke the legend that even the upper ranks could be defeated. It can be said that Su Chen's action this time is enough to make him famous in the Demon Slayer Corps forever. Because he did something that no member of the Demon Slayer Corps had ever done in thousands of years. The news spread further and further, butterflies indoors. Murata was so excited that he limped, grinned, and danced with his hands, saying, "Good news, good news." Zhao King, Xiao Cheng, and Xiao Saiwi from the butterfly house ran out one after another. "Murata brother, why are you here again? Your lame leg hasn't healed yet. If it was brother Su Chen, he would have recovered long ago. Murata Ni always says he has good news and teases us every time. What's it this time?" Murata felt as if he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. "What are you talking about? How can 3 cute little girls say such sarcastic words? The reason I told you the good news before was because the atmosphere in the butterfly house was too depressing, so I kept saying there was good news every day." Advertisement these days, Murata goes to the butterfly house every day, and his relationship with girls like Kokyo, Kasumi, and Kananya is improving rapidly, and he is almost becoming a part of the butterfly house. After hearing the noise outside, Kanzaki Aoi also came out carrying a wooden barrel full of clothes. "Is it Murata? What's the news today?" "Good news." Murata raised the crow in his hand high up. "In order to ensure the authenticity and timeliness of the news, I asked all the crows to come here." "It looks like good news." The girls asked in unison, "What's the news?" Murata said excitedly, "It's the kind that's enough to make your jaw drop. It's about Su Chen." Swish. A flower shadow fell, and the figure of the white woven girl passed through the air. When he landed again, he had an innocent crow in his hand. Murata was shocked. "Where's my disc crow? The crow that was there just now is gone." Murata only felt a whoosh sound just now, as if something flew past in front of him, and then his crow disappeared. "Who?" Murata yelled. And Kokyo, Kasumi, Kane, and Kanzaki Aoi answered the question for Murata, "Kanao's sister." That's right, the figure just now was Kanao. After a few days, her speed increased again. With one jump, Murata couldn't even see the opponent's shadow. So strong. Murata couldn't help but sigh. Kanao stood there quietly, like an elf in the sun. Everything around her seemed so eclipsed in comparison with her. Cold, powerful, and non-aggressive, this was Murata's first impression of Kanao. Then Murata saw Kanao hurriedly pulling out the letter from the crow's leg, looking nervous, and then he read it like a wolf. Looking at the other person's anxious and hurried expression, he is completely a different person from before. Murata sighed. Su Chen is still a winner in life. So many girls care about him. But before he could even feel the sourness, he heard Kanao exclaim, "Ah! What's wrong?" This sound made Kanzaki Aoi and the 3 little girls extremely nervous, for they were afraid of hearing some bad news. Even though Murata said it was good news, they couldn't help but worry. Without waiting for Kanao to say anything, they hurried to Kanao's side to read the letter. Murata was squeezed out. "Murata, oh my god, Mr. Su Chen actually killed an upper-rank demon. Advertisement, 1, 2, 3, there are actually 3 of them. They can all be put together to form a Linlianken. Mr. Su Chen is still alive, that's great, I knew he would be fine." Kanzaki Aoi and the 3 little girls all started crying. During this period, Su Chen's departure was like a huge stone pressing on their hearts. Some of them couldn't sleep, and some couldn't eat. Now, with the news about Su Chen, it's good news. The haze in their hearts has finally seen the light of day. The little girls hugged each other and cried excitedly. "That's great, Mr. Su Chen is still here, I knew it." Kanzaki Aoi was also wiping away tears, her excitement evident on her face. Kanao was silent. She wasn't unhappy, but she thought she was too weak. The last time Su Chen left in front of her, Kanao's heart was broken and she lay in bed for a long, long time. Yes, she was sad and upset. Su Chen is the most important person to her besides the Kochou sisters. Since the day she lost Su Chen, Kanao has completely changed, and she has slowly returned to her old self. Until one day, the man with bangs named Murata in front of him ran to the butterfly house and said that he had news about Su Chen. Then Kanao ate his first meal in days. He ate more and more, as if eating so much food could save Su Chen. In fact, she didn't know what to do, but she heard Su Chen say that only by eating can one become stronger. This is also what Flame Pillar said to Su Chen before. So Kanao started eating, started training, and even said he wanted to go with Kochou Shinobu when he left. She was even prepared to go secretly after Kochou Shinobu rejected her. But Kochou Shinobu said, "Kanao, your injury is serious. I promise you as your sister that I will bring Su Chen back. I've already lost Su Chen these days, I don't want to lose you again." Finally Kanao stayed, but she felt more and more weak. She wanted to become stronger, she trained non-stop and she tried her best. Finally, today's letter is her most beautiful achievement. "Thank you, Sister Shinobu." Kanao thought so, but strictly speaking, Kochou Shinobu's departure didn't really help much. Instead, it cost a little more money, which increased the expenses of Butterfly House for no reason. The news continues to spread. Chapter 155 Upper Moon Conference. The news gradually spread to the trainers of the Demon Slayer Corps. The typical trainers in charge of training the Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen are Sakanji Ayada and Jigoro Kuwajima. They were shocked the first time they saw the letter. I had just heard of Su Chen's name not long ago, when Su Chen had just become the Dragon Pillar. I didn't expect that when I heard news about Su Chen again now, had he already started killing the upper ranks? How powerful, how terrifying, how lucky the Demon Slayer Corps is. As the pillars of the previous generation, Sakanji Ryotaki and Jigoro Kuwajima suddenly felt relieved. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the rise of a genius when I was old. Since the upper moons have been killed, how long will it take to kill the Demon King? Gradually spread to the Knife Maker village. After a busy day, Kautsuka put down the hammer in his hand, and then received the news about Su Chen killing the upper rank. Now he was speechless. When Su Chen's knife broke before, he thought it was because Su Chen didn't know the value of the knife. Unexpectedly, the other person could even kill an upper rank swordsman. So why would others come and deceive a small swordsmith like him? So is there really something wrong with my knife? Thinking of this, Gangtizong picked up the big hammer again, determined to forge a peerless sword for Su Chen. In the room filled with forging flames, sparks flew along with the men's sweat. At last, this message was spread by Lady Amane and reached every pillar. Tokido Muichiru, who had just cut off the head of a promoted 12 Kazuki lower rank demon, raised his head and looked at the flying disc Crow Ginkgo with a dazed look in his eyes. That's amazing. Kasumi-sama spoke expressionlessly. Is this Su Chen's strength? He is obviously the same age as me. Why is he already killing upper rank demons, while I can only play with lower rank demons?
This was the first time that Tokido Muichiro was defeated by someone in terms of talent.
It's really strange. How could Su Chen kill 3 upper ranks? What's so strange about him? After completing the task, Yenju, who was practicing under the waterfall, slowly opened his eyes, with 2 lines of tears in his eyes. Namo Amitabha, Su Chen started killing demons again. It seems that the threat status of the Demon Slayer Corps to demons will rise sharply. The Snake Pillar and the Love Pillar eating. Kenroji Mitsuri laughed happily. Ah, Master Su Chen actually killed 3 upper rank demons. He is really worthy of being Master Su Chen. The Snake Pillar shook his neck and said nothing, silently expressing his agreement. Advertisement. This is really hard to criticize. In the sun, by the lake. After reading the message, Water Pillar Giyu Tomioka's calm face finally broke into a smile. I can finally stop being a water column. With Su Chen, the casualties of the Demon Slayer Corps will be greatly reduced, and I can truly be a lazy bum from now on. At the same time, the Ghost King Musen also learned the news. Inside Infinite City, the air was as silent as dead water. There are 3 ghosts here. They are Kokoshibu, Doma and Akaza. This is Akaza's second time here. He doesn't understand why he comes to the Infinite City, which only comes once a century, so frequently this year. Could it be that Musen was missing himself? Akaza looked up at Musen, only to find that Musen had a frosty face. That's right, Musen looked at the only 3 ghosts left in front of him and fell into deep thought. I had given Doma a message before, asking him to bring Su Chen back, but Doma didn't do it. He also said that if the mission is not completed, all of 12 Kazuki's upper and lower 3 will be eliminated. The final effect was surprisingly good. In order to prevent Musen from doing it himself, Su Chen killed Hantengu, Gyoko and Gyutaro himself. Now Musen has no one to vent his anger on. At this moment, Musen is on the verge of exploding. As luck would have it, Akaza and Musen made eye contact. Musen grinned, and then a terrifying pressure came down on Akaza's head. Akaza's skin began to crack, and the cracks spread inch by inch from his neck to his entire body. The dignified upper rank 3 was on the verge of death because of a look from Musen. Musen yelled at Doma. Akaza soon got the answer from Musen. Alright. Musen said angrily, I don't have time to watch you guys play brotherly love here. Akaza didn't know why he was beaten, but he didn't dare to ask. So it can be said that Akaza is now supported purely by his mind. Advertisement. Doma was so concerned that he said, What's wrong, Mr. Akaza? You don't have to vomit blood even if you care about me. In the picture, Doma showed an excited and morbid look, looking at Musen with anticipation. Caught off guard, Akaza's defense was broken and he spat out a mouthful of blood. After being yelled at by Musen, everyone became obedient. As we all know, when a ghost is punished by Musen, his self-healing ability will be temporarily taken away by Musen. He looked at Doma with hatred, trying to kill him with his eyes. It turns out that it was you who did this. In Akaza's sight, he saw Musen's eyes gradually looking towards Doma. Unfortunately, Akaza couldn't utter a word now. Actually, it was not a big deal. She also took action that day, but she was just assisting in the battle. Fortunately, Musen did not vent his anger on her. Except for Kokoshibu, Musen scolded everyone inside and out. Is your brain just like your eye, both stupid? Doma suddenly smiled and even touched Akaza's face for the sake of death. Where's the blue drawing of the red spider lily? Let me see it. Or am I usually too kind to you? Nakim also saw the whole scene. Doma was well prepared and took out the drawings in his hand directly. Musen said, Doma, explain, where is Su Chen? Why did he escape from your hands? As the saying goes, just answer what your boss says. Asking questions is something only fools would do. Akaza was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Which of your eyes saw that I care about you? As soon as the words fell, Akaza instantly knew what was going on. After venting his anger, Musen finally calmed down a little. His tone was gentle. Don't worry about me, Mr. Akaza, thank you for your gentle look, you really are my good friend. Grass. Because under Musen's control, Akaza's throat had been crushed and he couldn't make any sound. And Doma also saw Akaza's eyes. Akaza was furious. He had just come to this meeting, but since Doma had made a mistake and had punished him, there was no way Akaza would be happy. He came. The man that Akaza hates the most. Chapter 156. Infinite Train, Encounter with Three Little Ones. Before Doma could hand it over himself, Musen directly removed Doma's arm remotely, and then took the blueprint in Doma's hand and started to look at it. With the help of Su Chen's master sketching, this sketch of the blue-red spider lily is so lifelike that Musen couldn't help but stare at it in a trance. This is what blue-red spider lily should look like. This is what blue-red spider lily should look like. Su Chen, although I didn't catch you, this drawing of yours really brightened my eyes. But what Musen didn't know was that Su Chen had never seen a blue spider lily before, he just painted it according to his imagination. I wonder if Musen will be so angry that he will spit out blood when he finds out Su Chen's thoughts. Sir, since Su Chen said that the red spider lily can only bloom during the day, I have a good idea. Doma spoke at this time. Speak. Musen spoke sparingly. I can ask my followers to pick this flower that only blooms during the day. As long as I combine Su Chen's drawings with this characteristic, I believe it will bloom again. I have to say that Doma's idea is indeed very good. It directly opened the door to a new world for Musen. But Musen also had his own ideas. He didn't want to admit that his men were smarter than him. How stupid. You only have a few followers. How long will it take to find them? Doma smiled and said, what does your excellency mean? Musen said, let Enmu hypnotize those humans and tell them to go find the blue spider lily. Musen waved his hand, and the pressure on Akaza dissipated instantly. Musen immediately said, Akaza, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go and support Enmu now. I don't want it to die on the train. Akaza took a deep breath, then nodded heavily. Yes, sir. Next, Musen explained his plan in detail. The main purpose is to find the blue-red spider lily. Doma then mobilizes its followers to find it, Akaza finds Enmu, and then lets the other party use vampire magic to control humans to find it. Finally, let Kochou Shinobu think carefully. In its long life, has it ever seen a flower that only blooms during the day? For the blue-changing flower, Musen mobilized all his men. Dear, one sound after another rang out, and everyone was sent out of the Infinite City again. Advertisement dawn is approaching. A golden wheel rises from the end of the mountain, and the morning light shines through the clouds from the sky to the earth, covering the earth with a layer of gold. The temperature of the ground began to warm up, and a steam train emitting thick smoke suddenly roared and quickly headed west from the east of the earth. In the car, Su Chen, who had slept for a whole night, finally opened his eyes. Su Chen slept very comfortably. It can be said that he had not slept so soundly for a long time. Su Chen then stopped a conductor and asked where the train was. The flight attendant was stunned for a moment. Sir, this flight is an unlimited train, heading west, and the final stop is Jinwei Station. Oh, Su Chen nodded, then froze again. What did you just say? The attendant answered again. The final stop is Jinwei Station. Su Chen. Previous sentence. Flight attendant, sir. Su Chen. It's okay, you can go back. Flight attendant, okay. The flight attendant left. Only Su Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. How could it be impossible for a person who is in a retrospective state to not remember what someone said in front of him? Su Chen heard it clearly just now. This is the infinite train. This timeline. Open backtracking state. But Inosuke suddenly said sadly, I must have missed Master too much and started to have hallucinations. Tanjiro nodded with relief. It seems that Inosuke did not think that Mr. Su Chen was a ghost. It seems that he really likes Mr. Su Chen. The ones who appeared in front of Su Chen at this moment were Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashabira Inosuke. The noise next door became louder and louder, and soon affected the people next to Su Chen. As a result, now the infinite train incident has just happened in the timeline, not too early or too late. A rude male voice was heard, accompanied by the sound of frantic knocking on the glass. All the plots about the infinite train emerged in Su Chen's mind. The real scenes were as real and vivid as the scenes before his eyes. And there's Nezuko in the wooden box behind Tanjiro. Advertisement. A flood of memories suddenly came to my mind. Su Chen raised his head, and at this time Tanjiro and the other two happened to see Su Chen. Oh hoo, ahaha, amazing, there's something really powerful inside this steel beast. Su Chen smiled and explained, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke, hello, I am Su Chen. It really is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early, as Su Chen was able to catch up. It's an infinite train. The train passed another station, and then Su Chen heard a very familiar voice. What do you know? You are a giant steel beast. I am in its belly, so I have to save myself. Didn't you see that this giant steel beast is making a sound in pain? The glass will break. Be quiet. Sigh, this timing seems a bit coincidental. Tanjiro greeted Su Chen excitedly as soon as he saw him. Mr. Su Chen. No, it's Master Longzhu. Inosuke's thick breath came out from the mouth of the hood, and he said angrily. What are you talking about? This is my master, he can speak and is alive, and you actually cursed my master. Agatsuma Zenitsu shouted in panic, could it be that we saw the ghost of Lord Ryuhu? Oh my god, I'm saying that we shouldn't have come here, we are going to die here all. Originally, Su Chen was planning to help his elder brother escape, but then he was captured. He could only pray that things wouldn't happen so quickly. Soon, 3 very familiar figures appeared in front of him. Ah, it really is the ghost of Master Su Chen. Backtracking completed, generating results. How could this happen? Wasn't Lord Longzhu captured and eaten by a ghost? How could he appear on the train? Zenitsu jumped up in shock and was hit on the head by Inosuke. At the same time, Su Chen found that the rude voice was getting closer. Su Chen watched this scene and vaguely sensed something. The passengers around showed impatient expressions, but a few also looked numb, which looked very incongruous. Open black lens bracket retracing. Close black lens bracket. The 3 of them talked about their own things, but fortunately the topic was all about Su Chen. Inosuke said disdainfully. Look at you, you yellow-haired guy. This is my master. Even if he escapes and becomes a ghost, he is still my master. Tanjiro. Chapter 157. I'm not as great as you think. Okay, I'm fine. Su Chen greeted him, and except for Tanjiro, the other 2 people looked at Su Chen for a long time before finally confirming that it was Su Chen. Oh my god. It's really Lord Longzhu. Zenitsu's eyes widened with an incredible expression. Lord Longzhu, how did you escape? That's right, master, how did you escape? Inosuke also asked. After they chatted for a while, Su Chen told them everything that happened to him in detail, but the 3 kids were still confused and had no idea what Su Chen was talking about. What about killing upper rank 5 alone, then stealing 2 pieces of his clothes and leaving intact? What is the place where Shangliu lives alone, and then kills Shangliu? Something about confronting upper 4 and killing Hantengu. What a niche topic this is. Did the upper demon turn into a cabbage? Why didn't Su Chen think twice before speaking? In fact, it is no wonder that the 3 little ones don't believe it, because in their eyes, 12 Kazuki is a very powerful demon. It is difficult for them to defeat a lower rank demon, and they can't even imagine how powerful an upper rank demon would be. Just when the 3 kids were in doubt, another figure suddenly appeared behind them. Oh, you're all here. It was a powerful voice, and Su Chen knew who it was just by hearing the voice. Flame Pillar, Rengoku Kyojuru. The other party happened to be on the Infinity Train and had received the news from the Demon Slayer Corps. Like the other pillars, Kyojuru's expression was also very interesting when he learned that Su Chen had escaped safely and killed 3 upper ranks. He was even happier when he found out that Su Chen was on the Infinity Train. During this time he was on a mission, and the mission happened to be to investigate the Infinite Train. These past few days, the Flame Pillar has been riding the Infinite Train repeatedly in the hope of finding some clues about ghosts. But the ghost was not found, but Su Chen arrived first. This made the Flame Pillar very happy, so he went to the station early in the morning, hoping to meet Su Chen. Of course, the result did not disappoint him. Not only did he meet Su Chen, he also saw the 3 little ones, 3 younger generations that he admired. With the testimony of the Flame Pillar at the scene, the 3 little ones now truly believed it. Advertisement regarding the transmission of intelligence to the Demon Slayer Corps. The information from the pillars has the highest priority, so the Flame Pillar receives the news much faster than them. After careful interpretation by the Flame Pillar, the 3 little ones finally understood what had happened. While listening to the Flame Pillar's explanation, the anticipation and shock in their eyes never changed, and their pupils kept shaking repeatedly. What? Lord Su Chen actually killed the upper rank? 3? Oh ha 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 ha. As expected of the man that I like, he's as powerful as a mountain king. If Lord Longzhu is so powerful, then I won't have to die, I'm so happy. The 3 little ones' reactions were within Su Chen's expectations. But it's still quite awkward to listen to others talk about how awesome they are. Moreover, Su Chen was looking at the Flame Pillar as he spoke seriously. His big eyes sparkled, and when he got excited his nostrils would show, and his words were full of admiration for himself. Please, Kyojuru, you are the Flame Pillar. Please pay attention to your image and don't lose your composure just because you admire me. But I have to say, it feels pretty good to see a few people I'm familiar with admire me. Of course, Su Chen did not forget the main business. Now that he's here, Su Chen is determined to get rid of the 3rd brother and Enmu together. And Su Chen had another idea. The next moment, the boy's eyes were on Zenitsu and Tanjiro, who were looking at him in admiration. Water breathing. Breath of thunder. There are 2 basic breathing techniques, and there is also the breathing of the sun on Tanjiro. Su Chen feels like he made a lot of money this time. But as a pillar, I would definitely be embarrassed to speak up. But it doesn't matter. I have an incredible understanding. I can just wait for the fight to start, watch them perform, and then save the situation myself. This not only helps to train younger generations, but also allows you to learn 2 or 3 breathing techniques for free. Why not do it? The sun gradually rises. Advertisement. Several people sat on the train and chatted for the entire morning. The main reason is Kyojuru's concern for Su Chen, because Kyojuru was very angry when he learned that he was captured. He even decided to wait until the mission was over before running to rescue Su Chen. I didn't expect Su Chen to be so competitive. His mission hadn't even started, and he had already been rescued before he even took any action. The 3 little ones mainly asked Su Chen about the information about the upper string. After the last battle at Nada Spider Mountain, Tanjiro and the others had already deeply experienced the horror of 12 Kazuki. They really couldn't imagine how Su Chen killed the 3 upper ranks. Su Chen's feat left an indelible impression on their young hearts. Su Chen also explained it in great detail, such as Daki's twin ghosts, Gyoko's human pot symbiosis, and Hantengu's emotional incarnation. These ghosts will not die even if their necks are cut off, except for the urinal of course. Su Chen focused on explaining the characteristics of each ghost, and then talked about how to deal with them. Although these ghosts are dead, it is good to give Tanjiro and the others some more experience. After listening to Su Chen's explanation, the 3 little ones thought that Su Chen was really amazing. Whenever Su Chen talked about danger, they would get nervous too. Then, when they heard how Su Chen solved the problem, they looked at him with admiration. This look was sincere, and it made Su Chen feel embarrassed.
The flame pillar Rengoku Kyujiro said with some regret. Su Chen, after listening to you, I found that what was said in the letter was far less dangerous than what you experienced. What on earth did you go through to survive? Kyujiro had never been so convinced by someone before. The young man in front of us has always been tenacious and pure, from being unknown in the beginning to being famous in the Demon Slayer Corps now.
No one knew what happened to him, and he didn't want anyone to know. Kyojiro knew that Su Chen Ken had deliberately omitted a lot of content. The purpose is to prevent everyone from worrying. Such a precious spirit is rare in the world. In order not to worry his teammates and juniors, Su Chen really endured a lot. But Su Chen just wanted to say that he really didn't lie, and that the upper-level creatures were really dead after he chopped them a few times. Especially the urinal, which had a big poop. Su Chen killed it with just one move, wind and cloud rising and holy lotus moving. I'm not as great as you think. Chapter 158 Thunder Dragon Form.
Although Su Chen himself thinks it is nothing, the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps do not think so. No one dares to say that he can kill an upper-rank monster. No one can say that they can kill all the upper ranks and escape unscathed. So Su Chen's victory must have come at a huge price. And Su Chen killed 3 upper ranks, so the price he paid must have been unimaginable. Inosuke spoke first, breathing heavily, his tone low and serious. Master, No, I have never been submissive to anyone, but today I will follow you, and I will be your disciple forever.
Oh, Su Chen was stunned. When did Inosuke become his apprentice? How come I don't know? Zenitsu at the side couldn't help but say, No buddy, you are quite so familiar. Is this your master? Then Agatsuma Zenitsu grabbed Su Chen's hand excitedly. This is my master. Inosuke was furious. Get out of the way. I am the eldest senior brother, you are too far behind me. The two of them immediately started to wrestle lively, and the passengers around them couldn't help but laugh. Kyojiro and Tanjiro beside them also laughed heartily. Tanjiro touched his wooden box and spoke gently. Do you feel it too, Nezuko? The scarred boy felt the restlessness coming from the wooden box, sniffed it gently, and then spoke with empathy. Yes, Master Su Chen has a gentle smell, so familiar, just like my mother. Nezuko in the wooden box. Following a tremor in the wooden box, Nezuko actually pushed the box open and crawled out. Tanjiro was horrified, not knowing why her sister suddenly came out. What if she scared the passengers around her? However, Tanjiro is not worried that his sister will hurt others. Because as long as Nezuko doesn't turn into a ghost, ordinary people can't tell that Nezuko is a ghost. They usually just think that she is just a little girl who likes to hold a bamboo tube in her mouth. However, Nezuko's sudden appearance really scared Zenitsu. Zenitsu said excitedly, Miss, are you here to cheer me up too? You support me too, right? Really? Unfortunately, before Zenitsu could finish his words, Nezuko pounced towards Su Chen. Nezuko, no, Tanjiro was horrified. Advertisement. He firmly believed that his sister would never eat people, and he also absolutely believed that his sister would not hurt Lord Su Chen. But Lord Longzhu was not present at the previous Juhi meeting. In other words, according to the information known to Tanjiro, Su Chen did not know about the existence of Nezuko. At least he was not sure whether Lord Longzhu knew it. If Lord Longzhu didn't know, what would he do if he saw a ghost suddenly pounce on him? He would kill Nezuko at a speed that no one present could react to. That's why Tanjiro is so nervous, and Agatsuma Zenitsu is even more nervous. If Tanjiro is the bond between brother and sister, then Zenitsu and Nezuko are the bond between a goddess and a dog. Sometimes, the power of a bootlicker is more terrifying than the power between family members. Breath of thunder. A breath of electronic music suddenly sounded. Zenitsu actually forced to change his account and start a big move in this situation. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately opened his own field. Transparent area unfolds. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. In your eyes, the speed of objects around you is relatively slowed down by 100 times. You saw Nezuko drooling in the air, and you saw love in her eyes, as if she had found her own kind. You saw Inosuke's hood suddenly fly up. He was caught off guard by the situation and even thought that the yellow-haired guy couldn't beat him, so he had to force a fight. You saw the panic in Tanjiro's eyes. You saw the calmness in Kyojiro's eyes. Open black lens bracket. You are fully aware of everything in front of you, and you begin to pay close attention to Zenitsu's performance. Close black lens bracket. Lungs are active, tendons are dilated, breathing is heavy and accompanied by low rolling thunder. Every muscle in Zenitsu's body is changing shape frequently. Although it is not perfect in your eyes, it is well integrated with itself. In this regard, after you analyze the opponent's full muscle force, the speed will reach a very terrifying unit. Open black lens bracket, you are thinking. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, you combine the other person's breathing method. Close black lens bracket. You suddenly realize that you learned the breath of thunder, thunderbolt. Advertisement, open black lens bracket, you begin to enter the deduction state. Close black lens bracket. You have deduced 1 flash, 6 consecutive, 1 flash, super speed, 1 flash, thunder god based on breath of thunder, 1 flash of thunder. You combined thunder breathing form 1 and dragon breathing to create a new dragon breathing form, thunder dragon form. You created a new Kochou, and you were thinking. Su Chen's thoughts suddenly drifted far away, but when he finished thinking, Zenitsu's thunder call had not yet been used. With the blessing of the transparent field, it is actually very easy for Su Chen to think faster than Zenitsu. But the speed is not necessarily the same. As we all know, breathing of thunder is the fastest breathing method among all breathing methods. Even Su Chen dare not underestimate him, but fortunately, Zenitsu's strength is limited now, and Su Chen's comprehension is extraordinary, so he quickly found a way to counterattack. Isn't it just the breath of thunder? Su Chen smiled slightly, and then his body began to shake violently. This was not fear, nor was it an outward expression of any emotion, but Su Chen took the initiative. Open black lens bracket, your body begins to emit high-frequency vibrations. Close black lens bracket. You are imitating the movement of a bee. You are compressing your muscles, you are accumulating strength, and you are making perfect preparations for the next muscle movement. You start breathing, and you rely on oxygen to allow your body to perform aerobic and anaerobic exercises. You begin to imitate the transformation of the opponent's cells, and condense the cells into the most suitable shape and transformation method for the whole body. Open black lens bracket, your understanding of your own body has improved. Close black lens bracket. Your blood circulation speed begins to speed up, your body temperature begins to rise, your spots appear unconsciously, you close your eyes. You are feeling the thunder in silence, and you feel thunder exploding inside your body. Your dragon breath has entered thunder dragon form. Thunder dragon breathing type 1 thunder sparks. Su Chen came up with the name of the move on the spur of the moment. When he murmured this sentence subconsciously, his figure was almost reduced to an afterimage. A muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the middle of the train. The sound was like the rolling thunder in the sky, ready to strike. Chapter 159, Punishment for Provoking the Pillar. This thunderbolt immediately woke up everyone who was sleeping. But the sound came and went quickly, just when everyone hasn't reacted yet. Even before Zenitsu could react, Su Chen's big hand had already pressed down on his shoulder. Su Chen smiled slightly, his smile was as heavy and dazzling as the sun. Don't worry, I won't hurt Nezuko. As soon as the words were spoken, the thunder disappeared. Zenitsu was stunned. Was he dazzled just now? Why did Lord Longzhu run in front of him in the blink of an eye? What method did he use? And his ears were definitely not mistaken. The sound just now was like thunder, combined with Lord Longzhu's strange position. Zenitsu couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that Lord Longzhu used the breath of thunder to teleport here just now? In fact, everyone was shocked except Zenitsu. Except for the passengers who didn't understand what happened, the Demon Slayer Corps present saw it clearly. Everyone reacts differently. First came Kyojiro, his piercing eyes widening even further. Since the last time we met, Su Chen's progress has been tremendous. With the previous attack, even he, the Flame Pillar, could barely keep up with the opponent's speed, but Kyojiro was not sure that he could see through Su Chen's speed. Because Su Chen only burst out for 0.1 seconds just now, if the time was longer, Kyojiro might not be able to keep up with the opponent's speed. Inosuke's eyes widened, still with an expression of admiration on his face. There was nothing he could do, he just had to flatter Su Chen like this. Tanjiro opened his mouth in surprise, because he saw that Nezuko not only missed, but also seemed to be unwilling to give up, and still rushed towards Su Chen. Due to Su Chen's dodging, Nezuko initially only fell on the bench and did not touch Su Chen. After discovering that Su Chen had gone to Zenitsu, she launched a new round of attack. No. Nezuko. Tanjiro learned his lesson this time and ran over to stop Nezuko. But this time, Nezuko suddenly shrank her body and slipped out from Tanjiro's bent arms so nimbly. No. Tanjiro shouted anxiously. Advertisement the next moment, he could only watch his sister Nezuko throw herself into Su Chen's arms. Nezuko stretched out her little body, put on a ferocious expression, and sniffed the scent of Su Chen hard. Sometimes he even showed a very happy expression. Tanjiro. P_Q. Kyojiro. Degree B degree, Inosuke. Degree B degree. Zenitsu. Yan. Zenitsu jumped up immediately. Ah. Mr. Ryuju, what are you doing? Let go of Nezuko. She's scared of the Hashira. Su Chen blinked and turned to look at Nezuko. Nezuko just looked at him. The man and the ghost looked at each other and the air fell into silence. The next moment, Nezuko suddenly let go of the wooden tube in her mouth, and under Zenitsu's gaze, she stretched out her little tongue and licked Su Chen's hand. Zenitsu. Filled down pointing triangle plate hash. Zenitsu is going crazy. Although he also wanted to become Longju's apprentice, the dignity of a bootlicker seemed more important at this moment. That's why Zenitsu would openly challenge the pillar without any reason. Zenitsu, calm down. Tanjiro rushed over to break up the fight. This is Lord Longzhu. Tanjiro especially raised his voice when he said the word, Hira, hoping that Zenitsu would not cause trouble to the Dragon Pillar Master. Can't you calm down? Zenitsu roared. You saw it too? Tanjiro, your sister actually licked a strange man. How can you tolerate this? After Zenitsu's shout, everyone on the train looked over. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Tanjiro hesitated. I just don't know if it's my brother or my mother. It's fine. What a joke. Chen didn't dare let Nezuko drink his blood. Not only would it make Nezuko break her vow, but he also didn't know what changes would happen to Nezuko after drinking his blood. Finally, Zenitsu embarked on a psychological journey that lasted tens of thousands of words, and even said goodbye to the people he cared about one by one. Oh no, I'm really dead, advertisement, but he didn't think his sister did anything wrong, but he thought Zenitsu was making a big fuss. When Zenitsu regained his senses, he felt as if the world had collapsed on him. And licking oneself probably means wanting to drink one's own blood. Hearing this, Zenitsu's face turned pale. Oh, Chen asked back, do you want me to be angry? No. Zenitsu patted his chest. It seemed that he was safe this time. If Chen guessed correctly, Nezuko should have sensed the aura of a fellow being, and coupled with the hint from Sakanji Ryodaki, she subconsciously regarded Chen as her own family member. Unlike Zenitsu, Tanjiro doesn't think Chen is taking advantage of Nezuko, but instead wonders if his sister's saliva will cause trouble for the Dragon Pillar. In the end, Tanjiro carried him down. Grandpa, Nezuko, please remember me. I, Zenitsu, may not be able to fulfill my filial duties in the future, nor can I protect Nezuko anymore. Zenitsu may have to die in cowardice today. In fact, he realized his mistake as soon as Nezuko was picked up by Tanjiro. The scene calmed down quickly. No, Nezuko, this is very rude, Tanjiro explained earnestly. Nezuko was also quite cooperative and nodded repeatedly, which made Chen more certain that she must be treating him as her mother. Nezuko nodded repeatedly as she listened, and even felt a little sleepy. The fact was indeed as Chen guessed. Nezuko looked at Chen eagerly, and then looked at her brother. Is my journey with the Demon Slayer Corps coming to an end so abruptly? Zenitsu paused as she was about to cry. Isn't Master Chen angry? The power of the liquor would decrease very quickly once it was separated from the stimulation of the goddess, and it took Zenitsu only a moment to regain his sanity. Chen saw Tanjiro's worry and comforted her. What did I just do? I actually challenged Lord Longzhu. Finally, Chen picked up Nezuko's wooden tube and put it back on her. This made Chen laugh. Okay, am I some kind of man-eating monster? Why are you afraid of me? So Chen would not let Nezuko drink her blood, and would just keep persuading her to give up. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chen's voice sounded again. But, there should still be some punishment for provoking the pillar in public, right? If you don't die, Lord Longzhu will remember you to death in the future. Finally Zenitsu calmed down. He could now guess that Nezuko liked him probably because of his blood. Oh my god. Chapter 160 Dreaming. What punishment? Zenitsu asked tentatively. Chen said lightly. After returning to the Demon Slayer Corps, I will be responsible for your special training. Special training? Shani was puzzled, but his words were still full of panic. What special training? Is it a special training that wants me to die? Chen comforted him. It's not as serious as you said. It's just special training related to breathing techniques. That's good. After hearing Chen say this, Zenitsu felt relieved. Does he want to participate too? Inosuke asked from the side. Yes, you have to participate too. You all have to come for the special training. Chen replied. He remembered that after the death of the three upper ranks, the Demon Slayer Corps would start training as a pillar assembly, and Chen believed that many of these trainings were good means of improvement. For example, the flexibility training of the Love Pillar and the attack method training of the Snake Pillar. And Chen now really wants to participate in the training of each pillar so that he can gain their combat experience. Of course, Chen would never admit that he was making up an excuse just to learn the breathing method from them. Absolutely not. It seems that Chen, you also like training. The Flame Pillar who had been sitting by the window said, if you have training in the future, you must tell me. I'm also looking forward to Chen's training. Kyojuru is a typical training fanatic, and he is also curious about Chen's training methods. If I learn according to Chen's training method, can I become as good as Chen? You have to know how powerful Chen is and how fast he is improving. This is all witnessed by everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. It would be a lie to say that the Flame Pillar was not curious. Almost all members of the Demon Slayer Corps were curious about Chen's training methods. I also hope to join in. If I can learn a little bit of Chen's tricks, or the reasons why he becomes stronger so quickly, then my progress will be basically like riding a rocket. If every member of the Demon Slayer Corps had Chen's training talent, then why would they be afraid of Musen? Just push it forward. So when Kyojuru heard Chen's intention to propose a training method, he was also very curious. Chen said modestly. Actually, my training method is nothing special. I basically learned from the masters. Chen did not continue this topic. Advertisement. He knew that each pillar had its own training method. The purpose is to strengthen the Demon Slayer Corps' physique and prepare for the final battle. As the Dragon Pillar, Chen should naturally have his own training. But he hasn't thought it through yet, and he can see that the Flame Pillar seems to be very interested in his training. Will he come and join in the fun then? Several people had a pleasant conversation. The originally awkward atmosphere gradually eased under Su Chen's mediation. Su Chen also put Nezuko down. He looked at the sky outside and found that night had come again without him noticing. And Su Chen knew clearly that this night would be very different from yesterday. Inside the train, the passengers were lifeless, and the children who had been laughing and playing now looked a little listless. Some passengers had dull looks on their faces, looking at the scenery outside the window, wondering what they were thinking. Some passengers always unconsciously looked in Su Chen's direction. Night has come. The light outside the window dimmed and gradually sank into darkness. A cold silence like a tide enveloped the train's route. This depressing atmosphere gradually spread to the carriage. The attendant in the carriage pushed a cart, selling snacks and checking tickets at the same time. His face was dull and his eyes were like those of a dead person. When he came to Su Chen, he held up the ticket cutter and pointed with his hand, "Ticket." Su Chen narrowed his eyes, then called on Kyojuru and others to hand over the tickets. After the inspection, the attendant pushed the cart away. From beginning to end, the two people did not say a word except about the tickets. This atmosphere also made Tanjiro and Zenitsu feel that something was wrong. Especially Tanjiro, he gently sniffed the smell in the air, his face puzzled. "It's so strange, the uncle just now seemed very sad, and I don't know why he didn't like us." Zenitsu nodded, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Su Chen. The rest of the people didn't move, they didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing Zenitsu set his sights on Su Chen, everyone looked at Su Chen at once. Advertisement. Su Chen smiled slightly. "It's okay, just look at me. Of course others are resentful at work, don't think too much." Tanjiro said with innocent eyes, "But the other party is really sad. Is it because we did something wrong?" "No, don't think too much about it." Su Chen just briefly concluded it so that everyone wouldn't have to worry too much. In fact, he had seen it early on. The flight attendant who checked their tickets just now had something to hide. Because he recognized that this person was the flight attendant who was fooled by Enmu, and he came to cut tickets for everyone just to ambush another seed of dream. If nothing unexpected happens, everyone will fall into a dream soon. But why didn't Su Chen expose it? First, he was worried that his rash actions would allow Enmu to escape. Second, Su Chen also wanted to see what he cared about most. He remembered that Enmu would let the dreamer see his favorite and most inseparable dream. Su Chen was quite confused. Anyway, Enmu couldn't cause any trouble and there were no entertainment facilities on the train. He just wanted to dream and see. The conductor cuts the tickets batch by batch. Soon, all the passengers on the train were checked. At that time, everyone will fall into a dream, and Enmu will merge his body into the train, becoming a small stage boss. Outside the window, the night is getting dark. Infinite trains are running on neatly arranged rails. The whistling sound of the trains breaks the unique tranquility of the night and makes people's spirits vibrate. Some people yawned unconsciously and soon fell into a deep sleep. Everyone found that they slept particularly well tonight. They didn't know if it was because they were too young, but most people on the train fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Zenitsu besides Su Chen also fell asleep quickly. Kyojuru couldn't help but sigh when he saw the scene in front of him. It seems that these three boys are too tired from the journey, they all fell asleep at once. Kyojuru looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, let's keep watch tonight." Because Kyojuru had taken the time to explain his mission to Su Chen before, which was the infinite train mission that Su Chen was familiar with. So when Kyojuru said this, Su Chen understood. Kyojuru meant that he was worried that ghosts would appear at night, so someone needed to stay awake at all times. But what's a little funny is that after Kyojuru said this, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 161 Enmu. Are you too tired? Su Chen checked on Kyojuru's condition and found that he was sleeping soundly. Su Chen briefly reviewed Kyojuru's condition and found that Kyojuru had basically not had a good sleep because he came here to work a few days early. That's why Enmu had the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Is it coming? Su Chen murmured. He then placed the Nichiren blades beside him and slowly closed his eyes. Su Chen fell asleep. The locomotive. Under the cover of night, Enmu's figure emerged like bubbles. In the carriage, several people who were prostrating themselves on the ground raised their heads tremblingly, waiting for instructions from the evil spirit in front of them. Enmu saw the human's trembling smile and felt satisfied. He asked at the same time, "What's wrong? Is everyone here?" "Everyone is here." One of them said. "They are all asleep. I am here according to your instructions. They must be the ghost hunters you mentioned. So you can let me into your dream?" As this person spoke, the remaining people looked up at Enmu at the same time. They all want Enmu to enter their dreams so that they can stay in the dreamland forever. Every single person present here is here for the same purpose. Logically speaking, ghosts and humans should be natural enemies. But this phenomenon has changed in Enmu. He is good at controlling people's hearts and knows the weaknesses of human nature. He also uses this to manipulate humans to do things for him. All he needs to do is use his blood vampire magic and these humans will be satisfied. It has to be said that in Enmu's view, there is essentially no difference between these humans and ghosts. Sometimes humans are even more selfish than ghosts. Otherwise, Enmu would not have the opportunity to use these people to do things for himself. How sad. The Demon Slayer Corps has been fighting to the death to kill demons for hundreds of years. Some teammates even risked their own lives to kill the evil ghost. Advertisement, but the humans they are protecting look like this. Enmu was now appreciating the expressions on the faces of the people in front of him with great interest. Then he moved his fingers and sent one of them into a dream. At first his teammates were frightened, thinking that it was a ghost that was breaking its promise and wanted to kill people, but when they found that this person had actually entered their dreams, they suddenly realized the truth. They looked at each other with envy, they displayed greedy desires. They knelt before Enmu, begging him to let them dream together. Enmu was very satisfied to see their anxious looks and decadent eyes. Humans are indeed small and greedy creatures. Enmu was very satisfied, but he didn't play around for too long. Because not long ago, it received new orders from its boss. Enmu was a little nervous at first, because Musen had asked it to kill Su Chen before, but Enmu used his ability to look for Su Chen for a long time but couldn't find him and didn't know where Su Chen was. So it has always been worried that Musen will come after it. Up to this point, Enmu has been very cautious and has been trying to find out Su Chen's whereabouts. Since Musen only informed the upper-ranked demons of the news that Su Chen was taken away by Gyoko, Enmu, as a lower-ranked demon, was actually unaware of it. Enmu still thinks that Su Chen is in the Demon Slayer core. But what reassured Enmu was that what Musen was talking about was not Su Chen's problem. First, Musen talked about the problem of Blue Spider Lily. Musen asked Enmu to control humans to look for this flower. If they found it, Enmu would be the new upper string. If it can't be found, then there is no point in Enmu's life existing. The second issue is still Su Chen's. It was from here that Enmu learned about the things that had happened in Waji before. Musen asked Enmu to continue to find out about Su Chen while looking for the Blue Spider Lily. And this time, clear requirements were put forward. If you can't find Su Chen, you will die. Enmu knew that this day had finally arrived. After all, in its eyes, Lord Musen did not need useless lower moons. The reason why Enmu is here today is actually due to Musen's request. Because I heard that Su Chen would appear here. Have you seen a man named Su Chen? Enmu looked at the person in front of him who was begging for mercy and couldn't help but speak with some disgust. Advertisement, Su Chen. The group of people thought about it, but didn't seem to have any clues. But, soon a woman in a kimono spoke up. Su Chen. I know that one of the ghost hunters is called Su Chen. Enmu's eyes lit up. Keep talking. There was no such person as Su Chen among the group of ghost hunters we followed before. The woman in the kimono continued. I was following a pervert with yellow hair, and then I suddenly found that this person had gathered with other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Then, they met a man named Su Chen. Oh, Enmu tilted his head and smiled softly. Are you sure? If I find out that you're lying to me, you will never be able to have a sweet dream again. I wouldn't dare lie to an adult. The woman immediately knelt on the ground and said in a panic, it has always been my dream to enter a dream. How could I voluntarily give up such a good opportunity to enter a dream? Enmu smiled, then asked a few more people and then carefully checked the information they said. Some people remember it vaguely, while others remember it more clearly. After listening to these people's descriptions, Enmu actually found that what they said was true. Be it the time, clothing, or even some of the information it had learned, everything matched. Enmu smiled contemptuously. It seemed that what these people said was true. These idiots actually met Su Chen. And Su Chen was in his car. Ha 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 ha. Enmu smiled happily. Su Chen. Ah Su Chen. Su Chen murmured, you are in my hands now. My dream will definitely make it impossible for you to live or die. Enmu was so happy, it had no idea that Su Chen would eventually fall into its hands. Enmu also knew about Su Chen's combat capability. The other party was a ruthless man capable of killing Hantengu, and in the end Su Chen even escaped from Lord Doma's hands. Such strength requires Enmu to treat it with caution. Enmu remembered that when he first received the mission to kill Su Chen, it seemed that the other party had killed several lower-rank ones. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for so many days, the opponent's strength has increased so much. But Enmu wasn't worried, because no matter how powerful the opponent is, once he enters his blood demon magic field, he will be at his mercy. Thinking of this, Enmu asked again, did the ghost hunter fall asleep? Chapter 162 Su Chen's dream, fell asleep. This time it was a man who interrupted. He was afraid that the previous person would take the credit again, so he spoke faster than anyone else this time. Enmu actually laughed out loud when he heard this. This Su Chen isn't that scary, didn't he just get hit by his own blood magic? As long as Su Chen is under the spell of Blood Ghost, in Enmu's eyes, no matter how powerful the ghost hunter is, he is no different from a rat. Go and kill those ghost hunters, Enmu spoke expressionlessly. But we can't defeat those ghost hunters, someone said timidly, obviously worried that he would be in danger. Seeing this, Enmu said gently, it's okay. You just need to enter their dreams and find their dream core to kill them. Then Enmu told the people in front of him all the methods on how to kill the ghost hunter. These people were skeptical, but in the end they believed Enmu's words in order to be able to enter the dream. Enmu reminded again, but we have to wait a little longer. Why? Ghost hunters with keen senses may be awakened by the murderous aura and the breath of ghosts. Enmu took out a few ordinary-looking ropes from his pocket and said slowly, this is the tether rope. You will use this rope to enter the ghost hunter's dream later. After the four humans got the tether, Enmu added, remember when you approach the tether, don't get too close to the other person's body. I can't leave the front of the car for now because I'm a ghost and that guy named Su Chen will definitely notice me, so I have no choice but to let you take action this time. Before the preparations are complete, you must act carefully so that you can have a happy dream. The four of them nodded in unison. Got it. The four left. But Enmu laughed strangely again. Then Chen, let me see what you are capable of. Call, the long train roared, piercing through the inky black night, moving forward. Inside the train, everyone closed their eyes peacefully. The 4 humans instructed by Enmu cautiously approached different ghost hunters, but no one approached Chen. Advertisement because Enmu said that this person named Chen was very powerful, so for a while no one dared to go up and offend him. So these people hoped to trouble Chen after dealing with the other 4. At this moment, Chen closed his eyes, his brows relaxed, and looked completely relaxed. Unlike the expressions of other people, these people always felt that Chen was pretending to be asleep. In Chen's dream, the sun is shining brightly and is hanging high on the top of the mountain. At this moment, Chen has already arrived at the butterfly house. On the edge of a distant mountaintop, Enmu's figure slowly emerged through a wisp of white smoke. It glanced at the sun in the sky and then frowned. It's actually daytime. It seems like these people don't like the night very much. Enmu sighed as he searched for Chen's location. Chen's dream was similar to most of the dreams it had seen. A small hill, a small house, and then a neatly arranged family. Most dreams are like this, and Enmu was almost getting the hang of it. However, when it saw Chen's dream, it was obviously stunned for a moment. What is this? Enmu asked doubtfully, puzzled by the scene in front of him. Chen, wearing a white coat and square glasses, was sitting in front of the butterfly house. He looked at the long line of patients in front of him and said loudly, "Next." The long dragon slowly moved, and soon another patient came in front of Chen. Chen never tires of treating these people, and the patients all look happy. After a while, Enmu saw a little girl in colorful feathers running out. She looked so adorable with a gentle smile on her face. Kochou Shinobu held a cup of hot tea in his hand and handed it to Chen. Chen took the tea, took a sip, and then began to diagnose the illness of the long dragon in front of him. Enmu scratched his head. Although I have never seen Chen dressed like this, I can roughly tell that he is a doctor, right? It should be. This is the first time Enmu has seen someone dream of being a miracle healer. So it looked at it for a while longer. Advertisement. Soon Chen finished the diagnosis and treatment in front of him. Chen came to the backyard, and Enmu followed Chen to the backyard. Chen took out the Nichiren blades at some point and started training. Chen went through all his moves, including all the breathing techniques, and demonstrated the more difficult but useful moves in front of Enmu. The more Enmu looked, the more frightened he became. No wonder. Enmu thought, the opponent's attack speed and strength alone seemed to be comparable to that of an upper-ranked demon. No wonder the opponent could kill an upper-ranked demon. Fortunately, I imprisoned the other party in my dream, so I can be said to have taken the initiative. But Enmu still didn't understand what the other person's dream meant. Enmu's own dreams evolved based on the dreamer's favorite things. But Chen started out as a doctor and now he's a trainer, so what does he care about? At first, Enmu thought that Chen just liked to cure diseases, so he was curing diseases even in his dreams. But why are you training again now? Enmu said he couldn't understand it. However, based on Enmu's previous experience, most of the ghost hunters' dreams are actually related to their own families, because these ghost hunters joined the Demon Slayer Corps precisely because their family members were killed. Now the situation is very clear. The girl wearing the colorful feather ornament just now must be Chen's weak spot. The dream created by Enmu is not actually an infinite area. It is in the shape of a circle with the dreamer as the center. Although the scenery seen in the dream continues to extend, in fact, the extended scenery is still blocked. Outside the dream is the realm of the subconscious, where the core of the dream exists, and we just need to destroy it. In this way, the owner of the dream will become a useless person. After Enmu thought he knew Chen's weakness, he immediately wanted to change Chen's dream. The method is to increase the appearance of the girl with pink haori just now, and then let this girl seduce Chen. In this way, Chen will be immersed in the dream and unable to extricate himself, and Chen will not notice himself when he destroys the core of the dream. Yes. Enmu is still very cautious until now, although it has been mocking Chen, ever since it heard that Chen killed the upper moon. It always keeps a trick up its sleeve, and this move proved that it was the right decision to keep it. Chapter 163 Black Silk Shinobi. I didn't expect that Chen would end up falling into my hands. As long as you die in the beautiful dream I created for you, I can be promoted to an upper rank. Enmu clasped his hands together and gave a weird smile. Then the power of dreams gradually surged. After a moment, the figure of Kochou Shinobu in the dream became solid again. The figure of a young girl slowly appeared behind the house. During the condensation process, Enmu was careful. It is through Chen's mind that he constructs Kochou Shinobu, so that Kochou Shinobu will be the most logical Kochou Shinobu in Chen's eyes. This is the only way to gain the trust of the dreamer. Enmu had more or less encountered previous pillars before. But it cannot kill the other party through nightmares, because the other party's faith is very strong, and they can basically find flaws in the dream and escape. But now everything is different. Enmu believes that he is no longer the same person as before. Now his dreams can be said to be very real, and they are all dreams born from the most sincere thoughts in the human heart. The people or objects created by the dreamer's own subconscious mind are the most real in the dreamer's eyes. The next moment, Enmu condensed Kochou Shinobu with this ability. But, the moment I saw Kochou Shinobu, Enmu was stunned. Kochou Shinobu was still wearing the colorful haori, but her legs were covered with smooth black stockings. The plump and slender legs are vaguely outlined by the black stockings. Although Kochou Shinobu usually keeps a low profile, it does not prove that she has no talent. When this outfit came out, Chen, who was training in the hospital, had a nosebleed. At this moment, Chen was training in the courtyard. He knew clearly that he was dreaming, but when he saw Kochou Shinobu suddenly come out wearing black stockings, he became suspicious again. Damn, this dream is too real, right? Just now when he was practicing sword, he suddenly remembered that he had not yet thrown away the black silk stockings and fishing nets in his backpack. I was on the train, and Inosuke next to me was a reckless guy. What if my backpack was suddenly opened by it? I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Just when I was thinking about it, Kochou Shinobu came out wearing black stockings. Something is wrong. Advertisement. Although Chen really wanted to. Chen is not that kind of person. When Xiao Ren came over with her long, beautifully proportioned legs, carrying a cup of hot tea, Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Chen had to admit that this dream was indeed quite exciting. No wonder everyone in the original story wanted to enter the dream. It turns out that it was not to escape reality, but to watch this. The other side. Enmu was extremely happy when he saw that Chen had fallen into his trap. Seeing Chen's extremely surprised expression, Enmu felt that he had made the right bet. It was the first time that it saw that the pillar could be controlled by the scene it created for so long. So, Enmu began to continue to make efforts. Butterfly house, next to the courtyard. Kochou Shinobu had a smile on her face, with a haori on her upper body and black stockings on her lower body, and was walking towards Chen with a cup of hot tea. She waved to Chen as she walked, and a silver bell-like laugh came out from her red lips. Brother Chen. Chen. You can't do that, you really can't do that. Chen was completely stunned. Is this really Kochou Shinobu? Isn't this dream too real? When Kochou Shinobu walked in front of Chen, he hugged him. He raised his head, and stared at Chen with a pair of big watery eyes. Brother Chen, why are you ignoring me? Chen choked. I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Kochou Shinobu blushed, lowered her head like a shy little girl, and bit her lips lightly. Are you not used to Shinobu wearing black stockings? Chen. No, so you like it? Yes, and no. Chen closed his eyes, not daring to look at Xiaoren's legs, so he deliberately raised his head high. Seeing this, Kochou Shinobu pouted and looked very aggrieved. Brother Chen, don't you like Xiao Shinobu? Why don't you even look at Xiao Shinobu? Chen was stunned for 2 seconds. Although he knew that what was before him was a dream, he still didn't want to ignore the girl in front of him. Standing alone high in the majestic sky, looking down, there is no end in sight and even the horizon is difficult to capture. Not even in dreams. Enmu stepped into Chen's dream city. As Enmu's claws tore at it, large tracts of the landscape began to fall off like melted blocks of pigment.
Advertisement. Chen chose to leave in the most gentle way. But Enmu was not very worried because he had already reached the edge of Chen's dream. Why can't I feel Chen's presence all of a sudden? But the only thing I haven't seen is the city in the sky. It has seen the bottom of the water, the sea of fire, the hills, and the forests. A misty white fog suddenly appeared, and then Enmu, who was looking for Chen's spiritual core in the distance, could see nothing. It just took one step inside and was stunned. There were clouds and mist all around, with large white clouds suspended in the air. Is this the strength of one of the lower ranks? Originally the surroundings were very quiet, but with Enmu stepping in, a strong gust of wind suddenly surged. He couldn't help but murmur as he was searching for Chen's spiritual core. Chen was unwilling to escape from the dream forcibly like Tanjiro, because when Chen saw Xiaonan's appearance, he couldn't bear to treat her like this. So big. Chen now finally understood Enmu's abilities, they were so terrifying. Really? Kochou Shinobu laughed happily, then buried his head in Chen's chest. Dragon's breath, form 5, storm rising. Feeling the girl's unique body temperature spreading in his chest, Chen's chest felt itchy, as if it was about to be scalded. Then Chen touched Kochou Shinobu's head and said lovingly, Shinobu is the prettiest. So he coughed and said, how could that be? I've never seen a little ninja wearing a ninja outfit or anything like that. Sorry, Xiaonan, you look very beautiful today, but I am not worthy of you. Chen thought to himself. Chen whispered softly, and then his real body was pulled out of Kochou Shinobu's arms. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Closing square bracket. Slowly, Xiaonan's body gradually lost color, and a diagram of the human body structure appeared in Chen's eyes. Open black lens bracket. Open the transparent area. Close black lens bracket. To be honest, Enmu has never seen such a magnificent spiritual core. Enmu's eyes widened. Is this where Chen's spiritual core lies? Strangeness. Dragon's breath. Type 9, Dragon Shadow Clone. Then the world in his eyes began to become transparent. A sky city surrounded by clouds suddenly appeared in front of Enmu. Chapter 164 Thunder Dragon. What is this? Enmu was startled, walking alone in a long corridor. Before he could stand firmly, he was almost blown down by a strong wind. Looking at the endless white below, Enmu didn't know what was down there. Strange. Enmu muttered to himself. He had never seen such a strange dream before. It was as if I shouldn't have stepped in. Enmu clearly remembered that as soon as he took a step in, the environment here changed. It was as if this dream core did not welcome my arrival. This was the first time Enmu had encountered such a situation. It continued down the corridor. The wind continued to increase during this period, but fortunately Enmu was still able to withstand some of it and was not blown away directly. Time passed slowly, about a minute passed. Enmu stopped. It raised its head and found a huge palace in front of it. Yes, a palace. Enmu was a little confused. Logically speaking, the stronger a person's heart is and the more spiritual power he has, the harder it is to approach the core of his dreams. Moreover, the core of the dream will also produce some derivative scenes. For example, the Sea of Fire core of the Flame Pillar, or the ordinary core of an ordinary person, which means there is nothing inside. But I have never seen an Enmu core that looks like a palace. Is this the core of Su Chen's dream? Enmu's expression suddenly became interesting. If the Flame Pillar's dream core is just a sea of fire, then what level would this palace be? Is this really a place where I, Enmu, can set foot? This was the first time Enmu felt nervous in a dream he created. But after thinking about it, it felt a little unwilling. In the dream world that I created myself, can I still be bullied by Su Chen? Blanche. Enmu frowned and stepped in right away. What you see is a magnificent lobby. Accompanied by a loud bell sound, the entire hall seemed to come alive and began to tremble slightly. However, Enmu did not retreat, but continued to move forward. In the middle of the Tang dynasty, there is a long corridor. Advertisement. On both sides of the aisle are 2 rows of endless long pillars. These columns are red and cylindrical, neatly arranged on both sides, stretching as far as the eye can see like a red ocean. The top of the pillar is smooth, and the 2 sides are inlaid with gold, with distinct colors. But the most eye-catching part is the head of the column. These are the 2 pillars closest to Enmu. There was something on top of these 2 pillars. Unlike the other pillars, there was a long animal wrapped around them, but Enmu didn't recognize what it was. The animal wrapped around the pillar on the left has horns like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a clam, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like a cow. Enmu couldn't recognize what it was, but it wasn't a person. It must be an animal that I have never seen before. The animals on the right pillar are similar to those on the left pillar. The only difference is the color, and there are some thunderclouds next to the animal on the right column. Below the thunderclouds are several thick lightning patterns, carved on the pillars, looking lifelike. The animals drawn on it were so large that Enmu almost had to tilt his head back to see them all. An indescribable feeling of shock filled Enmu's heart. Its intuition told it that it seemed to have run into a tough opponent. And I don't know why. When Enmu looks at the animal in front of it, it feels like the animal is also looking at it. The domineering aura and fearlessness in the other party's eyes almost scared Enmu to death. Enmu even had a feeling that the fear this animal brought to him was even more intense than that brought by Musen. Suddenly, while Enmu was still exploring Su Chen's spirit palace, a thunderous sound was heard. A second dragon appeared. On the right pillar, the lifelike thundercloud suddenly appeared outside the palace. The vast sky was dark, and the originally sunny weather changed in an instant. Dark clouds covered the city, and the entire palace began to tremble, as if it was about to be crushed into powder by the pressure from the sky. It appeared. It was surrounded by thunder, and the surroundings turned into a sea of thunder. The originally howling gale continued to rage, and a huge monster gradually hid in the clouds, appearing and disappearing. This is a thunder dragon that appeared at an unknown time. At the end of the road that Enmu had walked before, Su Chen's figure slowly appeared. He didn't have any weapon in his hands, not even a Nichiren blade. But for some reason, the terrifying aura of the other party was even higher than that of the thunder dragon in the sky. Advertisement. When Su Chen saw Enmu, his heart became lively. Of course he knew that someone would come looking for the core of his dream. But what he didn't expect was that Enmu actually came in person, and in just a short while he was actually found by the other side. But what surprised Su Chen was that the other party seemed to be frightened and stood there motionless, and no one knew what he was doing. And what about this palace and the thunder dragon in the sky? Where did all this come from? Su Chen closed his eyes slightly. You have entered the dream deeply. Closing square bracket. You have opened the realm of transparency. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. You have activated the backtracking state. Closing square bracket. You have reviewed and deduced everything that happened before in your mind. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. You find that your mental power has broken through the limit, and the memory palace in front of you is your spiritual core. Closing square bracket. Your thoughts are clear, you have an epiphany, your spiritual core is awakened, and you have spiritual space. Closing square bracket. In an instant, when Su Chen was meditating, the palace under Enmu's feet actually became more solid. Open black lens bracket. Your mental strength breaks through close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your ability to withstand stress break through close black lens bracket. Your learning results will be displayed in the memory palace. The thunder dragon in front of you is the embodiment of the thunder dragon breathing method. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Su Chen opened his eyes again. This time, he had sorted out most of the things. It turned out that Enmu wanted to find the core of his dream, but was intercepted here by the thunder dragon. Su Chen didn't know what to say. The answer is given to you, but you don't seem to be able to do it. However, Su Chen himself did not expect that the core of his dream would be so spectacular. The other side. When Enmu discovered Su Chen, it immediately said in horror, "What kind of monster are you?" "Me." Su Chen pointed at himself. "Monster. Yes, monster." Enmu shouted in panic, how could a human's dream core reach this level? What a joke. The Sky City is about the same size as the Infinite City, with sky corridors above the sky and various sceneries suspended in the air. Chapter 165 Memory Palace. Thunder flashed above the dark clouds. There is a huge creature swimming slowly in the clouds. Under the clouds, there are strong winds and endless void. This scene, this environment, everything about it is simply washing away Enmu's worldview. No, Enmu suddenly realized, how did you leave my dream? Dream. Su Chen laughed. It's better not to mention it, because he gets angry as soon as he does. You're trying to fool me with such a ridiculous trick. Su Chen said angrily, how could Kochou Shinobu wear that kind of clothes and say that to me? You deserve to die. Nightmare was stunned. But I was created based on your inner thoughts. Su Chen. The air fell into a brief silence. Su Chen was silent for a moment. No, you lied, so you deserve to die even more. What a joke, how could I, Su Chen, think of such a thing? It seems that this Enmu is not only disgusting, but also likes to slander others. Su Chen has already developed murderous intentions towards Enmu. But suddenly something unexpected happened to Su Chen. After sensing Su Chen's murderous intent, the thunder dragon in the sky suddenly emerged from the thundercloud and rushed towards Enmu with a bang of thunder. And Enmu's heart finally died. The terrifying pressure made it impossible for it to breathe. It saw the true face of the thunder dragon. It's the same as the one on the pillar, but the opponent's entity is much more terrifying and real than what is drawn on the pillar. The huge body was like a golden cudgel that pierced through the sky, and the space filled with thunder was roamed freely by the other party. Moreover, the opponent rushed over very quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, the thunder dragon had already opened its mouth and appeared in front of Enmu. Get away. Enmu's mind was as fast as lightning, and he instantly gave himself the power to leave the dream. But the next moment, advertisement. Enmu's figure was fixed in place again. How is that possible? Enmu was shocked. How could his blood demon magic, which had always worked, suddenly fail? Isn't this within my blood vampire magic? Why can't I leave? But what Enmu didn't know was that when Su Chen took over the memory palace, it was already under the control of Su Chen himself. In other words, it was Enmu who took the initiative to enter Su Chen's mind, and then Su Chen used the memory palace to lock him up. Now it's just that Lei Long sees outsiders and wants to eliminate them and get rid of the harm to the people. Seeing the thunder dragon running at high speed in the sky, Enmu screamed miserably. No. No. The next moment, the sound stopped abruptly. Enmu's weak body melted in the thunder dragon's mouth and turned directly into a wisp of flying ash. This dignified lower moon died directly in Su Chen's dream. With the death of Enmu, Su Chen found that his dream began to slowly disintegrate. But this memory palace has been preserved intact. Anyway, the lower moon one was already dead, and Su Chen had nothing to do outside, so he just walked around for a few rounds. A quarter of an hour later, Su Chen roughly summarized the following points. First, the memory palace is used to facilitate Su Chen's memory storage, which can effectively improve the state of recall. After Tanjiro finished laughing, he said to Su Chen, Master Su Chen, the level of the dream just now is definitely not caused by these ordinary ghosts, so I guess there must be a very powerful ghost nearby. Then Su Chen pretended to observe the surroundings and said with appreciation, Tanjiro, you did a good job. You have almost solved all the ghosts around. Tanjiro's voice suddenly came. Su Chen turned his head and found that the other party and Nezuko had finished killing the demons and were walking towards him. Master Su Chen, we must be careful, otherwise everyone on the train will be in danger. Su Chen smiled and then pointed to his head. In my dream. He didn't expect Tanjiro's sense of smell to be so sharp. Just as what was said in Demon Slayer, this was a ghost hunter with a very sharp nose. When Su Chen opened his eyes again, he found that Tanjiro and Nezuko had woken up. This approach requires tremendous courage, which is something Su Chen admires about Tanjiro. Advertisement. He knew that the scarred boy in front of him left the dream by committing suicide. Kyujiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke were still dreaming, probably because they were too tired. I have to say that this ability is really very pioneering. Oh, Su Chen smiled slightly, how did you figure that out? Su Chen looked at Tanjiro again. Tanjiro continued, the smell I smelled before was very strong and fishy, but I could feel that the other party was very powerful. It is the most powerful ghost I have ever encountered. Huh, solved. Tanjiro was surprised, but hasn't Master Su Chen been here all the time? How did you solve it? Nezuko blushed and shook her head, seeming to understand what Su Chen meant. I smelled it. Tanjiro said excitedly, I smelled a ghost before. Nezuko on the side also tilted her head, mumbling to herself, with a puzzled look on her face. He is very gentle and kind to his own people, but very cruel to himself and his enemies. Slowly, Su Chen came out of the dream. No. Tanjiro touched his head a little embarrassedly, looking very shy. This ghost's ability is to make everyone dream. I just woke up from a dream. Su Chen nodded upon seeing this. Facing Tanjiro's question, Su Chen smiled and nodded. Yes, I woke up a long time ago. And Tanjiro can actually use his nose to sniff out the strength of a ghost. It seems that Tanjiro is much more sober than he thought, but Enmu has been killed by him, so Chen saw Tanjiro killing a few little ghosts who took the opportunity to run out and cause trouble. But it's okay. Chen comforted, I've dealt with the ghost, you don't have to worry. Ah, Master Chen, are you awake? Listening to Tanjiro's words, Chen nodded slightly. At present, Chen has only discovered these two functions, and the others have not been discovered yet. Yes, there is indeed one. Chen nodded slightly in appreciation, and then said, but don't worry too much. Second, this is Chen's spiritual core, and you can come here after meditating. Chen turned his head again and looked at Kyujiro and others. Although Enmu was dead, if they were not woken up, they might have continued to sleep until tomorrow morning. Chapter 166 The Upcoming War. Dream. Tanjiro was stunned. What does it mean in a dream? Tanjiro didn't understand what Chen meant. But Nezuko understood. Nezuko was seen making some babbling sounds, and then came over and stared at Chen's head. Chen was happy. It's not in my head. But then I thought again, it seemed as if it was destroyed in my own brain. Just now, when Enmu used the Thunder Dragon in his spiritual core to destroy the opponent in his mind, the opponent's dream core was destroyed together with it. All we can say is that ghosts who use dreams to deceive people will eventually die in their own dreams. At that moment, Chen recounted in detail what had just happened. After hearing this, Tanjiro was shocked. Unexpectedly, Enmu actually ran directly into Lord Chen's dream and attempted to kill Lord Chen. And it's the lower moon. What a vicious mind. Tanjiro was originally shocked that Chen could kill the first lower moon in a dream, but then he thought that the other party might be a ruthless man who killed 3 upper moons. Thinking of this, Tanjiro suddenly felt that it was natural. But I'm afraid that the lower rank demon didn't expect that he would be killed by Lord Chen after running into someone else's dream. Tanjiro's eyes suddenly turned to admiration when he looked at Chen. In the past, when wasn't I the one who rushed to the front and fought the boss alone while others were killing the minions? But now it's different. As long as Lord Chen is here, I don't have to take any risks. I just need to lie down obediently. Tanjiro smiled and said, Master Chen, how do you know that ghosts will enter dreams? Can you know it in advance? Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he laughed again. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You know I've already seen it. Yes, look at the surrounding environment. I learned about the abnormality through the surrounding environment. Environment. Tanjiro was stunned, then looked around. After a moment, he lowered his head, as if in deep thought. Tanjiro pondered in his heart. Is it the same as my sense of smell? Master Chen can detect the presence of ghosts through subtle changes in the environment. Advertisement. And Chen's observation ability is much better than Tanjiro's sense of smell. Because Tanjiro didn't notice it just now, but suddenly woke up after falling into a dream. When I woke up, I saw a few sneaky people and Nezuko who was trying to save me. But at that time, he did not smell the location of the lower moon one, the Enmu demon. However, Lord Chen noticed it and defeated the opponent in his dream. Really, it seems that no one who becomes a pillar is weak, and Tanjiro believes that he still has a long way to go. Thinking of this, Tanjiro suddenly had an idea. Then become Inosuke's disciple. In the Demon Slayer Corps, the members are trained by trainers and then go to the Demon Slayer Corps to perform missions. During this period, it doesn't mean that you can't become his disciple once you meet Zu. If you get Zu's approval and Zu is willing to accept you as his stepson, then you can become his stepson. And now Tanjiro and Chen are in this kind of relationship. Tanjiro immediately told Chen his idea. Chen lowered his head and thought about it after hearing this. He knew that the Flame Pillar was originally going to adopt these 3 little ones as his adopted sons. Then the eldest brother died. Later, in the Flower Street chapter, Sound Pillar Tengen Uzui wanted to take them in as his adopted sons. Then the sound column was broken. Oh shit, it seems like being the master of 3 little ones is a bit unlucky. To be honest, if you are not lucky enough, you will either retire or die on the spot. But who cares? Gyutaro had already been beaten to death by himself, so Chen didn't believe in those rumors at all. Of course, Chen didn't take in Tanjiro as his stepson just for sun breathing and water breathing, absolutely not. The next moment, Chen coughed, glanced in the direction of Zenitsu unconsciously and said, it's not impossible for a stepson. When the time comes, you can catch this yellow-haired boy with you. Tanjiro glanced at Zenitsu and said, okay, since it is Master Chen's request, I will definitely complete it. It seems that Master Chen is very optimistic about Zenitsu, Tanjiro thought. Advertisement. But Chen has not learned the thunder breathing skill comprehensively yet, and he is also thinking about learning the complete set of thunder breathing skill through Zenitsu. Especially for Zenitsu's master, one must learn it before the other party commits suicide. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn it if it's too late. Okay, Master Chen. Tanjiro said excitedly, I'll go wake Zenitsu up right away. No need for that. Chen stopped him. These guys are obviously exhausted, just let them rest for a while. Of course, there is one thing Chen did not say directly. That is, he thought Zenitsu was much safer when he was asleep than when he was awake, at least he had the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, it would sound annoying if he woke up crying. Tanjiro, sit down and take a rest. There are no ghosts now. Su Chen looked at Tanjiro with a smile and a gentle tone, which made Tanjiro flattered for a moment. No, Lord Longzhu, I'm fine and don't need to rest. Unexpectedly, Su Chen's tone suddenly became stern. Have a good rest. There will be a big battle later. Now you must keep your body in the best condition. Tanjiro was stunned by Su Chen's tone. It was the first time he saw Lord Su Chen lose his temper. Somehow, he didn't feel ashamed or angry. This feeling was so warm that Tanjiro felt touched for the first time in a long time. It feels so good to be cared for. Yes, Master Su Chen, I will definitely have a good rest. Tanjiro said loudly, with tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Su Chen kept muttering when watching this scene. Isn't it just to let Tanjiro sleep a little longer so that he can deal with Akaza later? Why does this silly kid look so touched? However, Su Chen did not say much, but pointed to the seat where Tanjiro was before. Just sit there and put your sister in the box. Nezuko hummed and shook her head, as if she didn't want to go back. Tanjiro. What's wrong, Nezuko, don't you want to sleep? Nezuko nodded. Su Chen expressed his understanding. After all, Nezuko stayed in the box all day and was almost moldy. She finally waited until night and really wanted to go out for a walk. Tanjiro, the elder brother, naturally saw it too. Then Nezuko doesn't need to get into the box tonight. Just sleep with your brother. Mr. Su Chen said there will be a big battle later. Yeah, Nezuko nodded this time and then took a step forward. Walked towards Su Chen's direction. Chapter 167 What did I do wrong? Tanjiro was shocked. Nezuko. You're going the wrong direction. That's where Lord Su Chen rests. Why did my sister choose that place? What should I do if I disturb Master Su Chen's rest? So Tanjiro immediately stood up and grabbed Nezuko. Nezuko, on the other hand, made a sound in resistance. The brother and sister haven't even met their enemy yet, but they are already at odds with each other. Su Chen was almost speechless when he saw this scene. Then, Su Chen sighed, it's okay, Tanjiro, just let Nezuko go. But Lord Su Chen, Tanjiro was still a little worried. It's okay. Are you worried that Nezuko will eat me? No, Tanjiro shook his head quickly, but he still kept a firm grip on his sister. Su Chen was amused. So you mean you're worried that I'll eat your sister? Of course not. Tanjiro immediately let go of Nezuko. And Nezuko also threw herself on Su Chen with a look of joy. After sniffing, his face was full of happiness and satisfaction. Heart. Nezuko. Tanjiro looked at his sister and shook his head. It's not that he felt his sister had grown up and was no longer attached to him, but he was worried that it would cause trouble for Lord Su Chen. Seeing his sister almost hanging on Su Chen, Tanjiro couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Zenitsu at the side turned over, and for some reason, his snoring became louder. Su Chen calmly closed his eyes and seemed to be taking a rest. Finally, Tanjiro returned to his seat, closed his eyes and began to meditate like Su Chen. Since Lord Su Chen said there would be danger later, Tanjiro would definitely not sleep. If he kept meditating, he could detect the situation as soon as he encountered danger. This way you can notify your teammates as soon as possible. As for rest, I'll leave it to you all. The other side. The locomotive of the train. Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. That's right, the moment Nezuko pounced on him, Su Chen used Dragon Breathing, Type 9, Dragon Shadow Clone. Advertisement. In other words, what Nezuko was hugging now was just a clone of Su Chen. It's not that he doesn't dare, but Su Chen thinks that if he touches it and Kochou Shinobu smells it after returning to the butterfly house, it will be troublesome. Su Chen was suddenly stunned. Strangeness. Why do I have such thoughts? What's wrong with a 14-year-old man making friends outside? But when Su Chen thought of Kochou Shinobu's stubborn expression, he felt a little scared. Forget it, why think about these things? Su Chen shook his head and focused all his attention on the front of the car. He remembered that the conductor of the train seemed to be under control as well. In the original plot, the train conductor took the opportunity to stab Tanjiro, and no one knows what happened to him now. Su Chen walked slowly along the train door. As soon as he opened the door of the cockpit, he heard a man snoring. Su Chen. Su Chen was shocked. If this snoring sound comes from the conductor, then who is driving the car now? Su Chen hurried over to check the situation and found that the conductor had fallen asleep. A happy smile was on his face and he seemed very satisfied with his dream. At present, the train has been moving forward and has not deviated from the track. This couldn't help but make Su Chen feel relieved. Damn it, I've been sitting on the death train for half a day and I didn't even notice it. Without thinking too much, Su Chen slapped the conductor to wake him up. The conductor touched his red and swollen cheek and jumped up suddenly. He shouted angrily, who? But what greeted him was an extremely sharp Nichiren blades. The black Nichiren blades gleamed brightly under the headlights on top of the train car. The sharp blade finally woke the conductor up. Su Chen felt relieved, but at the same time asked, why cooperate with ghosts? Then Su Chen controlled the clone and told Tanjiro to find someone who could drive a train again. Friend, what are you doing? The conductor felt a little guilty, as he had already recognized Su Chen. Su Chen is only gentle to the people he likes, and is cruel to his enemies, even if the enemy is a human being. The train conductor was visibly stunned. Cooperating with ghosts. Advertisement. Su Chen. So that's why you went astray. Including the ghost he thought was very powerful, it might also be killed by this young man. Pretty smart. Su Chen sneered, are you wondering why I didn't fall asleep and enter the dream? Or where did the ghost who protected you go? Why did I appear at the front of the train? But from his facial expression, it can be seen that everything Su Chen said just now was right. Since Su Chen appeared here, it only meant that everyone had failed. The train conductor is also one of Enmu's subordinates, and he was quite surprised to see Su Chen at this time. Etc. This night, while all the passengers were having sweet dreams, Enmu had a nightmare. I don't know how many Demon Slayer Corps members have died at the hands of the enemy. How could he suddenly die? Where is this train going? You are indeed right. Su Chen shook his head coldly, but we passengers are also not wrong. You can't let all the passengers be buried with you for your own purposes. The conductor said. I don't know. I just drove randomly. There was no set route, so I just drove along the original route. Who is this young man? The conductor nodded. At the same time, Su Chen opened his eyes and sat in the driver's seat of the train conductor himself. Wrong path. The conductor suddenly became a little excited. I don't think that's an intention. I just want to see my wife and son. What have I done wrong? I'm asking you, Su Chen said coldly. Maybe Su Chen could influence others in this way, but he wouldn't. After saying that, without giving the other party a chance to explain, Su Chen knocked him unconscious again with a bang. The conductor clearly remembered that the ghost was very powerful. And the last thing I should have done is disturb your sweet dream, right? The transparent area is opened. Closing square bracket. Su Chen is not Tanjiro, who was stabbed but still tried to save others. How could the conductor of this iconic Nichiren Blades not know that this was the Demon Slayer Corps member that Enmu asked them to target? If the train conductor knew that Enmu died in Su Chen's dream, he would probably be shocked. If I can't do it, I can't do it. The train conductor also understood the situation at this moment. He then smiled bitterly and said, because I want to see my wife and children. They died in an accident a long time ago, and I have always missed them. The conductor said nothing, but kept his mouth tightly shut, not daring to say a word in response. The conductor suddenly figured something out, his pupils shrank sharply. How come you are here? Chapter 168 Akaza. The road ahead is dangerous. You can use the previous train driver's operation traces to trace back the operation method. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket backtracking status is enabled. Close black lens bracket. You have traced back the train driver's driving status. Closing square bracket. You observed the driver's driving state, you had an epiphany, and you learned driving skills. Closing square bracket. It took only 2 seconds to get started and Su Chen sat directly in the driver's seat. He immediately demonstrated the skills of a veteran driver. The shaky train was instantly revived in Su Chen's hands and was pulled back on track. Boom. The violent shaking of the train also woke up the passengers on it. Tanjiro, who was meditating, was the first to wake up. With a thud he fell to the ground. But fortunately, he landed on his head and only suffered some minor injuries. What happened? Tanjiro scratched his head and looked around, only to find that there was nothing unusual. Instead, it was Nezuko who hummed twice and then ran towards the front of the carriage. Nezuko. Tanjiro called out, and then he subconsciously looked in the direction of Su Chen. Su Chen is missing. After Su Chen opened the transparent field, his clone could not afford the mental consumption due to limited energy, and then the clone disappeared. What's wrong, Kamado boy? Kyujiro also woke up at this time. He looked at Tanjiro and then observed the surrounding environment. I immediately guessed the situation in front of me. Oh my, I didn't expect this to happen. The pillar, actually fell asleep. Kyujiro said a little sheepishly, I really want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Master Su Chen is missing. Tanjiro said anxiously. Kyujiro said, oh, then, Su Chen was not seen. Where did Su Chen go? I don't know. Lord Su Chen said before that there might be enemies coming later. Maybe the enemies have already arrived, so Lord Su Chen didn't want us to worry and set off alone. It's possible. Kyujiro said firmly. After all, he is just that kind of person. This guy always rushes forward alone. Yes, if Su Chen was not that kind of person, he would not have been captured by the upper rank. How can we let Su Chen fight alone? Let's go help him too. Kyujiro said firmly. Tanjiro nodded. Just now Nezuko walked towards the front of the train car, so Master Su Chen must be over there. Let's go over there quickly. Advertisement. Tanjiro knew that Nezuko seemed to be able to sense Su Chen's location. So he was sure that Nezuko's unusual movement just now must have been the discovery of Su Chen's trace. Kyujiro nodded. Kamado boy, wake up your companions now and be ready to face the situation behind at any time. Good. Boom. Suddenly, just when Tanjiro was ready to act. Suddenly, a powerful sonic boom erupted in the distance. Then flames suddenly appeared at the edge of the train. But Kyujiro reacted quickly. In almost the blink of an eye, the Nichiren blades were unsheathed. The inky black Nichiren blades were firmly grasped in the hands of the flame pillar, bursting out with powerful power. Breathing of fire, type 2 flame rising. The fiery red fire wheel rises vertically. The spreading shock wave was instantly resolved. Ah, you're good at it. A disdainful voice sounded. Then, at the edge of the train. The previous fight had created a big hole next to the train, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, a ghost covered in tattoos suddenly appeared. Ghost. The other party has a strong physique and his every move shows his strength. Its muscle lines are very clear, and they are not the kind of muscles that are huge and cumbersome. Moreover, each muscle is very symmetrical, with just the right muscle density, and they are almost suitable for the body's performance. You can tell at first glance that he is a master of physical skills. But none of this matters. What's important is that there are words engraved in the other person's eyes. As for the one with engravings, Tanjiro knew the identity clearly, because the last time he met a ghost with engravings was the lower 5. Tired. This is a ghost from the 12 evil ghosts. After the smoke and dust cleared, Tanjiro could see clearly what was engraved in the other person's eyes. Upper Moon, 3. It's actually Upper 3. Tanjiro was shocked. How did you get in here? Oh, it would have been fine if Tanjiro didn't say anything, but as soon as he spoke, Akaza noticed him. Looking at the fist attacking him, a fear of death instantly enveloped Tanjiro's whole body. Advertisement. This isn't a fight of equal magnitude at all. Akaza has lived for so long, but this is the first time he has encountered a ghost hunter who can easily catch his attack. But now, especially when he saw the fiery red earrings on Tanjiro's ears, Akaza instantly laughed, the one with the flaming earrings. Mr. Rengoku. The fierce flames instantly took shape, and with its terrifyingly high temperature, it blocked Akaza's aerial destructive attack. This is the battle between the pillars and the upper moons. The aftermath of Akaza's blood demon art being cut off still has destructive power. Akaza narrowed his eyes, then looked at Kyujiro beside him. Fearing that he might hurt the passengers on the train, Kyujiro made a risky decision. He pushed Akaza directly out of the big hole in the train. Kyujiro on the side started to fight with Akaza directly.
How did Lord Chen do it? The train roared past and flames ignited in the wind. Breathing of flame. Type 1 unknown flame. When Tanjiro saw Chen teaching Zenitsu a lesson and Chen showing off his skills, he did not have a very deep impression. At first, Tanjiro only saw Chen kill 3 upper-rank warriors on paper, and the impact was not that strong. Cluster. If the flame pillar hadn't been here, I would have been killed with just one move. When he felt the terror of the upper rank directly, Tanjiro finally understood the huge gap between himself and Chen. Without waiting for Tanjiro to think more, after recognizing the other party's identity, Akaza took decisive action without saying a word. The fist bones are as fast as the wind. Tanjiro on the other side was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. But under the terrifying high temperature of the unknown Yan, these after waves were directly merged by the thermal waves. Oh, there are other experts? A violent blow delivered at a single location at extremely high speed? It was this man who suddenly stopped me. Destruction killing air style. This is a master. This is Akaza's most unpretentious attack. In an instant, he didn't even react to the previous move. Tanjiro didn't even see Akaza raise his arm before a blinding gust of wind roared in front of his eyes. Especially the move just now, the terrifying high temperature made even Akaza feel a little nervous. Chapter 169. The markings of the flame pillar. Tanjiro was shocked, then suddenly looked back at the sleeping Zenitsu and the just awakened Inosuke. He immediately said, Inosuke, you and Zenitsu protect the people on the train, please. After saying that, Tanjiro rushed out headfirst. Snore. Under the cover of night, the train roared and wailed. Advertisement 3 figures fell out from the galloping steel beast. Who are you? Why did you kill Tanjiro? Kyojiro confronted Akaza and asked the question that had puzzled him for a long time. Akaza laughed contemptuously. I don't think I have any obligation to tell you. Do you think you can get the answer you want by pushing me out? Stupid. Akaza grinned. You'll die. Boom boom boom. As soon as the two landed, the flame pillar took the first step. Breathing of flame, Form 5, Flame Tiger. As soon as the words fell, a tiger made of flames instantly appeared behind the flame pillar. Fortunately, I learned the breathing of flame from Chen.
Kyujiro had a hunch that if he used breath of fire to fight Akaza, his chances of winning would be very slim.
In the battle between humans and ghosts, humans are inherently at a disadvantage. Because if the human does not have overwhelming strength, the ghost will continue to recover and then start a protracted war. Over time, humans will lose to ghosts. To be specific, the loss was due to the ghost's recovery ability. Moreover, most demons have evolved over hundreds of years, and most of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are teenagers. Ghosts become stronger when they eat humans, but humans have to train day and night. But even so, even if humans catch up with ghosts in strength, when their strength is equal, humans cannot defeat ghosts. A ghost will die only if its neck is cut, but a human will die if they are seriously injured. This is never a fair option. Kyojiro knew that what he did today might be a one-way trip. But as a pillar, you should have the awareness of a pillar. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Seeing the flame pillar's flame tiger, Akaza finally began to feel fear. You know, this is very rare. In the very beginning of the plot, although Akaza and the flame pillar fought back and forth, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Akaza was actually enjoying it very much. Akaza hadn't been badly hit at all. Advertisement. Aside from Kyojiru's final move, Breath of Fire, Rengoku, which used up all his life force, Akaza didn't even have a scar from a larger wound. And now facing the Breath of Flame. Akaza did not dare to be careless, because it was the first time it encountered a breathing method that could create physical flames. This felt weird. Warlock unfold. Boom. Akaza took advantage of a gap in the exchange and instantly expanded his own territory. Next, it comes with its signature skill. Destroy the killing Luo needle. As it started, a 12-cornered snowflake formation appeared under its feet.
This is the core of Akaza's vampire magic. It senses the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making its own attacks and avoidances as precise as if it were attracted by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the reaction of the Luo needle will be, and the corresponding strength and accuracy will be higher. However, for those who have no fighting spirit or have hidden fighting spirit, that is, the hands that have opened the transparent field, the Luo needle cannot sense them.
But that doesn't matter, because Akaza has never encountered such an opponent. Only to see the next moment. The moment the flame pillars, flame tiger, entered the compass needle began to swing violently. Interesting, Akaza actually roared excitedly. This is so interesting, I haven't met such a powerful opponent in a long time. Destruction kill air style. This move is a long-range attack. When activated, Akaza will use his fist to hit the void 6 times in a row. The speed is too fast to see clearly. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. A rapid 6-hit combo was swung out quickly. It was so fast that Kyojuro only heard a sound. But there were 6 shockwaves coming from the attack. What a fast speed. Kyojuro was shocked. The two people's moves merged together, and instantly a huge noise erupted in the forest. Under the terrifying high temperature of Yanhu, the remaining power of the shockwave disappeared completely. I'm very curious. As far as I know, I've lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such a breathing method. Akaza said with interest, did you create it yourself? After all, the stronger swordsman in the past would be injured by the residual power of my shockwave. You're the first one who has taken more than 2 of my attacks in all these years. HMPH. The flame pillar stared with a pair of big eyes, murderous intent. Then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I was not the one who invented this breathing method. Advertisement? Oh. Akaza laughed even harder. Is there another expert? Akaza is a martial arts fanatic, and he immediately became excited when he heard Kyojuro say that the Demon Slayer Corps still has experts. He said excitedly, tell me who that person is. If you tell me, I won't kill you. How about that? But Kyojuro just shook his head coldly. You are not worthy yet. Hearing this, Akaza's face suddenly turned cold. Since we can't communicate through talking, let's fight. After a few moves, Akaza became more interested in Kyojuro. Become a ghost. Kyojuro, it's a shame you're so talented but you're a human. You're the most talented human I've ever seen. Akaza's original mission was to find Enmu, and he killed Tanjiro only because Akaza happened to see that the other party had flame earrings. Thinking about killing the other person is just a spur-of-the-moment decision. But he really didn't expect that there would be extra gains. If I persuade Kyojuro to rebel, wouldn't I have an opponent in the future? Then cooperate with Kyojuro to capture Chen. The plan is simply too good. I won't turn into a ghost. Unexpectedly, Kyojuro once again rejected Akaza's invitation. No matter when, I will choose to be a human. I will never become a ghost. If you want me to explain the relationship between ghosts and me, the only way is to fight. At this moment, Kyojuro recalled the shadow of Chen in his heart again. Kyojuro was very impressed by the boy's manners and actions. He recalled the scene of his previous training with Chen. I remembered that the other party was willing to sacrifice himself and be captured by demons in order to protect the butterfly house of the Demon Slayer Corps. With such awareness, how could I, as the flame pillar, fall behind? At this moment, Chen's shadow seemed to overlap with Kyojuro. He understood. Boom, instantly, a mighty force of aura burst out from Kyojoro's body. The strong wind that followed swept across the entire forest. In the night sky, in the cold wind, the flames ignited from the night. Like stars, like the sun, like human heart, in Akaza's eyes, Kyojoro's fighting spirit seemed to burn like a substance. Then, a brilliant flame pattern spread out from his neck. What is that? Akaza's eyes widened, ghost-like patterns. Chapter 170 Kyojuro, Come Be a Ghost. Akaza was born in the Edo period and did not experience the zebra era like Kokushibu, so he has never seen zebra. I was just curious about Kyojoro's markings. It seems like you are really suited to being a ghost, Kyojuro. Akaza yelled excitedly. There are ghost patterns on the other person's body. Doesn't this prove that the other person has a connection with ghosts? This person is simply born to be a ghost. As long as the other party becomes a ghost, Akaza is sure that the other party's strength will not be weaker than his own in the future. I have to say that as a publicity officer for the Ghost Department, Akaza has done his best to fulfill his responsibilities. Pity. The only thing that responded to him was Kyojoro's blazing fire sword. Don't dream. No matter how many times I am given the choice, I am still a human being.
Akaza saw that they couldn't reach an agreement, so the two of them started to argue fiercely again.
But this time, after awakening the markings, Kyojuro put a lot of pressure on Akaza. Akaza uses martial arts to fight with his bare hands. After becoming a demon, he has been fighting against successive pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and has developed an extremely powerful fighting spirit. It can capture extremely subtle fighting spirit and use it in combat. The principle of his blood demon art of destruction and killing Luo Gen is to judge the opponent's position by sensing the opponent's fighting spirit. Akaza has great respect for those who have strong fighting spirit. Although Akaza's own fighting spirit is extremely powerful, he still has not reached the highest realm where he can freely hide his fighting spirit, that is, the transparent world. But now he actually saw a hint of this in Kyojuro. Breakthrough limit. Become a demon. Kyojuro, Akaza stubbornly continued to dissuade, as long as you become a demon, you can continue to become stronger. Mr. Rengoku won't become a ghost, another voice came. Akaza turned his head away in displeasure, only to find that the person who came was Tanjiro. It was the boy with flame earrings whom he hated. It's you, Akaza said coldly, why don't you just die? The instant pressure made Tanjiro sweat profusely. So strong. Tanjiro was shocked. Is this the strength of the upper ranks? Was that the guy Mr. Rengoku was fighting just now? Just now, Tanjiro jumped off the train and followed the two of them here. But they were moving too fast, and if Tanjiro hadn't seen Mr. Rengoku's flames, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. I didn't want to bother with you, but you just had to come over and get in my way. Bang! Akaza stomped his feet on the ground. Advertisement. The snowflake pattern blooms in the dark night, exuding a breathtaking beauty. The ice crystals turned into a cold current, instantly enveloping Kyojuro and Tanjiro's entire bodies. Total concentration. Kyojuro's body sank suddenly, and all his strength gathered in his legs. This is his most powerful move, but after using this move, Kyojuro's energy was almost exhausted. Only one chance, destruction killing annihilation style. Akaza clenched his fist, then threw a devastating punch. A huge wind sounded. The air suddenly twisted and a powerful explosion erupted. No, too late. Akaza's speed suddenly increased to a new level. Kyojuro was too late to save Tanjiro. The attack range of this move is too large. Tanjiro's brain was in a state of confusion. After seeing Akaza's attack, it wasn't that he didn't want to dodge, but that he simply couldn't dodge. After Tanjiro sensed the attack, he could no longer dodge at this distance. At this critical moment, a young figure suddenly flew out from the night sky. The graceful figure was so fast that it arrived in front of Tanjiro in almost the blink of an eye. He holds a long Nichiren blades. The tail of the knife also drags a winding tail of fire. The scene in the night sky is picturesque. The agile and ethereal feeling and the violent shockwave formed a sharp contrast. The young man danced like a dragon-breathing landform snaking tongues of fire. Su Chen landed on the ground and lightly raised his sword. Countless flames suddenly ignited. They greedily absorbed the oxygen in the air, and then burned the shockwave cleanly. Dragon Pillar. Here we go, adult Dragon Pillar. Tanjiro exclaimed in surprise. He knew that Lord Longzhu would definitely come. These two pillars will definitely be able to defeat each other. Tanjiro was not the only one who was shocked. Akaza's face didn't look very good at the moment. The destruction-killing chaos style is the most powerful move among its destruction-killing fist styles. Advertisement. Akaza used all his strength in that attack just now. However, the situation was resolved instantly by the person in front of him. Almost instantly, Akaza guessed the identity of the person in front of him. You are Su Chen, right? Akaza said with a smile. What a surprise, I didn't expect you to be here too. Akaza had heard Su Chen's story a long time ago. All the ghosts below him died at the hands of Su Chen. It must be said that Akaza has never encountered such a powerful ghost hunter since he became a ghost in the Edo period. Akaza has long regarded Su Chen as the most powerful person in the Demon Slayer Corps. It has long wanted to meet Su Chen, although Su Chen killed 3 upper ranks. But so what? Hantengu is so weak, I can kill him with one punch. Akaza focuses on confidence. You all come together. Akaza got into position, and the snowflake pattern under his feet actually became a little bigger. Akaza is serious. At this time, Rengoku Kyojuro also came over. He asked with concern. Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen shook his head. It's okay. Are the people on the train okay? Tanjiro was still concerned about the people on the train. Are they all okay? It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Su Chen did not directly answer Tanjiro's question. Because of course there was a problem on the train. When Su Chen noticed the train vibrating while driving, he knew a ghost was coming. And not surprisingly, it was Akaza. Su Chen also hurriedly left behind his Dragon Shadow clone and hurried over. It takes time for a train to break. Seeing the situation was critical, Su Chen rushed over directly. Just let the breaking work be done by the clone. Its attack is very powerful, and the shockwave covers a large area. If you are not careful, you will get hurt. Kyojuro reminded. Because he was just injured by the residual power of the shockwave. Now with Su Chen joining, the situation has improved a lot. But information must be shared. After listening to Kyojoro's sharing, Su Chen nodded. I know, we just need fire-related moves, so that its shockwave will lose its effect. It seems like you understand me very well. Akaza suddenly laughed. As a ghost, his hearing is very strong. If Akaza couldn't hear Su Chen and his friend's loud conspiracy, it would be a ghost. Chapter 171 Dancing Like a Dragon. Kyojuro just got ready. But Su Chen stopped him. Brother Rengoku, I'll take care of this ghost, you protect the others. Kyojuro and Su Chen looked at each other. After a moment, Kyojuro nodded heavily. They are both pillars, and sometimes they can understand each other's meaning with just a glance. Although Kyojuro has awakened his markings, he has no problem protecting himself. But the difficulty lies with Tanjiro. Tanjiro could become a breakthrough at any time. So Su Chen simply challenged Akaza alone. Su Chen also has this confidence. Fortunately, his clone sent all the residents on the train out, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble it would be later. The result is the next moment. The train's unique whimpering sound was heard in everyone's sight. On the tracks behind Su Chen, the train actually came back. That's right, it's back. What's more, he drove it back backwards. Su Chen's face suddenly turned dark. He remembered that his clone should have stopped the car, so who was driving now? Su Chen hasn't figured it out yet. The train had stopped in front of them. Su Chen. Su Chen hasn't figured it out yet. Suddenly, a rough male voice was heard from the front of the train. Hey, ha 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 ha. Master Su, I'm here to save you. It washes. Tanjiro was instantly shocked when he saw the wild boar's head popping out from the front of the carriage. Inosuke can actually drive? Everyone present was stunned. Especially Akaza, he could hardly close his mouth due to smiling. The granary was actually delivered here, so Akaza can have a good fight tonight. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Inosuke said proudly. It's just riding a bike. I've ridden wild boars in the mountains before, so this shouldn't be a problem for you, Mr. Inosuke. Su Chen suddenly wanted to stab someone. Or driving a car and riding a pig the same thing? It seems that Inosuke drove back unintentionally, and it can only be said that it was fate. The train door slowly opened and Nezuko rushed out first. Advertisement. She was originally looking for Su Chen, but when she went to the front of the carriage, she happened to see Su Chen's clone disappear. Nezuko was terrified and thought Su Chen was dead. But then Inosuke reversed. Nezuko gradually felt Su Chen's presence again. At the same time, there is also my brother, so after the train stopped, Nezuko rushed out first. Run towards Su Chen. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the night sky. A straight lightning mark appeared directly between Nezuko and Su Chen. He has flowing yellow curly hair, his eyes are closed, and there is a snore bubble above his nose. This is Zenitsu sleeping. No one can hurt Nezuko. Nezuko will be protected by me. Su Chen sighed. Everyone is here this time. Everyone step back. Su Chen didn't say much, but glanced at Kyojuro. Kyojuro naturally understood what Su Chen meant, and immediately arranged for all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps to retreat and protect the residents on the train. Oh, you seem very confident, Su Chen. Akaza unconsciously clenched his fists. But it's also good this way. He also wants to have a one-on-one duel with Su Chen. In this way, your skills will continue to improve. It has to be said that none of the top 3 upper-rank ones took Musen's words seriously. One sees Su Chen and wants to make friends, the other sees Su Chen and wants to fight. But don't ask Su Chen where the blue spider lily is. If Musen were here, he would be driven to death by them. Destruction kill kick style flowing flash group of lights. Akaza flipped his body and quickly delivered several powerful kicks to the same place with one foot, like a flash of light exploding. This is Akaza's second stage of destruction, kick style. By exerting force on the body, concentrate all the strength on the feet and kick out fiercely. This type of attack is more powerful than an ordinary punch. This is also the first time that Akaza uses the destructive kick in front of the Ghost Hunter. After a moment, several shock waves more powerful than the destruction kill air style came towards Su Chen. The transparent area is opened. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears in your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Backtracking status is enabled. Close black lens bracket. Your reaction speed has improved. Your ability to reason about details has improved. Your battlefield observation ability has improved. The images in Su Chen's eyes were gradually deframed, and the shockwaves that vibrated at the speed of a sonic boom took shape in Su Chen's eyes. Advertisement. The movement trajectories of those blue air cannons were captured completely by Su Chen's dynamic vision. What's going on? Akaza suddenly looked puzzled. Because within the range of its compass's perception, Su Chen's breath suddenly disappeared? The murderous aura that surged into the sea suddenly disappeared, leaving Akaza confused. Su Chen, who was in the transparent field, clearly saw the confusion on Akaza's face. It was just as expected. Akaza's compass senses the enemy's murderous aura and fighting spirit. And those who enter the transparent world have reached the highest realm. Akaza can't see through the other party, so the compass needle will also fail. Once Akaza loses his compass, he will be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. As long as Su Chen is fast enough, he can chop off Akaza's head in one blow. Under the starry sky, in the night, the Nichiren blades in the boy's hand suddenly moved. The blade trembled and flames flashed. Dragon's breath, type 2 scorching breath. Suddenly, fierce flames covered the sky. Most of Akaza's shockwaves were neutralized by Su Chen. Su Chen's figure flashed at the same time, and he was not able to control the remaining impact of the shockwave. These shockwaves rushed straight towards the crowd. At this time, Tanjiro and others came into play. The flame pillar took action first and cut off the shockwave again, and then the 3 little ones and Nezuko were responsible for eliminating it. So far, no one on the train was injured. Kyojuro unconsciously clenched the Nichiren blades in his hand. Kyojuro was actually injured in the previous fight with Akaza. Otherwise, how could he not know that he had a better chance of winning by working with Su Chen? He retreated to the back because he trusted Su Chen and was quietly waiting for the opportunity. Waiting for Akaza to reveal his fatal weakness. Then Kyojuro can use his final attack, Flame Call Rengoku. At this moment, Kyojuro couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's all because of my lack of talent. I haven't learned the final form of breathing of flame. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so passive when fighting with Akaza just now. Su Chen's talent is indeed the Demon Slayer Corp's most valuable asset, and Kyojuro is convinced of this. Unconsciously, he set his eyes on Su Chen. There, the boy had come behind Akaza without anyone noticing. Chapter 172 Akaza is shocked. So fast, Akaza is shocked, it didn't even react to Su Chen's actions. When did this come? Moreover, Su Chen's knife was aimed directly at his own neck. In life and death crisis, Akaza lowered his head, and Su Chen's blade cut directly through Akaza's mouth. Boast, Akaza called on the blood power to the head. It only takes a moment. The head grew back, and what greeted it was Su Chen's second attack. Akaza did the same thing, and could only escape Su Chen's decapitation attack by constantly committing acts of self-mutilation. Only then did Akaza realize that not only could it not sense Su Chen's attack, it couldn't even sense Su Chen's location. I don't know when my compass needle became ineffective. How is this possible? Akaza is shocked. It keeps using the compass to find Su Chen's location. Unfortunately, all efforts were in vain. In Luo Zhen's perception, the greatest murderous intent still came from Kyojuro. Then there are Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke, whose killing intent is also sensed by Akaza. But apart from them, Akaza could no longer sense any murderous intent. Especially Su Chen, Akaza can only react when the other party approaches him. It has never encountered anything like this, until a thought suddenly appeared in Akaza's mind. The highest realm? According to legend, a long time ago, when a warrior reached the supreme realm. The opponent's movements and attacks can all be seen clearly. Not only can you cover up the world on your body, but you can also see the world. In other words, everything in the world is exposed in front of those in the supreme realm. Could it be that Su Chen has reached the supreme realm? Akaza couldn't believe it. He was very arrogant before, but now he seemed a little frustrated for a moment. Su Chen is just a human being in his teens, so how come he can comprehend the ability to see through the world? Akaza didn't understand. Where are you looking, Akaza? Dragon's Breath, 7th form, a moment of elegance and grace. Advertisement Su Chen's figure was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye he was on Akaza's left side. The knife returned to Akaza's neck. Only its newly grown eyes can see it. Wow. Destruction kill kick style flying star 1000 wheels. Akaza played a trick here. It heard Su Chen's voice. He immediately activated his blood demon magic. Akaza turned over and used both feet to perform a series of kicks with entangled turbulence, the trajectory of which was blurred, like a wandering meteor. Su Chen cut it down one by one. Su Chen directly cut off the shockwave meteors. The speed of both sides is quite beautiful. Wow, so awesome. Inosuke, who was guarding the train, was stunned at this moment. Inosuke was holding two swords and was thinking of taking the opportunity to join the battlefield and show off. Then it found that it had no chance to intervene at all. Then it glanced at Kyojuro not far away. Then he noticed that Kyojuro had the same expression. Tanjiro had the same expression. Several of them had slightly dull expressions on their faces. It seemed that no one expected the battle to be so intense. Except for the flame pillar, the others present could hardly even see Su Chen's movements. Is this the battle between the pillars? Tanjiro was inspired. This was not the first time he saw the battle between the pillars. From the very beginning, after being shown off by Giyu Tomioka at Nada Spider Mountain. Tanjiro has some definition of the strength of the pillars. I've been mentally prepared. However, these psychological preparations were easily defeated in the face of Su Chen's battle. He, Tanjiro, still couldn't keep up with Su Chen's speed. Can't keep up with Akaza's speed either, but Su Chen was able to suppress Akaza all the time. Akaza was also very frustrated. Having accepted the reality, he has begun to attack indiscriminately from all directions in order to protect himself. Because it is not certain where Su Chen will appear. So Akaza could only use the simplest offensive method, hitting randomly. Then confirm it by feel. Destruction kill ghost core Ye core transform. This was originally Akaza's 8-hit combo attack from all directions towards the same spot. Advertisement, but Akaza made a modification and directly let the energy waves spread out. Then sensed Su Chen's location through the feeling of energy touching him. Thank you for the compliment, but it's a pity there is no reward. Akaza's special skill. Su Chen knew this trick. Final move, Akaza's ultimate move. The final moves were all used, and the opponent not only caught it, but was also able to close the distance again. Fire suddenly appeared on the sword that the young man was dancing with, completely extinguishing most of the green and silver residual light. It will use the skills of the Supreme Realm to dodge them one by one. No, how could the pillar have such strength? You are an absolute strong man. You kid. Su Chen almost laughed out of anger. Su Chen took the time to say, Dragon Pillar, Su Chen. The Supreme Realm is indeed powerful, and the Supreme Realm of the Ghost Hunter in front of him is even more powerful than Kokushibu's. No wonder his boss wanted to capture Su Chen. It turned out to be because of Su Chen's terrifying strength. Wait, Akaza said in a panic, don't you think it's a blessing to meet a strong opponent? Fast and powerful. It found that it was useless whether it perceived anything or not, it was just a matter of dying sooner or later. But it was done by a ghost hunter. Moreover, it was within Su Chen's ability to directly cut off hundreds of missiles at close range. Even Tomioka Giyu's water-breathing 11th form Nigi could not completely defend against it, but was dodged by Tanjiro, who entered the transparent world. So, it summoned the compass and, with itself as the center, fired hundreds of missiles in all directions in an instant. It's quite a feeling for Akaza that he can neither fight nor run away. But he would never be so exaggerated as to deflect all his attacks or even cut them off. So how about you let me go? Akaza argued enthusiastically. How about I wait for another 100 years to practice, and then I can fight you again? The physical flames lit up the night sky once again. It turns out that Akaza's strength has been growing over the past hundreds of years, but his brain has degenerated. Who are you? Akaza couldn't help but ask. Akaza was already a little scared at this point. This is something that even Kochou Shinobu cannot do. Only then did Akaza realize that he was no match for Chen. But there was no way Kochou Shinobu would go to celebrate his final ceremony. That's right, the most powerful samurai in front of Akaza is Kochou Shinobu. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue and Silver Chaotic Residual Light. And Chen also used the skills of Transparent Field. All dodged one by one. Even Kochou Shinobu doesn't dare to take his own final move. Chapter 173 Akaza Lost. I am a human being. I cannot wait 100 years. I can only live in the present. Hearing this, Akaza immediately patted his chest and said, no problem, you can just become a ghost, right? Come on, Chen, become a ghost. Join the glorious evolution. As long as you become a ghost, these are not a problem. All I can say is that Akaza is worthy of being a recruiter for the Ghost Alliance, as he still fights for the interests of the organization in this situation. But Chen doesn't have the time for that. He silently raised his hand. Nichiren blades. It seems that I still like your previous rebellious look. If you can't recover, I will take action. Seeing that they could not reach an agreement, Akaza gave up pretending. Just turn around and run. Although it is a martial arts fanatic, it must survive to be a martial arts fanatic.
It is foolish to do something knowing that it is impossible.
However, Chen saw through its little trick immediately. At the moment Akaza ran away, Chen indeed went around behind it. The transparent area is opened, you observe the changes in the opponent's body and guess the direction and thoughts of his escape. You move, you mobilize your energy, gather your legs, and chase after him. You speculate in your mind that the opponent will resist and may use destructive killing. You speculate based on the opponent's muscle changes and bone distribution. You guessed that the next move he would use was one of the following moves. Destruction Kill Ghost Core 8 Core, Destruction Kill Final Style Blue Silver Random Light. You start playing the game in your mind, and you take countermeasures. You have already mastered all the moves of Destruction Kill. You have memorized the opponent's physical moves firmly in your mind. You suddenly realize that you have learned the full set of Destruction Kill moves. Total concentration. The moment when Chen's understanding of destructive killing increased. Move your body and use all your muscles like Akaza. The speed suddenly increased to a higher level, and cut off the opponent's head with one knife. With a swish, the bright blade light seemed brighter than the moon in the sky. There was a dark and silent atmosphere. When Akaza's head fell, there was no sound at all. As if it was just a trivial incident, the world in Akaza's ears became quiet. Its pupils shrank suddenly, and at the moment when its head flew high up, it could even see the ring on the opponent's knife. And there was the calmness and composure on Chen's face, as calm as water. This is his own destructive killing move. Advertisement. How is that possible? Akaza could never have imagined that he would be defeated by his own moves. Moreover, Chen's action just now was exactly the same as his own destruction style. The same way of exerting force gave Akaza an illusion for a moment. It felt like looking into a mirror. It's hard to believe though. But this scene happened right before his eyes. It was very quiet. The spectators opened their mouths wide and looked at the scene in surprise. Even the flame pillar didn't react. When his eyes swept over, all he saw was a headless corpse. Zenitsu and Yasuko, Tanjiro and Inosuke. The four of them even spent a long time looking for Chen's location. It was too dark around, and because of Akaza's sudden escape just now, they did not see where the two people escaped. Finally Tanjiro was the first to discover it. He immediately saw Chen chopping Akaza. The scene of Akaza's head falling off made Tanjiro's heart thump. So awesome. Mr. Chen actually looked down at the upper-ranked demon's head again. Hey gaga gaga gaga. Inosuke laughed wildly. As expected of my master, you really have many tricks. Not only the two of them were surprised, the passengers on the train also saw this scene. They know there are ghosts ahead and that someone is guarding them. A passenger immediately noticed this scene and saw Chen killing the ghost. There was a reporter on the train, who happened to be the man who had escaped from Waji before. He took out his camera and decisively took a close-up of Chen. The next moment, he became quick-witted. It seems that I have discovered a big news. The bravery and heroism of folk ghost hunters will definitely appear in tomorrow's news. There were many children in the train. When they saw Chen kill Akaza, they all asked, Mom, what kind of animal is that? Some brave parents took a look outside and then replied, That's a ghost, baby, don't look at it, it will eat people. The child blinked. What about the big brother next to him? Parent. That's a hero. Okay, stop asking and we'll talk about it when we get home. But, destruction killing foot style flashing light group. I just don't know what chances I have of winning against Doma. Advertisement destruction kill, breakup style, kick style and final style. Destruction killing air style. Many people were deeply impressed by Chen. But Akaza is different. Akaza is a pure physical attack and is very easy to defeat. Destruction kill foot style flying star 1000 wheels. Raise your foot from bottom to top behind you, aiming at your opponent's head for a powerful kick. A rapid, violent kick with one foot to the same spot several times, like a flash of light. Doma's Blood Demon technique is a natural enemy to swordsmen who use breathing techniques. Destructive killing foot-style crown cut first, destroy and kill Luo Gen. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the reaction of the Luo needle will be, and the corresponding strength and accuracy will be higher. Outside the train, the Demon Slayer Corps also became a rumor among the people. Ghosts have long been a popular legend among the people. Well, otherwise the ghost will come and eat the talkative child. Moreover, Su Chen also obtained the opponent's destructive killing move. When activated, a 12-cornered snowflake array will appear under your feet, which is called ritual deployment. However, most residents have never seen the scene of the Demon Slayer Corps killing demons. The aftermath of the Blood Demon art being cut off still has destructive power. But at least he can defeat Upper 3 in his prime now. It senses the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making its own attacks and avoidances as precise as if it were attracted by a magnet. Only then did the child calm down, destruction, killing and chaos style. Seeing Su Chen kill Akaza, everyone's heart was filled with excitement and their sense of security increased. Su Chen now has no idea of his own strength, especially some young girls who are in love, seeing how handsome and powerful Su Chen is. Many swordsmen who use breathing techniques only need to use full concentration once in front of Doma, and then they will be hit by the opponent's Blood Demon technique and unable to move. A long-range attack. Use your fist to launch 6 consecutive strikes into the air, so fast that it is difficult to see clearly. And when he saved them, his eyes were shining. The core of Akaza's Blood Demon art. A violent blow delivered at a single location at extremely high speed. The bright moonlight shines down. Su Chen calmly put the Nichiren blades back into the sheath. Chapter 174 is blocked. Perform continuous kicks with entangled turbulence, and the trajectory is blurred, like a wandering meteor. Destruction kill smashing style 10,000 leaves flashing willow. The force of a powerful punch thrown from top to bottom will cause the ground to shatter like leaf patterns. Destruction, killing and extermination style. Throw a devastating punch that creates a huge explosion. He used this move to neutralize Rengoku Kyojuru's breathing of flame, 9-type Rengoku. Destroy and kill the ghost core and the 8 cores. 8 consecutive attacks from all directions at the same place. Destruction kill final style blue and silver chaotic residual light. Akaza's special move. Summoning the compass needle, he instantly fires hundreds of missiles in all directions, centered on himself. Except for the Cairo needle, there are 8 styles in total. Akaza just demonstrated almost all of these skills. This is equivalent to a bargain for Su Chen. Su Chen, the master of copying, directly copied Akaza's skills. For your own use, thank you, Akaza, you're a good person. I hope you can think more clearly when we meet next time. Su Chen murmured to Akaza's body. His behavior seemed very strange to others, but no one at the scene dared to stop him. Think about it, Akaza. After saying that, Su Chen left. He walked towards the train and boarded with the members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Flame Pillar immediately checked Su Chen's condition. Are you okay? Su Chen, that ghost is very powerful, let me see if you are injured. No, brother Rengoku, you are injured, let me heal you first. That's impossible. Kyojuru refused to agree. I didn't contribute any effort, but instead I had to ask Su Chen to heal me. This feels a bit weird just thinking about it. It's okay, I'm a doctor, saving lives is my duty, let me take a look. Su Chen briefly checked Kyojuru's condition. He found that the other party had stopped the bleeding of the wound with full concentration Changjiang. I can only say that he is worthy of being the Flame Pillar. He has mastered the breathing method very well. From this point of view, Su Chen actually does not need to worry. Just a few days of recovery is all it takes. At this time, Tanjiro, Inosuke and others also squeezed over. Tanjiro said excitedly, Master Su Chen, it's great that you are okay, you are so amazing. Advertisement. Inosuke crossed his arms, hey gaga gaga. Master did a great job, you are worthy of being my master. After Su Chen responded with a few simple words, he walked straight to the front of the carriage. Nezuko stopped him again. Su Chen, you're awesome. Su Chen's eyebrows jumped. Did he actually understand what Nezuko said? Is it my own illusion? No, as a man with superb observation ability, how could Su Chen himself have heard it wrong? He really understood what Nezuko said. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it, he simply said a few words to Nezuko and then walked towards the front of the carriage. At this time, the passengers in the car immediately crowded over and talked at once. Hello sir, I am a reporter from the Yaya agency, do you have time to do an interview? You are the legendary ghost hunters, right? Is that your sword on your waist? Can I touch it? You're so awesome, I saw everything you did just now, are you interested in joining our martial arts club? Brother, what's your name? Big brother, can you give me an autograph? Will the ghosts stop looking for me in the future? Su Chen was suddenly trapped in the middle. Su Chen's performance just now completely conquered their hearts. Now that Su Chen walked in directly, how could they possibly sit down? They came up one by one and grabbed Su Chen and tried to get close to him in various ways. There is no way after seeing the horror of ghosts. These people began to think about their future. Everyone still remembers Su Chen's performance just now. Anyone who is not a fool would hope to recruit Su Chen through various means. There are people who have money to spend. It's useful to use moral kidnapping. There are also those who can get started directly. Some open-minded and bold girls directly stretched out their white little hands. I took advantage of the crowd not paying attention to touch Su Chen secretly. F***K. Su Chen exclaimed. He was still a little tired after just finishing a battle, and he really didn't expect that someone would actually touch him. What happened? At this moment, Zenitsu, who had been lying on the ground, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful girl trying to touch Su Chen. Su Chen said helplessly, "I'll go drive, otherwise no one will be able to leave today." Advertisement. Although Su Chen can directly use Lei Hu to shuttle through the crowd. Drive? But the protagonist is not him, but Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was unmoved, as long as you have a relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps. A girl smiled and said, "Young man, can you drive? Can you take me with you?" Kyojuro. But the problem is that there are too many people around me, and most of them are girls. Kyojuro felt as if his wound had split open. This made Zenitsu very happy. Su Chen was speechless. Inosuke on the side burst into laughter. Su Chen showed a rare panic, turned around and looked at Kyojuro and others and said, "Help me, everyone." When he said driving, he meant driving a train. What do you mean by driving? Let me through, girls. Kyojuro was the first to stand up and speak for Su Chen. Okay, Inosuke, stop arguing. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he found that his dream had come true. There's nothing I can do. In the end, it was Tanjiro who came out to smooth things over, and everyone gradually calmed down. Then the girls complained again. What an ugly voice. Why is this pighead wearing a mask? The little brother who saved us is still good looking. But as soon as he showed up, the girls rolled their eyes at him. Who are you? We didn't thank you. So, only the girls were left around Su Chen. He just had a dream. It will be safer in the future anyway. I dreamed that I protected Nezuko, and because of my heroic performance, many girls on the train looked at me with worshipful eyes. Okay everyone, we already appreciate your gratitude, please don't embarrass our partners. If I use the breathing method rashly, these girls will all fall apart and lie on the ground, and won't be able to get out of bed for several days. However, the situation on Su Chen's side is still not optimistic. Inosuke was furious. What did you say? I had a lot of females who liked me in the mountains before. Who do you think you are? Su Chen found that he seemed unable to communicate normally with these people, because they seemed to be attracted by his skills and face. I don't know if it's my illusion. Gradually, some smart people began to pay attention to Kyojuro and others. For a moment, Zenitsu froze. Chapter 175. Returning the train. Su Chen shook his head helplessly, then he suddenly took 2 steps back. Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning flashed in the air. The next moment, Su Chen's voice flew out. That's right, Su Chen took the side road. He rushed forward by stepping directly on the wall and ceiling of the train. The swift thunder made the passengers scream in shock, and for a moment they were attracted to Su Chen again. So handsome. A girl said sideways. Ah, why'd I have to meet the unattainable man at this age? Girls, I'm in love. All the girls on the train were conquered by Su Chen. Then they quickly chased in the direction Su Chen left. Only Zenitsu stood there with his head bowed in thought. Why did the thunder just now feel so familiar? It seems like all the moves used on this dragon pillar are mine. The train started moving. After being driven by Su Chen, the infinity train started again. But this time the goal is to go home in the true sense. The passengers on the train were laughing and talking, which was completely different from the dead silence when Su Chen first arrived here. The ghosts have been exorcised, and the nightmare that has been haunting everyone's heads has dissipated. Everyone was in a very good mood, especially the Demon Slayer Corps. This time they also killed an upper-rank demon, which is a great achievement. Although they were just bystanders, it does not stop them from bragging about it. And the front of the car, just as Su Chen expected. There were a lot of girls outside. There's no way, the charm is too great, sometimes it can't be concealed at all. When Su Chen got tired of driving, he summoned his clone to drive. In this way, the train gradually went away and slowly arrived at the terminal. The sky is blue and white clouds, and the sky is clear. Under the sky, on the top of the mountain, the butterfly house welcomed a new group of visitors. In the surgical clinic. Advertisement, Zhao King, Xiaocheng, Xiaonahui, please be gentle, it will hurt like hell if you use too much force. Zenitsu said while crying and pretending to wipe away tears. The people who are receiving treatment at the butterfly house are Rengoku Kyojuro, Kamado Tanjiro, Agatsuma Zenitsu, and Hashibira Inosuke. The nurses are Tsuyuri Kanao, Kanzaki Aoi, Kokio Kasumi, and Kane. The 4 patients, except for the flame pillar, were basically uninjured. Basically just put on a bandage and it's fine. They came here just to report their safety to Su Chen. Why'd I have to register here? It wasn't so troublesome the last time I came here. Inosuke crossed his arms and said in a gruff tone, I don't know which brainless person came up with this. It's really troublesome. After saying that, Inosuke noticed that all the girls in the butterfly house were looking at him. Kanzaki Aoi put her hands on her hips and said sternly, this is specially set up by Mr. Su Chen for the convenience of adults to see a doctor. If you think it is not good, don't come here in the future. What? Inosuke was startled at first, then immediately changed his expression. It turned out to be Master Su. No wonder the butterfly house now looks as well organized as the mountain where I used to live. I like it. Okay, Inosuke, stop talking, Kanzaki Aoi said unhappily. Su Chen. Suddenly, Kanao, who had not spoken a word, asked, "Why didn't you see Su Chen?" Tanjiro replied, "Master Su Chen has something to do. He said he needs to drive the train back first and then he will be back." Really? Kanao's eyes suddenly darkened, but quickly brightened again. It was enough to know that Su Chen was safe. At this time, Tanjiro seemed to realize something. Miss Kanao seems to care about Master Su Chen very much. Kanao lowered his head and stopped talking after hearing that. Kanzaki always shook his head and laughed. "Tanjiro, you should stop talking and tell us what Mr. Su Chen did." Tanjiro smiled and said, "Okay." Then Tanjiro told Su Chen everything he had done on the Infinity Train. The girls in the room were petrified after hearing this. What the hell? Killed another upper rank? Really? Everyone was stunned. They rubbed their ears and confirmed again and again before they were sure that they had not heard it wrong. Su Chen killed another upper rank. In other words, Su Chen started by running away. First, he killed an upper rank monk in the basement where he was imprisoned, and then he went out to the Flower Street and killed another one. Then he cooperated with the sound column to kill another one, and finally killed another one on the way home? Are you listening to a science fiction movie here? Why is it that the more I listen, the more confused I become? Advertisement. Although the girls in Butterfly House all believe that Su Chen is very powerful and awesome. But didn't the upper moons hear from the pillars who came here for treatment before that they were very powerful? Could it be that they remembered it wrongly? At this time, Kyojuru, the flame pillar, came out to explain. It's true, Su Chen really did it. If it weren't for him, I might not be able to come back. Kyojuru wasn't lying here. If Su Chen wasn't there, he would be the one fighting Akaza. Although Kyojuru has already activated the pattern plus Yanhu. But he couldn't kill Akaza, and he himself might even be seriously injured. But fortunately there's Su Chen. Su Chen's attack directly killed Akaza. This shocked the flame pillar, but he was also impressed by Su Chen's strength. He remembered that at the beginning, Su Chen trained himself. At that time, Su Chen had already demonstrated extremely strong talent. The current process and results prove that Kyojuru was not wrong about Su Chen. Su Chen is indeed the genius of the Demon Slayer Corps in hundreds of years. Now, there is proof from the flame pillar. The girls in Butterfly House believed it completely. Xiao Qing. I knew Mr. Su Chen must be very strong. Xiao Qing. That's right, Master Yenju said that Mr. Su Chen from our Butterfly House is unique. Koyanagi. It seems that the previous pillars weren't that powerful. Mr. Su Chen is still the strongest. Kyojuru's mouth twitched. For some reason, he felt as if he had been named. Very good. Kanao on the side suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, and a smile like a flower bud bloomed. This was the first time she smiled in the past few days. The last time everyone saw her smile was when they learned that Su Chen was safe. Kanao felt warm in his heart at this moment. She just likes the way everyone praises Su Chen. This way Kanao will have a sense of satisfaction and she will enjoy it very much. The girl's thoughts gradually drifted away. The inner voice was deafening. Su Chen, I'll wait for you in the Butterfly House. The sun rises in the west and sets in the sky. When the scorching sun subsides and the setting sun goes down, the desolate afterglow is gone. Su Chen's clone, driving alone, was driving the infinite train, traveling alone on the vast continent. Su Chen's real body was on the train. There is no passenger on the train now. Chapter 176 Reunion with Akaza. Originally, Su Chen was planning to return the train. Logically speaking, he, a pillar-level person, doesn't need to do this matter personally, but Su Chen has something more important to do. Inside a carriage, Su Chen's real body was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. At this moment, Su Chen's consciousness has entered the memory palace. Records some key points for learning the destruction kill skill. Suddenly, there was a sound of something heavy falling from the roof of the train. Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a smile on his face, he said, "You're here? You knew I was coming." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the car, as if he appeared out of thin air, sitting 4 seats away from Su Chen. Of course I know." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Akaza, you are free now." Su Chen had already sensed it just now. He should have been the only one on the train. With Su Chen's current extremely terrifying perception ability, even if Musen came, Su Chen would be able to know it clearly. That's right, the person coming is Akaza. Akaza's expression was now full of confusion. He didn't know whether Su Chen was on the train, but his intuition told him that Su Chen was on it. As it turned out, Akaza guessed right. Su Chen came specifically for Akaza. Just when the two were fighting before, Su Chen had already sensed it. Akaza is trying to break through to the highest realm. According to the original plot track, Akaza should have broken through in the Infinite City. That was when. Akaza breaks through the highest realm and will not die even if his head is chopped off. Instead, it regenerates quickly after struggling for a very short time. Although he didn't know why this process would be advanced now, Su Chen did not stop the other party. It seems you saw some unique memories. Su Chen looks towards Akaza. Advertisement. No, now he should be called Kamaji. When Akaza saw the dead memories, it had already become Kamaji. Akaza calmly walked to Su Chen, then chose a chair and sat down slowly. Akaza asked in confusion, "You know all about my changes?" "I don't know, how about you tell me about it?" Su Chen smiled slightly, and then quietly narrowed the distance between them. This scene was very strange, as they were clearly enemies on the verge of life and death before. Now they are like a pair of good friends who haven't seen each other for many years. This contrast made Akaza feel a little strange, but understandable. After all, Su Chen's abilities were unpredictable. It also has no idea about the other party's purpose. I saw my previous memories. A hint of reminiscence appeared in Akaza's eyes. Su Chen. Well, then what? Akaza continued, I don't know how long ago that was, I think it was during the Edo period. I saw a dojo, a poor young boy and a sick girl. Su Chen smiled and said, it looks like a love story. Maybe. Akaza's mouth curled up at this moment. I remember the girl's name seemed to be Lien Shui. She was the one who pulled me back from hell. Hearing this, Su Chen lowered his head in thought. In the Infinite Castle, the appearance of Koyuki prevented Akaza from continuing to heal himself, which also ended Kamaji's life as a demon. So maybe Akaza can come out alive this time. Su Chen immediately had a guess. Akaza just kept talking. I remember everything now. Everything about my time as a human. When I was a child, my family was poor, my mother died early, and my father was terminally ill. In order to buy medicine for my father, I became a thief. I get caught all the time and then one of them will tattoo me, but it doesn't bother me. Because before I was caught, I sold the stolen items and bought medicine for my father. What can they do even if they catch me? Su Chen nodded. It seems that there is a reason why you became bad. He came. Akaza's emotions were a little incoherent. But he slowed down and continued, later, my father committed suicide because I stole. He didn't want to drag me down, so he committed suicide. At this point, Akaza paused for a long time. It seems that he is trapped in the painful memories of the past. Advertisement, that's right, among all ghosts, except for that bad guy Doma, there is no ghost who is without a painful past. Akaza needs comfort now, and then, your father died, so you chose to turn evil? No. No, although Akaza didn't understand the word darkening, he knew his answer. There's nothing much to say about the process, except that I later entered a dojo and met my benefactor there. His name is Qingzang. He saw my talent in martial arts and was even amazed that I could defeat someone with my bare hands. So, Qingzang beat me up and forcibly took me back to the Suryu dojo he opened. After arriving at the Suryu dojo, I discovered that he was the only disciple in the dojo, and the master had to work outside to maintain the dojo. Master asked me to help take care of his sick daughter Lien Shui. So I decided to stay and take care of his daughter, Lien Shui. However, I have attracted Lien Shui's affection without knowing it. Su Chen clapped his hands. Stop, why'd I always feel like you are? What's wrong? Akaza looked at Su Chen blankly, not knowing why the other party suddenly interrupted him. Su Chen curled his lips. His purpose was to tame Akaza, not to provide psychological counseling to Akaza. Su Chen said succinctly. Speak to the point. Akaza was silent for a moment, then spoke quietly. While I was taking care of Koyuki, the son of the kendo gym owner took her away secretly because he liked Koyuki. However, Ren Shui's asthma attacks and he abandons her in fear and runs away. In the end, I found her and saved her. Then Master Qingzang got angry when he learned about this and challenged the kendo hall to a duel. I defeated 9 people in a row and announced that they were not allowed to approach Lien Shui. But the kendo gym owner's son lost his mind in anger and came to chop me with a real sword. Of course, I used my best move to break the knife in half. The owner was moved by my powerful moves and condemned his son's disrespectful behavior. When I was 18, my master Qingzang suggested to me that I take over the dojo and marry his daughter Lien Shui. To be honest, I was surprised, but I recalled my father's last wish and I agreed. Su Chen, do you have any experience in dating a girl? Su Chen frowned, obviously not wanting to pay attention to the other party. Akaza didn't wait for Su Chen to answer and started talking. I took Lien Shui to enjoy the fireworks that she had longed to see since she was a child. Chapter 177 Because of Doma. I promised her that I would become stronger than anyone else and protect her for the rest of her life. Tonight, I returned to my hometown to sweep my father's grave and conveyed the good news of my marriage to my father in heaven. This is the happiest time of my life. I think I have it all. Su Chen nodded. He knew that if Kamaji had not lost Koyuki at that time, there would be no Akaza. Even after Akaza became a demon, he did not forget to become stronger to protect Koyuki. He is indeed getting stronger all the time, but he gradually forgot about Lien Shui. Maybe Su Chen was the same as Akaza at the beginning. The blind pursuit of becoming stronger at all costs resulted in the loss of the most important person in the end. Even if she now only lives in your memory. Su Chen's tone suddenly softened. So you lost them, and then you became a ghost. Akaza was a little silent at this moment. It didn't know why it said this to Su Chen. Even Su Chen is still human. He actually wanted to listen. But it doesn't matter anymore. It has been suppressed for too long, and now I just want to find someone to talk it all out to. Later, when I was visiting the grave, the son of the kendo master had the despicable intention of poisoning the well of the Suryu dojo. A neighbor saw someone from the kendo dojo passing by the Suryu dojo. After returning to the dojo, the neighbor informed me that Master and Lien Shui had been poisoned to death by someone from a nearby kendo dojo. I lost them this day, and I will never see them again. Akaza's voice was choked up. I completely collapsed at that time. I rushed to the kendo field in anger and killed everyone in the kendo field with my bare hands. Akaza's story is very long, and almost all of it is told as Kamaji's story. At this moment, it is no longer upper 3, no longer 12 Kazuki. And the numbers in its eyes disappeared. Su Chen was like a eavesdropper, and at this moment he was no longer a ghost hunter. This is just a conversation between Kamaji and Su Chen from the Lost World. Thank you for listening to me for so long. Akaza had calmed down at this moment, and after saying this, it stopped struggling. Go ahead. Seeing that the other party looked like he was at the mercy of others. Su Chen was amused. What are you doing? Advertisement. Akaza laughed heartily. Die heroically. Get up. I won't kill you now. It was Akaza's turn to be stunned, but didn't you come back just to kill me? Su Chen did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, can you still feel Musen's restraint on your body? What? Akaza didn't respond. Su Chen repeated. I mean, can you still feel the curse in your body? Akaza was stunned, then suddenly reacted. No, Akaza repeated blankly. No, no, no. The blood in my body is boiling and the air is sweet at this moment. The feeling of blood flowing throughout the body without obstruction. It was something Akaza hadn't felt in a long time. As 12 Kazuki, the curse power in Akaza's body became stronger and stronger, and the physical burden and emotional depression were very painful. But now, with the relief just now, all these feelings disappeared. Akaza froze for a moment, then stared blankly up at the sky. To be precise, it is outside the train. The night seems deep.
I don't know when it started snowing heavily. Su Chen's voice sounded at the right time. It's almost winter now. I didn't expect it to snow already. However, Akaza didn't listen to a word. At this moment, its whole body felt numb and sore, as if an electric current was flowing through it. Are you thinking of Lian Shui? Su Chen's voice sounded again. Akaza wiped away her tears and looked at Su Chen. No answer, just a silent nod. Su Chen. That's good, so now you know what you should do. What? Akaza's eyes suddenly became alert. Previously, it thought Su Chen was here to kill it, so it didn't feel any pressure. But now he suddenly didn't know the other party's purpose, and Akaza still felt a little nervous. Why are you panicking? Su Chen laughed. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died before you were defeated. There would be no need for the current situation. Akaza was stunned for another 2 seconds. Akaza lowered his head. Akaza thought for a moment and said, so I should die as an apology to the people I killed below. Advertisement. Wait a moment, when he talked about the second one. And then you broke free of Musen's control, which means you're no longer 12 Kazuki. Akaza's eyes suddenly brightened. It feels like a person who has been confused for a long time suddenly finds a new direction in life. Second, kill Doma. Indeed, it has killed many innocent people over the years. Su Chen said calmly. I don't care about what happened to you as a human before, but now you must atone for your actions. What? You'll lose some power, but you'll be free. No, that's not what I meant. Su Chen said, I need you to do something. Third, drive out the evil spirit completely. I promise. Looking at the other party's eager expression, it seems like he's just about to take action. 1. Provide Musen's location. First, I know Musen is in the Infinite City, so I just need you to provide a few spots where Musen often appears. Su Chen found that. Second point, to kill Doma, we need to come up with a plan, but I need you to lure Doma out, and you are not allowed to act on your own. The conditions are a bit harsh, so. He still underestimated Akaza's determination to kill Doma. It seems that Doma is really hated. Akaza agreed immediately. Su Chen spoke very quickly. Then the third point, I need you to cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps, that is, me, to exorcise the evil spirits, including yourself. So what is Su Chen's purpose? Of course I can do that. Su Chen said slowly. First of all, I want to congratulate you. When you broke through the Supreme Realm, you also broke through your weaknesses, so you will not die even if your head is chopped off. Although it never eats women and children, who can guarantee that the people it eats are all bad people? Before Su Chen finished asking, Su Chen finished speaking carefully, paying attention to the other person's expression and every move. Su Chen's voice suddenly rose a few degrees. Akaza, you don't think you are innocent, do you? Then when I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. Free. Akaza murmured, what can I do if I'm free? I can't do anything. After Su Chen finished speaking the 3 points, he waited for the other party to answer. Su Chen was also convinced. Chapter 178 Akaza is drunk. The purpose of the first point is that Musen is the strongest person in the current era, and Su Chen needs to know his movements. In order to avoid sudden death in advance. The second point is purely personal grudge, Su Chen just wants to kill Doma. The third point is pure empty talk. The main reason is that Su Chen is worried that Akazali's efficiency is not high enough, so he wants to first identify a long-term direction. Akaza just blinked. The first question was asked. Are you so sure that I will agree? I am a ghost, what makes you think I will cooperate with humans? Su Chen smiled slightly. It was never Akaza that I was working with, because I'm talking to Komaji now. The previous Akaza has been slain by my sword. After saying that, the air was silent for a moment. Maybe it's this trust. Or maybe it was Akaza's request for Koyuki. Or maybe it was because of Doma. In fact, Akaza has already agreed to the other party in his heart, but Akaza just needs to figure out the other party's purpose. I promise. Akaza said in a deep voice. But I have another question. Akaza touched his chin and looked at Su Chen tentatively. Su Chen nodded. Speak. You and Doma. Akaza asked puzzledly, aren't you friends? Su Chen's expression immediately darkened. Who told you that? Akaza said without hesitation. Doma. You believe what Doma said. He also told me that his best friend is yours. Akaza nodded quickly. It seems that it is indeed unbelievable. At this point, the man and the ghost reached an agreement on how to deal with Doma. I can agree to the conditions you mentioned. Akaza said, but, Su Chen, I also hope you can agree to a request of mine. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. What request? Akaza. Then I will kill Doma myself. Su Chen shook his head. This one really doesn't work, change it. Akaza was confused. Are you and him really friends? Su Chen's face turned black. It's not this, but Doma can only be resolved by me. Why? Akaza obviously still wanted to fight for it. But Su Chen's words ruthlessly shattered his fantasy. There are many people who want to kill Doma. If I ask you to kill them yourself, what should I do? Advertisement. Su Chen said logically, well, how about we have another competition? If you win, I will let you kill Doma. Akaza was stunned when he heard that. Then he shook his head. Looks like you still have to come. Akaza knew Su Chen's strength very well. Since he couldn't beat him, he could only give Doma to him. But when Akaza said the word, you come, Su Chen could see it clearly. Akaza's gnashing teeth expression. To be honest, Su Chen even felt that his words of believing in Komaji were redundant. It would be great if we could just kill Doma together. This bond should be tightened with steel bars. Su Chen and Akaza chatted for a long time. During this time, Akaza and Su Chen talked a lot, most of which were about Doma. There is also some information about my boss. Time will pass by unknowingly. At this moment, a gurgling sound suddenly came out. Chatter. This is the sound of Akaza's stomach growling. Akaza, I'm hungry. When fighting with Su Chen, Akaza was consuming energy rapidly. After breaking through to the highest realm, limb regeneration consumed a large part of the energy. How can I describe this feeling? Su Chen can describe it this way. It's the moment when you've finished a day of school or work and the dinner bell rings. I'm so hungry that I feel dizzy. Akaza looked up at Su Chen, and the two grown men's eyes suddenly became a little ambiguous. Su Chen looked at it with a half smile. Why, are you hungry? Akaza didn't dare to speak. It knows it all. If I take action myself, I will be dead soon. Let me make it clear in advance. I have already killed the Akaza that ate humans before. The current Komaji should not eat humans, right? Su Chen suddenly closed the distance. No way. No way. Are you still thinking about eating people now? Komaji, aren't you here to atone for your sins? Akaza lowered his head. It also didn't want its journey of atonement to end so suddenly. But the feeling of being hungry is really unpleasant. Strong will. This is Akaza's last spiritual food at present. Advertisement. Su Chen naturally didn't want to see Akaza eat people, but since they had become allies, it was necessary to restrain the other party. By the way, teach Akaza the rules of being a ghost. If you're hungry, just find some animals to eat. After all, that's what the urinal did before when it was working specifically. I believe you can do it too. Su Chen said leisurely, when you do that, go find Tamayo. You know who it is. Tell her why you're here, and she'll help you. Akaza was silent after hearing that. It's not that it doesn't want to answer, but because it's the first time it has endured hunger for a long time. Make its brain a little dizzy. I can't do anything about you. Su Chen sighed. Then he sat next to Akaza and made a small cut on the side of his thumb. Then Su Chen showed his strong dominance as the butterfly house doctor. Blood transfusion. You have opened the realm of transparency. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. There is no way. Su Chen doesn't have any sophisticated instruments here. He could only use the translucent effect of the transparent field as an X-ray machine, scan the opponent's body, find the blood vessels, and send some blood to the opponent's stomach. Su Chen didn't want Akaza to eat from his mouth. Because if blood enters the ghost's esophagus and mouth, it will greatly stimulate the ghost's appetite. This will cause the ghost to become extremely cruel. Su Chen knew very well that he could not test the other person's humanity. He is not an adventurous person, so it is most convenient to go straight to the stomach. Su Chen didn't give much blood, just enough to keep Akaza away for a while. Open black lens bracket. Your blood flow speeds up. Close black lens bracket. You observed the other person's body structure and were a little disappointed to find that he didn't have multiple hearts. Closing square bracket. You find that the other person's blood is trembling and he seems to be roaring with excitement. Closing square bracket. The next moment, in Su Chen's sight, Akaza suddenly became drunk. He looked tired, and even his expression had changed. This feeling was just like the drunkard that Su Chen saw randomly on the street in his previous life. Akaza is drunk. Su Chen reacted immediately. My own blood is rare blood. This blood will make ghosts drunk and become stronger. At the same time, this kind of blood will make ghosts addicted, and they are basically no different from drug addicts. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't want to test human nature, but in the end he tested Akaza's devilish nature. In this way, even if it goes to the stomach in one step, the pain Akaza will suffer will probably be even greater due to the stimulation of the thin blood. Chapter 179. Sensing the compass. Although Akaza's body is in great shape now, once he leaves the supply of thin blood, then it might become even more painful for Akaza when he starves on the way. Su Chen felt a little embarrassed to go see Akaza. I can only hope that the other person won't suffer too much on the road and just bear the grudge against me. Akaza turned his head. He said kindly, "Thank you, Su Chen. I might not have made it through this without you." Su Chen. Akaza. I won't eat people anymore. I know the Tamayo you mentioned. I will go find her. Su Chen. Akaza. Strange, why do you look a little weird? Su Chen felt guilty. Really? Did you see it wrong? Then Su Chen continued, by the way, when you see pheasants and wild boars on the road later, you can eat more. It's best not to go into the city hungry. Akaza was stunned. It didn't expect that Su Chen would care about it so much. I understand, Akaza said solemnly. Then Su Chen's expression changed. Akaza, you have passed my test, but if you continue to eat people, I will kill you immediately. After feeling Su Chen's aura, Akaza knew that the other party was not joking. Besides, Su Chen does have this ability. Thinking of this, Akaza smiled slightly. Su Chen, don't worry, if I want to eat people, I will definitely eat myself first. I'll do my best. Also, can you call me Komaji from now on? I don't like the name Akaza. Hearing this, Su Chen also smiled. Komaji and Lianzu are together. Do you want Lianzu to be a widow down there alone? Akaza's expression suddenly became serious. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Time goes on. Su Chen stopped the blood supply. Then I began to digest some of my thoughts. You exchange blood with the other party. Closing square bracket. During the blood transfusion, Su Chen clearly felt that Akaza's blood was flowing into his body somewhat uncontrollably. But it doesn't matter, because Akaza is free from Musen's control. So there is no curse power in this blood. Su Chen discovered that Akaza's blood was suppressed the moment it entered his body and then turned into his own blood. Su Chen simply ignored it. But now, the blood has changed. Your blood flow starts to speed up, and your body changes. Closing square bracket. Your ghost power is gradually becoming stronger. You have observed yourself, and your mastery of blood ghost arts has improved. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Your blood has more energy. Close black lens bracket. Your understanding of destruction kill has reached the maximum level. With the change of blood, your understanding of destruction kill moves has increased. Closing square bracket. You have an epiphany. Closing square bracket. You begin to replay the destructive killing moves in your mind. Closing square bracket. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, you keep trying. Closing square bracket. Tears rarely flowed down Su Chen's forehead. At the same time, some changes began to occur in the body. This scene instantly attracted Akaza's attention. This is. Akaza spoke up instantly. For some reason, it suddenly sensed the breath of a ghost on Su Chen. Could it be that Su Chen is a ghost? Impossible. The fact that Su Chen is able to travel during the day shows that he is a tough guy. But what is this breath about? Akaza was suddenly confused. What makes it even more confusing is yet to come. Su Chen's body began to make crackling sounds. Akaza was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of collision and compression between human bones. As Su Chen actually practicing now, Akaza was confused. Weren't you still giving yourself blood in the last second? How come I suddenly realized it the next second? Immediately afterwards, a noise suddenly erupted around Su Chen. Boom. The power was not great, but the familiar blue light made Akaza's pupils dilate. Destroy and kill. This is my own destructive killing move. Our people are still here. Who did this? Akaza looked around, but there were only himself and Su Chen in the carriage. The answer couldn't be simpler. This destructive killing was done by Su Chen. And this happens when the other party is unconscious. At this moment, Akaza has already started brainstorming. What's the situation? How could Su Chen destroy the killing? Did he teach it before? It can't be that he developed it himself, right? Advertisement. I didn't see it use this move the last time I fought it. Su Chen speculated that it might be because of Akaza's blood that caused the changes in his body. Its body began to change. Did Su Chen learn it on his own? Akaza looked stunned. Originally, it was still a little unconvinced. Akaza is a martial arts fanatic and is very sensitive to strength. This time, the light group is larger and brighter than the last time. Again, I have only fought with Su Chen once, how could the other party learn my destructive move? But now it has given in. So, the blue and silver chaotic residual light that I spent decades to create was copied by someone just like that. You developed the destruction killing compass. You had an epiphany. You realized the perception compass. Closing square bracket. Then there are the changes in physical fitness. At this moment, it can no longer use words to describe its feelings. You suddenly realize that you are gradually analyzing the move, destruction kill. Closing square bracket. The surrounding air was shaken loudly by the impact of the light ball, and the scattered air brushed across Akaza's hand, making it feel a slight tingling sensation. A guess suddenly occurred to Akaza. But the facts are there, and no matter how much Akaza defends himself, he cannot change the facts. Su Chen frowned. Then there is the level of understanding of destructive killing moves. It seems that my loss was not unfair. There are indeed geniuses in this world. Akaza couldn't help but smile bitterly. Because Su Chen looked very young, while he was an old monster who had practiced for hundreds of years, he was killed by the other party in just a few moves. Suddenly it rose up. In its eyes, Su Chen was not a human at all. The fact that its unique skills that had been stored for hundreds of years were learned by someone else was enough to prove how talented the other party was. It could feel its bones and flesh growing, and seemed to have grown a lot bigger at this moment. The most obvious thing is that his affinity for blood magic has increased sharply. Really? Boom. You combined the destruction kill and the breathing technique, and you deduced it in your mind thousands of times. You combined the shadowless hand, flame breathing and other techniques to develop the destruction shira sword technique. Closing square bracket. How is this possible? A ball of blue light appeared from Su Chen's body again. That's why it is not convinced. Ever since exchanging blood with Akaza. Is this the destruction killing final style blue-silver random light? Chapter 180 Mimicry. Sense compass. You can now use the compass to sense the enemy's position. Closing square bracket. The perception compass developed by Su Chen is different from that of Akaza. Akaza's compass can only sense murderous intent. But those who understand the world cannot perceive it. He made an upgrade to Su Chen's perception compass. The sensing compass rotates by sensing the biomagnetic field. In other words, even if you have opened the transparent field, as long as you are still a human, you cannot escape Su Chen's perception. There's more. Su Chen is still having epiphany. Su Chen's mind and body's understanding of destructive killing moves is still improving. This change is visible to the naked eye, accompanied by unconscious air fluctuations around Su Chen. In Akaza's sight, he saw that Su Chen did not move, but powerful air shock waves inexplicably emerged around him. How is this done? After a long time, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. This time the harvest was fruitful. After delivering blood to Akaza, he also got some of his blood. Then the physical changes began. The destruction kill evolved into the destruction shira sword technique. Su Chen simply rehearsed it in his mind. The move is probably to use Nichiren blades to drive air waves, creating air waves at an extremely fast speed. At this point, Su Chen had an additional AoE sword attack. How does it feel? Akaza looked at Su Chen, but he didn't know Su Chen's situation, so he could only ask this. Not bad. Su Chen tried to move around and found that his body had indeed grown a lot. Before, I had the body of a 14-year-old, and my body was not fully developed. Much of the potential and energy within the body cannot be fully stimulated. But now it is making rapid progress. Su Chen could clearly feel that he seemed to have grown taller again. And some places are also much bigger. Well, now that you understand your mission, we will part ways. Su Chen looked at Akaza, his eyes were self-explanatory. Akaza understood what the other party meant and jumped out of the car immediately. But Su Chen stopped it. Akaza looked confused. What's wrong? Su Chen pointed to the moving train and said, drive the train back. Advertisement. Akaza was stunned. I can't drive. Su Chen's eyebrows jumped. Do you want me to drive back? Please, you have lived for hundreds of years, how can my time compare with yours? Drive away. Akaza blinked, then obediently climbed down from the car window. It thought about it and it seemed to be true. I have lived for hundreds of years, so what's wrong with taking some time to learn how to drive? Actually, I still feel a little embarrassed when I think about it. They have existed since the Edo period, but in the past few hundred years they have not learned anything other than martial arts and cannibalism. It seems that we still need to develop in all aspects in the future. Akaza thought so. As he was thinking, he had already arrived at the cab. And Su Chen also cancelled his Dragon Shadow clone at the right time. Akaza held the steering wheel, and Su Chen gave some simple instructions beside him. I have to say, Akaza learns very quickly. It only took 2 tries to learn how to control the accelerator. The speed of the train was increased immediately. That's right, let's go back at this speed. Su Chen said, I remember the route, it was almost a straight line, you just need to learn how to use the accelerator and brake. When you get to the train station, just stop and leave. Then you go find Tamayo and seek her cooperation. By the way, she can also help you solve the meal problem. Don't. Su Chen turned to leave, but this time Akaza stopped him. Su Chen turned his head. What? Akaza said in confusion, where can I find Tamayo? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I forgot the exact location. You can start from Flower Street at night and go to the bustling places to find it. Use this method. Su Chen muttered for a while, and Akaza's expression changed. As that's so, Akaza said, but I'm a ghost. Wouldn't it cause panic if I took action? The method Su Chen just mentioned is this. Akaza goes out at night when there are many people around, and then finds someone to do something wrong, which is exactly the same way Tanjiro met Tamayo in the original work. But Su Chen didn't let Akaza really come, just a simple imitation would be enough. But Akaza was in trouble. It's a ghost. If it appears, Tamayo will probably have to run away, right? Maybe she knows Akaza, how should she show up? Su Chen said with some regret. Don't you even know how to mimic? This. Akaza was embarrassed when he heard this. I am weaker now, so I can't use mimicry at all. Besides, I don't know how to mimicry either. Su Chen could understand the first half of the sentence. But the second half of the sentence made Su Chen stunned. Advertisement. What the hell? You, an upper rank 3, can't you use camouflage? Akaza also felt a little aggrieved. Before, it was an upper rank 3 and a martial arts fanatic. Why did it learn those evil ways? Eat meat when you are hungry and practice martial arts when you are full. When you have free time, you fight. When you have nothing to do, you meet the boss. Where will mimicry be used one day? So it's not that Akaza doesn't know how to do it, it's that he didn't learn it at all. Su Chen was also speechless. However, he also believes that even if Akaza learns mimicry now, he will not be able to deceive Tamayo. Tamayo has been hiding for hundreds of years, how could a rookie like Akaza possibly discover him? This task is difficult for the other party. I really can't do anything with you. Su Chen held his forehead helplessly, then sat on the ground again. Akaza also obediently gave up his seat. Drive back. Su Chen suddenly said. Akaza did not refute and drove back according to Su Chen's instructions. This time Su Chen will once again enter the dual state of backtracking and domain. He vaguely remembered that when he met Doma before, the other party seemed to have used mimicry. This is Su Chen's intuition of the retrospective state. So he has to look for it from the fragments of memory. The reason for asking Akaza to drive the car back was that it might take a long time. Let Akaza take me back to Butterfly House first, otherwise, at Akaza's throttle speed, I might drive back to Flower Street. Su Chen took a deep breath. Then suddenly an idea came to my mind. Since it is mimicry, it is also a kind of vampire magic, so is it possible for me to learn it? With this thought in mind, Su Chen activated his domain skills again. The transparent area is opened. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. A transparent world appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Backtracking state begins. Close black lens bracket. Memory palace opened. Closing square bracket. A floating palace in the sky appears before your eyes. Close black lens bracket. Snore. The train whistled loudly in the dark night, and thick smoke billowed out from the front of the train. Akaza held the steering wheel and drove the train in reverse seriously. Behind it, a handsome guy is having an epiphany. Unconsciously, Su Chen has entered the memory palace in his mind.